draft around what you've picked in that first slot because you won't really be able to audible too much.
Yeah, well, and I mean, talking to him a little bit before things got started today, it sounded like he definitely had a plan in mind. I mean, you mentioned having talked to him a bit, and like he had definitely thought his strategy through to figure out what he's going to be doing today.
I went and talked to a lot of the drafters separately and just talked strategy in general, and Josh is very well prepared. In the 2 seat, we don't have a slide for because he's a late substitution. We have Jesse Wilkie. Jesse is a poker pro and a old school Magic grinder who's recently returned to the game. He's top 8'd a ton of PTQs, and he's basically just a little bit of effort short of just really being on the train.
At this point, Jesse plays enough poker that in Magic, he's more or less a figure of legend. He shows up to a PTQ, has not been to anything in the last 9 months, top 8's the PTQ, maybe, very nearly takes it down or whatever, and then just fades back into the mists to not play Magic again at a competitive level.
Yeah.
So him showing up today is actually really sweet. He was at the last one and he did extremely well.
His deck was very well.
Very interesting.
He's definitely one of the more talented people. In the 3 seat, we have Charles DuPont, I believe.
Yep.
Charles has had a lot of success both at the professional and the casual level. He won the last Vintage Rotisserie draft, so he's the reigning champion. He worked at WotC for a little while. He's won states. He's top 4 at GP. He's done a ton of different things. He hasn't done a lot recently though, but he definitely has the experience coming into this, having won the last draft.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a whole draft full of essentially experienced ringers, so I mean, he's definitely another one.
Who's our 4 seat?
4 seat should be
Nate Heiss.
Yeah.
Now, Nate Heiss is a name that if you have been around Magic for a long time, you will recognize this name. Now, Nate hasn't done anything in a long time. He went and worked for Wizards R&D, and he's not been able to play at a competitive level because I believe his wife still works for Wizards.
Yeah, a long time they've both been involved. I think the last time I played against Nate in a Magic event, it was 2005, maybe 2006. It was a long time ago.
But Nate has a really successful history. Second place. Did I type that wrong? Nope. He's came in top 16 Pro Tour Rome. He designed a lot of really popular cards, and he's clearly got a really solid mind for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's another one of those folks that has been around the game long enough that he's going to know what he's doing, showing up to an event like this. He's just here because he loves to play. And
I did type that wrong. It's second place Grand Prix Kansas City, not GCKB.
Yeah.
Anyways, he came in second in the Grand Prix a while back, and he's certainly experienced a lot of success. He ran with that CMU crowd, the Randy Buehlers and all those guys that came out of CMU.
Pro Tour that he top 16. That was the Pro Tour Rome. That was the Tolarian Academy is legal for one tournament. Pro Tour Rome that he showed up to.
That was one degenerate top 8.
Yeah.
So next up in the 5 seat,
we've got Peter Beckfield.
Ooh, Peter. You want to talk about Peter?
Peter Beckfield is somebody that I have known for a long time as another one of the Seattle Magic regulars who, again, turned out to be very, very good at the game, although it doesn't necessarily work out the best for him, as you can see, because our first item on here, and this is actually the first time I ever met Peter, was when he won a Pro Tour qualifier, and then due to a whole bunch of circumstances that you basically could have turned into a Leslie Nielsen movie, missed his flight to the Pro Tour that he had just qualified for.
Yeah.
He later went on to work for WotC, and because of that, disappeared from the competitive scene, but will always show up for a cube draft or something like this.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I've talked to a few different people, and they say that the 5 is the best seat to be in.
That doesn't
picks if you're the 1 or the 8 seed or something. Up 6th
is our host for the event,
Paul Waite.
Yep.
Paul Waite has done a lot for the Magic community in general. He's cashed several Grand Prix, Star Cities. He created the Bant Warp deck that saw some success in Extended a little while back, and then into Modern. It was a fun deck, actually. He top 8 Washington States last year. He's also won one of these drafts. He won it with a Reanimator combo deck. It was a lot of people gave him a hard time for the way he drafted because he took cards that were like Entomb. He took Entomb like 2nd or 3rd pick, right? And no one thought that he was also in the 1 seat that draft too. So he went like Black Lotus, and then he had Entomb Reanimate, and really just made a statement. And then it worked out for him. I actually played.
If there's any format where you can get away with thinking differently from everyone else at the table, it's going to be something like this because your options are limitless.
And I know that Paul's put a lot of prep in, so it's going to be really interesting to see what he does today.
Yeah.
In our 7 seat, we have Steven Berklid, the Pompadour. Steven is Alaska's finest export.
By far.
Absolutely. He saw a ton of success in Alaska before he moved down to Seattle. He's played in the Pro Tour 5 times. He's cashed a ton of events, and in general is just a really solid overall player.
Absolutely. He's kind of ducked back from competitive play recently to focus more on his favorite formats, which basically happen to be cube draft or limited formats like that. Yep. But he will always be down for any kind of competition or any kind of game that he can play for value. He's definitely one of the bigger grinder competitors.
The degenerates.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then finishing out the draft in our 8th seat is Jed Dalbeer. Jed's seen success at the Pro Tour level. As you can see here, he's got PTQ wins, 40 PTQ top 8s. That doesn't just accidentally happen.
Absolutely not.
Jed is clearly pretty solid at this game. Undefeated GP Day 1, Oregon 2HG champion. I guess we can give him like half credit for that, right?
Sure.
And anyways, he's going to be what he ends up wheeling in the first round should be pretty interesting to see, because inevitably whoever's in the 8th seat usually gets 2 really good picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because you're kind of on the opposite end of that first position spot that you were talking about, where 7 picks get to happen before you get to pick, but then you get your 2 that are able to set up. It's a really great spot for combo decks. I mean,
Absolutely.
It has to be. Another interesting fact, Jed is actually, of the 7 people that I have played out of these 8 vintage rotisserie draft participants, Jed is the only one that I have never taken a match off of.
Oh, wow.
I've taken at least 1 match off of everyone else at the table. I've never played Josh before, so he's out of that.
Okay, fair.
But Jed's the only one, and he and I have played 2 or 3 times, and he's the only one who has beaten me at every single turn.
Yeah, Jed's another one of those players that may fade in and out of competitive play, but whenever he shows up for an event, you know that like he will show up and he will be prepared and he will be something that you need to respect.
Absolutely.
So anyways, I think we're just about to get started with the draft. These guys are going to kick it off, and like I said earlier, I don't think there's any way that he can not pick Black Lotus with the first pick,
I agree.
Right?
It's the easiest first pick, almost to the point of not even being worth discussing at that point,
Yeah.
because it's just, you have to take it. It's the most powerful card in Magic. It's the most powerful card in this format. It's the first pick. It's got to be what's going to happen.
Yep, and there it is. It's Black Lotus. We knew that
Fastest
was going to be
pick.
the case. That's the fortunate part of being in the 1 seat. You just get to pick whatever you want, and you know exactly what it's going to be.
Yep. I'm interested to see what Jesse takes most of all, because I mean Jesse was the latecomer, since we had a person who wasn't able to make it, so he didn't even know he was going to be drafting this yesterday.
Yeah.
So Jesse has come up with a plan relatively last minute. I mean, that said, he's obviously an incredibly good drafter, so I'm very curious to see where he ends up going with
He
this.
did totally reasonable in the last rotisserie draft with a good record. He may not have had a lot of time to prepare for this event, but he's prepared for the format in general.
Yeah.
And in the 2 seat, it's kind of nice because you get to pilot a little bit to start.
Yep.
I think reasonable picks here for him are like Ancestral Recall, Soul Ring. I think those are probably the 2 picks. It looks like we're getting
Time
some
Walk might be another one, but Recall's
He's
the
taking
most likely.
Recall. He's
Yeah.
taking Recall. It's you've got to respect Recall, of course. So Charles should be interesting.
Charles will be very interesting, because you would think that the 3rd pick would be something like Soul Ring, and then 4th would be Time. With Charles, I can honestly see his first pick being
He's taking a Mox.
anything.
I guarantee
Yeah,
it. Yep, and there
it is.
Mox Sapphire. I've talked a lot with Charles just about in general what his plan was, and he's going to try and wheel a second Mox here, and it's very possible with cards like Tinker and Time Vault, and those going to go early.
If any format is going to be one where you're going to pull something like that off, it'll be here, and especially with these group of people as well, because there's a lot of people, like the last time they had a vintage rotisserie draft, Paul Waite drafted what would have been normally a very fair deck. Now he did reasonably well with it, but it was a straight black deck that he took for most of his cards. Like a lot of the obvious power picks that fit insanely well into combo didn't get taken early on. So Nate is taking the Ruby.
Ruby's an interesting one to start with. Usually people take Jet over that.
Yep.
There's the best Mox ever, Mana Crypt, Mox Jet. This is all. I mean, unfortunately, guys, the first couple rounds are a little less exciting because you don't really we still have no idea what these guys want to draft. They're just getting the power picks off the board, so they can start focusing on their real draft.
I'd say probably the first 2 rounds are going to be like that. It wouldn't surprise me the first 16 picks are pretty much just a list of Magic's most powerful cards, just taken in order.
It's still always interesting to see where people take cards like Mana Crypt or Time Vault. Steven's here in the 7. I bet Steven takes Time Vault here.
Time Vault made it to him. Steven and I had discussed this draft a little bit. He talked about his plan with me, and basically his plan was if Time Vault made it to him, he was going to take it. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's what we see here.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not sure what plan Jed will be on. I didn't get a chance to talk with him very much in preparing for this, but I think Steven will probably take Time Vault and try and wheel Tinker.
Sure.
There's enough ways to untap Time Vault, and Tinker is
just
Tinker's
insane.
a one-card combo.
Yeah.
Especially when you build your deck around it. So, in any event, Steven took Strip Mine.
Okay, so Steven's very deep onto his own plan. That's interesting.
Strip Mine is really interesting in a format full of free artifact mana, but it's clearly the most powerful card for that sort of effect.
Absolutely.
Steven is clearly making a statement here. I'm after Strip Mine pick. I think it's probably reasonable to think that he's going to try and go like Wasteland Crucible.
Wasteland Crucible seem like the two most obvious ones. I mean, other picks to look out for are something like Life from the Loam.
Yeah.
Cards that work well with it: Braids, Smokestack, which was the plan that he was on last time. He drafted a Stacks deck.
Yeah.
That ended up being Black-White. I know he had talked with me about maybe just running that back and doing it again, or even switching it up for Black-Green.
He's really a big fan of the mana denial, the not let you play. Now, I'm very surprised that it
Soul Ring went 8th.
Soul Ring 8th.
All right.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think some of the cards that have been drafted ahead of it are totally reasonable to be ahead of it.
6 of these 7 picks make sense.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see where Steven goes with this. And it may just be that the deck that he's on has no interest in these cards, so he's just going to ignore them completely and go for his plan to just topple whatever they're playing because he's taking all of these cards out from under them.
Yeah. I definitely do expect Steven to go on that stack sort of plan with Smokestack and cards along those lines. Soul Ring Mana Vault. I mean, Jed is just going big right away.
Big mana. Doesn't surprise me.
That's a
terribly.
really solid wheel. You know, he gets to do a lot of fun things with that. The problem is he's probably not going to get Tinker. He's probably not going to get, like Voltaic Key or things like that that go really well with those cards.
There's still 2 Moxen left. There's Voltaic Key. There's, Grim Monolith, but he's not going to probably get any of those because those are all just going to be swept up by people grabbing them back in the next, 15 picks before he even gets to see another card.
It'll be interesting to see if Jed wants to draft like Mono Brown or if he ends up...
It wouldn't surprise me if he would, because I could see not Grim Monolith, but Basalt Monolith maybe making it to Jed's next pick. And Thran Dynamo, Worn Power Stone, things like that. To just not even worrying about Tinker, just straight up making big mana and just casting big threats.
It'll be interesting to see what his end game with that is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the end game is something that we might get a chance to, if we end up talking with Jed, seeing that after round 10 of picks or something like that, because up until then, you really don't have to pick a finisher just because there are so many options. In the meantime, Steven's taken Demonic Tutor to go with the Strip Mine.
There's the Time Vault.
Yeah, Paul took Mox Emerald. Peter ended up with Time Vault and Mana Crypt, so we already know what deck Peter is going for. So I wonder if... you have to take Voltaic Key before it gets back to him, right?
It's interesting. I think that no one's really sure where to value Voltaic Key. It's obviously insane with Peter's deck with Crypt and Vault.
Sure.
But it's also insane with Jed's deck, with Mana Vault and Soul Ring.
Yeah.
I think that Peter will probably want to take that unless there's something completely degenerate. Like Tinker is still on the board. There's a number of those like 1-card combos, right? The cards that you don't need a ton of support, and you just cast and you win the game. We were talking about this a lot for the prep for the last draft. Cards like Oath of Druids or Tinker. There's some other ones, but they don't need a ton of support, and when you cast them, you're just 100% on your plan.
Yeah. And there goes Library of Alexandria. So Nate's definitely has a plan down so far that seems to be at least interesting. I'm curious about the library just because no one else seemed to place a whole lot of value on it. Still can't really tell what kind of deck he's going for just off of those two. Because, I mean, they can fit into a lot of different things. I mean, Mox Ruby could have even pointed to something, aggro or, some aggressive strategy or something like that. But library definitely doesn't, fit nearly as well with those. And you're able to...
Where is Time Walk? Time Walk is still on the board.
Yeah.
It's interesting in this format. I think people are learning Time Walk is not quite as powerful as what other people say. And it's funny because Library of Alexandria has been taken off the board. I know a lot of the drafters don't like Time Walk in general. Like, it's obviously a very powerful card. They will draft it, but they don't value it as high as a lot of these other cards.
Well, I mean,
the same with Library.
It goes back to what you were talking about. The cards you're looking for in rounds 1 and 2 of a draft like this are cards that you say, I cast this, and if you don't, counter it or kill me right now, I'm going to win. Tinker, Oath of Druids, casting Time Vault and just taking infinite turns or something like that.
Yep.
Library and Time Walk are not necessarily that unless you already have a plan going, and even then, especially with this particular group of drafters, you can probably let it go.
Yeah.
Now, if we had, say, Max McCall, who's currently in the chat in here in the draft, Time Walk might be taken more highly because, well, you can look at his own words for what he thinks of the current draft anyways, so the picks might have been different there. But for what the drafters are picking currently, it just they're going for cards that are just going to let them win as soon as they resolve.
Yeah, in this format, it's really weird. Sometimes the games are blazingly fast, and sometimes they end up being long and grindy. And more often than not, Time Walk is just kind of like Explore Plus, and it's just not, you don't get a lot of value out of it. In formats like Cube, where you get Time Walk and you can take an extra turn with multiple Planeswalkers in play and things like
absolutely.
that, it's way more powerful. Jace the Mind Sculptor comes off the board, obviously the best Planeswalker. Jesse's clearly all in on blue here.
Not shocking in the second seed. I mean, when your first pick is Ancestral Recall, you may as well go deep on that plan.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, you know, Jace is clearly one of the more powerful things when you can land it. It's less powerful when you have no acceleration, and Jesse will have some, I'm sure, but it's going to probably be a 4-drop for him, and I don't know if that's going to impact the game well enough on turn 4.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, that's it. There is still a lot of mana acceleration left, so he may be looking to play a deck that can actually just force things to go to turn 4 because there are a lot of very strong control elements still left. I mean, you know, something like Mana Drain can at least force the game out so that, you know, he can cast Jace on turn 3 instead or something like that. And, you know, Recall definitely provides him with 1 mana just as much power as everyone else at the table has.
Sure. It's interesting. Oh, wow, a Stoneforge Mystic. That is really early for... And Josh Ventura has taken a plan. He has taken a stance.
On a plan, all right.
So one of the things that some of the drafters here that have drafted Vintage Rotisserie before have learned is that the first few rounds are so important for taking those degenerate powerful cards. It's funny that he took Stoneforge Mystic, because right now, I don't know what other deck would have taken it for another couple rounds at minimum.
Yeah.
I can't help but feel like it's very bold, and it's definitely draws a line in the sand. But I can't help but feel that it's kind of a wasted couple picks right now.
It might be Josh's inexperience with the format showing. I mean, if he shows up with a plan and he knows he's going to get that plan, his plan might not need to include decks or cards that other decks are interested in taking already, in which case he can already afford to take those picks, not necessarily because they're wasted picks, but because the other things in his deck are of a similar priority as far as everyone else at the table is concerned, and he doesn't have to care. And there's Charles ending up with Time Walk.
So here's a really interesting stance. Jesse actually says, the heck with all of this acceleration, I'm just going to take a Null Rod and get you.
So what's really interesting about this is Null Rod is actually what I expected Steven to take second.
Really?
Because that was a card that he had talked to me was very important to how he approached the format. Of everyone's doing these big powerful things with all of these mana artifacts and just broken things with permanents on the board, and Null Rod just says no.
I can't imagine that Steven would have thought that Null Rod would go off the board with the second pick of the 3rd round. I mean, we're already seeing some really unconventional picks. If for any of you that have actually followed any of these Vintage Rotisserie drafts, the first like 2 to 3 rounds are generally the same cards in various orders, right?
Yep,
it's
pretty much.
All the same sort of degenerate power cards, but already we're seeing cards like Null Rod and Stoneforge Mystic and Batterskull. And even, to be honest, even that Strip Mine pick is a little early.
Strip Mine pick was very odd, and Nate High's taking Thada Adele. So, all right, so he's on a plan of, you have big, great artifacts. I would like to take them all.
Peter must be doing backflips right now. That Tinker floated
all the way
so
down to him.
long. Tinker, I genuinely feel that this format is probably one of the best Tinker formats in general.
It has to be. You have access to every possible degenerate Tinker target.
Plus, the thing that I think a lot of people overlook, this is a 40-card format.
Yep.
These guys have 23 action cards and 17 land, or something along those lines.
Somewhere close.
You're going to draw your cards. You're going to see those insane degenerate cards that you want to have. Peter's going to have Tinker in his hand more often than not.
Yeah.
And every other deck needs to have a plan for it, because otherwise he's going to get them.
Well, and tinkering for the other half of the Time Vault combo is not exactly a bad plan. And when your fallback plan is something other than, I'm going to tinker for Time Vault and take infinite turns on turn 2.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to look for cards like Blightsteel Colossus and the 7-Eleven Island Walk. The
Inkwell Leviathan.
Inkwell, thank you. Yeah, so... Peter's got a plan. We've seen this deck before. I'm surprised that he got the cards in the order that he did.
Paul's picks are kind of interesting.
Yeah.
two Mox in that don't line up with Drain, so he's basically just taking them as slightly better basic lands. I mean, the Jet probably counts for something because he's probably going to be playing black to go with the blue. But considering how deep Jesse is on having like the good blue cards so far, it's kind of interesting that Paul seems to be trying to dip into that plan.
Yeah, and then
Steven's really deep on just ways to tutor for whatever his deck's pulling out, and he just hasn't decided to pull it out. I wonder if he's going to spend a lot of his picks just taking solution cards to the other decks that people have, and just figuring out ways to just tutor for whatever he needs for a specific matchup.
I think that Steven's plan really is, I want to make sure my opponent doesn't get to play Magic, and he just wants every way to find those cards that allow him to do that.
Yeah. I also wonder if somebody's going to take Metalworker away from Jed before he gets to it, because that train is really, really heading straight down to Metalworker Station. Mishra's Workshop, Tolarian Academy, Mana Vault, and Soul Ring. He is playing the mono brown deck, and that is the only piece that he's making.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't think Metalworker in this format is as good as other people do.
That's fair.
I don't value it as high. That said, I'm not sure I see someone hate drafting it. Peter could probably use it. I mean, there's obviously decks with Moxes, but for Metalworker to be good, you have to have a really high saturation.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if any other deck is, other than Peter, is really lined up to do that right now.
That's fair.
Yeah, like back to what you were saying about Paul's draft, having Mana Drain with 2 off-color Moxes, you say that the Moxes are essentially just like juiced up basic lands.
Yeah.
In this format, those are insane.
Oh no, those are immensely powerful because you're able to play them as bonus lands and things like that. It was more, I assumed that the Jet would be more color indicative than it seems to be, and obviously we're only 3 picks in, so I could just be completely blowing smoke at the moment.
Yeah. Steven takes a Thoughtseize. He is definitely all in on the disruption plan. We talk about these decks that have that magic silver bullet like Tinker or cards like that. Thoughtseize is one of the best ways, and discard in general is one of the best ways to disrupt them.
And that was another thing that Steven had talked about quite a bit was, Thoughtseize, to just take these powerful combo decks off of their plan and just following it up with something or anything. In this case, it seems to be Thoughtseize, follow it up with Strip Mine, and then a specific solution for his opponent that he can tutor for with any of these 2
Absolutely.
that he's got.
Peter's taken an interesting stance by taking Painter Servant. Now, he's taken 2 parts to a 2-card combo, but they're different combos, right?
Yeah.
But they do, all of those combos play really well with Tinker.
Yep.
It's one of those, you may not have all of the combo pieces in your hand, but you can just tinker for whatever piece you're missing. I expect to see cards like Reshape. I expect to see cards like, I could even see him playing something like Enlightened Tutor and splashing for it.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
And just go all in on these 2 combos and just find a way to get there.
Charles Wong taking the Mystical Tutor. I mean, do you think Charles at this... Well, I don't know. It fits fine with his other, his Time Walk, but, it's too early to tell what else he's going to be grabbing with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, like I was saying, I think that a lot of these picks early, and this gets back to what I was saying about Josh's draft, I just don't think that he needed to take those so early because he left cards on the board like Time Walk and Tinker and cards like that that are just absolutely insane. Mystical Tutor out of Charles. Like, I think Charles is the only person, we're just not really sure what he's doing yet.
Yeah, I would agree. Nate seems to have actually been playing relatively direct. I mean, taking Counterspell after Thada Adele with Library and Mox Ruby, he knows what his plan is. He's just going to steal your best cards and counter whatever's left.
Yeah. It's interesting because we really have 2 people that are going to be fighting, or 3 people now. They're going to be fighting over blue cards. Although I expect Paul to not be heavy blue.
Yeah.
He might end up going into that Reanimator shell or something along those lines. But
that actually would not surprise me at all. I mean, he's got the show and tell. It wouldn't shock me at all if we start seeing Sneak Attack, or even Through the Breach in a format like this where you can take from anything. Snapcaster Mage and Daze going to Josh, so that's a really solid Fish start right there.
Yeah, and Fish did win the last draft. Charles drafted blue-green tempo, and basically just out-tempoed all of his opponents. One thing that we learned while we've been doing more and more of these rotisserie drafts is decks are kind of soft to aggro in general, especially aggro with some sort of tempo, some sort of disruption.
Sure. When you go deep into the combo well and then somebody else shows up with a Daze, it's kind of hard to keep doing what you were trying to do.
Absolutely. I completely agree with both of those picks, given what he's done so far.
Sure.
Looks like he's going for some blue-white shell. I don't know if he's going tempo. I kind of think he's going to go blue-white control.
That would also be reasonable. I mean, Snapcaster Mage fits well into both decks. The only reason I thought of Fish as opposed to Control was just the Stoneforge Mystic into Batterskull is a really great way to just tempo your opponent out of the game.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like you were saying, they fit well. It fits well into both decks. And now we get back into just the blue wheelhouse of the next, 3 people are all kind of fighting for whatever is most powerful left in blue at this point.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to take Time Twister, but other than that, any blue card is still going to just dive down or just get taken by the next 3 people.
Yeah, I mean, blue is obviously the most popular color in Magic, and it's the clearly most powerful color in this format. It's definitely deep enough to support a number of players. Like I said, I don't expect Paul to end up being heavy blue. Jesse is obviously very deep on blue. I don't know how deep Josh will be, and we don't even know what Charles is doing. He hasn't. Everyone else has kind of taken a stance as far as what style their deck is.
He's just taking cards to grab an engine. He hasn't actually taken an engine to play with yet.
And I think that's a really interesting stance because he gets to see what everyone else is doing, and he gets to prioritize. I expect Charles's, I don't know, last 20 picks just to be completely uncontested.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Somebody in the chat had asked which Charles is playing. I will confirm this is Charles DuPont, not Charles Wong.
Correct.
And you can tell because there's only been 2 colors of cards taken so far, not first pick chromats.
Yeah.
Force of Will going after Jace the Mind Sculptor is probably due to the fact that Jace is an active do something to your opponent card. Like, if they don't answer it right then, I can see arguments for taking either one first is all I mean.
Yeah.
Force is an incredibly powerful card. There's never going to be an argument about that.
And in this format, Force is better than a lot of others because you do have those silver bullet decks like Tinker and whatnot. I think that Jesse just values Jace really high, probably a little bit higher than most. That said, I mean, Jace has always gone in the first 3 to 4 rounds anyways, so seeing him go before Force of Will, I think it's negotiable either way.
It might have just been a risk that panned out of he knew...
Yeah, it doesn't really matter in the end. He still had it. He still got them both, so who cares, right?
Yep. It still gets to activate Jace with Null Rod out, so...
So what's going to be interesting here is Peter hasn't taken Voltaic Key. I think if he doesn't take it this round, Jed's going to take it.
It has to be, because those are the 2 players at the table that want it the most,
Correct.
Right? I mean, because Jed might not be untapping things as broken as Peter does, but he definitely still wants another artifact that untaps his other artifacts to just make more and more mana.
Yeah, if they're still on the board, I bet you dollars that Jed's wheel will be Grim Monolith Voltaic Key.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
That said, I think Peter's way safer on the other side of the Painter Servant thing. No one's taking Grindstone.
Yeah,
Nobody's going to
take Grindstone until pick 40.
And there's always the risk that someone's going to hate draft you out, but I feel like, especially the first 20 picks or so, it's
in
so
these early
important.
Rounds, it's more important to get cards for your own deck than to take cards away from somebody else's.
Exactly. You're only hating on one person. You have 7 matches to play.
Absolutely.
Right? Obviously, you do want to draft some sideboard cards, but taking those so early and hating out other decks, especially if they're not going to fit into your deck, I just don't see that.
If everyone else at the table spends their picks building a deck, and you spend your picks trying to take away from 1 to 2 other people's decks, there's going to be 6. Best case scenario, there's going to be 5 other players of the 7 that still have good decks that are just going to smash you.
Absolutely.
And you'll beat the 2 people that don't have decks, but you're still not going to win.
So Jesse's deep in the tank here. He's taking Mind Twist. So Mind Twist is one very powerful card. I bet you Steven is very upset that is off the board.
Steven is going to be very unhappy about that.
So
I'm interested to see what Charles is going to take here. I wonder how many picks we're going to have to wait before we see Charles take a card that actually does something rather than a card that sets him up to do something.
So I've talked with Charles quite a bit about his plan. He is on the plan that he wanted to be on. He wanted to take a ton of value cards early, let everyone else kind of settle into what they're doing, and then see what's not happening and take it. And Chanel number 5, I'm pretty sure he's drafting Channel.
Yeah.
Channel's another one of those kind of 1-card combos, right? It doesn't quite matter what you have to. You obviously need pieces.
Yeah, you need something to cast, but other than that, it can be anything.
Exactly. So, with Channel, Time Walk, Mystical, Sapphire, I think Charles is going for the blue-green again a little bit.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it worked for him last time pretty well, so if it works well, why not run it back?
It's a very different blue-green, because he was tempo blue-green. He didn't have Channel. He didn't have Mystical. There we go. Peter Smart Man took Voltaic Key.
Night Heist still playing.
Just mono blue.
Well, and I'm wondering how the deck's going to work, because it's the most fair deck at the table so far.
It's really funny with that Dark Ritual off the board. Steven is just getting hated on really hard. Steven took a really hard stance that he was drafting Black Disruption. And then gets Mind Twist taken away, gets Dark Ritual taken away. That's what happens in these formats where, you know, all these valuable cards, other people are going to splash them.
Yep.
Other people are going to use them. And if you want to have a solid mono deck, you're going to be missing some pieces.
Well, and the last draft that he was on this plan on, he and Paul got into a fight over the black cards. So this time it's changed to be a different person, but it does, you know, the same problem still is going to crop up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of very powerful cards in black, and unlike, you know, by contrast, some of the cards in blue, you don't necessarily need to have all of the powerful black cards to make them worth just splashing for.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of cards in blue that at least require you to have, you know, much heavier mana commitment. Whereas things like Mind Twist, you know, you can play 1.5 black sources in your deck and have enough black sources for Mind Twist.
And Mind Twist is one of those cards that when you resolve it, if it's for more than 3 or 4,
you're just winning.
Yeah.
Like, your opponent
so
just doesn't get to play Magic anymore. Okay, so Jed
I was half right.
Yeah, so he didn't get Voltaic Key, but he gets the next best thing for untapping artifacts of Tesseret.
Yeah.
You know, Grim Monolith still, you know, fulfills the same plan that it does before. So now he just has the blue Garrick that untaps, you know, 8 to 9 mana on his turn instead of...
It's going to be interesting to see what he does with this deck, considering he doesn't have Tinker.
Yep.
He doesn't have... he doesn't have Voltaic Key, so like he has a lot of mana and a lot of things to do. It's interesting. I've talked to players who think that the Workshop deck is the best deck in the format,
and players who think it's just the worst.
Who think it's the worst.
The only thing that worries me about it is because he didn't have a chance to get any of the 0 mana artifacts, you know, Mana Crypts, Mox, and whatever, his Tolarian Academy starts are going to be much more slow and less explosive than they could be, because you know, you can't just go off on turn 1 and make some big play with Academy. You know, he can still do very powerful things with Mishra's Workshop on turn 1 or, you know, anything like that. But the fact that Academy has to wait until he already has a presence on the board and that presence takes mana to establish is going to slow him down.
Yeah. So a couple questions from chat. Does Jed have a bottle of bourbon? So just so you guys know, the buy-in for this format, everyone had to bring a bottle of liquor. Second place gets the first pick out of the bottle of liquors, and then first place gets 7 bottles of liquor.
Yeah.
And then, so he has a bottle of something in there. I'm sure Jed's
probably
drinking.
a 5th bottle of Bullet at this point.
If he gets salty, will he start taking drinks everywhere? I don't think he needs to get salty to start drinking. I'm pretty sure that's probably already
just
happened.
Be following DuPont's example.
Yeah.
We've got Steven taking Duress, Paul taking Inquisition of Kozilek as the kind of second best effect at this point since Thoughtseize is already gone. Peter gets Trinket Mage to go with the Voltaic Key and the Mana Crypt. Nate takes Cryptic Command.
Trinket Mage will also go really well with Grindstone.
Yeah.
Once he gets that. And
That's true.
we're assuming at this point no one's going to hate that out. I just don't think it's value. Nate is just deep in on the blue. I suspect that Mox will end up being just for value. Maybe he'll end up being blue-red, but he's pretty deep on the counter everything plan.
Yeah.
Which isn't the worst plan, but he's going to need to find a way to close out games.
Yeah, Thada Adele's just not going to be good enough. And I mean, you know, you can take your opponent's threats if she can get through. Having Island Walk is sweet, though. Max McCall also correctly pointing out to me in the chat that I completely forgot that Jed's first 2 picks are Soul Ring and Mana Vault, which seem to do really well for turn 2 Tolarian Academy shenanigans. Yeah. So yeah, I had just completely blanked on those. But at this point, you know, I'm curious to see what Jed's going to start picking as a finisher, because he can generate all of the mana in the world, and he needs to find something to actually win with, which shouldn't be difficult. But
I could see him playing cards like Mere Battlesphere or things along those lines. Yeah. I'm just not sure. Like the Show and Tell deck and the Tinker deck are going to want cards like Blightsteel.
Yeah,
someone's got to take that off the board real soon. Upheaval from Charles. He's just settling back into that blue-green tempo. I think.
And it seems like it worked out well for him last time.
It really did.
He's just running the plan back, and this time it's
also,
again,
Upheaval with Channel is just really powerful.
Very, very powerful.
Very powerful. I think Upheaval is probably something he could have waited a little bit to take, but he may have just wanted to draw a line in the sand and get it out off the board.
Yeah.
So it's interesting what Jesse's going to do here. I expect sometime in the next 2 or 3 rounds, we're going to see a run on lands. It happens in every vintage rotisserie draft.
Sure, because once you've got
someone takes Underground Sea, and then everyone goes, oh crap, let's start taking our lands.
I was wondering when that was going to get taken, since Vampiric Tutor was already gone.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Paul didn't take Imperial Seal or something along those lines, because obviously Steven has 2 different tutors already. Imperial Seal is one of those, oops, I forgot that existed tutors.
Yeah. I mean, it's the other one of the Portal 3 Kingdoms cards that, you know, a lot of us came from playing Constructed a whole lot, and those cards just are not available in that format.
Yeah. Looks like we're switching some things around here. Looks like Josh starting with Memory Lapse Miscalc. So I think I was right. I think he's on the control plan.
That seems reasonable. I mean, he's definitely got a lot of early game, make sure that the game goes long enough for him to get into it and kind of stop the early game plays, hopefully.
When is Nate Heist going to take Force Spike? Nate Heist loves him some Force Spike.
He really does.
Really true. I would not be surprised if he. Oh no, Entomb comes off the board.
Jesse, that's interesting.
Huh. I wonder how upset Paul is right now. Because I bet you
Buried
Paul
alive
was,
and Reanimator still left. Paul's probably fine.
It's really not. Like Entomb is one of the
It's
cards.
very, very good.
You can tutor for
It's
it.
a demonic tutor for a Reanimator deck, so it's going to be
yeah.
insanely powerful for him.
So Jesse has taken an interesting turn of events by taking Entomb.
He seemed to see the black cards that he wanted open, so he just dived right in after his first few picks.
Just slid right in. And with the Imperial Seal pick before that, he's clearly not just hate drafting. He's going to be playing Entomb.
Yeah, I mean, we originally thought that the Mind Twist was going to be a splash, and that turned out to, very clearly be pretty wrong. If he's actually going pretty heavily into black, or at least, he needs more than 2 swamps to make his deck work at this point.
And in general, the fixing is pretty easy to come by. There's every land ever in Magic, right? So if you don't get Underground Sea, you can get Watery Grave, or you can get the M10 Duel, or you can get. There's so many different options. They're not always optimal.
Sure.
All the different fetch lands, things like that. Chromox off Charles just confirms he's just looking for tempo and moxes.
Yep.
I still can't wait to see what he's doing. He gave me a hint, and I don't want to spoil it for the stream. But he's got some interesting strategies going on. Let's see what we got going on here. Nate, Arcane Denial. There's a card from back
Nate
in the
Heist
day.
is...
It's really risky in this format to let your opponent draw 2 cards.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm very curious to see how that'll work out. Enlightened Tutor, Remand is the card that I would have expected to go in Arcane Denial's plays.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Arcane Denial. I think it's a perfectly fine, reasonable card. I would have liked to have seen a Remand out of that slot. I would have actually liked to see a Force Spike out of that slot over
fair.
Arcane Denial. That said, you can Arcane Denial your own spell, right? And draw 3 cards?
Yep, that is true.
I don't know if that's the right call to do, but man, that's got to feel pretty powerful.
I mean, do you think you
it's
could
risky,
find a spell in
risky.
Vintage Rotisserie that you would be fine? I mean, are you fine 3 for 2ing yourself? I guess at that point it's a very awkward.
You've got to be reaching pretty deep.
Yeah.
Peter took Enlightened Tutor. That'll really solidify his. It's just
Especially
straight
his
up
combos.
Yeah, it's straight up Demonic Tutor in his deck right now. He can't get Tinker, but he can get any other piece. Remand. I think it's gonna be interesting to see where Paul's deck goes.
I think Paul's interested to see where Paul's deck goes at this point.
He obviously Steven is taking a lot of cards away from him that he probably wanted, those tutors and things like that. And Jesse taking Entomb may really. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Paul abandons that show and tell. I'm just not sure how good it's going to be for him at this rate.
That's probably fair.
Yeah, draw 3 cards Ancestral. I mean, he already has, or Jesse has an Ancestral. Yeah, I don't know about that Arcane Denial. The card's really powerful, and it's, for its cost, it's really good. But even in this format, like Spell Snare is really totally legit.
Fine. Force, I agree. I think I would have rather seen Remand or Force Spike. All right, Steven gets the Crucible, so he'll probably be looking to take, Wasteland after Jed takes his 2 picks, so he can get the full Crucible.
I expect his next couple picks to be, unless there's something degenerate on the board that we're probably not seeing, or that's part of his plan, I would expect like Wasteland and then 1 or 2 fetch lands.
Yep.
Because you want to be able to main deck Crucible, and you want to not just have Waste and Strip Mine. Obviously, Crucible Strip Mine is the stone lock, right? But I think having fetch lands is actually what makes Crucible even really more powerful.
Because it's so much more consistent at that point.
Especially when you're playing cards like Smokestack and Braids and things like that, which I completely expect Steven to be on at this point.
The other direction that this could take would be if he decides that his second color is going to be green this time around, he could start taking Loam to go with the Crucible and just really ramp up into that you don't actually get to play Magic ever again.
Other than that channel out of Charles, green really hasn't been drafted at all.
Yep, green's wide open. That was also another thing that I could see Paul going into, of if he wanted to stick with Show and Tell, you could take, Show and Tell, Natural Order, something
just
like
kind of play like a bug.
Yeah, just like or even just trying to play a green blue deck at the other end of the spectrum, where instead of taking the tempo card that Charles is taking, just try and go big and just put something out there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
He's got to find a plan at this point, because he's just kind of scrambling, and he's taking powerful cards, but they don't really do anything together.
Mana Drain is only a counterspell if you don't get to cast something afterwards, right?
Yep.
And right now he has nothing to do yet. That said, there's a lot of A lot of picks left. A Tanglewire out of Jed. I like that pick a lot. Ancient Tomb Tanglewire for the wheel.
Drafting the Cleveland deck is not bad.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he can do to close out games, like we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
But
There's a lot of cards that stop your opponent from being able to do things, but
Tanglewire is my favorite cube card in general. There's so many powerful things you can do with it. It's just very unfair. Yeah, no, there's no basic lands drafted, Jesse. They get to add as many as they want. It's 40 card decks. Anything left over goes to your sideboard. And then yeah, so no need to draft basic lands. We've talked about various different formats for this. There's a little bit of talk about the next one being a 60 card deck. I think that'll be really interesting because then you get to draft like really deep strategies that require a lot of different cards in your deck, like survival.
yeah, and survival was the example used to just talk about being the reason for 60 card decks, because you're able to add a survival package without having to gut the rest of the engine that you're currently drafting for a 40 card deck, because it just doesn't work as well there.
Yeah, Max is saying in chat that Tanglewire isn't that good. I mean, there's going to be decks that it's not good against. I completely agree. Against decks like Nate or Jesse's deck, I think that Tanglewire is going to be really solid. They don't have a lot of permanents to dump on the board early. They're going to be really soft to that. I think decks like Paul's or Peter's are going to take that Tanglewire and it won't be quite as bad for them to do. So we're
Steven's
so
really
just so you
tanking
guys
on this
know.
pick.
So yeah, he's tanking pretty deep. I just want to give everyone after round 10. Once the last pick in round 10 is going to be made, we're going to take like a 15-minute break from the draft, and we're going to grab one or two people to bring in and chat with in here, chat with the viewers and whatnot. So if there's anyone specific that has a really interesting deck strategy, we won't be able to get everybody, but if you have one that you want to do, please let us know in chat. Right now, I think the people that I would most want to talk to, let's see. I definitely would want to talk to Charles.
Charles and Peter seem like the two.
I kind of want to talk to Josh.
That's fair.
You know, his picks so far have been pretty
Direct.
Yeah, not really. He hasn't taken a lot of the power cards, right? He took Lotus, of course.
Sure.
Other than that, like, everyone else's decks feel way more degenerate. That said, I mean, Josh may still be in great shape. So Paul has drawn his line in the sand, said, I don't need Entomb. I'm taking Reanimate anyways.
Yep.
He must be prepared to fuel his graveyard without Entomb. And I wonder if that makes Jesse want to get off that plan or if they're just going to fight.
It'll be interesting if they fight. I feel like Paul's not going to win that if they do, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we had a fight happen last time.
Yeah, with between Paul and Steven, right?
Yep. Yeah, for the black cards
all
that
the
they were
black
both
cards.
trying to take.
So Time Twister taken by Nate. A draw 7's always solid. Spell Pierce by Peter. I think Spell Pierce actually went criminally late. I think Spell Pierce is way better than
It's so
Arcane
good in this
Denial. I
format.
think it's better than Remand in this format. I even think it's better than Mana Leak in this format. It counters everything. So I'm surprised it went that late. Charles took Rashad on Port. That's another one of Steven's cards I'm sure he would have liked.
Yep.
It just reinforces Charles is on the tempo plan. I'll let you in on a secret. I'll let the viewers in on a secret. I think Charles is going to be trying to draft Flash.
Yeah, I mean, he's got several
Flash Hulk.
things that just set up the board.
I independently talked with all of or most of the different drafters and just talked strategies, and Charles was very high on the Flash Hulk plan. And clearly no one else is going to fight over those cards. So it's really interesting because his plan is to take just all these powerful cards early, and then with the like 40th pick, he just gets to take all his business spells.
Sure, because who else is going to take
gonna
those?
No one's going to take them. Frantic search from Jesse, I think solidifies. We're gonna have 2 reanimation decks in this draft.
Someone in the chat pointed out that Paul could theoretically try and aim to get Bazaar Baghdad as his main discard out engine. If Jesse lets that go by, that's one that nobody else at the table is going to fight over because it doesn't do anything for any other deck.
Sure.
So Josh taking basically Ancestral Visions to try and get a recall-like effect, and Mental Misstep, which is interesting.
Mental Misstep, actually, did that even get drafted last draft?
I don't
I
believe
think people
it did.
forgot that it existed. There's a lot of 1-drops, but
There's a lot to be said for countering your opponent's turn 1 Soul Ring when you're on the draw.
Yeah, just pay 2 life and sorry,
Yeah,
bro.
no.
Ancestral Visions is a totally legit pick. I mean, I think it's interesting because I feel like Josh is drafting a cube deck, whereas everyone else is trying to do something way more degenerate. I'm not. It'll be really interesting to see what level of success Josh has out of this. But yeah, Frantic Search. There's the Gristlebrand.
There's the Gristlebrand for Jesse, so that's the best reanimator target. Well, yeah, best reanimator target taken out.
Yep. So, I mean, yeah, Gristlebrand's probably the best one. You can definitely. It's interesting because Paul with Show and Tell gets a couple other options. He gets to take cards like Progenitus or Emrakul. Blightsteel Colossus is also an option, although I expect Peter with Tinker to take that.
Sure.
But yeah, Paul and Jesse, it's interesting. They're basically just trying to draft the same deck, blue-black Reanimator.
Yeah.
Balance out of Charles. So he's it looks like he's going to go Bant. Balance is a fantastic card in this format, especially when you can do things like dump your whole hand with Moxes, take another turn, play some more lands. Now just get your opponent by balancing.
Going to get all of these things.
Yeah.
I leave myself with 2 cards in hand. Channel Emrakul you.
Yeah, Jesse mentioned in chat here. Jesse Hampton says if he takes Flash, someone else can D the Hulk. I mean, I guess that's the case. I don't know if that'll actually happen.
Nate taking Wheel of Fortune is interesting. I mean, that and Time Twister, they don't really fit with the rest of his cards so far.
It's interesting. I mean, having a draw 7 in a deck full of counterspells is never a terrible thing. Wheel of Fortune is an interesting one. It's clearly a super powerful card.
Sure. Paul's drawn his line in the sand.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, I think needs to either. I think Paul needs to get a backup plan at this rate.
He probably does. And Jesse is not slowing down on his play.
No, they're having some fun with the chat.
Peter with his particular draw 3 spell for that deck.
Yeah. No, they're having a lot of fun. I expect Paul to need to audible out. He can still play Show and Tell, and he can actually still play Reanimate. It's a totally reasonable card to keep playing, but I just don't know if he's going to be able to stay in that deck. Fortunately, Mana Drain, Inquisition, Remand, Dark Ritual, it's a lot of pieces for even a blue-black control deck, or there's a lot of different options that he can do from here.
Max McCall's trying to kill himself in the chat here because he's decided that every time we think something is interesting, that he's going to take a drink.
Okay, that's fair.
We're in for a very, very long draft for some of our viewers if they decide to play that particular game, I think.
Instead of saying, oh, sorry, I can't quite see what he's saying here. What we really think.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is I mean, I think that the Wheel of Fortune pick is awful. How about that? Does that make you feel better, Max? I think that it's very possible that Nate will do something fun out of it. We were wondering if he was going to use Mox Ruby for anything red, or if he was just going to just use that as a basic, right?
Yep, and now I guess it looks like he's going to, or at least he's branching out in that direction.
Yeah.
Paul taking Liliana of the Veil, he's really just looking for more ways to get his own things into the yard and try and take over the game. There's the smokestack from Steven, so he's got his plan is at least going enough that he's willing to go in on it instead of trying to just take black value cards in Crucible for strip mine.
Yep. With Bitter Blossom, expect Steven to take a couple pieces of equipment.
Yep.
Nothing holds equipment better than Fairy Rogues that fly.
Yeah. If Josh doesn't end up, I mean, he's got the second most creatures picked, or the second creature heaviest deck so far, aside from Josh, basically.
Yeah. Josh will obviously probably take a sword or two.
Yeah.
I expect Steven to value Skull Clamper really highly. He gets to play cards if he wants. He gets to play cards like Blood Gas.
You say value Skull Clamp really highly. Last draft, it went in the 40s. In fact, I think it was his actual last pick.
I actually think people forgot Skull Clamp existed. No, it's funny. It went really late, and Steven said that it just wasn't that good for him most of the draft. Wasteland from Jed, taken away from Steven. It still fits his plan.
Yep. It stops Steven from having both Strip Mine and Wasteland for Crucible, and lets Jed have Wasteland, which is fine for him.
Winter Orb.
That's interesting. And Steven with the Snap him to Turok. That was a very quick pick from him, so he already knows where he's going. There's the Bazaar for Paul, so we at least figured that out, that's his plan now, is he doesn't quite have the strength of Entomb, so he's just going to draw him and pitch him.
Do you think one of Jesse or Paul will blink? I don't think at this rate Paul is going to blink and back out.
I don't think Jesse's going to blink either.
No.
He's got Ancestral Recall and Entomb. He has no reason to blink.
Yeah.
This is a game of chicken that's just going to end very, very badly for someone in pick 35.
Yeah. Well, and it'll be interesting to see. Interesting. Sorry, Max. Drink again. It'll be pretty good to see if how they end up doing, since they're completely just hating out each other.
Nate with Kiki Jiki.
Kiki Jiki. So I think this again is what we were talking about. The I don't think he had to take Kiki Jiki that early if
I
he
don't think
wants
he
to
did
be on
either.
that Splinter Twin Kiki Jiki plan. I don't think anyone else here would have been on that, right? So it's interesting to see yourself tip your hand early and take a pick that no one else is going to pick. I mean, I have no problem with the card being in his deck. I just don't like that being picked in the 10th round.
I feel like he could have waited on that.
Hey, Chris, can you make sure that they stop after Josh's 10th pick here? I asked Josh to do it.
I actually just went in there and reminded them, so they all know about it.
Thanks so much. I just want to give a quick shout out to Chris. Chris, what's your last name again? Sorry.
Cowan.
Chris Cowan has put together an incredible setup with all the AV equipment and has really let us do all of this. And I just want to give a shout out to Chris for it. Thank you so much for having this all together. I think we've taken some pictures. We'll post them on Facebook. It's a really elaborate setup, and I'm just really impressed with the quality. So thanks again, Chris, man.
No problem.
Yeah, the chat's pretty well agreeing with us that Jesse has no reason to blink because he's got Entomb, he's got Gristlebrand, and he's got Recall. So he's definitely got the most powerful cards that he could possibly have. Paul has to somehow get to the point where he can take the second best reanimation target and still make a deck out of it.
Yeah,
with
I mean,
Jesse already having the upper hand.
Yeah, Paul's at the point where he's okay drawing his targets and then discarding them, whereas Jesse's just going to want to bin them with Entomb or Frantic Search. I think Jesse's probably a little bit better off right now. I think that Mana Drain for Paul is just a glorified counterspell, right?
Pretty much. At this point, he doesn't have anything that uses a whole bunch of colorless mana, so he's got nothing to use it on.
Yeah, Paul needs a threat fast. I agree. We just don't even know what he's going to reanimate at this point. He's going to run out of things. I mean, he'll be able to get some cards, but the best one is off the board with Gristlebrand. So let's see if Charles decides this is the line in the sand. Let's show people what we're going to do with our draft.
If he takes a black card, it will start to look more like a Charles Wong deck. I wonder if the Kiki Jiki pick is actually interesting, not cover-up interesting, because, nobody else is going to be drafting those cards. I mean, nobody else is going to be taking, Pestermite, Resto Angel, Exarch, or anything like that.
I think he's just going to go with Pestermite, Deceiver, Exarch. I don't think he's going to take Resto Angel.
Yeah, I can't see him branching out the white. He seems pretty solidly into blue and red at this point.
It's also pretty good because he has a lot of draw sevens, so he will see his combo.
Yeah.
And this format in general doesn't have good ways to deal with creatures. People don't prioritize removal spells. So he just has to fight through counter spells for the most part. If he can resolve his combo, he's going to win.
Yep.
No one's going to have a Dismember or things like that in this format. Yeah, he probably doesn't necessarily have to worry about show and tell targets, but I mean, I still think that it's going to be tough for him to put together a consistent competitive deck from what he's drafted so far. It's so many pieces, and it's a little bit lost. But
I mean, that was his plan. Talking to us before this thing started was just take the most powerful cards that are left. So if he's trying to do that, you're gonna end up branched out in a bunch of different directions, and it's not necessarily gonna come together into one plan.
Yeah. So far, no one is on the Noble Hierarch plan. I mean, Charles is the closest to it, and I don't even know if he's going to go that way.
Sure, just because he's taken he's taken a green card at this point, so he's the most green heavy drafter we've got.
But if you look at some of these other decks, like Steven's deck is very much focused. He has a plan. He is sticking to that plan, even though some of those cards are getting taken away from him. Jed has a plan. He is sticking to that plan.
And there's Charles taking Emrakul.
Yeah, that's got to be Emrakul, right?
Yeah.
Wow, what is he? Obviously, he has Channel. But he just took that away from Paul.
Yep.
Right? Oh, he also kind of took it away from Jed. Jed just might be able to cast that card.
Jed probably could. I mean,
yeah.
Jed's plan at this point is, something else large. And, I mean, there's plenty of targets left for that. There's Blightsteel. There's, you could even dip into the other two Eldrazi and, take, Ulamog or Kozilek for just play something huge and hope it's good enough.
Yeah. I just think that Jesse's deck is a far better version of Paul's deck.
Absolutely.
Right now.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, Max said that as well in chat.
Yeah.
So I think at this rate, let's grab. Who do you want to grab?
I would like to grab, I guess, Jesse. If I had to pick 3, I'd say Josh, Jesse, and Charles. I think.
Josh, I think we're going to only do 1 or 2.
Okay.
So those first 3 slots. I don't think anyone else in chat really.
Nobody else in chat. The people in
No.
chat seem pretty much interested in those 3.
So let's start by grabbing. Well, let's do Charles. He's the reigning champion.
Sure, that'll work.
We can bring him in here. So we'll have a brief disruption while we kind of shuffle around a little bit. So bear with us. But we'll get Charles in here. We're not going to interrupt the draft for very long, 5 or 10 minutes at most. And just kind of peek into Charles's head. Maybe we'll grab Josh if that goes quick.
Sure.
And see what he's thinking. We just have to have Josh take his last pick here, and then we'll grab someone.
At this point, a Charles DuPont interview should be interesting as well because he's halfway through the jar of caster beverage.
Yeah, we want to talk to Charles about Charles's deck. So,
give us just a minute to get set
Charles
up.
needs to get a drink first before he comes on camera. How do we want to do this? We need to move a seat in here.
I can just get up if you want to take this.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Come on over, Charles. We
Yeah, sure.
we've been talking a lot about your deck, and it's interesting with what your plan is and what you and I have discussed coming into this. Come on, sit down.
Is there left on the left?
It doesn't really matter.
You're wearing it like this.
Am I wearing it the wrong way?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Hi.
Hey, so this is Charles DuPont. Charles
Do I wave
is.
to the camera?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Hi. I can't see my wave.
Charles has he's the reigning champion. You won the last draft with that blue-green tempo deck, right? It looked early like you might be trying to do that again with your first 3 picks, but you and I have talked. You really wanted to get all these value cards out of the way first and kind of draft your strategy later, right?
Yeah, so it's up until about the channel, and yeah, I think channel is kind of what really sent me in a different direction. If you know, it's like up until the 4th pick, I'm open to pretty much every deck that there is. I could be Reanimator at that point. Nobody's moved in on it. I could just be like a blue control deck, like Mox, Walk, Mystical does not put you anywhere specific. That doesn't force you anything. The only thing that was kind of happening is people were snapping up the counters really early.
Yeah.
Drain counterspell were gone by that point. And there was no way I was going to take like Force over Mystical, even though that I think that Force is actually the next best counter. So I had to kind of settle into something. And at first, what I kind of wanted to do was like very similar to what I did last time, like a blue-green tempo, but including the flash combo because I had the Mystical. I have the Mystical. I have enough Moxes. Like I was actually looking really solid for flash combo. Then Kiki got taken, just kind of out of the blue.
Yeah.
So that means that I have to go for something else. And right now, I already have the channel, so I can do the channel Emrakul or channel Banefire, something like that. And in addition, because I now have the Emrakul and nobody's moved in on Oath of Druids, I can go the Oath route, which does mean I have to forgo stuff like Eternal Witness and maybe even Hierarch. But with 3 Moxes, I don't really need the green mana with 3 Moxes. And as far as like Witness, like there's regrowth. There's
Chat wants to know, what will you do with all of your 7 bottles of booze?
I think we're splitting it differently right now.
Are we doing it different now?
I think it's like 4-2-1-1 or something.
Oh
like that.
God, that sounds terrible.
Yeah. So
I want all 7, right? Victor the spoils.
well, yeah.
So
We're gonna pregame some concerts. That's why we're gonna go to some shows at Foundation. We're gonna pregame with a bunch of alcohol.
One question for the cards you've drafted so far. I completely understand all of your picks. It's a little bit of disruption. What's your thought behind that Upheaval pick? Obviously Upheaval and Channel are insane together, right?
They are. It wasn't so much for that combo. I really like Upheaval because so in my situation, normally that would have been a counterspell. Honestly, I wish that would have been like even maybe Memory Lapse, and then I would have gone like counter. I'm just not that route. So people in this draft are really prioritizing counters, and they're deprioritizing single powerful punches. And so like I have channel, upheaval. I ended up getting balance, and hopefully I can force one of those through. And upheaval is just on that same power level.
Yeah.
To where you cast it, you have several moxes, you should be able to win the game from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously an insanely powerful card. It was just, you know, something that you and I had talked about, we talked about on stream, was that you were waiting to take a plan, per se, and let other people kind of settle in, and then you were going to see what was open. The Upheaval pick is just one of those solid cards that you're just going to cast it no matter what. It's going to be in your deck. But it felt like your deck, it was a little bit worse in your deck because at the time you didn't have Chrome Mox, to be fair. You only had the 2 Moxes. All the other acceleration had gone off the board. So it's kind of like, well, is this going to be a 6-drop like Upheaval?
Maybe. I mean, it may also have been a little too early because at this point I'm looking at so many people taking blue cards. I mean, we've got, is it other than Steven and Jed, everyone has blue cards.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure they're planning on casting them. And when we've got rounds that go like Counterspell, Mystical, Force, Snapcaster, like, you need to be thinking about your blue cards quite a bit. And it's very possible I should have just gone like Chrome, Port, Balance, or even in a slightly different order, Emrakul, you know, Oath, maybe Sensei's Defining Top, something like that. And just showing up those and not really caring that much about the upheaval. But I may have over-prioritized it based on what I thought people were going to snap up and fight over.
One last question. In every rotisserie draft, someone forgets about a card, right?
Yeah.
In the first one that we did, Paul Waite had forgotten about Dark Ritual in his Reanimator deck, and it went to someone else in like the 40th round or something, right? In the last one, Skull Clamp went crazy late, even though Bloodghast and Bitter Blossom had been drafted, you know. What's the card that people have forgotten about that you know and you're not saying right now? Like, what's the most? What do you think the best card that's left right now that people might not remember to draft?
So I spend quite a bit of time just looking at kind of like the vintage list. What do you call it? The one you can only have one of. The cards you can only have one of.
Oh, the restricted. The restricted list.
Yeah. And one of the cards that always sticks out to me, and I cannot for the life of me figure out why it doesn't go in the top round, is Fast Bond. I like, you know, while everyone's prioritizing Moxes and Lotus and things like that, like land that produces green Fast Bond, land, you are just so far ahead. The life is totally irrelevant. Like, forget the combos that you can do. Like in Steven's deck, could he splash for a Fast Bond and get his Crucible thing going? Yeah, probably. With Demonic Vamp and all that, he could absolutely do that. And then you just get the free wins of going land, Fast Bond, land, any card in Magic, right? It really is that Dark Ritual.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those cards that people think you have to build a deck around, but you probably don't. You just need a deck that can play it.
You just use it as like Summer's Bloom, except way better in all situations. Yeah.
So what's your next pick?
My next pick, it's probably so I've got Emrakul. It's probably gonna. I'm thinking maybe Crop Rotation, but I might not even need it. It might be like Worldly Tutor. There's. I think I'm going to have to really hone down and think about kind of my Emrakul combo and see where that's going.
Okay.
I may leave it alone like it is and just go channel Emrakul and have 2 or 3 other things that are channel cards, or I may try to go the Forbidden Orchard Oath route.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, thanks for coming in. We're gonna let the draft get started back up, so we just want to take a quick break. So thanks, Charles.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So if you can let them know, we can just keep drafting. Send Teddy back in. Yeah, we can just restart now. That's fine. I don't want to hold up the draft too long with chat. Don't forget your liquor. That's really important. Yeah, you didn't forget your liquor. So
I wasn't gonna forget the liquor.
Yeah, no, you're never gonna forget the liquor. So we didn't really talk about it. Josh took that Forbid as the first pick of his wheel. Forbid's probably one of the better counter spells left. I don't expect him to buy it back very often, but it's like cancel with upside, and we'll see what happens from here. So get started back here in a second.
And we're back. All right, Mox Diamond for Josh to start things back off again. That should be interesting.
Yep. Mox Diamond is an interesting one for Josh. He can't really take advantage of it like some of the other decks can, like the Crucible deck or Sierra Leone. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Sure.
But so one of the things you might not have heard when I was talking with Charles, I think he's going to be on the Oath plan.
Oh, okay. That
which makes this way more.
I was to say that makes
reasonable.
this way more interesting.
Yeah. Animate Dead, the hate continues between Jesse and Paul.
Yep. I was talking with the players a little bit in the room, and they were pretty much of the same mind we were. Well, everyone except for Paul was, anyways. Of they're drafting the same. At this point, they're drafting for the same deck, and Jesse just has the better cards for it.
He really does.
Paul does not seem like he's given up yet, though. So he apparently still has a plan.
What is going on with Jed's deck? Jed is going to do a lot of colorless things. I'm not sure how he's going to ever cast Tezzeret the Seeker.
He's got Tolarian Academy. It generates blue.
Kind of. Regrowth out of Charles, so he's just going for just as much value. With no one drafting green, I don't think you need to take Regrowth so early, but all things considered, I think it's a totally reasonable pick.
Yeah. It was the saddest set of proxies over there. If Corbett was fixing up the last of the proxies, and the green pile was just shunted off over in the corners. Like, nobody's going to take these.
No. I think Charles will be the only one, although he did speculate that, Steven's in a good spot to splash green for things like Fast Spawn and Loam.
I mean, he basically doesn't have a second color yet, so he can take whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Green is definitely the most open. It gives him options, Fast Spawn, Loam, Oracle, if he wants to go a more land-heavy plan, something like that.
Paul is going full Mongo. Yeah, he is.
I actually just saw that movie for the first time a couple of weeks ago. It was not bad.
It's pretty good. So, I still don't know about that Kiki Jiki pick, man.
Yeah, neither do I. Nobody else really was talking about Nate's deck in the other room either, so I'm not sure.
Nate's one of those players that I could expect to go 0-7 or just completely surprise us and just 7-0 and just crush it, right?
Yeah, it just turns out when you take cards, you just win when you know how to play them, I guess.
Gifts Ungiven is a hell of a pick from him. It lets him set up that Splinter Twin combo because he can just gift for all sorts of different pieces for it.
Gifts for whatever parts you're missing. Make sure you hopefully get something. I mean, theoretically, if something huge goes to the yard, you have the option eventually of twistering it back into your library. He could also take Time Spiral or something like that as just another twister effect. I feel like he's not going to because he can't take advantage of it at all. But I haven't been able to predict his picks so far in this draft, so I'm not going to start trying now.
Yeah, I mean...
Peter takes Goblin Welder, which is really direct. Paul's taking Exhume, so he's still on his plan. Steven takes Phyrexian Revoker, still making sure his opponents don't get to have any fun. Jed takes Chalice of the Void and Lodestone Golem to further push his, just the mono brown, be able to make his plan be the one that happens.
Yeah, Lodestone Golem, I think, is actually, in general, pretty good in this format. But it's funny, the last couple drafts, the Workshop deck has not done well at all. And I've seen them start on that turn 1, turn 2 Lodestone Golem.
Sure.
And it's just not good enough some games.
Talking with a couple of the other players, their opinion on it was that Jed's deck is the one that a lot of times they see drafted and doesn't do well. Yeah. However, the addition of Winter Orb was what they found interesting because they thought it was actually the actually interesting choice that gives the deck a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to untap just your one land is Tolarian Academy.
Yeah, exactly.
Or even Ancient Tomb or Workshop.
Yeah, exactly.
You still get to stay way ahead of your opponents.
And when so much of your mana is, caught up in these artifact sources, Winter Orb doesn't matter to you at all.
Yeah, I still do think that there's some decks that just don't care at all about Winter Orb. I don't think Steven's deck cares about Winter Orb. I don't think Paul's deck will care about it. I don't think Peter's deck will care about it. It's certainly good against like Josh, Jesse, Nate.
Sure.
I don't think Charles will care about it that much.
Charles is just going to untap 2 green sources and cast Channel. So.
Yeah.
Chris Cowan had asked if we thought Jed was going to take City of Traders next, or if we thought it was good enough. I think at the moment he might take it, but it's going to be further down the line because the things he needs to pick up are way more important than City of Traders right now. I mean, he's got mana.
Yeah, he does have a lot of mana. City of Traders is good, but not great. I do think that it's certainly something he would like to have in his deck. I don't know how high he'll prioritize it. Other decks could very easily take it, like Steven's deck could take it.
Stony Silence.
Stony Silence.
That's a very interesting.
I take that back.
Can't take Null Rod.
For what it's worth, I definitely just said Steven's deck could use City of Traders.
That's
it's not good enough. No.
Not at all.
I take it as soon as I said that. I mean, it's great with Crucible. Other than that, it's not playable in his deck. Although a turn 3 smokestack is pretty nice.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Paul gets Careful Study. Peter finally picks up Grindstone to go with the Painter's Servant, and you're finally late enough that somebody else might take it just to stop that combo.
To hate it out.
Nate gets Intuition, so now he's got Intuition and Gifts, so he could theoretically go for a combo package if there's one left that he wants to go for.
I think he's just going to go all in on the various types of Splinter Twin Kiki Jiki.
That's probably accurate.
Sort of plan. I think it's actually better in this format than a lot of others, like I said earlier, because there is no removal, right?
Yeah.
Your Kiki Jiki, if you stick it, it's probably stuck. It's.
What are they going to do? Play Magma Jet? No one else at the table is even really casting red spells at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Like, Nate's the only one that would do it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Cast Lightning Bolt or something. So, one thing we don't see at all here, there is no aggro deck right now.
Nope.
No one is trying to race. Everyone's just trying to do fun, cool things.
Yep.
No one's playing Goblin Guide, right? No one's playing... There's no Savannah Lions in this draft, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, that's because Lee Sharp didn't show up.
That's fair.
He is in the chat, though. So Charles gets Ponder, just fits more into his package of cards that he's got right now. I mean, he's got that, the Mystical Tutor, to go find things and help stack his deck for whatever he wants it to be.
Preordain will probably come off the board here real soon.
Yeah,
It might be just Jesse or Josh just taking it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Preordain went. Yeah, I was gonna say if Preordain went to either one of those two, I would not be surprised. Just them taking more blue card advantage to go for what they've got, because at the moment, Josh basically only has a little bit of a plan with Stoneforge and Batterskull, and then he's just basically taken counter magic. I mean, Mox Diamond was the first non-counter magic, or blue control element that he'd taken in 5-6 picks.
I was really surprised, since he had never done one of these before. Josh put a lot of effort and prep into this.
Sure.
We were talking, and I said, you have the first pick. That's a really nice slot to be in, so you can kind of you can kind of figure out what your plan will be. And he had put together like 3 or 4 different decks. And it wasn't necessarily the decks, but he was like, okay, so I want 4 counter spells in this deck. I want 2 combo,
Sure.
And he really just kind of mapped out what he wanted to be doing. And he is following it to a T. He had on one of those lists, he had a blue-white control deck with Lotus. I expect to see cards taken. I expect to see him take cards like Elspeth.
Sure.
Things that just really go well with an early Lotus. It's a shame he didn't get Jace the Mind Sculptor. He probably would have just taken that with his second round pick.
Yeah. Turn 1 Jace is not a bad start.
I mean, to be fair, in this format, turn 1 Elspeth is totally reasonable also.
Sure.
He could even, go something crazy like play an Armageddon or something. But I don't even know at this rate how much white he's going to splash for. I think he's going to actually take up a couple spot removal spells, like Swords, Path, that sort of, yeah. But I really think that he's going to win through like Batterskull, or he might even take like an Aetherling or something like that, because I think he thinks if the game goes long, it's going to favor him. And I don't know how that's going to play out for him, because some of these other decks I feel like have way more powerful cards across the board.
Yeah, the game goes to turn 9. I'm just drawing and casting some absurd spell. I mean, staying on the blue plan, taking Dismiss. Bribery is a very good pick.
Now, most of these decks are going to have a Bribery target. It's insane against Jesse. He can get Gristlebrand. He can get Emrakul from Charles. He can kind of disrupt the package against Nate, although it's probably not nearly as good against Nate. I expect there to be a good one against Peter, even if he just takes out a Welder. Actually, taking out Welder against Peter might be pretty insane, disrupting all of his combos on the fly like that.
Letting him bring back Lotus if he picks up more artifacts later in the draft doesn't seem bad either. I mean, Paul's obviously going to have some kind of large target in his deck to go with all the things that he's trying to do. Steven's probably the one person at the table who doesn't care about Bribery, because all his creatures so far, are tiny little things that just eventually poke them to death.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do? Bribery for a Braids?
I still think Bribery is probably one of the better picks he could have made there.
It's insanely good.
Yeah, I don't know about Dismiss. I feel like he has a lot of counter spells, and
Dismiss.
A 4-mana counterspell is optimistic.
Yeah, 4-mana counterspell that's not Cryptic Command is kind of optimistic. Cryptic Command makes up for it by at least having a lot of variety of things you can do.
I mean, it's flexible, right? That's the whole point. But yeah, Bribery is a very solid pick.
Start calling things ambitious instead of interesting.
Yeah, Lee, we definitely had someone, I think it was Charles, tried to draft a red aggro, and then he ended up in this like red, black, white aggro, and he came in second in that rotisserie draft that he did that in. And people are not prepared for aggro. Like a turn 1 Goblin Guide, especially if you have any amount of disruption with it, is really hard
It's
for some of
very
these
good
decks
against
to
a
beat,
lot of
right?
decks. Especially when there are a lot of people that, if you're one of the decks that has 2 Moxes or, Moxes and Mana Crypts or something like that, I've seen a lot of people in drafts like this cut down to 16 lands, and then Goblin Guy's just like, I'm just going to kill you.
So Langlear said that there's no Storm cards taken. I don't expect there to be a Storm deck. One of the things that we learned pretty quick by people trying to force Storm, you can get all of the cards you want for Storm, and they're just not good enough in this format.
Yep.
It might be better in a 60-card deck.
Probably would be.
I'm not
But
sure.
when a 40-card deck is capable of just making a Gristlebrand on turn 2, like, yeah, your Mind's Desires are going to be really cute, but they're not going to kill him.
Well, and it's not even so much that. It's just that you need a few turns to kind of sculpt a hand.
Sure.
And there's so much disruption and whatnot and counter spells. I just don't think this is the format to be trying to draft Storm.
Jesse takes compulsive research. So, again, I mean, he's taking the cards that are left. He's definitely got the better version of the same deck he and Paul are trying to draft.
I mean, we've said it over and over already.
Charles gets Windfall, so that was
Windfall.
the one kind of draw 7 effect, hose both players out, because he's definitely planning on having fewer cards in hand than his opponent with a lot of these, I think. Nate getting Vendilion Click, so that's another really good pickup for his deck.
I actually think that Vendilion Click is probably way later than it should be. I like Vendilion Click in probably the 8th to 10th rounds.
That's pretty fair.
I think it's one of the better disruption spells a blue deck can play.
Yeah, it should have been there instead of Arcane Denial.
Yeah, that Arcane Denial.
Peter gets Negate,
we're just gonna
which
give
is
him a hard
real
time.
good
I like
here.
Negate more than I like Arcane Denial, right?
I like Remove Soul more than I like Arcane
Yeah.
Denial.
There's
Paul
a
picks
nice
up
one.
Pack Rat. Alrighty, good in every format.
Standard Superstar Pack Rat. I mean, it's one of those cards, like, you resolve it, sometimes you just win the game, but it also helps him on the reanimate plane. He gets to pitch cards out to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's funny because that card started seeing more play in cube formats.
Yeah.
And
As everyone just kind of realized, oh, we're still playing limited formats, and especially with something as removal light at this, like, there's no Mizium Mortars that's going to get cast in a vintage
No.
rotisserie draft.
No.
I mean, you look at standard right now, there's no Bile Blights that are going to get cast
No.
here to try and kill off Pack Rats or anything like
No,
that.
I mean, to be fair, there's not even a damn lightning bolt to kill the thing right now.
The closest thing that might happen is Josh might take Detention Sphere, and that's really, really out there, but he's the only one who I could see drafting that at this point.
Yeah, you could take a Detention Sphere or Oblivion Ring or something along
something
those
like
lines.
that.
But in general, I think that, like, that Pack Rat pick is pretty good.
It's pretty good, because there's just going to be games where he just casts it on turn 2, and they never get to come back against
Although we come back to what we were saying earlier. I bet Jesse might not have thought to take Pack Rat.
Yeah.
It's one of those cards that you don't necessarily think of. I bet Paul could have taken it 5 rounds from now and it would have been fine. But that said, Paul's deck is in such bad shape at this point.
It's a real good pickup.
He's just got to
to
pick up something that's solid. Although he still has no targets to reanimate unless he wants to reanimate that Pack Rat.
Yeah, and that's let's hope nothing gets desperate enough for that, because at that point we just need to cut the feed and switch to another game at that point.
Yeah,
I
we'll
think.
go watch a league stream
Yeah.
or something.
We're now going to commentate over the LCS games for the next hour instead of following this match.
Amateur.
Yeah.
So Stony Silence out of Steven last round. He drafted Black-White Disruption stack style. He's just 100% on that plan again. He came in second last time. I think he's just rebuying, and I mean, it's a really solid plan in general. The couple matches he lost last time around were close.
Yeah.
I think it's a competitive deck, and he's not really getting hated out at all.
And there's Mesmeric Fiend, so it's another just take a card, just disruption.
Yeah.
It was either going to be that or Tide Hollow Sculler, and he's probably going to try and pick that up,
He
later
will.
on down the draft.
I mean, I think a good pick for him might have been Braids there. Although, again, Braids is probably not going to get picked by anyone else.
I was going to say, nobody else is really going to pick Braids at this
Yeah.
point, I think. So he's fairly safe being able to sit on that. Mesmeric Fiend requires less of your deck to be set up for it. So I find that pretty
There's also
reasonable.
still on the board worth mentioning Grim Tutor is still available.
Grim Tutor, and actually, as Langler just pointed out in the chat, Deathrite Shaman is still available, which could
Huh,
definitely
interesting.
really screw with the 2 Reanimator decks at the table.
Yeah, Deathray Shaman is actually quite good against Reanimator, although
It requires green to be good against
it
Reanimator.
requires green. And I think I don't think any deck in this, unless Steven
could go
goes
for
green.
it, yeah. Or, I mean, if Charles wanted to take it as a green card, that might do something later. But I don't see him doing that because he's just been going big the whole time.
Pithing Needle out of Jed, I think is just another part of his string of misplays.
Yeah, it's another ambitious call. There's nothing really. There's
It's
a
not
couple.
even
There's a couple of
ambitious.
cards to Pithing Needle, but none of them matter.
Does he know that it can't do mana sources. Maybe he doesn't know that. Maybe he has like a Japanese pithing needle and has no idea.
Might still be an English pithing needle for all we know. I mean, it can get against Jesse. It can get Jason Gristlebrand, but that's not going to matter because he's just going to kill you. Against Charles, it doesn't do anything. Against Nate, it stops Kiki Jiki, I guess. Against Peter, stops Time Vault.
It's definitely better against Nate and Peter than probably anyone else.
But that doesn't mean it's
pretty.
good.
Yeah, it's pretty blank
Trinisphere's all
against
right, though.
Trinisphere, I can.
That was
get
another.
behind.
That's another card that he really wants for that deck. So he was able to pick that up, and that's got to be kind of nice for him at least.
About now is when I would, in the next
Yeah.
couple rounds, is when I would like to see him take.
A threat.
Metal Worker. I'd like to see him take
Yeah,
Metal
that's
Worker
fair.
now. Just because, like, now he's locked in. He can tell that no one else is really on the mono artifact plan.
Peter's the closest, and he's just got his combos to go with Tinker and Transmute Artifact,
And
so he's not
he's-
playing mono brown. He's not
No.
gonna be saturated enough for Metal Worker. But that was
Exactly.
the only other deck at the table that could have.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not. The Trinisphere pick, I'm totally behind. Pithing Needle, I think, is a complete waste.
Yeah.
He could
At
have
least
gotten
for
that in the
pick third-
50th round, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not against him having it in his 45 or whatever
Sure.
whatever it is.
But you could have taken that 30th, and it would have been a lot better than 13th.
Yep. One of the lessons you learn real quick by doing these is just where you value cards against what other people value. And, you just don't have to waste those early picks on cards like Stoneforge Mystic.
Yep.
Or Pithing Needle, or even, Arcane Denial.
Yeah.
I still can't get over that Arcane Denial pick.
I don't think anybody's going to get over that Arcane Denial. For
It's
a long,
like
long
it's
time.
like Nate stepped out from 1994,
Yeah.
and was like, "Oh, what's the best 2-mana counter?"
Have there been
well,
sets
here it
since
is.
Alliances?
Yeah, here it is. I actually like Rune Snag more than I like Arcane Denial, right?
Rune Snag in Vintage Rotisserie still might have been better because then it's just miscalculation.
Yep. So we still have on the board. We still have Force Spike.
Force Spike Mana Tithe is still out there too for Josh to take, for example.
Yep.
Just nobody seems to be taking it. All right, and we've got the first land. Well, first land, not strip mine
Yeah.
land.
Pluto Delta. Like I said, Steven's going to probably prioritize a couple of different fetch lands.
Yeah.
Especially if he's going to be splashing into another
Paul
color.
White taking Life Death as another reanimation spell.
Is that the next best reanimate spell?
Well, let's see.
I
Animate
mean, Death
Dead,
is good.
Animate Dead, Necromancy, Reanimate are all gone, and Exhume is gone. So Life Death, I think, might actually be the next best one.
Life Death might be the best one.
Yeah.
What other ones can we get? We can get Makeshift Mannequin.
Makeshift Mannequin is there.
Unburial Rites.
Yeah, Unburial Rites is still available. You can try and pick up like some of the one-turn ones like Corpse Dance or something like that
Yeah.
if you just need something to punch through a turn.
So there's Splinter Twin off of Nate, continuing what we expected him to be doing.
Watch Jesse just take Pestermite and Deceiver Exarch as his next two picks.
I don't think that'll happen.
I don't think he will, but
I don't
oh
think
man,
people are
that'd
gonna be
that'd be a
terribly
sweet
scared.
blue draft.
Yeah. There in this format, like, granted Nate has a good chunk of them, but Charles, when we were talking earlier, people in this draft have valued counter spells higher than in past drafts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to be on a slow combo plan.
I don't
When
think I
there's
want
this
to
many
be.
counter spells in every different deck.
Yeah, unless
right?
I'm I guess the one benefit is he's a combo plan that he has counterspell and Mana Leak. I mean, that could be another argument for, I guess, Arcane Denial at that point, just as another 2-mana. Like, Negate still
Yeah.
would have been better in there, but I can at least see where he was going with it.
Yeah. Misty Rainforest out of Charles. We knew that he was going to be doing something banned. He needed to start getting fixing soon. Like I said, generally once someone takes lands, there's a run.
Sure, because there's now going to be a run on him because it's now, okay, this is the point where people are going to start taking fetch lands, so I need to get the ones I care about before they're all gone.
Exactly. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
You figure the duels will probably go soon after that too, because I mean, once you're out of fetch lands to get, you might as well grab, the Underground Sea, the Volcanic Island, the Tropical Island for Charles, something like that.
And when you're in a plan like Stevens, where you're playing two colors, one is likely just a splash, you don't have to prioritize a ton of dual lands.
But you really want to not get stuck having to play a monocolor deck when you don't want to be there at all.
Right. But if you're in the shape like Charles is in, where you're actually trying to dabble into three colors, he's going to need to pick up a decent amount of fixing. I expect him to take
Jin Gataxias.
Wow, Jin Gataxias.
Okay, so Jesse definitely has he's got his second target now.
Jin Gataxias. That's a sweet card. Is that the next best reanimate target to take?
I might have taken Inkwell Leviathan. I can see the argument for
How
Jin
about this?
Gataxias, though.
I don't think anyone would have taken Jin Gataxias here.
That's all. That was more where I was coming from. Is I don't think anybody else is gonna take it. So he
especially when he
is.
is literally drafting the same deck as Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have rather seen him pick up Inkwell Leviathan. I would have rather seen him pick up Elish Norn. I would have rather seen him
Iona.
pick up Iona. Yeah, some of the really premier reanimate targets. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jin Gataxias is a beating when it resolves.
Sure. And there's Josh takes swords, so he's able to pick up.
Does he
Starting to
take
pick
Path
up.
here?
Probably. I might. Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking swords and paths, so now he's got the full package.
Just has them both.
Yeah.
I think that's totally reasonable.
Josh kind of needs another. Well, I guess like at this point, because his only two real threats are briberying his opponent and Batterskull.
Yeah.
And those are both reasonable, but I feel like he probably wants more, and he might actually start taking those now. I'm a little surprised he didn't take Flooded Strand there, just because it's another blue fetch land that's left. Nobody else is really drafting white. Like, Steven might take Path to Exile, but when you've got swords, I could see taking Flooded Strand.
So the pick I'd really like to see out of Jesse or Paul next, I'd like to see Grave Titan.
Yeah, Grave Titan would be a good one.
Grave Titan in this format is actually just almost unbeatable when it
'cause it's a
resolves,
black-
unless they win the game immediately, like through Time Vault or something.
Sure. Because you've got that lack of removals, and just nobody's able to keep up with the fact that it's a 6/6 making 4 extra power every turn.
Yeah, and I think that
Reanimate, 10 power.
I think in general, the way this draft is going right now, I think that Iona's not as good as it could be. It's obviously very good against some of these decks, but like you can't Iona out Josh, right? Because he's going to bounce it or he's going to plow it, like, regardless of what you say.
Goryo's Vengeance for Jesse, so he's just picking up another animation effect to go with Animate Dead and Necromancy. There's the Tropical Island for Charles, so he's got his...
Iona's not good against Charles. Iona's not good against Peter.
Actually, Iona's reasonable against Charles now.
I don't. Yeah,
you name blue, and he can't really get rid of it.
He balances you.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Balance does.
Or he plays. I mean, he's going to have Oath of Druids. Or he plays Oath of Druids, gets Emrakul, and laughs at your Iona.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you clearly name blue.
Nate taking Pestermite, so he's at least grabbing a combo piece to go with that.
Sure. Pestermite's easily better than Deceiver Exarch in this format.
Absolutely.
It's going to attack for 2, can't be blocked. Removal's basically irrelevant. Isochron Scepter out of Peter.
It's got Negate, Impulse, Spell Pierce, Enlighten, Tutor. All of those cards go with it very well. And now he's just able to prioritize take 2 mana.
Transmute Artifact. That's a sorcery, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It has to be.
That would be.
I'd be very.
Be nice.
I would be very excited about Scepter if it was an instant.
Whoa. Yeah, Isochron Scepter out of his deck is pretty interesting. I think he can get a lot of value. I think he's in one of the better shape to get value out of it. I think it'd probably be better in Nate's deck, especially if he's splashing red.
Yeah.
Or even to be honest with you, even Josh's deck, put Memory Lapse under it or Ancestral Visions. Oh, you can't do Visions. Sorry.
Memory Lapse, Miscalc, Daze, Swords.
Even
Path.
just Swords Path. Yeah.
Any
People are
one of
gonna have a
those
hard
would have
time.
been fine.
Yeah, I do like the Scepter pick there. I think that's a good one. I think that other decks might have reasonably taken it, so I like it. He's already got his plan. He just has to find ways to support it.
Sure.
He's got to pick up. He's got to pick up a good Tinker target, though. I think. I mean, obviously,
at the moment,
Time Vault.
He's tinkering for combo pieces. He's not necessarily. He doesn't. He could use a large threat.
I can definitely
Somebody
still see him
in
grabbing
the chat
Blightsteel.
had mentioned grabbing Leviathan or Blightsteel as just a big creature tinker target. Somebody had also asked about how the games are going to get played out. It is round robin, so each of these 8 players is going to play 7 matches. Depending on what we have time for, we may do a finals match of sorts if first is tied going into the last round. Otherwise, it's just going to be round robin. We'll broadcast 7 rounds and just try to show as many games as we can. Yeah,
we made it a goal. Everyone will at least be on stream once. We're going to start off once deck building is done. We're going to start off with the reigning champion Charles DuPont against Nate Heiss.
Yep.
That'll be a pretty fun matchup. I think that.
It's being played in paper. We have proxies made up.
Oh yeah.
So that they're actually able to build a deck. Yeah, I misunderstood the question too.
Yep, we have some pretty high quality proxies for a lot of the cards that we've printed out ahead of time. Basically everything we thought might get drafted. Inevitably there'll be some worse proxies for some of the off the wall cards.
Sure.
Plus Josh Ventura did bring his cube, so we should be able to find cards.
We'll be able to find everything. Paul gets Iona, so he's got a good reanimation target now.
All right. I mean, Iona's totally reasonable. Like I said, I think it's not as good as some of the other ones he could have taken.
Sure.
But at least he has a target. I mean, for God's sake,
He went 14 picks with no targets, trying to get the second best reanimator deck at the table.
Yeah.
Now he at least has a fighting chance.
Well, and I think, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with his plan of, well, I'm getting challenged for my cards.
Yep.
Let me just try and get all of the pieces that I need.
The ones that are more rare.
Yeah,
There are
like,
definitely more targets than there are.
Don't get me wrong,
reanimation picks.
Gristlebrand is way better, but like having an Iona as your animate target or having a Grave Titan or something like that is totally fine.
Yeah.
The games that Gristlebrand will win for you, a lot of those games, the other cards will win for you too.
Absolutely.
So getting the Exhume, Life, Death, and getting those pieces is probably way more important for him. I'm glad that he's taking a target though, because
He's needed it for a long time.
Yeah. But that said, he still took a target that he can't cast.
Steven took Oblivion Ring, so now he's got his first piece of actual removal that can go against anything that anybody else has drafted. Because, I mean, that is the one thing is like, the odd Jace, the Mind Sculptor, some big artifact. Like, nobody really has removal for those. And it's harder to draft than removal for creatures.
Yep.
So that'll help him out quite a bit, I think.
I think Steven is in a unique spot because he drafted the exact same deck last time, and he learned a lot about what he had to pick when and what priorities there were.
And this time he's not fighting for the same cards. I mean, the only card that he's really lost from his plan is Mind Twist and Dark Ritual. Inquisition still, but much less so than those first two, and Null Rod, I guess. But he's in a lot. A much easier going fight for his cards this time than he was last time. And Jed gets the Flooded Strand and the Tundra, and Josh is going to be really pissed about that.
Yeah, why does Jed take... Jed is on the mono brown plan. Like, obviously he does have to play some colored sources, but...
I wonder what he's got in plan. I mean, because he's not going to take the Tundra for no reason, so he's got to have a plan there for something.
Yeah,
like, he took
Tundra's a
Tundra
weird
over
pick.
Underground Sea, so he's clearly not going for black as his second color, which, raises the question, what's he bringing white out for?
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I mean, does he still think that there's Enlightened Tutor on the board or something?
I don't think he does.
don't
I
know
mean,
what he's
Steven
doing.
gets Verdant Catacombs, so now he's got, 2 of the 3 fetch lands that he could care about, because the only other one left for him is Marsh Flats.
And I'm surprised he hasn't taken Marsh Flats, considering he's probably going to want to splash white for Stony Silence. But to be
And
fair, no
Oblivion
other
Ring.
deck here is going to take Marsh Flats,
Paul
right?
gets Underground Sea, Peter gets Orem's Chant to stick on the Isochron Scepter, so that went from totally reasonable to really nice.
Yeah. Isochron Scepter is going to go up in value for Peter quite a bit.
Now
I
I'm
think.
wondering how high artifact removal starts to go for everyone else at the table just so they don't get Scepter chanted out.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, and also Peter's got the biggest, shatter targets, I guess.
a lot of these decks have no way to deal with it either.
Yep.
I mean, what's Paul going to do? I mean, if he doesn't counter it, he's just stuck.
Yeah.
He's stuck.
Paul's only plan is...
At least Jesse has Null Rod.
Yeah, exactly.
Yet again, Jesse's just a better version of Paul's deck.
Paul's only plan is in the one turn that he has, cast Death, bring back Iona, name White.
Body Double.
Body Double. Now, that is very...
What does Body Double do here?
Body Double, I mean... Here, I have no idea. Nobody's going to have a creature in the graveyard.
Yeah.
The best Body Double target is Emrakul that's just going to get shuffled away. So he has to have a plan in mind.
Yeah. What the old combo with Body, that was a Revel Arc deck, wasn't
Yes, it was Body Double copying Revel Arc.
I don't see that happening.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, he'd have to go real deep for that, and I don't think those cards are left.
All right, Charles is back on the Noble Hierarch plan. I mean, it's fixing, it's acceleration, it's exactly what
Muddle
Charles
the
is wanting to do.
Mixture, just there to transmute for Animate Dead or...
Goryo.
Yeah. Muddle costs 2, right?
can
Yeah, so
also-
it's Animate Dead
Yeah.
or Null Rod.
Null
or-
Rod.
Yeah, is the other one it gets.
Forgot.
Daniel Duterte asking if he's going to go the Gargadon Revel Arc plan.
I guess
If
maybe.
anybody at the table is going to go that deep, it'll be Nate Heiss.
It'll be Nate Heiss. He has no acceleration at all.
Yep.
So he's got to be playing 17 lands. He's got to be able to make the game slow down enough.
Yep.
He doesn't have any one-mana counter spells. Man, I don't know about Nate's deck. I actually do think that in this format, the Splinter Twin plan is actually pretty solid because you have a lot of redundancy between
Yeah,
your
yeah,
pieces.
absolutely. You're able to get all of the pieces because
And
nobody
again,
else
you're
wants
playing
them.
a 40 card deck, so you're going
Right.
to see your pieces, especially when you have 2 draw 7s.
All right, so Jesse got the Watery Grave. So, you know, it's another run on mana between Noble Hierarch, Scalding Tarn, Hollowed Fountain, Watery Grave. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
the
these
picks are
guys,
at least getting to mix up a little bit.
right, and you just obviously have to be able to cast your spells in this format. But I still don't know about Nate's deck. I'm still stuck on that. I don't know if he just realizes this is his first Vintage Rotisserie draft.
Okay.
I think this is the first one for Nate and the first one for Josh.
Yeah.
Everyone else has done it before, and at least Josh, I feel like Josh has a real plan against the early decks.
His deck has seemed much more concentrated and focused than everyone else's. There's
Yeah.
Charles picking up the Windswept Heath. So now he's got, you know, both of the fetch lands that he could get that he cares about.
Yep. Volcanic Island.
Nate Heiss with the Chekhov mana plan.
So
Peter's got Ancient Grudge, so he's already taken the best option against the Orm's Chant.
and that is not necessarily a hate draft because he does have Welder, but I don't think he's going to
He
play
could
it.
just Icicle Scepter Ancient Grudge if he doesn't find Orm's Chant and just start nuking his opponent's board.
It's not.
Board.
It's not. I mean,
Bloodstained Mire, there's Marsh Flats for Steven. He had to feel that that was probably a relatively safe
yeah.
holding off, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in theory,
I probably would have swapped those two because Verdant Catacombs seems like a lower priority for everyone.
I
than
would
Marsh
have.
Flats.
I actually think it would have been better if Josh Ventura was going to go Scalding Tarn Hallowed Fountain. I would have liked him to go Marsh Flats Hallowed Fountain. They essentially do more
the
or less
same
the
thing,
same
but you take
thing,
a card away from Steven.
and you get a card
Yeah.
from Steven. Yeah, because Marsh Flats is
I
going to
think
be
he
very
took.
good. In
I think he
Steven's
took
deck.
Scalding Tarn just because blue is more important for his deck. So, like in the cases where you already have the Hollowed Fountain in play, you want to be able to get an island more than you want to be able to get a plane.
Sure. Yeah, and Flooded Strain was off the board.
Yeah. Since Jed took it, because apparently he's playing white now.
Just because. Why not? Hopefully, we'll see in the next few rounds what he's doing.
I wonder if
with
he's
that.
taking Hokori to go with the Winter Orb. I really, really doubt it, but
I
I'm really
doubt it.
reaching for white cards that Jed could be looking to take at this point.
I mean, reasonable. Like, I don't know. He could be playing Geddon.
That's fair.
Geddon's not unreasonable.
Yeah, Geddon, Catastrophe, something like that.
I don't think
Balance-
he's casting Catastrophe. Balance is off the board.
Yeah, balance is off the board.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, Portal 3K cards are there, so he could just take Geddon, Ravages of War, and send the wheel back.
So there you go. Metalworker City of Traders.
Yep. All right, cool. So yeah, he did take City of Traders. It just went relatively late on in the draft. I mean, pick 18 versus what Chris was asking about it as pick 9, I think.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Metalworker City of Traders is totally fine for his plan. I just don't. I mean, he obviously. I mean, it's Jed, so he doesn't obviously have a plan with the Flooded Terrain Tundra. He might have just value took those, but we'll probably see what he's doing with those.
Yeah.
I expect Steven to take like a Lingering Souls at some point, although he can probably wait really late to do that. Steven's deck, his last deck and this deck are all about having more permanence than you.
That is an excellent point.
What's that?
Canonist would be a good white pickup for Jed. If he's on the mono brown plan, he's not going to care about having it in play, and
Yep.
everybody else will.
Yeah, I mean, the Reanimate decks probably won't care about Canonist too much because they're not doing multiple things every turn.
That's fair.
But Canonist is totally reasonable. I mean, Canonist is even reasonable for like Josh to have.
Yeah.
Because he's not in a position where he wants to do a ton of things in one turn.
Yep.
Is there like a Planeswalker that he could be taking? That Jed could be taking?
Not unless he's taking Venser.
I mean, still on the board. Karn Liberated.
That's fair.
I think Jed should have taken that already.
Even Mind Sensor for Steven, so that's there.
The hate continues.
Yep.
Dark Slick Shores.
for Paul. So
That's a
he's
cycle that gets forgotten a lot.
Yeah, are those lands, and they're really good too.
Especially in this format, right?
Yep.
You don't. There's lots of games that don't ever go to a fourth land.
Yeah.
Right? So who cares? They're just the best dual lands at that point.
I mean, and even if they do, it's another blue-black source. Like Underground Sea's already gone. It's pretty much Dark Slick Shores or the Scry land from Theros block.
Yep. And that Scryland is actually not bad for what it's
Yeah.
worth. Those are actually better than I thought they were.
I
Although I'm not
played
sure
with
I
them-
want to be playing too many comes into play tap.
I wouldn't want to be. I'd be playing one, and that'd be about it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you never know when Scry's going to be really good. See the Synod for Peter, so he's just finally taking the artifact lands to go with everything else that he's got.
Someone in KG Chandler in chat did mention Charles could take Karn. He is in a great position
Yeah.
to take Karn. He has a little bit of ramp from his Moxes, Noble Hierarch. He has
Channel.
Channel. Yeah. And then, I mean, if you can put yourself in a position where, you balance a board away with Karn and play, the game's over. The game's just,
Yeah, pretty
it
much.
has ended. Still on the board. Picks that haven't been taken that are probably good ones. Preordain is still on the board. Karn is still on the board. Warm Coil Engine for Jet is still on the board. There no Geddon effects have really been taken unless you count Balance.
Yep.
You know, it's gonna be really interesting to see what
The hard Geddons are still there at least.
Yeah, they're all still there.
I mean, and there are a lot of options left for a number of people at the table. Like, Josh is pretty well set into his plan. He needs a few more kind of threats to push into the deck, I think, but he's got a relatively solid deck going. Jesse's obviously just picking up things to take his deck to the more consistent areas.
Yeah.
Charles is pretty much in the same spot. He's got his plan. Nate's taking mana now too, so I mean he's got Cascade Bluffs to go with his Volcanic Island, so he's totally fine there. He just needs to find red fetch lands that he can use to fetch Volcanic.
Yeah. What do you think the Planeswalkers that are going to be drafted in this format are going to be? I think we have an Elspeth that'll
I think
come off.
Elspeth is probably going. I mean, we've already seen Jason Liliana. I think Elspeth is fairly likely.
Steven will definitely take Sorin.
Sorin would be very good.
Really
for,
fits Steven's
And
deck.
if Josh doesn't take Elspeth, Steven probably will as well.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, it's just another. Well, but which Elspeth do you take at that point? It has to be.
It's
got
to be 4 mana.
Yeah, it's
Elspeth
got to be
Knight Errant.
Yeah, Knight Errant.
I mean, that's probably the best one. Also, like, you know, even just like turn one Lotus into Elspeth is just. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I was
in
saying,
this
like,
format
I would
it's
be very
certainly
surprised if
beatable, but
Josh
it's
didn't end up
really
picking it
good.
up.
Yeah. Cascade Bluffs Breeding Pool. Yeah, we're just on the run of lands. It's not too interesting to talk about. If you guys in chat have any questions or thoughts,
Now's a great time.
Now's a great time. Yeah, because there's only so much we can drill down onto. How good of a pick was that breeding? Well, it was a great pick.
It was a
good
great pick because
yeah.
he already had Tropical Island, so it's the next best green blue.
It's just, you know, another good green blue line. I'm not sure what these.
Adelor, Dariel.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure.
I don't know.
It's just Charles DuPont trying to play a Scrabble tournament at the same time as the draft.
That might actually be the case. For those of you guys that don't know, Charles is pretty deep on the Scrabble, Boggle words. And it's funny because English isn't his first language.
Yeah.
He's a French Canadian from Quebec.
I didn't know that for the first 3 years that I knew him because,
Yeah.
I mean, he sounds like a native English speaker and doesn't talk about Canada a whole lot.
I mean, I wouldn't either.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
unless we're talking about healthcare. What's there?
Look, I come from Tacoma, all right?
Hey, yo.
Talking about Canada by comparison
It's
seems
America's
totally
hat.
fine.
It's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's like a really nice apartment over a meth lab.
Yeah. Speaking about meth labs, I'm not really sure what Paul's plan is going to be from here. I don't think that he has. God, I mean,
Did you just call Paul Waite's deck the Jesse Pinkman of vintage rotisserie drafts?
No, I like Jesse Pinkman.
That's fair.
You know, his mana drain is a blank right now.
It is a blank pick.
His Dark Ritual, even like actually his Dark Ritual's fine, but he's
Not
still
really gonna do anything for. What's he gonna do? Dark Ritual into Liliana on turn
That's
one?
actually fine, I think.
That's okay.
That's
but, like,
okay. I mean, a lot of these decks can definitely
Deal with
fold. No, I actually think turn one Liliana against Josh's deck. I think turn one Liliana against Nate's deck are really good. But it's only good against those two. I think all the others don't really care a ton.
Yeah.
They're fast enough that they can rebound from it, and Lord knows Steven doesn't care, and he can't. And Paul literally can't cast. Well, he can't up Liliana against Jesse. It's actually reasonable as an edict effect.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Jesse's pretty deep in the tank. He takes Leyline of the Void.
Jesse Wilkie has drawn a line in the sand against Paul Waite and said, "I play the Reanimator deck
You know,
here."
it's
It's also really good against Peter.
It's good against Peter. It's good against Paul. Also, I just expect him to take Helm of Awakening now.
That's
and
reasonable.
have a sweet 2-card combo.
Yep.
You know, he may not main deck them, but I think having
You don't even
access to
need
it's
There's,
fine.
Yeah, there's a lot of decks here that like want to at least have their graveyard as a potential resource.
Yeah.
I mean, and theoretically, well, no, nobody's going that deep. I was gonna talk about how Yawgmoth's Will is still on the table, but nobody's on the deck for it,
Yeah.
so that's not really gonna matter.
I mean, I think you and I have both really liked Jesse's draft. I'm not sure about Jin Cataxius, and I think Leyline of the Void is just not a necessary pick there, but I still think Jesse's way ahead of where Paul is. Preordained for Josh, finally, and then another sword. A Sword of Feast or Famine. Interesting. I think that's probably the right sword for him to take here. There's not a ton of removal, and I think it gets you the most value in general.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that it's got to be either that or Fire and Ice, right?
Yeah.
Like those are going to be the two best swords probably. Sword of Feast or Famine is really good just because that discard in a blue-white deck is going to be real solid as just ways to punish them.
Yeah, and
with the lack of removal, it's not hard to find a creature to just stick it on and just get them. Like if you hit them, once, you're like, okay, well I get to play my spells, and especially in Josh's deck, you're like, well I get to play my spells and then counter your turn. And you're now soft locked of discarding a card every turn.
It's weird though because like Sword of Feast or Famine's bad against Jesse. It's bad against Paul. I mean, it's not quote bad,
sure,
because you do get to untap.
But making them discard a reanimation target is real risky.
Yeah.
Sunken Ruins
no,
for
Gifts
Jesse.
Ungiven is already taken. Someone tell Paul he can't take that.
Yeah,
I think they got that.
Yep.
Reshape out of Peter. We expected that to happen. There's also is it not Reshape? There's a 3-mana. Just go find an artifact, isn't there? It's like blue.
Yeah,
2?
it's blue 2 sorcery search.
It's Fabricate. Yeah,
Fabricate.
it's
There we go.
Fabricate. Yep. I expect him to take that. Deceiver Exarch. Can we scroll down a little bit so we can get a little bit more room? That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't have to go too deep. We can always. We're probably gonna need to scroll up and down a little bit more. Now that we've gotten past those first few picks.
Yeah, now that we've hit the halfway point.
Yeah.
We're about to hit the halfway point at least.
I don't. Yeah, I think Charles abandoned. He might not have abandoned the Oath option. Like
he hasn't really taken enough. Like he could jump back onto it at any time.
Yeah.
I mean,
having Eternal Witness and Noble Hierarch doesn't necessarily completely exclude you from being on that.
they're
plan.
definitely not great things to Oath, but oathing up Eternal Witness to at least get back something that you just lost to Oath is not the worst thing in the world. And then you know that your next turn you're going to hit Emrakul. So
yeah, I mean, I could see Charles taking Oath and either manning it or siding it and just kind of building his deck one way or another. But I think there's enough decks here that Oath is not good against. Like, Oath is not good against the Reanimator decks because they're not going to have dudes in play anyways. Maybe the Pack
Steven
Rat.
gets Elspeth, so that's going to be kind of a blow to Josh, but a really good pickup for him.
I think it's actually fine. I think Josh's deck is in good enough shape without an Elspeth.
That's probably
that he doesn't necessarily have to worry about that. I think he can pick up other good 3 to 4 mana Planeswalkers. I expect him to pick up, like, Jace Bellerin. I expect him to pick up...
he could pick up the Creature Venser too. That would actually fit perfectly into his deck as just another, it's a bear that just remands your opponent, which doesn't seem bad at all.
Yeah, it's
or
totally reasonable.
Bounces a Gristlebrand back to the Reanimator player's hand.
Yep. So no one's taken a control magic of any sort, other than Bribery doesn't really count.
There
so
really haven't been enough creatures to make it worth it yet.
I
mean,
do
the
expect
Reanimate
someone
lands.
to take like a Sower of Temptation or
Sower of
something
Temptation
to
and
deal with
Treachery
these
seem like the two
treachery, yeah.
most likely to get taken to me.
to deal with these Reanimator decks. a
To
little bit.
answer KG Chandler, Brainstorm got taken 10th by Jesse Wilkie, so it's already gone by.
Yeah.
I mean, that's relatively reasonable. I mean, it was his, 4th or 6th pick, I think?
I do
Something like
think
that?
it's unfortunate that he has not gotten any fetch lands to make that Brainstorm a little bit better.
Yeah.
And at this rate, I'm not sure if he's going to.
I don't think he will.
But it's still just good enough in his deck to see extra cards, although it's just the worst when you get Brainstorm locked.
Yeah. So Wooded Foothills and Steam Vents for Jed. So I'm not sure why he's taking Steam Vents to go with the Tundra. Like, he doesn't have the colored requirement for it, but he's definitely got fetch lands to make his, deck thinner.
Yeah, there's that Skull Clam.
Skull Clamp for Steven,
Lesson
taken earlier than
learned.
45th.
Yeah, lesson learned. It's just too good, especially when you got Elspeth, Bitter Blossom.
Yeah.
It's just going to draw him a million cards. So
Yep. I mean, and if he picks up, like, Lingering Souls or anything like that, it's just going to go forever.
absolutely. Serum Visions.
Could have gotten that for you.
too early.
Chrome Mox was taken by Charles, 7th pick, Langlayer, so
7th.
that's gone too. It was taken before Mox Diamond.
Yep. Chromox, Mox Diamond. I don't think there's really any good Moxes. Mox Opal actually Jed could take.
I was going to say Mox Opal, Jed, or... I mean, even Peter could take it. He's got enough artifact.
could take
It's
it.
definitely less good for
It's
him.
less good in Peter's
Yeah.
deck, although Peter's probably much more positioned to use
Yeah,
the
especially-
colored
yeah.
mana. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always a risky pick because you never want to play a 0-drop that does literally nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
In Jed's deck, it will definitely be turned on. In
Yeah.
Peter's deck, it might be turned on. I don't expect Peter to take it.
Yep. I mean, and Peter's... I wonder if Peter's going to pick up any more of the artifact lands, or if Seed of the Synod's the only one that he's getting, because he can look for it with Trinket Mage. I mean, do you get...
He can also reshape it away, can't he?
Yeah, you absolutely can. You can reshape it away, you can tinker it away, which is why I was thinking he might pick up a second one at least. Like, even getting just Great Furnace as a red source, because, I mean, he might need to cast Goblin
He
Weld
might
or
even
whatever.
take just Lotus Bloom for value.
Lotus Bloom is actually a card that I kind of expected to go before now. Probably to Peter, to be honest.
You know, I think unless, like, obviously if there's a Storm deck, Lotus Bloom will go quick. But I think in general, Lotus Bloom is one of those cards that people don't think is quite good enough.
Hey,
but the
Ancient
reality
Den, I
is,
was right.
it'll go. Yeah, Ancient Den, there you go.
Yeah.
It comes right off the board.
Yeah, to answer available names question, all but 2 of the drafters. This is Josh Ventura's first Vintage Rotisserie draft and Nate Heiss's Vintage Rotisserie draft as well. The other 6 have all been in at least one before.
Yeah, Paul just signaled to us he is choking hard, and we definitely agree in the booth.
Yeah. The
His
fact that he
deck
took an
is-
Arid Mesa to go with his Underground Sea.
Yeah, what is that Arid Mesa for?
I have no idea.
I guess I saw the Arid Mesa and didn't think twice about it, but
Put it this way,
It
I'm
is-
more confused by Arid Mesa than I was by Arcane Denial, because Arcane Denial was at least in Nate's colors.
it's at least a card that he can cast. It's not. It wasn't the best one for that slot. Arid Mesa literally fetches nothing. I think maybe when we were talking about earlier, who's going to blink first? It's probably Paul at this rate.
All did.
You
Nate
know.
takes Goblin Matron to go look up Kiki or go grab Kiki Jiki.
That's pretty cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 mana tutor for Kiki Jiki is not the worst plan in the world.
Is there anything else he can tutor for with it?
Nope. No
Is there
other...
anything reasonable that he might take?
Sharpshooter's pretty good against Steven. That's about it as far as like other goblins.
Okay, that's an okay sideboard card, I guess.
Yeah, like unless you're gonna delve into the realm of changelings, there's no real other goblins that are gonna be relevant to search. The only 2 goblins,
Goblin Welders. off
yeah,
the board.
Goblin Welder,
Yeah.
but it's in Peter's deck, and it wouldn't be good for Nate anyways.
No, I agree.
Yeah, if Paul gets Blood Crypt, that's the only way that Arid Mesa makes sense.
Okay.
Or Godless Shrine, I guess.
No one
and
else is-
Scrubland. Scrubland and what is it? Badlands are also still open. Nobody's taken those as duels.
Because
so.
no one's playing red other than
Yep.
Nate, and I don't know if they're gonna do that. I don't see. Well, I guess Jed randomly has a bunch of red fetch lands now.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure what's going on with that.
Yeah.
So who's your pick to win right now? If you had to pick, just given on the current information, who's winning this one?
Jesse or Charles. I think they both have. Charles obviously kind of has the momentum going for him from last time. If he's already won this, Charles is not a person to choke under. None of these people are people to choke when in a competitive environment. But I think the 2 of them have the best decks. I think Charles has a lot of potential to just go big and like make a turn 2 Emrakul that you just can't deal with.
Yeah.
And Jesse is just going to make a giant creature and then just bury you in card advantage.
So you don't think that Paul and Jesse have? I mean, we all agree that Paul's deck is the worst version of Jesse's deck, but you don't think that all those cards hated away?
It's hurt Jesse's, but Jesse has Ancestral, which makes up a lot of ground. Like, drawing an extra 3 cards potentially on turn 1 is great. He's also got Muddle, so he can go look for other things to help him solve his problems. Actually, I also really like Peter's deck. Partially because I really enjoy playing that kind of deck. Just the Tinker for Huge Threats deck is a deck it's really fun. It's just combo-y enough that, you get to feel like you're really needing to sculpt things and then just pull something nuts out of your deck. But he's also just got this solid plan of, I'm just going to play Goblin Welder and win.
Yeah.
Or I might just Orms chant you forever and a day. Like, that is a very solid backup plan.
So I think right now, if I had to pick someone, I'd probably also pick Charles.
Yeah.
But
Upheaval's
I think
really good.
Upheaval is really good. I do think that Peter might just surprise us here, though.
Yeah.
Peter's got a lot of different ways to win, a lot of different ways to find his pieces. He has ways to shut people down with Isochron Scepter. He has ways to end the game early. He has, I think it's really important in this format that you have to have a nut draw of some sort, right?
Yeah,
You
I
want to
would agree.
have like a, you don't necessarily have to have it every game, but you want to have a draw that you're like, well, I guess I win.
Yep.
The Tinker decks can do that. The Oath decks can do that. The Reanimator decks can do that. And Peter's deck can definitely do
Yeah,
that.
because Peter's deck can just turn 1 Tinker you.
Turn 1 Tinker you, or they can turn 1, or they can Time Vault.
Yeah.
He can, just randomly just have Grindstone Painter serve in his hand.
Right,
and just end the
exactly.
game. He's got all these different ways.
Like, on any given turn, Peter could just untap and go infinite on you.
Yeah.
Whether it's Grindstone or Time Vault, he's got these 2 insanely powerful infinite combos that he can just go forever.
I think it'll be interesting to see with Peter's deck I think he has all the pieces. Can he get through the disruption?
That's fair. And I think that's Steven's deck is kind of really well set up for that. And there's Jesse picking up Elesh Norn.
Yep.
Charles picked up Savannah, so now he's just solidifying his mana base. Steven's definitely got a solid plan, but I mean, it was only good enough for second for him last time. He's on the same plan that he was the last draft around of disrupt other people's games.
I think it's fine. I mean,
I think it's fine too. Like I like the deck, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, but at the same time, you know, he has to get to the point where he disrupts the other deck's plans, where there's multiple decks at the table where they can just untap, draw in the span that Steven can't get them with cards, and just kill him.
You know, Steven's deck is really good at stopping your opening draw, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you have that nut draw, Steven can disrupt you. The problem is Steven's deck, he doesn't have ways to close out fast.
Yep.
He relies on that grindy, the smokestack, bitter blossom
Geist of
sort
Saint
thing.
Traft and Sower Temptation both
Ooh.
to Josh, so he's got some picks now.
Okay.
Alex Ledbetter pointed out the Goblinator should have been Imperial Recruiter. That's probably accurate.
Yeah, you're probably right.
They both do the exact same thing in this deck. They get Kiki Jiki, but
Yeah.
Imperial Recruiter can also get like Vendilion Click.
Yeah. I
And
wonder
even
if
Thada.
I
You
mean-
can get Thada, which is not bad.
I wonder if Nate has a better plan for Goblin Matron than Imperial Recruiter. I can't imagine.
I can't
Ledbetter's
think of-
probably completely correct. Yeah.
I can't think of any other goblins. I mean, unless he's gonna try and like pull red aggro out of
No,
nowhere. Like
no,
you
no
can't,
way, no way, no
Like
way,
you're
no
not
way,
gonna
no.
spend 3 mana to go get a goblin guide. You know.
No, I mean, yeah, anything that Matron could have done, I think Ledbetter's completely
Yeah.
correct. Imperial. I mean, maybe he's just going to redundancy and take Recruiter also.
Yeah.
That would be fine, but if that's the case, he should have taken Recruiter first, I
Yep.
guess. No one is taking Goblin Matron. In theory, someone might take Recruiter, but nah, I'm not too worried about it.
Jesse gets buried alive, so that finally went, which is nice.
Yeah. TP.
I have no idea.
What is TP?
So Nate gets Teleria West, so he's getting his. Yeah, okay. Yeah, true name Nemesis. All right, we're losing the players a little bit. At any rate, Geist of Saint Traft as compared to true name Nemesis. So I don't know.
I mean, Geist of Saint Traft is a faster clock, if completely uncontested, right? And I don't think a lot of these decks are going to be, well, I don't think Peter's deck can block. I don't think Jed's deck will block.
Yeah.
I don't think the Reanimator decks in general won't block unless they won, right?
Yeah.
But against, it's not going to be that great against Charles, I don't think. It's not going to be that great against Nate. It's certainly not that great against Nate. Trigon Predator.
I thought that went before.
No, he typed it in.
Oh, that's right. He
before-
typed it in like
Yeah.
8th or 9th pick or something like that, and then replaced it with balance. That's what it was. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, I think True Name Nemesis probably would have been just as good as Geist.
Yeah.
I actually just think straight up he's just going to get both, to be honest.
Getting Battlesphere over Inkwell Leviathan still, like, just nobody's taking it. It's kind of an odd choice.
I mean, no one other than, like, Peter and Jed are really in a position to even take it. I mean, I guess the Reanimator decks could be taking it as well.
Sure. So, I mean, there's like 4 people at the table who could reasonably pick it.
Yeah.
I mean, Charles even theoretically with Channel, but he's got better Channel targets. So, yeah, there's 4 reasonable targets to take it.
4 Spike.
4 Spike, finally, 21st pick. And Weathered Wayfarer for Steven, so he's at least getting to play his game.
Weathered Wayfarer is great when you just want to find Strip Mine every game.
Weathered Wayfarer, so somewhere Kyle Bodie just got interested in this stream and has no idea why. Plateau and Coalition Relic. Jed's really grabbing a lot of colored mana with nothing colored to cast it with.
It's just another one of those, what the fuck is Jed thinking moments.
That is a very
no
accurate
idea.
description of most of this draft.
Yeah. Like, he had a plan. He was basically uncontested. And then he just spent, 8 picks picking colored sources. Like, don't get me wrong. Coalition Relic is actually still totally fine.
Coalition Relic.
There's a lot of decks that would use Coalition Relic. I think Jed's deck is in good position. You know, he can go turn 1 or 2 Coalition Relic.
Sure.
But the Plateau, the Steaments, the Wooded Foothills, the Tundra...
Steven Berglund just takes Disenchant.
I mean,
It's totally good in this.
Disenchant's great. Nature's Claim is good in this format.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
I mean, half of the picks so far have been artifacts of some sort, right?
Yep.
Enchantments. Like, Disenchant's just a solid around. I think you main deck that in this format.
Absolutely. Everyone at the table has a good target
It has
for it.
targets, even the Reanimate decks, get that Animate Dead out of there, get that Necromancy out of there. That's fine. Get your Sword of Feast and Famine or Batterskull out of there.
Yeah,
Disenchant's
absolutely.
just really high. I think a lot of people don't normally value that.
Paul actually has the least number of good targets because you can get a Mox,
Terrastodon.
but there's nothing else for him to really get. Yeah, he's got
Sure.
Terrastodon, so now he's got a better or another target, I
He
guess.
still has nothing to do with Mana Drain.
No, he still has absolutely.
I
He's
mean,
not
I
going
guess
to.
Terrastodon,
He's literally
like-
just accepted that that's a dead pick.
I mean, he's certainly going to play it, I think.
You really
like,
think so?
I
I feel
mean-
like he's just accepted the fact. Well, he's
I
gonna
mean,
play
you
blue
play
because
it
he's got
just as a
Careful
counter
Study.
spell, right?
Yeah, I guess.
He's got Careful Study.
He's got Serum Visions. He's got Remand.
He's got
Show and
fixing.
Tell.
Yeah. But I mean, mana draining, I guess you can mana drain into Terrastodon. He can find other things, but in general, so far it's a pretty underwhelming mana drain. That said, we still have half the draft to go. Can you
That's
believe we're
fair.
only halfway there?
Yeah, there's been a lot to talk about even just with the picks that have happened so far. I
Yeah.
mean, aside from the round that was all lands, it's pretty well been a lot to talk about.
Yeah. I do like the pick from Peter with City of Brass.
Surprising Scary for Nate Heiss.
Wow.
That is a card that I have not seen in a long time. Now here's a pop quiz. Do you remember what Surprising Scary does?
Isn't it the land that comes into play with 2 counters
Two
on
charge
it?
counters
and
on
then
it.
you tap it, and I think you get blue colorless.
No, I believe
it
you
blue,
get-
blue?
It's blue.
Okay. Yeah, and you get basically 2 shots of blue,
Yeah.
and then it's a dead land.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's good if you're trying to go for a really early Splinter Twin or Pestilent combo,
I
but
guess.
it comes into play tapped, right?
Yep. Comes into play tap with 2 charge counters on it.
I mean, that could have easily been the 45th pick. It would have never gotten drafted.
Yeah, nobody's gonna take
I
it.
think we're kind of seeing Nate, a little bit. First off, I think
KG Chandler
he
asking,
might still
you
be
have
stuck
Scary
in.
proxied, right?
He might have. Probably not. And Lord knows we won't find one.
Yeah.
But I think that the Nate right now, I think Nate has a lot of skill with this game. He's been obviously playing the game for a very long time. I
Yep.
think that it's showing through right now that this is his first rodeo.
He doesn't
through
care
this.
what anybody else's plan is. He's like, here's the deck I want to draft.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna draft it.
And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But just as far as value of picks over others, like Surprise and Scary in the 22nd round, it could have been the 45th round. Easily,
Yeah,
and-
absolutely.
yeah.
I was kind of surprised he didn't take another blue-red source.
I'm kind of surprised Jed hasn't taken Surprise and Scary already. To be
Yeah.
honest with you, the way he's drafting, I mean, I'm hoping.
What do you need it for? To cast Tezzeret.
I mean, Jed is just lining up for the hard cast Progenitus plan right now.
Yeah.
Progenitus is another card that,
Jed's
that
actually
we could see
taking
come out
Mono
soon.
Brown into Coalition Victory. He's just going to generate 1 of every, and then 3.
It'll be interesting. I expect the only deck here that can natural order is Charles.
Yep.
But Paul could also play Progenitus with Show and Tell.
Yep.
I think that if Charles is going to do the natural order thing, which I think he will, considering he's picked up birds, he's picked up hierarchy.
Yeah, I think he's off of Oath and on to Natural
He's
Order.
definitely
That's how
off
it's
of
kind of coming
Oath.
off to me.
And
And Birds of Paradise goes really well for that plan.
Yeah, absolutely. So if he moves into natural order, I think he can actually wait and let natural order kind of float for a little while. But I think he's got to take Terrastodon's already off the board, so he's got to take Progenitus or one of the other premier targets for natural order, like Woodfall Primus.
Yeah, Woodfall
would be
Primus.
quite good in this draft. And even the Reanimator decks might want to play a Woodfall Primus, so he's got to kind of get those now if he's going to go that route.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
If only Emrakul was a green.
If
spell.
it was a green creature,
Natural order
oh
for that.
boy.
Oh boy.
No, see, because then if it was a green creature at that point, I just want a Green Sun Zenith for it.
Jed needs Expedition Map pretty bad.
Jed needs 6 picks where no one else takes anything.
Yeah.
And he needs 6 picks made by somebody else because he clearly has just decided to do his own thing.
He has all these powerful cards, and like he was just on this plan until that Pithing Needle.
Yep.
And then that Pithing, like Trinisphere was fine.
Even the Pithing Needle was like, I could at least see this as a card. It's way early, but like...
Out of Jed's last 9 picks, I think only 2 have been relevant to his deck: Trinisphere and Metalworker. All of those, I guess, Coalition Relic maybe. All those other cards are either him hating away from other players, or he's just on another level. I mean, what is he gonna cast Horde of Notions or something? What is he doing?
I don't think it's so much another level so much as just off the rails.
Just a different.
Maybe Charles started
Yeah.
slipping him the Moonshine, and that's what these last couple of rounds of picks have been. But other than that, it's hate drafting from cards that aren't being taken. Who else at the table is going to take Plateau?
I mean,
Nobody.
maybe Steven? Maybe Josh?
Steven's not going to care about
No,
Plateau.
they're not gonna take it.
He hasn't taken a single red card yet.
You wanted that the 2/2 Venser.
Yeah.
Just came off the
K
board
for
with
Jesse.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Really good when you're in that, because like Jesse's deck, it's really interesting. I've drafted a ton of Reanimator decks in Cube, and I've actually drafted it once in Vintage Shorts history myself.
And there's the Mana Tithe for Josh and Steel Sabotage.
Steel
Oh
Sabotage.
boy.
That's a spicy one. But the Jesse's version of the Reanimator deck specifically, because I think Paul has kind of gone off the rail.
Yeah.
Jesse's deck specifically, he can play like he's blue-black control if he has to. He doesn't have to go for that turn 1 Entomb into
Yeah, I mean, he can
right?
just stall the game out until he casts Gristlebrand. He's in the colors for it.
Jeez.
It could actually happen.
I mean, probably not.
Probably not, but like,
Yeah.
you know, as far as backup plans go, I can actually cast my reanimation targets is not the worst
The
one.
problem is if he's going to try to be blue-black control at all, he doesn't have enough counterspells, and
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think he's
true.
gonna get them. I mean, he has Force of Will.
He's got
he
Force
has
of Will and
Venser
Muddle.
and Muddle.
Yeah.
I don't even really. I mean, I guess Muddle is a counterspell, but I don't really count it.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be that blue-black control deck, but he's gonna have no control over what's happening.
Yep.
So if that's the case, he might want to pick up cards like Damnation, so he can just kind of keep the board taken care of, while he just kind of slowly accumulates his card advantage and draws into his cards.
Yeah, and just keeps forcing the game to go the way that he wants
Or
it
maybe
to.
he's just going to turn to Null Rod and make everyone else lose.
He could just grab Living Death.
He could grab Living Death. I mean, he has Buried Alive, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He could grab Living Death. He could. I really want to see someone take Grave Titan. I think that's probably one of the best.
It's probably one of the better. It's
Because
easily
you
one
can
of
just cast it, right?
Yeah, it's
You
6
don't
mana is really
have
not
to-
that much.
No, it's not, especially in a format full of all this acceleration.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be interesting. Ashen Rider. That's the new Vindicate.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah,
the old
it's
one was
white 3
Angel,
4/4
right?
flyer. Yeah, Angel of
Despair.
Despair. Yeah, Brian Kibler. Yeah, the white 3 4/4 flyer. When it dies, exile a permanent.
Yeah. So, Ashen Rider is just the better version.
Yeah,
right,
pretty much.
of the two.
It's just a cheaper version of it. It's slightly smaller, but that doesn't really matter. Yeah, that Adele keeps getting better by the round.
I mean,
Void Slime for Charles, Pact of Negation for Nate.
all those seem fine.
Yeah. I mean, those are just
nothing
like the
too
kind of
exciting.
counter magic that's left. Peter gets
Top.
Sensei's Divining Top. That'll be pretty sweet.
That's actually pretty late for top. I think in this format, top's really good. You only play in 40 cards. You get to see, extra cards
Interestingly
every
enough,
turn.
he has the fewest number of shuffle effects to go with it, though. He's got like, Reshape, Transmute Artifact, Tinker. But, like, he doesn't have, like, fetch lands, I guess, or what I'm looking at. Like, he's got, I guess
Yeah.
he's also got Trinket Mage. Tidespout Tyrant for Paul Waite.
Paul's gone deep.
Paul!
Too deep, I think. I
Yeah.
think this is too deep. Paul has come off the rails. I mean, Tidespout Tyrant is cute. It's fun, but it can't be the best target that's left. I mean,
There's no way it's the best target. No one has still taken Inkwell Leviathan. That is still on the table.
You know what I like happening right now, to be honest with you? I would like Paul to take Oath of Druids. I think Paul is...
Sure,
if
that's
Paul
reasonable.
wants to have this hybrid reanimate/oath deck,
Yeah.
I think he's actually in really good shape to do so.
Tidehall Scholar for Steven is solid. I mean, he picked up the Mesmeric Fiend a while back. Aura of Silence, so Jed's apparently decided he doesn't want to play his own cards.
Does that actually impact his own spells?
I mean, it's more like you can't really get rid of it anymore.
Hey, Chris, can we get Gatherer displayed of Aura of Silence, please? It's been a long time. I mean, I remember Aura of Silence being quite good. But let's see. Let's actually put it on the screen here.
Yeah. Oh,
Your
opponents. Okay.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's certainly very powerful in general.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the mono brown deck can afford to splash white to cast it, right? But I mean,
He did just take a whole bunch of white sources.
yes. We were talking about what the reason for that was. I don't know.
Not really sure what's happening on the screen right now. At any rate, let's see. Oh, we just got to line him back up. Okay. Aura of Silence, Shivan Reef.
Shivan Reef.
One of these things is not like the others.
Man, I
And
don't
Steven gets
understand.
braids. So he's definitely got his whole deck's plan right there.
No one else was going to take braids. I mean, maybe one of the reanimated decks. But it's
I
just
mean,
not that
you and I
good.
were talking about Jesse. stealing it from him a while ago.
Yeah,
But like,
I didn't think it was going to happen. Spell Snare, finally. That's
time.
one of the best counter spells in this format, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the decks, they're just every deck has a target for it.
Yep.
And it's one man is just
So
too
apparently
good.
he hasn't given up on playing the blue cards yet.
No, I didn't think he would, but I still just don't think. I mean, I think if you side by side, the funny thing is we keep talking about how bad Paul's deck is compared to Jesse's.
Yep.
It still might just be good enough to win. Sometimes you just
need to get there.
Yeah, you
Still got Pack Rat. Just might
still
steal
have
games
Pack
of
Rat.
that.
Yep.
Peter gets Pentad Prism, so he's got his mana still.
Peter's one of those drafters that always likes to go a little deep. In the first Vintage Rotisserie draft that he was in, he ended up drafting lands, and he had like Earthcraft and Squirrel's Nest, and it was really interesting. He didn't. He had a mediocre record. He was like 3-4 or 4-3 or something like that. But he went deep, and it's nice because he got to take every single card he wanted in that deck.
Sure.
Because no one else is going to take those cards, right? Who's going to hate out on those? So it was pretty cool because he had loam, he had all the different pieces, he had crop rotation, and he just likes to have his own thing.
Sure.
And you can see he's doing that now. The Pentad Prism, the Isochron Scepter, Orm's Chant. He's got so many different like pieces to his combo. I really think that Peter might be a sweet like dark horse pick right
He's
now.
in a really good spot right now. I mean, he's gotten all. I can't really see any picks that he really 100% wanted. Maybe compulsive research, but like nothing crucial to what he was trying to do has really been taken away from him.
Yeah. Sulfur Falls from Nate. Not surprising. What in the world is Phantom Garden?
I don't think that's.
I don't think that's a card. Is it?
I don't. Temple There we
Garden.
go.
That's considered.
Yeah. That's an actual card. All right.
Phantom Garden. Did I miss something?
Look, there were some talks of Phantom Neshoba going on earlier between Peter and Charles as a card, and Charles is in green-white, but not that deep yet, thankfully.
That's pretty deep. There's the Woodfall Primus off for Jesse. So Jesse right now has Jin-Gitaxias, Gristlebrand, Elish Norn, Ashen Rider, Woodfall Primus.
Yeah, that is a solid package of targets.
It's interesting. I think Elish Norn is probably the worst of the bunch in this field.
How often do you feel like you say that, though? Elish Norn's the worst one of this batch of creatures.
Elish Norn is actually really good against Nate because it turns off his Splinter Twins.
Yeah, he can't Splinter Twin anymore.
And then it's really good against Steven. Past that, it's obviously a very good card. It's actually getting better against Charles, too.
Yeah, also because he's got all the mana dorks that he just doesn't do anything against.
Yeah.
I mean, but there's still two very, very good reanimation targets left that nobody's picked up on. There's
have?
Inkwell Leviathan and there's Sundering Titan. Neither one of those has still been taken.
Yeah. I would expect the Tinker deck to take one of them, right?
I love Jesse already knows that Josh is not going to be in his plan. So he's just already written down Footsteps of the Goryo is just his next card.
So Josh takes Seachrome Coast, which is unsurprising, but then takes Caracas. What a good card in this format.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, that shuts down most of what Jesse's doing. That shuts down most of what Paul will be doing.
It helps out a lot against the Reanimator decks, which are the ones that he's probably going to have the most trouble with because they're doing the least fair things against him.
It's also really good against Kiki Jiki.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Make a copy. All right, bounce your Kiki Jiki. Now you're stuck. You need to get your drink on. Need more interestings up in here? All right, well,
then Max, let's talk about Jed's last 8 picks.
Yeah, they were interesting. They were optimistic. I mean, I feel like he spent 8 picks so he could play Aura of Silence.
Yep, and that is ambitious at best because like you're spending so much value that
he's got to be trying to play Geddons is actually what I think is happening.
He has to be. Geddon and Canonist are like the only other reasons to go white.
I'm just not sure what's going on with like Steam Vents and Shivan Reef, right? Like, does he have anything that
like what's he gonna play that's red? Like the blue I at least understand because he's got Tezzeret. He might there might be something else there. Sure. I mean, Stroke of Genius is still in for crying out loud. Like he could just be trying to like as one draw effect or something.
That sounds terrible.
It sounds terrible. Have you seen the picks already?
I mean, his picks have been pretty terrible across the board. It's inevitable. No matter what, one or two people always punt during the draft. Corbett Gray in the last draft tried to draft some like
eggs.
Yeah,
he tried to draft eggs, and that did not end well for him.
Holy good God, it was awful. And I feel like Jed is just kind of lining up for that. Like he just it's deck just
Commandeer
doesn't
from
do anything.
Charles. That is a fun spell.
Commandeer. Now remind me, what does
Commandeer is
do?
blue 5, or you can remove 2 blue cards from your hand instead of casting it. Gain control of target non-creature spell. You may choose new targets for that spell.
Huh.
Yeah. So it's an interesting pick. I mean, it's a very powerful effect that does not get seen very often. I'm trying to think of who has like great targets for it.
Commandeering and Animate Dead sounds
Yeah,
fantastic.
Commandeering Animate Dead seems pretty reasonable.
Commandeering
Elspeth? Or like a
Or
Planeswalker?
a Bitter Blossom. Commandeering like Splinter Twin is pretty cute if you have something to put it on. I mean, it's generally a good spell overall. It's a heavy cost though.
Yeah,
and Charles has taken
you're
a
three
lot
for
of.
wanting yourself just to play it.
And Charles doesn't have that many blue cards.
Nope, especially not blue cards that you'd be like happy to throw away.
Like I mean, he has what 4 blue cards right now?
Nate Heist doubling down on the Surprise and Scary and grabbing Sandstone Needle, which is the red land for the
red
cycle.
one. Yep.
So all right, and Peter gets Grove of the Burn Willows, so he's got his sources set for Ancient Grudge at this point.
I mean, he should also probably take Punishing Fire.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I would. You've got Grove, you might as well.
Yeah, I think you take Punishing Fire, and I think you sideboard it against some of the more aggressive decks like Charles, and you bring it against Steven.
Yeah. I mean, because
yeah.
against Steven, it kills like Mesmeric Fiend or Tide Hollow Sculler or Braids.
Or just kills a Bitter Blossom token
Yeah.
every turn. Like, it has a decent number of options, but also the risk of that is that like if you bring it against Steven, he can just strip mine your Grove, and then now you just have a really shitty shock.
Yep.
So I don't know about Grove of the Burn. I mean, if he's doing it just for fixing, totally fine.
Sure.
But Taiga's still on the board, right?
Yeah, Taiga's still there. Stomping Ground is still there.
So he has to be trying to get Punishing Fire with Grove.
Yeah.
I think Peter's just on the plan of jam as many 2-card combos as humanly possible.
And it seems to be working out pretty well for him. Somebody in the chat had asked who has Vault and Key. That is Peter Beckfield, the number 5 spot here.
The 5 slot.
Yeah, he got Time Vault when it came to him and picked up Voltaic Key somewhat later, and also has Painter Servant Grindstone. So he's very well set to have just a bunch of really sweet 2-card effects.
Yep. So let's see where the train wreck that Paul Waite's draft goes now.
At this point, he's taking another counter spell, because why not? You've already grabbed Spell Snare 25th.
Sphinx of the Steel Wind. There's a good reanimator.
Yeah, he's got
That's
a
good one.
reanimator target, yeah.
That's actually quite a good one. So okay. Sphinx of the Steel Wind isn't really. Yeah, it's not like it's something that's going to do a ton of blocking.
Sure, but it's not supposed to. It's
right.
there to it's an artifact of chroma that has pro red and green.
Yeah, it would have been another good Tinker target. I think that's one that gets overlooked a lot. Sphinx of the Steel Wind.
Yep.
Again, still Tinker, Inkwell Leviathan still on the board.
Yep.
Sundering Titan.
Sundering Titan's still there.
Blightsteel Colossus is still on the board.
Yeah, all 3 of them.
Peter's going to have his choice.
So I mean, yeah, there's still plenty of targets left. I just wonder how deep he's going to go in on them when he has. I mean, he's got Reanimate, Exhume, and Life Death as far as reanimation effects go.
Yeah, he's going to
Steven
need
gets
another
land
piece or two.
tax. Jed grabs Signet and Signet.
All right, so at least Signets line up with his Tezzeret plan.
Yeah, that's
and it lines up
reasonable.
with his Academy plan.
Yep.
I can get way more behind all the Signet fixing than I can all the
fetch lands
colored
and shock
mana.
duel
Yeah,
fixing. Yeah.
So yeah, I do like those Signet picks from Jed. Those are totally reasonable. Land tax out of Steven, just more
Same
value.
thing that Weather Wayfarer does. Like, he's just going to have no lands left in his deck on, like, turn 5.
And Steven takes humility.
Oh, boy. Alrighty, so...
In his quest for no one to have fun, Steven takes humility, which shuts down Nate.
Shuts down everything.
It shuts down Reanimate.
I was going to say, Reanimate's pretty bad when your opponent just lands humility.
Josh is probably in the best shape right now to battle against
Sure, 'cause
humility
he's got
with
Batterskull.
creatures. He has equipment, right?
Yeah, he has equipment to just make the creatures don't have to matter anymore.
And Peter's actually totally fine. Like, it turns off his Grindstone Painter Servant.
Yep.
But
he's still got Vault Key.
He has
He's
Vault
still got
Key. He still has
Scepter.
Chant. He still has Scepter. he can still do totally fine.
I mean, Charles is actually also totally okay with it too, because he doesn't care. He'll just upheaval it away.
Exactly.
Paul finally takes Sundering Titan, so that's one of the two that we were looking to get picked a while ago. Finally gets taken. Peter gets Sacred Foundry, so now he's got his mana sources getting shored up. I mean, because Plateau was already taken
by Jed, because
Yep.
why not?
Yeah. When
Zealous
you're already
Conscripts.
jumping off of the train tracks, you may as well just hop on another set of rails. Nate gets Zealous Conscripts, which is actually, I mean, even without the combo, it's another sweet Kiki-Jiki target. Like, just stealing a guy every turn is not bad.
No, you can actually, can't you win with Kiki-Jiki Zealous Conscripts?
Yeah, because Zealous Conscripts untaps it, so you just Conscripts Kiki-Jiki constantly.
And you can Splinter Twin on Conscripts.
That
and
is
that's
also true.
Also good enough,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it's
works-
interesting.
it-
There's
it
a
works
lot
as
of
the infinite
redundancy.
combo,
yeah.
He's got Pestermite, he's got Exarch, he's got Zealous Conscripts. I mean, short of having Restoration Angel, he's got every target that he can to make it go infinite, I think. Unless you want to go real deep and grab like the red prime or the red one from.
He had an interesting one written down. I'm gonna wait for him to take it. No
Okay.
one else will take it.
Okay. I mean,
he
that's
showed
described
me-
half of his deck so far.
Force Spike was off the board. He can't take that
Yeah.
one. Inevitably, whenever we do these drafts, people start trying to take cards that have been taken already.
Yeah. I mean, because you look at it and go, wait, I don't see it on the board. Wow, did it really go this late? And no, it
Yeah.
actually didn't.
No, exactly.
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of other cards that would fit into the Splinter Twin plan in those colors. That would be interesting. I have one in mind, but I am not sure.
A null. That's a good
A
one.
null is another really sweet one. It's a Steel Sabotage.
Yep.
That's real good here.
Yeah, is a null? I think a null is actually probably Steel Sabotage can deal with artifacts that are already in play. A null can deal with things like
Enchantments.
Splinter Twin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, dealing with Splinter Twin is important. I mean, even just hitting.
So
Ability.
93.
Guessed it correctly?
He guessed it correctly.
Okay, that was actually not the one that I had.
Breaching Hippocamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had
much
to
does that
look.
cost?
Can we get Gatherer on Breaching Hippocamp? I
And
never thought I would ever
that is
say
not
that.
a thing I expected to be hearing when I woke up this
Yeah,
morning.
no, me neither. It has flash,
Okay.
which is
Okay,
really
you
good.
have my attention.
Oh
boy.
I mean, it is.
Oh, okay. This is a Theros common. No wonder I didn't know it. Oh man, this
Well,
seems
it is
sweet.
It's a horsefish.
Of course it is.
Because why the fuck wouldn't it
Why
be?
wouldn't
Why
it
wouldn't
be?
it be a horsefish?
You know what creature type we don't have enough access to here? Horsefish.
Horsefish.
Jesse getting Gitaxian Probe.
Gitaxian Probe is really good in that sort of deck.
Sure.
He can figure out what sort of hate he has to fight through to resolve his spells.
He can figure out whether, like what he needs to force a will, because like you can't get baited out by their second best spell or something like that.
Yeah, and with Gitaxian Probe, just having that information
It's another
for
draw.
free. It's another draw spell. Like, it's one of those cards I think in general, like the peak sort of effect, the better player will make the most out of that.
Yep.
Just when the better player has perfect information,
Yeah.
it's going to be really hard for the other person to win
Straight
if
up
they
lost.
have a path to do it.
I lost 2 games last weekend because I thought seized the wrong card out of my opponent's hand. Because
Yeah.
it's like, well, yeah, I just didn't use that extra information well enough. Wasteland finally gets taken.
No, Wasteland
was
has
already
been off the
taken.
board.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Gilded Drake at least taken.
Is Wasteland still on the board?
Is Wasteland seriously still on the board? I thought Jed took it.
No, Jed took it.
Jed took it very early.
Yeah.
Well, not very early, but he took it.
Yeah, it was off the board.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, because he took it when we were talking about Steven taking it, and Jed had taken it away from him early on. It was one of the other land picks that actually made sense. So Gilded Drake for Josh, pretty sweet in his deck's effect. I mean, aside from Steven, everyone else is making creatures that are just bigger than his, so
Yeah.
a 3/3 to trade for it seems fine.
Jesse Hampton asked in chat if we have all the cards proxied up. We have a ton of the cards.
We have most
proxied
of the
up.
cards proxied up. We did not show up today expecting Suprazin Scary and Sandstone Needle.
That's true. Basically everything from the last draft that we did, they ended up Jesse and Corbett ended up proxying.
Rest in peace for Josh. That is a sweet one.
Rip. Rest in peace. Garrick Wild speaker for Charles. Charles has an unnatural love for Garrick Wild speaker.
Sure.
But that all aside, I think it's really good in his deck.
It's definitely not bad.
In the draft, in the last draft when he won it, There was just plenty of games where he went
Just make beasts.
make some like birds into Hierarch in like Tarmogoyf or something, and then just Garrick and overrun you the next turn.
Yeah,
and the
it's
game's just over.
real sweet.
People forget that overrun is
It's only
there's
cost
that
4.
breaching
There's the
hippo.
breaching hippocamp. All right.
Another one he could have probably waited a long time on, but
That would have been a sweet 45th pick to round out the draft.
Oh yeah, that would have been nice. Academy Ruins for Peter,
right.
ensuring that he can stay active with regardless of
And now
what.
he can take Mindslaver too,
Yep,
because
absolutely.
that's a card that we haven't seen yet.
Peter's gonna have a hard time getting up to that much mana though, right?
Sure, but he can welder it.
He can welder it. Yeah, that's a good call.
Like he can discard it to Thirst for Knowledge and then just welder it into play.
Foundry combo, Thopter Foundry.
Yeah, that is also true.
That's a good one. Inevitably, with a 40 card deck, you can only jam so many combos in there. I don't know.
Peter's
if Thopter
approaching
Foundry...
critical mass. He's got like 3 in there right now.
So he has.
He's got
Scepter plus whatever.
Scepter plus Chant. He's got Time Vault and Voltaic Key, and he's got Painter Servant and Grindstone. He has 3 infinite, well, nearly infinite combos. 2.5. Angel of Despair for Paul. So that's to deal with the fact that Jesse got Ashen Rider.
Yep. At least he picked up Sundering Titan. Like, he has some real spells that he can put into play. That Tidespout Tyrant was just embarrassing. Terrastodon's fine. Tidespout Tyrant is not that great.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird pick, but whatever. It's still not the most off the rails. It's the second or third most interesting pick we've had all day.
Yeah.
At any rate, we've got Steven. Like, what is left to get for Steven's deck? I mean, he's got Braids. He's got.
He wants Sorin still. He probably wants something like Jite. Grafdigger's Cage is a really good one. That's a good one to hate out. The Reanimator decks.
Grafdigger's Cage. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Steven's deck can pick up a lot more disruption. To be honest, I think that he will. He'll have a lot of ways to cast his spells. I think the Braids plan in general is just really solid against all of these decks. Maybe Peter's deck can deal with it the best. And the Reanimate decks obviously can just kind of go, oops, here's something large. But Braids is really going to be hard for decks like Charles or Josh is going to have a really hard time with Braids / Smokestack.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, and he was very clear on that plan. He's like, I feel like in this format where everyone's trying to do very big things, if you can just put them a little off of their game and then land something like Braids or Smokestack to just keep them from ever coming back, they just never get to actually play.
So Mages of the Tabernacle and
Moat. Well, now all the white sources start to make sense.
Moat I can get behind.
Not really. Most of the big threats fly
Really?
already.
Let's see.
Against Steven's deck, it is the best. And he can just disenchant it. Or kill you with jumping Elspeth things.
Yeah.
I mean, against Paul, it stops Pack Rat. Congratulations. Then he Terrastodons it and you don't care.
Yeah.
Peter doesn't care because he's just going to go infinite. Nate doesn't care because he has Pestermite.
I mean,
Charles
to be
doesn't care because
fair,
he's
the
got Trigon
only
Predator.
part of his combo that flies is Pestermite.
That's fair, but I
Oh,
mean...
no. The Breaching Hippocamp
Yeah.
flies. Oh.
No,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
okay.
It's just a 3/2. It's a horse fish, not a horse bird.
Okay, sure.
Um...
I thought it flew.
Yeah, but I mean, he can just like play Vendilion Click and Pestermite, or he can just like bounce it and kill you around it.
Available names: The Abyss has not been taken.
Yep. Yeah, it's also like Steven's also got Bitter Blossom for crying out loud. Like Charles doesn't care. Jesse's just gonna bounce it. Josh doesn't care.
Yeah, Moat and Tabernacle just.
Tabernacle, I'm kind of okay with because that's at least good against like the Bitter Blossom plan.
Tabernacle makes it very apparent. I'm pretty sure he's going on the Geddon plan.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
He has to be. Like there's
And the Geddon plan is actually a reasonable
totally
way
fine.
for him to go with his deck.
yeah, there's the Lingering Souls for Steven, so he finally managed to pick that up.
Lotus Petal. That's a nice one.
I'm surprised that went. I'm kind of well. I guess I'm not that surprised it went this late, but yeah, he picks it up. Peter gets Taiga because that still hasn't been taken.
Yeah, Nate can pick up Restoration Angel 45th. The question is he going to have a way to cast it?
Does he need it? He's already got.
I think he has
4
enough
things.
redundancy that
Yeah.
it's not going to be
He's
relevant.
got 4 things that he can Kiki-Jiki or Splinter
I mean,
Twin.
that said, of all the things that the Kiki-Jiki type deck can do, I mean, beating down with the Resto Angel is totally legit.
Yeah.
It's probably the best beatdown card, but I don't think there's any reason for him to try to splash for it.
Yeah.
And hope.
Yeah. And
Tez
hope.
and hope. I mean, Metalworker can attack 20 times, right? It's a
Sure.
1/2. Yep.
That would be an interesting way for the game to go. I guess Lodestone Golem could kill them. It's a 5/3.
Yeah, Lodestone Golems is a real thing, but in general, like, does Jed have a bullet win? No,
Charles
not really.
gets, I'm assuming that's Blightsteel
That is
Colossus.
the Blightsteel
As the
Colossus.
11/11.
Yeah.
Nate gets Relica Progenitus, so he's finally got a game plan against the Reanimator techs.
I mean, everyone's gonna have like one card.
Yep. Jesse gets Echoing Truth. That's quite nice.
Oh no, 11/11. That's Ulamog.
Oh, okay.
Ulamog.
Ulamog.
Way better to actually cast through channel. Than,
Yeah, absolutely.
so
So you get to do something with it right then.
I bet you Charles takes Survival. Survival's super good with Emrakul because you just get to rebuy your whole graveyard. He has enough creatures in his deck that he can survival away things that he doesn't need, like birds or things like that.
Sure.
And find, like, if he has the channel, he can go get the Ulamog.
Yep.
If he has the Ulamog, he can go get the Birds of Paradise if he needs.
Right.
I think that his deck's actually turning out to be a really good survival deck.
Yeah.
You know, and that'll let him take cards he can take sorry, I'm blanking out.
No worries.
The hate bear, the white hate bear.
Gaddock Teague?
No, or he could take Gaddock Teague.
Yeah.
oh boy, he could take
Gaddock
Gaddock
Teague, yeah.
But no, he
Canonus?
could take Canonus. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
okay.
God, I blanked on
No
it.
worries.
He could definitely take Canonus.
I mean,
he doesn't
Canonus-
care about that card.
Yeah, he doesn't really care about it at all. Even if it is restricting him, his deck is one that's totally fine just casting one spell a turn for
Yeah.
the most part. Like he's
Yep.
he's just gonna try and
mean,
use
with-
all of his mana to cast one spell.
With Garrick, he kind of wants to be able to do multiple things, but even then,
Sure.
I mean, if he puts in Canonus against one of the like a Peter deck or something
Josh
like
gets
that.
Kataki, so that's
Yeah.
gonna be pretty sweet for him. And Hercule's Recall. So the Josh Jed matchup just got a lot better for Josh.
Yeah, that's fair. So what I'm going to ask the guys to do, I'm going to ask them when they make their decks
Mm-hmm.
to somehow highlight in here what is in their main deck.
Just for us, or are you gonna try and lock out everybody else to see it?
Oh no
'Cause
no
I would
no!
like to
I
see
think we can share that out.
just keep public deck lists. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
I
fine.
think. I mean, everyone has perfect information, anyways. But I think it'll be important to see, like, you know, does Josh want a main deck Gilded Drake? I don't know, maybe, probably not, but
Probably not. I'd
or
make
does-
that Kataki though.
But like Echoing Truth, is that a main deck or a sideboard card? Could be either. I don't know.
That's fair.
And you know, I think it'll be good for us to know what should be main, what isn't.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Can Charles take Tradewind Rider? He could. I don't think it's good enough.
I don't think it's good enough. It's too slow for what his deck's trying. Well, maybe not too slow. Oh, he's taking Mirari's Wake anyways, so
Yeah.
that solves that problem.
Mirari's Wake is a nice plan
It's
for him.
not a
It
bad
just
one.
lets him cast
Jesse,
all of his
Jesse
high-end-
taking. For a second there, Jesse had taken Mirari's
Mirari's
Wake just
Wake.
to dagger Charles
No,
out of it.
that's obviously not happening. The Martin GK point out Village Bellringer works for combo.
Yep.
It really does. And if Nate wanted to dabble into white, I think it'd be fine. The problem is all the lands are gone.
Every-
He hasn't planned for it.
Everything
I
that
think
makes
he
red,
just
white, or blue, white is gone. So
I
there's
think he's
nothing
just
left
better
for him.
off just staying in blue red. He has enough redundancy. I mean, he has twin. He has. I'm just not sure what the body double is doing. That's
Nothing at the moment.
no, and Goblin Matron definitely should have been Imperial Recruiter. But
Yep.
other than that, like his plan looks pretty solid. You know, he has a really good gifts package. He has a really good intuition package. It's one of those combos that, like, it's a 2-card combo with like so much redundancy on both sides.
Yeah, no, it seems to be working out really well for him so far. It's definitely a very, very different plan than what everyone else on the table is on.
Yep.
And, I mean, we saw that right from the start. I mean, his first, 3 or 4 picks were all very unusual compared to the power level of what everyone else was drafting, and he
Yeah.
still seems like he's got a good deck. Jesse's got Chain of Vapor, so that's something.
I mean, I certainly would have liked to see the Sandstone Needle and Surprise and Scary be
Way
more
later.
relevant.
44th and
lands.
45th would have been fine for those.
Yeah, but that said, I think Nate's in good shape. I think he's prepared well for this. You can tell that, you know, there's a couple of people that have gone a little off the rails. You know,
Yeah.
Paul's gone off the rails.
Chris pointed out that Body Double, since it can hit both graveyards, it's actually really good against the Reanimator plans. Because if you don't play and reanimate it in the same turn, he can just Body Double your Gristlebrand.
Yeah, but I mean, even if that's the case,
I feel like that was the reason he took it, at least. It may not work out very well for him,
Yeah.
but it at least makes it, more interesting than maybe he's drafting Revelark. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems like a pretty strange pick. What can he Teleria West for? Is there anything real? I guess he can
Library.
get Pact Negation?
he has Library as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Library and Pact are the only two cards that jump out to me.
I mean, with his deck having, the come into play tap lands like Sandstone Needle, Library, like, I'm just worried that he's not going to have anything to do
That's
for
kind
a
of
while.
my-
Like, he's going to be a little too, like, 1 or 2 turns too slow
Yeah.
to fight through the disruption or to actually, be able to be competitive against some of these other decks.
That's how I feel as well. Disrupt. Okay, so that is a card that was not taken before now.
Disrupt is one of those
It's-
vintage all-stars that
Yep.
people forget exists.
It's quite. It has a lot of targets here. At least.
It's 4 spike to an instant or sorcery.
Yep.
Draw a card.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a very powerful card.
Yeah,
in this format.
it's definitely not bad here because I mean everyone but Jed has a lot of targets for it.
Yeah.
I mean, since Jed's just mono permanence, there's Peter getting Mindslaver, so like we called that when he got the Academy runes.
Expect Misdirection to get picked here also by somebody.
Sleight of hand for Paul, so he's now looking to get actually through the filtering with the Serum Visions. Same idea. I mean, all of these picks are just making up for the fact that Jesse got Entomb.
Yeah.
Steven gets Scrubland because nobody else was going to take that.
I mean,
so he gets to
Jed
pick it
might have.
easily.
Let's be real.
fair.
Jed wanted
I expect
every...
Jed to take Badlands at this point because it's about the only duel left. And
I hope he just windmills it right here. Chintzy body double combo also a thing. What is? Sorry, I'm not really sure what that means. Chinsty.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I mean, there is a body double combo, but I don't think Nate's going to go for it. Sphere of Resistance for Jed is a good pickup. It's another, and Thorn of Amethyst. So now he has the trifecta of all 3 of them.
Yep.
With Lodestone Golem and everything. So
And
he's
he
pretty well
has
set there.
Trinisphere.
Yeah, and he's got Trinisphere. So his deck is pretty well set up there.
I mean, he still has no way to win a game. I mean, as Lodestone Golem, that's like it.
Yeah, he needs a win condition, and he kind of needs one like now.
Like, what are the right win conditions for him? Like,
Blightsteel's still up.
Blightsteel's still up, but he has to find a way to cast it. I think he's Wormcoil Engine real
Yeah,
bad.
Wormcoil Engine was something that Max had pointed to a long time ago.
that's right, yeah.
Yeah. The body double combos with Revelark and Mirror Entity, but that requires Nate diving into white
Again.
which he just hasn't done because there's no way he can make the mana work. So I
No,
don't
there's
think
no way
that's
he's
gonna
going to
happen.
go away. I do think that also the problem with Revelark Mirror Entity anything is that, like, you have to just build. That takes so many deck slots, and in a 40-card deck, you just don't have room to do it. It is cool and fun and all that, but I just don't think it's good enough, and I don't think it's something you can do in a 40-card deck. Maybe when we go to 60-card decks, it might be reasonable, but I
Yeah,
don't
if we
think
go to
that's going to
60 card
happen.
decks, it's definitely more playable.
Yeah.
Corbett had just Nate had actually apparently talked to him prior about some extra cards to make sure to have proxied for the event.
Okay.
There are some things that we have not seen yet that could still crop up that are quite interesting and actually point to why he took Goblin Matron instead of Imperial Recruiter. There are goblins we forgot about. Yeah. So there are some interesting
Okay.
picks that could come up or that we might get a chance to talk about. And actually, based on the fact that he's been taking cards that nobody else has been remotely interested in thus far, I feel like he's going to get them all, and we're going to get to see some very, very unique cards for a Vintage Red History draft
Yeah.
that might actually be pretty sweet.
Huh. Yeah, 60 card. Yeah, the draft will take a long time. I think that if we go 60 card, the plan will be draft 75, and you must draft your 75. There will be no basics.
Sure.
So I think that the draft itself will be a little bit longer, but it's a significant chunk of those will be island, forest,
That's fair. Martin does make a good point that like Nate could go into the White Splash because Revelarking back Pestermite and Kiki Jiki could be a thing if they get removed.
I just don't think he can cast it.
Yeah, I don't think he can either. Torpor Orb for Steven is interesting. It stops some of his own cards, which kind of sucks.
Not
It
a
stops
ton.
Tide Hollow Sculler and Mesmeric Fiend, and Phyrexian Revoker. Well, no, Phyrexian Revoker's an as, not a win.
Yep.
So yeah, that's fine. Paul gets Dance of the Dead, so that's another reanimation effect. Peter gets Time Spiral.
Dance of the Dead is one people forget
Called
about.
that in like pick 4.
Oh, you did.
He has no lands that tap for more than 1 mana. Called it anyways. Still happened.
Yep, absolutely. Dance of the Dead is a sweet one though that people overlook a lot. It's another one of those 2 mana.
There's one of the
reanimate
goblins I was looking at. Goblin Vandal.
Yeah.
That is one of the Saboteur cards that I always used to love when I got the chance to play it, and it's kind of fun for me to get to see that here.
It's always fun to see Goblin Vandal be played in a cube.
Yeah.
Because there's always so many good targets, and in this format, oh boy,
boy.
target rich. Mystic Snake for Charles. He's just back
Another-
on the tempo plan, and
Same, yeah. I mean,
Hey,
it's the same reason he picked up Void Slimer.
if it ain't broke,
Don't fix it.
that's right.
At this point, he's going to take the blue green one. That's the pseudo mana drain just to round out the counter package.
Yeah, 93. I don't think that he's doing the Lightning Crafter thing. I think you're going to see some interesting. From what we just saw, it'll be pretty good.
Matron is definitely for some silver bullet targets. I mean, the fact that it can get Kiki-Jiki is incredibly relevant, but there are some other silver bullet targets that Nate was apparently looking at that we might get to see today that would be really, really fun.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so Jesse's got Chain of Vapor I really like as a pick, just because it's able to hit any... Like, it being the cheapest non-land bounce spell is real interesting.
Yeah, and
I feel like he really wants... the Inkwell Leviathan now, though, because then his opponent can't just Chain of Vapor his reanimation target back. Mana Short is quite nice, though.
Mana Short, that is a callback to Jesse knowing his cards.
Yep.
I would wager to say there's a significant amount of these drafters that didn't even know what Mana Short does.
The first time I ever won an FNM, it was on the back of Mana Short.
Really?
I played it when you were playing like Cunning Wish in Psychotog decks. Mana Short was one of the cards that I would just go get. Like, no, you don't get a turn. Upheaval you, Tog you, win.
And I mean, we talked about Jesse not having a lot of counter spells. Mana Short shores that up.
Yep. Upkeep, I get a turn.
I get a free turn. I'm going to buy myself one shot, and that's all that he needs.
Yep.
I mean, if he reanimates Jin Cataxius off of a Mana Short...
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that is... Yeah. It's nice.
To answer a question in the chat, I don't know whether Charles did Plowhunter last time.
I don't think he did. I don't think it's good enough in this format.
I could see him picking it up. There's the Detention Sphere for Josh that we were talking about. That, I mean, it solves his pack rat problem.
I mean... One card for one deck isn't necessarily a reason I want to.
Sure, but it's also reasonable against most of the other decks here.
Yeah, I mean,
Fastbond has not been taken yet, Alex. Nope. But Charles has been the only one taking green cards so far. So if it's going to go to anyone, it would go to him. We had a thought for a while that maybe Steven was going to branch out into green as his second color, but that didn't happen. He went with white for Weather Wayfarer, Disenchant, Tidehall of Sculler, Humility, all of those. But other than that, Charles has been the only one drafting green. Red has also been very underdrafted. I mean, Nate's the only one taking any real quantity of red cards. Peter's got, what, like 2? Welder and Ancient Grudge, and that's it.
Welder.
Yeah, Grudge and Welder, I think, are it. Other than that, pretty much everyone's been on playing blue and black and white.
Yeah, and it's... I mean, we expect there to be a lot of blue drafters. I think there's probably one too many right now.
Yeah.
I feel like the blue's getting diluted a little bit.
A big part of it is in a format like this, a lot of the times the mono red deck doesn't feel fast enough.
Yeah.
You're just like, I get to do these really great things and kill you on like turn 4. And they're like, I'm going to make a Gristlebrand on turn 3. How's that work for you?
Sure.
Darkwater Catacombs for Jesse, so that's another mana effect that a lot of people hadn't grabbed. That's one of the Odyssey lands. Absorb for Charles is nice because that's one of the few counter spells that he can play that Josh is the only other one at the table who can even cast.
Right.
I mean, of course, now it probably reminded Paul that Undermine exists, so he might try and play that, or Jesse.
I think that's fine. I mean, Charles doesn't care if he takes
Nate
Undermine,
gets
right?
Opt. And Peter finally gets Fabricate, so that was something you had mentioned like 10 or 20 picks ago.
Yeah, I mean, there's not... I guess Fabricate could have been taken by a lot of other decks, but I mean, it's definitely best in Peter's deck. Jed, in theory, could have taken it also, but
He's already playing 4 colors, why not?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he already had blue lands, to be fair.
Yeah.
Through Tundra and Flooded Strand. But I mean, you know, Jed hasn't showed us why he wants to play red.
I'm kind of surprised Phyrexian Metamorph hasn't happened yet.
Metamorph is a really nice one that is probably under the radar. So let's try and think. Let's actually ask the chat. What are the cards that you thought would have been gone in the first 30 rounds now that we're done that haven't been taken? I definitely think Metamorph is on my list. Grave Titan, Wormcoil Engine.
Yep.
Inkwell Leviathan is still on the board.
Inkwell Leviathan or Sundering Titan. Like
no, Sundering Titan went. Sundering Titan went. Yeah, Paul has it.
That's right. It did go. It went
Paul
26. That's right.
It went late,
Yeah.
but I think that that's okay. There's probably got to be a couple other ones that have. Like,
I mean,
Oath of Druids didn't go.
Fastbond or know, any of the good green cards. Like nobody took them for the longest time.
Yeah.
Even Charles might as well have been mono blue plus channel for the first 15 picks.
Yep.
Yeah. Langlier points out Loam, Goyf, and Inkwell as 3 cards. Maybe not Goyf. Well, I don't know. Goyf is like the lowest of the 3, I think. But like Loam and Inkwell Leviathan, I both could have easily seen going earlier.
So I think I would have agreed with you about Goyf until the last draft.
That's fair.
I would have thought that Goyf is just kind of whatever. He's just a body. I think Charles in the last draft really proved that having a good relevant clock was the way you want to go.
Okay.
And I think that, Goif, even as a 4/5 or something
2
early,
mana 4/5 is still really, really good. And
it
when there's
makes-
a dearth of removal, nobody's going to be able to kill it in zone.
right? And with Charles having just enough disruption and just enough pressure, that was his formula to win the last
Sure.
draft, was to be able to counter 1 or 2 spells just to slow you down enough and put a sizable clock on the board through a Garruk, through a Tarmogoyf, through any of those cards, and be able to just ride that the whole way to victory. I think Tarmogoyf should have been drafted by now, but to be fair, no one else is going to take it,
Yeah.
right?
So Charles, it's the only time you can just stall on Tarmogoyf, because who's going to take it? You remember when Tarmogoyf came out and everyone was like, I guess this is an okay other Burning Tree Shaman.
Right.
2 mana 3/4, sure, that's
It's fine, I guess. No, I think that Tarmogoyf as a card itself is good enough to have been drafted by now. I think the texture of this draft and the way it's been going, no one else is going to take it. So why bother wasting a pick on a card that no one else is going to take?
Castigate for Steven. That's a good one. And there's Phyrexian Metamorph.
Okay, Metamorph finally got picked.
Jed finally took a colored card that fits into his deck. That's weird.
Yeah, who knew? I mean, it's not even really a colored
And
card, let's
Sculpting
be honest.
Steel.
Sculpting Steel is pretty
He
cute.
got cards that actually do things.
I mean, he has plenty of ways to cast them.
Look, those are like the closest thing to actual win conditions he's drafted this entire time.
That's fair. Castigate's a good one. Do you think he's going to take... I think Steven's going to take a Vindicate here soon.
Vindicate would not surprise me at all. I mean, a lot of his picks, he can kind of pick whatever the hell he wants in whatever order because no one else is going to take his cards. It's the same thing.
Steven?
Yeah. It's the same position that Charles is in with green cards. Devout Witness. All right, there's
What
a
does
pick.
Devout Witness do? I don't remember.
Chris, can we get Devout Witness up?
Thank you, sir. The Devoutest.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Oh.
It's that's right.
Oh,
the
it's the
Disenchant
Spell Shaper. Yeah. Oh, that one's a nice one.
Yeah.
I had forgotten
is-
that one existed.
You know what's better than one Disenchant?
All
of them.
All of them. Turning every card in your hand into one. That's a nice one.
Power Sync for Paul. That is a nice counterspell that has not been taken yet.
Power Sync, Syncopate.
And he got Putrid Imp too as another
X ones.
discard outlet last round, which is nice. Peter's getting Gamble, so he's finally got.
So that was Gamble was one of the cards on Nate's list.
Yeah.
So now we're seeing what Peter's doing
Nate
with some of that
finally
red.
had a card taken from him.
I mean,
Pick 32.
no one else was going to hate out Surprise and Scary, so I think we're okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gamble. I mean, and Peter loves gambling. Let's be real.
No gamble, no future.
Absolutely. Yeah, Spell Shaper, Disenchant. I think it'll be interesting to see how good that card is. So I think if you have it online and you're obviously doing it turn after turn, it's gonna be insane.
Sure.
But it's a 3-drop, and then you have to wait a turn and pitch a card.
Yeah.
Just for your first Disenchant.
So you're paying 5 for the first one.
You're paying 5
and 2 for winning yourself.
and 2 for winning.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Condescend for Nate, so there's another counterspell. Hey, could have been better than Arcane Denial.
I mean, people I think just remembered that the blue X counterspells exist.
Can't wait for Spell Blast to get taken.
Ugh.
Yeah, Gamble does also fit Peter's deck really well because he's got like Academy Runes and Goblin Welder.
Yeah.
He doesn't care if he pitches an artifact.
Nope, I totally agree.
Condescend, there's still Syncopate as a counterspell.
Yep, Syncopate's still on the board. There's a couple other good ones. I'm trying to think. Dissipate is still on the board.
Dissipate's still there. I mean, what's the new one? Dissolve?
Dissolve is still on
Dissolve
the
is
board.
still totally fine.
I actually think in general, Josh took Forbid really early.
Yep.
Josh's deck is not the sort of deck that really
You can't
ever wants to buy it back.
He doesn't even have Sword of Fire and Ice, so like you can't
He would have
forbid
just
lock somebody.
Yeah,
with
he
it.
would have just much rather had Dissolve, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's not saying he won't get it or whatever. But
I mean, Josh is mainly a legacy player, so like if Dissolve hasn't really made its way into that format yet, it's not unreasonable that like he wouldn't really even think of. I mean, a lot of these cards so far have just been picks that nobody really thought about or remembered that existed. I mean, we had to look up Breaching Hippocamp because who knows what that does as a Theros common in a vintage rotisserie draft.
Yep.
Mana Leak was taken very early on by Nate.
yeah,
It was like his fourth pick.
fourth or fifth or
No,
something.
it was actually fourth. He took Mox Ruby, Library, Thada Adel, Mana Leak. Those were his first 4 cards.
I think Mana Leak's actually
Oh,
totally
Counterspell, Mana
fine.
Leak. He took it 5th.
Okay.
My bad.
So
and
how many
somebody
more,
had asked
how many more
earlier-
rounds do we have? We go to 45,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Somebody
so
had
we're
asked
getting
earlier
close.
about scrolling up to see the earlier picks. We'll probably do that after. probably after, I guess, we finish Josh's 30-second pick. So we finish round 32, scroll back up real quickly, let everybody who hadn't been viewing right when the draft started kind of give them an overview of what got taken. The first, 5 rounds really aren't that intriguing because everybody but Nate really was just taking insane power cards, doing degenerate things. And then we'll come back down.
I think what we're
Counterspell
gonna
was
do-
taken 93. It was Nate Heiss's 4th pick right before he took Mana Leak.
I think actually what we're going to do after the 30-second pick with Josh, we're going to leave the stream up with the Excel. You and I are going to take a brief 2-minute break.
Sure.
And the picks will continue. The commentary will stop for a few minutes while we take a quick break. Then we'll come back. We'll review whatever's been picked and then cover through the rest of the draft. And then we're going to have another break for deck building.
We'll have a fair amount of time to talk
During
about it
deck building, we'll grab a player or two and talk about their deck.
Jed should be able to throw his deck together and then still have 25 cards left.
Regardless, there'll be a little bit of downtime because it does take a little bit of time to get all of the decks together, get the proxies set up. We do have proxies already all printed.
Have to Sharpie up Sandstone Needle and Surprise and Scary.
I mean, to be fair,
And Arcane Denial.
I won't lie, Nate's the sort of person that if he knew he was taking those, which he did,
showed up with copies.
he probably
of them.
has copies.
I was thinking about it. Oh, Nate, look, and Charles got Nature's Claim. That was one of the cards we'd been talking about back in round 8 or 9. It's with how many artifacts you've got rolling around in everyone's deck, Nature's Claim is really, really good.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I guess we were talking about it right before Steven took Disenchant. This is another really solid one that there's targets in every deck.
And Charles's deck has enough pressure in it that he doesn't
You don't
really.
care about the
four life is just
It's
not
irrelevant.
relevant. No, just the fact that he can have a 1 mana disenchant. It's just. I mean, Steven would have probably taken Nature's Claim over disenchant if he was in those colors.
Max McCall has requested an interview with Jed, so I'm assuming he just wants to spend half an hour asking him what the hell.
I definitely want to talk with Jed. I definitely want to talk with Nate. I think
Nate and Jed, I think, would be the two most interesting interviews because Nate's way off on his own path and seems totally happy with his deck so far, and it seems like it's working out for him.
Yeah.
Jed's way off on his own path, and no one has any idea what the hell he was doing for 9 picks.
And then the other person I want to talk to at some point, it doesn't necessarily have to be when we're deck building, but at some point I want to grab Paul.
Sure.
And because I think Paul is the one person in the draft that really got their draft just derailed out from under them hard.
Which
and
is exactly what happened to him last time.
I know. And he's trying to cobble together a deck, and it's just this subpar
Looks like one of my
version of
cube
Jesse's.
decks.
No, this actually has good cards in it.
That's fair.
Sorry.
Oh, no, well deserved. The last time I cubed with you, my deck was terrible. It was the worst 40 cards I've ever had to shuffle up together. Tim Ayton looked at my deck and was like, I would almost rather not play this, and he had just shown up to burn the cube draft. All right, so Jesse got Control Magic. We were wondering how late that was going to go. Kind of surprised. Pretty sure that went before Treachery.
It did. Maybe he's worried about mana costs.
Josh gets Mystic Gate and Glenelender Archmage, so I mean he's now picking up his guys that do things with his equipment.
Yeah.
I mean, and now he has a plan. He got Glenelender Archmage, which is a creature he's really looking for because it's a counterspell and a creature.
Oh yeah, and it carries a sword. It's just really good.
Yeah.
I expect GT to go off the board here real soon.
I was kind of surprised. Well, I mean, Josh is really the only one drafting. I guess Josh and Steven.
Steven
Steven could take it too. That's fair.
could easily take it.
Yeah.
GT in general isn't that good against a lot of the decks. It's really good against Charles. It's really good against Steven.
Yep.
So I expect, actually, if anyone's going to take it, I think Steven should take it because it's good in his deck and it's really good against his
I would,
deck.
at this point, not be terribly surprised if Steven's next 2 picks were GT Sword of Fire and Ice.
Sure.
Those and Skullclamp being the only 3 pieces, 3 pieces of equipment that he's got in his deck
I'm
to
not
make his
sure-
1/1s big.
I'm not sure he wants 3 pieces of equipment
That's
in his
fair.
deck. I think he wants 2. Skull Clamp's already one of them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was GT or Sword of Fire and Ice. I don't know if he has another good option.
I guess
past
Sword
that.
is a lot less good because there's really not much aggro there, so you don't really care about the shock half of it. Drawing an extra card is obviously really good, but it's not as insane. Temple of Deceit, so Jesse gets
That's
a Scryland.
the Scryland.
Yep.
Anyways, so this is the point where we're going to take a quick break from the commentary side of things. So we're going to kill that for a second. Leave up. The draft will continue. Please feel free to chat, and you can still watch the spreadsheet as cards get drafted. We'll be back to discuss more picks in about 5 minutes. So we'll see you guys soon. Thanks you guys so much for tuning in. This is kind of our first time doing the commentary side of things. Please give us any feedback that you want. You can just talk to us straight in chat, or you can always, if you know Teddy or I, you can always reach out to us. And again, I want to say it one last time. Thanks again to Chris Cowan for the setup. This whole This is some
This whole
really
thing is pretty
professional.
cool.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever done anything like this, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been fantastic so far. So, anyways, we'll be back in a few minutes, and we will talk and do more coverage then. All right.
All right, see you later.
It sounds like we're back on.
Yep, we're back.
Sweet.
So we only missed at least like 2 rounds.
About 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Some fixing, fire ice.
Ferry McCobb for Peter is kind of interesting. Steven finally picked up Soren. Underground River got taken.
Vindicate.
Jed has Mishra's Factory.
And Mutavault.
And Mutavault.
The Manlands. I think that the couple interesting ones stitched together.
Yep.
That's a reanimate. It's raise dead, but if you have threshold, put it into play.
Yep. Judgment uncommon.
That's a pretty
and he
nice
got
one.
Mental Note too. So now he's like maybe 1 Thought Scour short.
A Thought Scour is actually the card exactly what I was thinking.
Charles just took Manlands for the last 2 picks. It looks like Colonnade and Treetop Village. So he's definitely got.
To be fair, Colonnade is great fixing.
Colonnade's
for him
great
anyways.
fixing. Yeah.
I'm
Nate taking Red
surprised that
Elemental
Josh
last is-
didn't have Colonnade already.
Yeah, listening to the players, Colonnade was the next pick that Josh wanted to take.
Oh, did you say that? I
Yeah,
missed
he
that.
took Phantasmal Image instead of Colonnade because
Got it.
Charles had taken Colonnade.
Phantasmal Image seems pretty good. There's not much targeting going on.
Yeah, there's not much targeting going on, so I mean it's pretty reasonable. I mean it's a 2-mana clone for him at that point, so it should work out relatively well.
So let's see what we can catch up with chat. Yeah, Wrath and Damnation are gold right now. I think Wrath from like Josh is really good. I think Wrath from
Tendo Ice Bridge for Peter.
I even think Peter could play Wrath and it'd be totally fine.
That's probably true. I mean he's got
Buy him some time.
Yeah.
And then let's see what else we got. Yeah, Josh has Path to Exile and Swords. He took both back to back. Jace Architect of Thought is really interesting. There's not a lot of pressure, so you can minus it, get that little mini factor fiction, and then be pretty confident that it's going to stick on the board for a little while. Also, the plus is so good against Steven.
Yeah, because all of his
So
creatures are like
good.
1 or 2 power.
I don't know if that's a main deck card for Josh, but I think in certain matchups that's going to be really good for him.
Absolutely.
To be fair, he's already taken a lot of board cards early, like Rest in Peace, Kataki, Hercules. And don't get me wrong, he got some of the premier hate cards for his
Paul
colors.
takes Factor Fiction. And he has Sadistic Sacrament.
I will say this, that is a really late factor fiction.
Yeah, it really is.
That's a great pickup for Paul. I mean, we've been talking about it for a while. Paul needs some help.
Yep.
Paul needs a
Factor
little...
Fiction accomplishes 2 things for him. It, A, gets stuff into his graveyard. Like, if he has reanimation effects in hand, they separate it and you just go, well, I'll just dump this, Sphinx of the Steelwind Sundering Titan into my graveyard.
Yeah. Langlier says in chat, Glimmer Void out of Jedson. I would think so. I mean, Lord
Wouldn't
knows he
surprise
wants
me.
all the different colors anyways.
Yep.
Glimmer Void, I'd also expect him to draft Mox Opal.
Yeah.
I think that's
Mox
actually
Opal
quite
will
good
work
in
really
his
well
deck.
for him.
Yep. Steven, like we talked about, Soren, Vindicate, Godless Shrine.
Godless Shrine,
He's
yeah.
just straight up on that plan.
He pretty much gets his pick of the litter for both of the colors that he's in at this point, because his deck is doing different things than the other decks that have black in them. So, they're not
Yeah.
really fighting for cards anymore.
They fought over the Black Disruption
A
and
little
then
bit,
and a
but he
little
still
bit
got
over
the
the
best of
tutors.
it.
Grim Tutor is still on the board. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's
Grim
fair.
Tutor is legit. It's certainly not the best tutor.
Sure, but I mean, when Demonic, Vampiric, and Imperial Seal are all gone, I guess you can take it.
I think Paul's deck would really like Grim Tutor because at least that way he has a tutor of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I was thinking about this on our break. I think when Jesse started taking the Entomb cards, I think Paul should have audibled into Survival and Living Death.
Yeah, I think that would have worked out a lot better for him. That
Yeah.
said, I mean, I guess we'll see how it goes. He's got a deck.
Elspeth
Kind
Sun's
of-
Champion, that's the 6-mana one, right?
Yeah, that is a 6-mana one from Theros that
The
makes
new one.
3/1/1s, wraths everything with power
Right.
4 or greater, or double Glorious Anthems and flying all of those
Yeah,
guys.
ultimate win the game, whatever.
Yeah. And Steel Hellkite is kind of interesting.
Steel Hellkite is
Not a worm coil
It's
engine.
not a worm coil. It does fly. It does deal with things like Moxes and
Yep.
whatnot really well when it connects. It does have to connect. It does. I think I like Worm Coil Engine more. I don't think any of these other decks would take Steel Hellkite. I think some of these
The
other
other
decks
decks would
could, in
take Worm
theory,
Coil
take
Engine.
Worm
Absolutely.
Coil Engine. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Steve gets Fetid Heath. He's able to just grab all of the mana fixing in the world, so that he's actually able to have a good black-white deck. This is kind of why this deck works in Vintage Rotisserie and has such a hard time in Cube.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, in Cube drafts, if you just don't get the mana fixing, you're just hosed. Because so many things in both of your colors need that dedicated mana very early on.
Yep.
Like, you need to have double black on turn 4 for Braids.
Yep.
You need to have black-white on turn 2 for Sculler. You know, all of these different things. You want to have white on turn 1 for Weathered Wayfarer. You want to have, you know, double black by turn 4 or whatever. You need to have white and black very early on. In Vintage Rotisserie like this, he's able to take everything. I mean,
Absolutely.
he's got Fetid Heath, he's got Scrubland, he's got Godless Shrine, he's got Marsh Flats, he's got all of these things.
I will say this. This is the first Vintage Rotisserie where a ton of hate draft has happened early. In past rotisseries, it's waited till about this point in the draft to start taking
Everyone's got their playables
the
and
disenchants, the
sideboards,
Hercules recalls, etc.
Cyclonic Rift for Paul is kind of an interesting choice. It's definitely he's never going to overload it ever, so...
If he's never going to overload it, then I
It
would have
shouldn't
rather
have been
have
that
him
good.
see some. I would have rather him take a different disperse or
something.
You know, into the royal. Into the royal with
Into the
upside
Royal would have been fine.
Probably much better.
Surgical Extraction for Peter's pretty good.
The Goblin Chains continue with Goblin Recruiter.
Yeah.
That's pretty cute.
Nate Heiss's 45th pick, Food Chain.
It's funny. I think I liked Nate's draft until he started getting cute with the Goblin package.
Yeah.
Now, I can get behind the Goblin Matron, but it probably should have just been Imperial Recruiter if he was just going
I agree.
with something to find Kiki Jiki.
Goblin Vandals, it's neat, but it's a little too cute.
I think Vandal's actually fine in general. I think Recruiter is where it starts to cross over.
Yeah. Charles gets Primeval Titan, so there is finally a 6/6 for 6 getting taken. Jesse gets Magus of the Bazaar, which is really interesting. I mean, Bazaar of Baghdad obviously got taken by Paul, so now he still gets a similar effect. To answer somebody else's question in, oh, look, Mike Thompson is in the chat. How lovely of him to show up.
There you go.
Kind of. Somebody in the chat had asked why, if it was unusual that there was no Storm deck. You and I had talked about this earlier. And you were basically of the opinion, and I didn't know enough to say otherwise, that basically Storm is good, but it's not good enough. Like, it's not unfair enough for what these decks are doing.
So the problem with Storm, I think, in these formats is that to draft a 40-card deck that is Storm, you can do that in Cube because you only have a couple people that are taking counter spells in general. You don't have a ton of decks with a ton of disruption.
Yeah.
But in this format,
5
every
of the
deck
8
has disruption. Every deck has, most
7
of
of
these
the
decks
8
have
decks
counter
have good
spells.
disruption, and Jen's
Yeah.
is just Thorn of Amethyst and
Yeah,
Lodestone
Storm could never
Columns.
beat that anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't think in Storm you have to have a critical mass to be able to win, and I just don't think that you can do that in a 40-card rotisserie deck.
Yeah.
It's possible that it's better in a 60-card deck, but I still have no idea.
At least in a 60-card deck, you can set it up for a more resilient form of it, or something like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Bizarre-
Mike. I'm not obviously just giving you crap. I totally understand. Root Canal has to take precedence sometimes.
So here's something to consider, right? So let's just say on average, the 40-card decks are going to have 23 slots and 17 mana sources, right? And then you have the rest of the cards are in your sideboard. So look at a card like Mages of the Bazaar. Now, I don't think that card is good enough for Jesse to main deck it.
I don't think it is either. I think it's a board card.
But when do you want to board it? Because I don't think it's good enough to board in.
That's a fair question, and
And
he may
so-
just end up cutting it and leaving it, unfortunately.
And so I think that's a trap that people fall into is like, what are your 23 cards going to be? And then the cards that you're drafting that aren't in those 23, are you ever going to play them? I've noticed that like some people have drafted cards, they try and draft the redundant cards, like, the Mages of the Bazaar to go with their Bazaar of Baghdad.
Sure.
They start one, they don't start the other, and
And
the
it's
other
just
one just
never used,
And
yeah.
and the thing is it's just a wasted pick, right?
fair.
Where that card could be something a little bit better. It could be Diabolic Edict.
Diabolic Edict or even Chainer's Edict,
Chainer's Edict.
something like
It could-
that.
I mean, I'm just throwing a card
Hell,
out there,
in
right?
his deck, Innocent Blood would have been just the best one. Just one black.
Absolutely. And that card, even if he doesn't start it, could go in the board,
Yeah.
and that actually will come in some matchups.
Yeah.
Whereas when and I'm not necessarily picking on Mages of the Bazaar specifically,
But
I
cards
think
like
it's
that. Yeah,
it's
I
a
see where you're
trap that drafters can fall into, where they try and draft all these redundant cards that just never see the light of day. I've fallen into that trap doing vintage rotisserie drafts. Cards that will see play, though, are Restoration Angel.
and Umasawa's Jite.
Yes.
Those cards are both very good for Josh. We were just talking about how he wanted another piece of equipment. I mean, because he's got the sword and he's got the Batter Skull to go get with Stoneforge Mystic, but now he's got Jite, so he's actually got a really solid package of things to go get with it.
And Resto Angel in his deck is okay. He doesn't have a ton of targets to blink. He can reset a Glenelender Archmage. He can blink a Sword of Temptation. That's pretty hot.
You know the one I like the most?
What's that?
Gilded Drake?
Yeah. Do you think he's going to main deck Gilded Drake?
I don't think he will. And also,
you
6 mana
blink?
for it's a little much.
Yeah, I was about to say, you have to do it with it on the stack,
you have
right?
you have to do it with the Gilded Drake trigger on the stack that you can cast Restoration.
That
Six
seems
is
a
a
little
little much
optimistic.
for it.
Yeah, it seems a little optimistic.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I actually think that there could be a really good blink deck in general, especially blue-white.
Yeah.
I don't think that Josh is set up for that. That
I don't think
all
he's
of
trying
that
to go for
said,
that either, though.
No, Restoration Angel is just one of those cards that's just solid all around.
Even if all it does is reset a Glenelender Archmage, that's probably fine
I mean,
for him.
even against some of these decks, even just a 3/4 that beats down
Yeah.
while he can hold up counter magic.
Yeah, it's
is
a 3/4
totally
that wears
fine.
Jite.
Yeah, it holds a Jite. He can, hold Dismiss in his hand. Oh, you didn't cast anything relevant? Play my Restoration Angel. Even if it doesn't get any more value other than that, it let him
It's a flash
hold
3
up
floor,
mana.
yeah.
And his deck definitely has enough
All right,
counters that he wants
now
to do.
Jesse's just dicking around.
World Gorger Dragon.
Yes.
What?
Yep.
So what is
He's
he
got the
trying to-
animate.
Yeah,
He's got animate
dead. I mean, don't you need another part to that to win though?
Yeah,
right?
you
draw unless you do
You
something
draw
else.
your entire deck, and like the original Animate World Gorger Dragon deck, Gitu fired them out.
It was
of existence.
Gitu Fire?
or Kervex Torch, one of the two. Just one of the.
You
they
just
can't
generate
counter.
mana off of
Right,
it, right?
yeah,
Every
yeah.
time.
You net 1 mana every time.
Can you
do
scroll
it.
back up for us, Chris?
He doesn't have anything else to go off with. Like he has no. X
I don't
spells.
think he has anything. Just scroll all the way up if you could.
Yeah, he has no.
I mean, he has Mind Twist. That's cute, but it's not going to do it, right? So he's got to draft something else to go with
Yep.
that. I mean, I guess
That
it's
said, nobody else at the table is going to take Kervex Torch if he decides he wants to go that real
It
deep.
doesn't even
but I
necessarily
don't
have to be
feel
Kervex Torch, right? There can be better ones. Oh, Kervex Torch is probably
Kervex
the
Torch is good because it costs them 2 extra to counter.
No, isn't it Banefire? Banefire's better, right?
Yeah, Banefire's better.
Because you're going to do it
you
for
just
more than
flat
X anyways.
uncounter
Yeah, it's
with 5,
uncountable.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat did correct me that the Gilded Drake doesn't work with Restoration Angel like I thought it did. I forgot it has to actually be the
sure.
exchange. I was thinking you could swap it and blink it out after that,
Cool.
but it doesn't
Thanks,
work like
93.
that. Yeah. So Seal of Primordium for Charles, it's another disenchant effect that you get. Chaos Warp for Nate, which is alrighty. It's a big gamble.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of decks in the format that like you Chaos Warp something and it just gets bigger.
Yeah, I think I would have just rather that have been a bounce
Peter takes
spell.
Boomerang. Paul finally picks up Makeshift Mannequin, which is one of the other, reanimate effects we've been talking about.
Boomerang is one of those sweet ones with Isochron Scepter.
Yeah, it is.
Peter's drafted a sweet Isochron Scepter deck that can just accidentally Time Vault you.
Yep.
So you have to just be he can set up an Isochron Scepter that obviously can be locked down,
Steven
but he
gets-
can also just whoops. I've won through Painter Servant Grand.
Yep.
Whoops, I've won through Time Vault combo. Like Peter just has all these sweet redundant options, and sometimes you just boomerang stuff for value.
Yeah.
And like. I'm really high on what Peter's doing here. I think Peter's actually got a pretty solid plan. We'll see if it works out for him. Chains of Mephistopheles is a sweet one from Steven. He drafted the same deck last draft, and that was something that we talked about afterwards.
Absolutely.
Was
Everybody
Chains
here
is
is gonna
so
be
good.
drawing extra cards anyways.
Yep.
You might as well change them. Seal of Cleansing and Tormod's Crypt for Jed are both totally fine. Seal's a disenchant effect. I mean, Crypt is Crypt. Orzhov Basilica for Steven is just more mana solving. Quicksilver Amulet for Paul, that is something that he has been a big fan of for a long time in both Cube and Vintage Rotisserie. I guess he's trying to fall back on if I can't reanimate something, I still have Show and Tell or Amulet.
Yeah, he it's I like Quicksilver Amulet when you have some of the bigger guys that have sweet come into play effects. Like he does have Angel of Despair, he does have Sundering Titan. It's not that good with Sphinx of the Steel Wind. It's average with Tides. I just don't think Tides Bout Tyrants is that good.
It's not making his deck. I can't imagine that it will.
The Quicksilver Amulet.
No, the Tides Bout Tyrant.
Oh, sure.
He has such better targets. He's got Sundering Titan, he's got Sphinx, he's got better things to be doing with his time.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gonna be playing Quicksilver Amulet, he should be playing. He should be playing something like Inkwell Leviathan. Right?
Yeah. Nick
which is
Leviathan
still
should
on
have
the
been
board.
taken by now. We're at pick 38, and it still has not gone yet.
I still
There's
think
two
it is
Reanimator players here.
criminal that Karn Liberated is still on the
Yeah,
board.
there's two Reanimators, a Tinker deck, and a Mono Brown, and nobody thought, hey, maybe making a 7-11 with Shroud and Island Walk is a good idea.
Yeah.
Great Furnace gets taken by Peter, so I mean, he's filling out his artifact lands. He's already got Seat and Ancient Den.
Yeah.
So like he has mana fixing that he can Trinket Mage for, and then just Tinker or Reshape away, which is great for him.
No one's taken Basalt Monolith, have they?
Nope. Basalt Monolith.
Basalt Monolith is still on the board.
Yep.
So like the whole Basalt Monolith Wake Thrasher combo is still
Yep.
out there. That's a real thing. Not that I
He
think
was probably
that's,
just going to jam that into his deck as his last
why
two
not?
cards.
Yeah. I don't know if it's good enough, quote, but Basalt Monolith is certainly good enough to see play in this format.
Yep.
It has in the past.
Somebody in the chat KG Chandler pointed out that Mangara of Corondor would actually be pretty good for Josh.
Yeah, he has Krakus.
And it works.
He has Restoration Angel.
It does work with Restoration
With
Angel.
Restoration Angel. It works with Karakas. Yeah, that's a nice one. Also, Karakas just randomly got some value with Kataki, right? Bounce my Kataki back to my hand in case like there's removal or things like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then just replay it. Yeah, Karakas is a sweet one. Lightning Bolt finally comes off the board for Nate, the only red drafter. So
He's the only one with red removal now. I mean, there's Ancient Grudge, but like.
oh,
And he's
here's
got
a good
Fire
one.
Eyes.
World Gorger plus Temple of Deceit. Scry through your whole deck.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's pretty nice.
Stack your entire. Well, yeah, you scry through your deck for everything. It's a Vamp Tutor, basically.
It's
that's
Vamp
fair.
Tutor. Yeah, you just basically get to float whatever you want on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Thanks for pointing that out, 93. Yeah, I think Charles is going to have a run for his money this time around.
Yeah,
I think
he
some of these other
definitely
decks are going to be competitive.
He has a very good deck for what his plan is, but a lot of these other decks also have really solid plans.
I still don't like the Commandeer pick from Charles.
Eh,
That's one of the few that he's made that I'm like...
I'm falling less in love with it as the draft goes on.
Yeah.
At the time, I was like, well, this has a lot of potential, and that potential just really hasn't panned out.
He never really took blue cards. I mean, maybe he just wanted something that can deal with...
Ambassador Laquatus. So he is going for the World Gorger Dragon
Yeah.
combo because now he has a use for all that mana.
So he can actually Buried Alive.
Yep, Buried Alive for Ambassador, World Gorger Dragon, and nothing, and then just
And nothing.
Animate
Or
Dead.
anything, whatever. It doesn't
Yeah,
actually matter.
Animate Dead. Get
Animate
you.
Dead. Wow.
Yep. Glacial Fortress
the
for Josh.
Laquatus.
Yep. So he's just.
I like taking Chaos Warp with confidence, then wheeling
Josh
Bolt.
gets the blue-white Scryland, Shallow Grave for Jesse. So yeah, he's real. He's really. I like this. This is kind of a last-minute switch.
I
Charles
like-
steals Banefire from him, so he does not have that.
Charles
in him.
has Channel. To be fair,
Yeah, but he has no red mana. Oh, I guess he's got Stomping Ground.
he just took Stomping
He has
Ground.
Stomping Ground and Birds of Paradise, so he has 2 red sources.
Oh, and he has a bunch of fetch lands, doesn't he? Can we scroll up?
He's only got the one, I think. He got Misty Rainforest, and that's it.
No, he has Windswept Teeth.
Oh,
that can
Windswept
get.
Teeth, yeah.
He has Misty Rainforest, and I thought he had one more too.
Only got 2.
Scroll up a little bit more.
Yeah, no, this is all before. He's got Chrome. I guess like Chromox could theoretically take it, but yeah, it's basically Channel and then a couple of red sources.
I mean, that's fine. He doesn't
he
need
took
a
it
lot
to
of
get
red
it away
sources,
from
right?
Jesse, which is
No, he actually when I was interviewing him earlier, he talked about taking a Demon Fire or something along those lines.
all right.
So I mean, don't get me wrong, Jesse can still definitely take Karavix Torch or any X-Spell, really.
any of the other ones. Yeah.
But I think Charles was actually on that plan the whole time.
All right. Well, and, Nate gets Peak as another Opt-esque effect since Gataxian Probe already got taken. Peter got Silence. I'm kind of curious why it's Silence and not Abeyance, since Abeyance draws you a card. But I guess being 1 mana cheaper.
One mana is pretty relevant. I mean,
It's a second Orm's Chant for his Isochron Scepter, basically.
yeah. Doesn't Abeyance draw you a card the next turn?
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
one of those slow
Yeah.
cantrips, yeah.
And then Paul takes Innocent Blood, which was another one that we'd been talking about, like being surprised kind of that Jesse didn't take it because like nobody really has any Edict effects at the moment.
Mono Nykus had a nice one in chat.
Is
SF Doomsday.
Doomsday?
I would love to see a Doomsday deck get
Oh,
drafted.
God.
Oh, that would be
that would be
that would
very
be
spicy.
big. Yeah.
That was Nate's backup plan if somebody stole Kiki Jiki out from under him early on. Waiting on Steven's pick at the moment. At this point, he's pretty much just cleaning up his deck. Nobody else has really been fighting him for black-white. To answer Jesse's question in chat, he has all 3 of those. He has Breaching Hippocamp, he has Exarch, and he has Pestermite.
Correct, yeah.
He has every blue option that does what he's looking to do,
Yep.
I believe. Yeah, and
And those
still...
are Breaching Hippocampus and Pastermight are just totally reasonable clocks.
Yep, and they also beat. I mean, like Josh had, you and I were talking earlier about how Jace is really good against the Splinter Twin thing. It doesn't work against Pastermight or Breaching Hippocampus because they'll still hit you for infinite.
Yeah.
Steven gets Dust Bowl to go with his Crucible Strip Mine. You don't get to have any fun package.
There we are.
Jed finally picks up both Armageddons.
Geddons.
Yeah, both Geddons. So like we knew he was going to be on that plan for a while.
So it looks like he's splashing white for like Mo, Geddons, Elspeth.
It's reasonable. It doesn't explain why he's got the red.
Yeah. I wonder if he was going to take something that got taken away from him.
Maybe.
I don't know. Also, still hasn't taken Wormcoil Engine.
He could also take Wildfire.
Oh, sure. He
He doesn't care about any of that.
That's actually totally reasonable. Yeah, maybe he takes Wildfires here.
Yeah. I
with
mean, that's
his
the
next
only
couple wheels.
other thing I can see him splashing the red for, which still makes his drafts look like he was just drinking mercury before he showed up to the draft. But you know,
So let's actually just type in. Maybe we can just take notes here real fast.
Sure.
The cards that haven't been drafted that we're kind of surprised haven't gone.
Life from the Loam.
I'm not actually surprised. I don't think anyone drafted a deck that could play Life from the Loam. I think it's a really powerful card, but I'm
That's
not
fair.
entirely surprised that it didn't get drafted in this draft.
Yeah.
But it is certainly a card that could go in these drafts. I'm surprised that Wormcoil Engine is still on the board. I'm surprised that
Inkwell Leviathan?
Inkwell Leviathan is still on the board. Grave Titan and Frost Titan,
Yeah.
for that matter. Both are great cards in this format.
Yep.
What else? There's a couple. Basalt Monolith is still on the board.
Yep.
Yeah.
Karn Liberated, we were talking about, has still
Karn.
not been taken.
I think for me personally, the fact that Jed hasn't taken Karn
That's how you know
blows
Cedric's not
my
at this
mind.
draft.
I mean, it's not even that. I just think, Jed's first couple picks were all really, really good artifact acceleration.
Yeah, sure.
You know, he is. I mean, you
I'm
can't
surprised
cast.
he didn't take Karn Silver Golem to just start animating. Like, that as a victory condition would be totally fine
It's
for his
also
deck.
totally good against some of these other. You know, it kills
Yeah,
all the monsters.
Kills all the Moxes.
I mean, someone, even Sun Titan. Sun Titan's probably more reasonable in like Josh's deck. I don't know if it's quite good enough, if that's the right sort of boom that he needs out of that deck.
Yeah.
But you're right. It is actually reasonable.
Like, all
I
of the
still
Titans,
think,
Wormcoil Engine hasn't been taken.
yeah, Primeval went.
Yeah,
went to
Primeval is the
Charles.
only one that's been taken. But, like, all of the other...
Also, Primeval helps him get Stomping Ground
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Banefire
yeah.
also. So, also with just the ramp that Charles has, he can just like Banefire for 8 for value
pretty
with
much.
like Garrick, and he has
That's how you know
Wake,
we've gotten to pick
his
40
Wake.
is Steven taking Doomblade.
Yeah, I mean Doomblade's actually fine. I'm surprised it's not Edict.
Yeah,
In
that's fair.
Edict form, like Doomblade doesn't stop Gristlebrand. You know.
Yeah, that's entirely reasonable. It doesn't... I mean, his only hope against Gristlebrand is to vindicate it anyways.
Mike
or just
Thompson's
stop
got
it
a
from getting
great
in there.
one. Jed
Jester's
to take
Cap?
Jester's
Yeah.
Cap. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Chris does too. It's for the same reason that Paul took Sadistic Sacrament.
Yep.
Jed just gets to do it for free, for cheap at least, and then just get some of those reanimated targets out of there. Just get one piece of each of Peter's combos out. Oh God.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. Like, you have half of 3
half
combos.
of 3 combos,
You have
right?
Painter's Servant, you have Voltaic Key, and you have, I guess, Orim's
No,
Chant.
you leave Grindstone. You take out Painter Servant, right?
Really?
I mean, you're not going to get Grindstone to death. Painter Servant could be real because, like, he took a Red Elemental Blast, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Nate has that.
Oh,
so, like, he
Nate
doesn't-
has that.
Yeah,
Oh,
Nate has
okay.
that. Like, Peter doesn't have anything else that
Yeah.
cares about color if Grindstone gets taken out.
Hero's Downfall is a great pick from Paul. I like
Yep.
that one a lot. That's emerged recently as just one of the most solid removal spells in Black.
It's quite
in
nice.
Standard. And I think it's good enough to see play. It's probably a sideboard card for Paul.
Yep.
But it's definitely going to be good against like Josh.
Yeah. Manic Vandal. There goes Dissolve finally at pick 40. Somebody
Yep,
finally remembers there's a
Charles
3-mana
just
counterspell left.
remembered it. Yep. I mean, there's a bunch that are left, but I think Charles finally got on that plan.
Yeah.
Repeal's a great pick.
Repeal's very good for Jesse. I mean, that's another one. To answer the question from the chat, Balance got taken out pretty early on by Charles. He has that.
Path and Swords are in Josh's deck,
Yep.
and that's kind of it for white removal. None of the Wraths have been taken yet. I wouldn't be
Condemn is still
surprised.
theoretically out there. I mean,
Yep,
probably
Condemn. I don't know if Condemn. I mean, Condemn. Like Josh probably doesn't need another 1 white removal spell.
That's probably true.
I'd like to see him have a Wrath in his deck.
but he doesn't necessarily need one.
He doesn't necessarily have to have one. Actually,
Steven's the only other player that's going to have. Well, I guess Steven and Nate are the only other player that's going to have more than one creature on the board
Charles.
at any given
Charles
time.
will too.
Yeah, I guess that is reasonable.
Plus, like, I like
It's
Wrath.
Serenity. Alrighty.
Serenity's a nice
That's a
one.
very good pick for him.
Do you want to get Serenity up on Gatherer, please?
Jesse, he picked Darkwater Catacombs because pretty much every other blue-black producing land was taken. Underground Sea, Watery Grave, Darkslick Shores were all taken. Polluted Delta was gone. Underground River was gone by the time he took Darkwater Catacombs. I think the only blue-black land that was left was the Scry lands.
Yeah.
And he took Darkwater Catacombs over that.
So here's Serenity. This card.
This card
Is a big one.
card.
People forget that this is a real card.
Yeah.
You either have to deal with it or you just lose all your stuff. And against the vast majority of these decks, this will wipe their board.
Yep. And like especially with Josh having it, he might lose a piece of equipment or something like that. Oh no! Bounce Batter Skull back to my hand. Serenity you on my upkeep. Banisher Priest is a little interesting.
I think it's fine. It's cute with Restoration Angel. You can kind of upgrade your target. I think I think he needed that sort of effect. Like he wants things that can carry some of the equipment he has.
Yeah, that's
Plus,
fair.
with Banisher Priest, like it gives him an out to some of these reanimation targets. It gives him an out to I'll put your Painter Servant under that. I'll put
that's fair.
I'll put your Magus of the Tabernacle
Hitting
under
something
it,
big is a good call.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable for that. I don't think it's going to be good in all matchups, and it's almost assuredly a sideboard card at this
Yeah,
point.
it has to be. Because you really want it against like half of the decks he's going to play, and you don't want it at all against the other half. Like Banisher Priest
Absolutely.
does just stone nothing against Jed. What's it going to hit? A Lodestone Golem?
Yeah, Lodestone. I mean, to be fair, that's the only thing Jed can win with, right?
Yeah.
Almost. I mean, that's not entirely true. Jed actually has found some ways
Kill
to
you
win.
with Magus of the Tabernacle.
Yeah, he kills you with Elspeth. He kills you with Steel Hellkite. Even just Metamorph, copy one of your dudes is totally reasonable.
Right.
But I do think that the Banisher Priest is reasonable. It's got to be better than Fiend Hunter.
I guess the one extra power is relevant. They basically do the same thing otherwise.
Yeah, and I don't think the extra toughness on Fiend Hunter is relevant in this draft. So let's see what's happening here in chat.
Yeah, Jesse pointed out that the blue-black filter land would have been better.
Then Darksteel.
Sunken Ruins had also been taken. In fact, I think Jesse has that too. I've forgotten to mention that. So I believe he has that too. Like pretty much every other blue-black option except for the Scryland was taken before he took Darkwater Catacombs.
Yeah.
Oh no, Underground River was still up because that was pick 34 for Paul.
Underground
pick
River
31.
would have been better for him,
Underground
I
River
think.
definitely would have been. Darkwater Catacombs, that whole land cycle was just miserable, and you played them because you had no other option. Charles with the Kesha tribute.
Oxidize.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. We still need to see what Jesse's taking here. I
Yep.
think he's a pick behind. Charles can confidently slam that Oxidize because there's
Jesse's
no
not
way
gonna take
Jesse's
it.
taking it.
Yeah.
You like I actually do like Mangara
Yeah.
over
Jesse gets
Banisher
more
Priest. I
folklore.
totally agree with you,
Yeah.
Chandler. I do think Banisher Priest is fine, but I do like Mangara more.
Yeah, I agree as well.
It's really easy sitting here to say, oh, this card would have been better. I can assure you, when you're in the moment, it's much more difficult to
just
think, which is the
You
better
look at
one
the
of these
fact
cards.
that like there were people like scraping the bottom of the counterspell barrel, and Power Sync went 32nd. Like people are
Yeah.
clearly just ending up forgetting about some of the cards that exist.
So Volition Reigns.
Volition Reigns is
Hold on.
gone before Treachery.
Treachery, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Volition
Volition
Reigns
Reigns,
taking permanent is important.
yeah, he can take things like he can take a.
Oh god, he pointed out Mangara is insane for Josh because he's got Caracas too.
Right, that's what I was saying. Yeah, he has Caracas.
I was only thinking of it with like Restoration Angel or something like that.
Restoration
This is
Angel,
big
Caracas.
game.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Josh did a ton of preparation for this. I think he just might have missed that one, or he's just slow rolling it. I don't think anyone else here is going to take it
Nobody else is gonna
anyways.
take it
I
anyways.
guess actually Steven could legitimately take it. He doesn't have any ways to really
He's
abuse
not going
it.
to abuse it though, and all of his
Yeah.
cards have been abused. Hey, look, somebody finally took Karn Liberated. Pick 41.
Jeez, I'm
And
I'm
Peter
shocked.
gets it.
Jed must be so angry right now.
He has to be because
I hope
Karn
so.
was his best win condition, and he just didn't take it because he spent his picks taking Signets and Shivan Reef.
Yeah, what I mean, don't get me wrong. I think he has some good ways to win, like Steel Hellkite and Elspeth and things like that. But I think he's missing out on some of his big ones. He's missing out on Wormcoil Engine. He missed out on Karn. He missed
who
out
got the
on
Wormcoil
any other
Engine?
Eldrazi.
Oh,
He
yeah.
could have taken Ulamog. He could have taken.
He's just been because he spent all of his time messing around taking cute
He
picks.
spent 10 solid picks just trying
Doing
to take
nothing.
fixing.
They just did nothing.
So how about this? I get why he took some of the white picks, because Geddon and Ravages are definitely good in this deck. Elspeth
Sure.
is good. Even things like Mage's Tabernacle against some decks are going to be very good. I cannot fathom why he took all this red fixing. It just doesn't make any sense. If he was going to go on the Wildfire plan, I think you can only be on the Wildfire plan or the Get-In plan. I don't think you can go both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, Paul actually got a really sweet pick. Nobody has Wormcoil, I don't think. I do not see it on here.
So
Nobody's taken
there's
it.
the other Karn, like you said, it would be good in Jed's deck. I
An
genuinely...
Uba Mask? Really?
What the... I forget what Uba Mask does.
Uba Mask is another Kamigawa card that Jed's really scraping at the moment and not remembering that Wormcoil Engine exists.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a Kamigawa.
I don't
Nobody-
even remember.
It's terrible. Player exiles that card face up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a blank pick. That is by far the most interesting pick Jed has made this entire draft.
Mindslaver is off. I think Peter has it.
Peter has it, yeah.
Peter has it. He
goes
has
with the
Academy
runes
runes.
and
Yep.
Welder.
Yep.
Steven got Diabolic Edict at least, so the Doomblade pick,
It's
while
fine.
not necessarily the right call at the time, it worked out for him. Yeah, Ubamask is just dumb. He could have taken Wormcoil Engine, and instead he went Ubamask.
Like, what is Uba Mask even good against?
Nothing. It's good against Mind Twist. That's it. Because eventually
Because they
your
don't
whole
ever
hand
go
is
in
just
your hand.
exiled. Yeah.
Yeah.
And at that point, you'd rather play, what is it, Baldur's
Oh,
Cloister
it's
anyways.
a combo with Bizarre.
Oh,
he doesn't
yeah,
ha-
because they don't draw the cards.
But he doesn't have Bizarre.
No, it
Oh, it's a
against
combo
Paul.
against?
Yeah.
I mean, taking a card to hit on one card in one other person's deck just sounds awful.
I mean, it's also really good against Breakthrough. Like, Paul's deck is definitely more of the try and draw the cards and then pitch them all immediately.
Yeah. I mean, right now, I think my favorites to do well, I think Steven's deck will be consistent.
Yeah.
I think Steven will do well in this tournament.
Yep.
I think I genuinely think Peter could do very well in this tournament. I don't know if that'll be the case.
Yeah.
I think Charles will do very well in this tournament.
Yep.
And I think Jesse's actually
I
positioned
honestly
pretty well.
like a lot of these decks. I really do. Nate's
think-
is definitely the weirdest that I've seen in a vintage rotisserie draft, but I don't know. It could work.
Nate's could work. I think it could backfire on him hard. I don't think he can fight through a lot of disruption.
Yeah.
And now that people are taking Edicts and Doomblades, and Heroes Downfalls and Innocent Bloods and even things like Repeal, I think he's gonna have a much harder time landing his combo.
Yeah.
I think Peter just has enough oops I won just combinations that he can do it.
Oh, look, I drew Karn.
I think Jed's deck, I think Paul's deck, and I think Josh's deck are going to really struggle in this tournament.
I agree.
I actually
Mog
like what
Catcher?
Josh is doing. Yeah, Mog Catcher. Can we get Mog Catcher
boy.
on Gatherer?
And Charles gets Temporal Spring, which is a real good
Temporal
pickup for him.
Spring is a great
Yeah,
pickup
I mean,
for him, right?
Blue-green 1, put it on top of the library, have a nice day,
Yep.
time walk. Yeah,
Mog
search your library
Catcher.
for a goblin permanent card and put it onto the battlefield.
I mean, putting it into play is pretty strong. I think this just comes back again to what I was saying, like, where is this going in his 40 cards?
he has a bunch of
doesn't
cards
have
that search
room,
goblins
right?
and then just,
Like, he has this, like, goblin plan, but, like, it just, I mean, if this is a whole one big sideboard plan,
Yeah.
But I think in general, like, his plan as far as having the goblin matron plan,
Yeah, it's
just
not a plan.
Like, Recruiter's only good when you have a large critical mass of goblins, right?
To answer the questions from the chat, the planeswalkers that have been taken are Jace, because Architect of Thought and Mind Sculptor were taken. 2 Elspeths were taken. Garruk was taken by Charles. Tezzeret was taken by Jed. Sorin was taken by Steven. Liliana the Veil was taken by Paul.
Karn Liberated went to Peter.
Yeah, Karn Liberated went to Peter. Everybody but Nate has a planeswalker right now. At least one. Because Josh has Jace, Jesse has Jace, Charles has Garruk. Nate doesn't have anything. Peter has Karn. Paul has Liliana. Steven has Sorin. And
Jed doesn't have one.
Jed has Tezzeret and Big Elspeth.
Right, thank you. Yeah, of course. He has two.
And Steven has Elspeth as well. Knight Errant, I believe. So yeah, a reasonable number of planeswalkers have been taken. Basically the ones you would expect to see. Like, we're not going to expect to see, like, Chandras or, nobody's casting Vraska in a vintage
absolutely
rotisserie
not.
draft or anything like
Absolutely
that.
not. I do think Little Jace is okay.
Little Jace would be fine in a lot of these blue decks just because he costs 3.
Well, like, I don't really, if I'm playing Josh's deck, for example,
Yeah.
I don't want to tap out on turn 3 to play Jace against
That's fair.
most of, like, I'd be fine doing it against Charles. I'm fine doing it against Steven. Actually, it's probably good against Steven.
With Days, I could see tapping out on turn
Okay.
3 to cast it. But that's
Okay.
the only condition. Like, without Days, I'm not doing it.
Looter Car or Garvian Restoration's a cute one. That's like regrowth for an artifact, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Zoria's Signet cannot be taken because Jed already has that back in pick 25, so they're going to need to fix that. Thought Courier for Jesse is kind of a nice... I mean, it's, similar pick to the Merfolk Looter, just more... If I'm thinking of the right card.
Which one is Thought Courier?
Chris, can we get Thought Courier up?
Yes, I'll also tell you that Argivian Restoration actually puts it into play.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
2 blue and 2.
Yeah.
And what card did you want?
Thought Courier?
To answer the question in chat, it is Stephen Berklid.
It's just a looter.
Yeah, it's just a... Oh, that's right. It was
this
just
one.
It's the human looter from Mirrodin.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Or
I thought it
Fifth
was
Dawn.
something cute.
Yeah.
Can someone go tell them... Can you go tell Josh that they can't take Azorius Signet?
And he did pick up
Venser the
which is
Blinker.
cool.
I don't know. Like, I actually really like Venser,
Yeah.
the Planeswalker. I don't think it's good in his deck. I don't think
it is
he's
either. He doesn't have
drafted enough
He
targets.
does not have enough things
He
to
needs something like
flicker.
a Mana War or some of those really premier like a
Mana War-
Blade Splicer.
Blade Splicer would be sweet for him,
Yeah.
just because he needs more creatures.
Yep. So we're gonna fix the Azorius Signet thing. He can't actually take that. That's already been drafted.
Yeah.
Chris ran over there and let them know. So I'm sure that we'll backtrack here in a second. So we've only got 3 more rounds left.
At this point, everyone's just taking last-minute sideboard cards. Steven, I think, has all of the mana fixing he can possibly get for his deck.
Yeah, I mean,
Especially
that's the great part about Steven's position.
Yeah.
Is that no one else is in black-white, so he just got every black-white duel.
Yep.
He also has stuff like land tax, right? Which is insane.
Land Tax and Weather Wayfarer. Like, he has all of the mana fixing he could possibly need for this deck.
Which is
nice.
exactly what he has to have with cards like Smokestack and Braids.
I agree.
So that Azorius Signet turned into Gideon Jura. So a couple of Planeswalkers for Josh Ventura. I do like Gideon actually
I like
a
Gideon
lot
a
in
lot.
this format.
Gives him a very solid threat.
He has to be able to. He has to be able to resolve it. He has to be able to get into play. It's a little expensive.
Against
but...
most of the decks, he can just pump the 0 every turn and just get him for 6.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, because you don't care about making them attack you.
And it
Doom
gives him a
Necromancer
removal
for
spell
Jesse
if he
is a
needs
nice,
it.
like, pick.
Yeah, Doom Necromancer, sweet. Precursor Golem's another good one that Jed could have had.
Yep.
I think Jed really missed out on ways to maximize his early mana. He drafted. Can you scroll back all the way up again, Chris?
Jed did, you said?
Yeah, like, I mean, look, he took Soul Ring, Mana Vault, Workshop, Grim Monolith, Ancient Tomb.
Yeah.
He has all of this fast mana, and he does nothing with it. He has
Yep.
Metal Worker, just all of these various ways to really accelerate, and has actually nothing. Oh, I'm not drinking.
Yeah, I agree. He has a lot of things, and then just, I mean, the chat was talking about at the start, like, he, can make all of this mana, and, he can do anything he wants with it, and then he just didn't take anything.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, Paul got Mazavith, which is really nice.
That's a good one.
Stonecloaker is going to be real good for Steven.
Stonecloaker is a great sideboard
Yes.
card when there's 2 reanimate decks.
Yep. And Academy Runes, like, it's good against 3 of the 7 people he's got to play.
I don't know if you can argue for or against bringing it in.
I mean, Welder and Academy Runes are the only reason I would say yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much Peter's deck is going to be really I guess his Welder's actually quite good in his deck.
Don't know why Jed took Ghostly Prism. Steven's the only person it's good against, and...
No, it's very good against Nate.
Oh, yeah, Nate and Charles as well, actually.
Yeah, with all of his Garricks and
Yeah.
whatnot. Although, I mean, Charles can just legitimately pay for all his guys between Garrick and
Yeah.
Wake.
Yeah, and to answer the question from the chat, all of the white fetch lands have been taken. Stephen Berklid has Marsh Flats, Aaron Mesa went to Paul, I'm trying to think, Windswept
Jed-
Heath went to Charles, and Jed got Flooded Strand. So all of the white ones have been taken.
No one's taken any of the Mirage fetch lands, the slow ones, the ones that come into play tapped. I don't think
Nobody
they're
wants
good
to
enough
come to
in
play
general.
tapped. Yeah, there's only been like 2 lands that have to come into play tapped.
Vault of
throughout
the
whole time.
Archangel. That's
That one's
actually
real good.
Yeah, it's an interesting card for Steven because it lets his Bitter Blossom tokens trade with everything. I don't think the life gain will be very relevant for him, but the fact that he can just give every one of his shitty 1/1s Death Touch,
Death Touch and Lifelink can
lets
be
him.
relevant.
I mean, he can actually just fight up against an Ulamog. He can fight up against a lot of the things that Charles is doing with that. It does require 5 mana though,
Which
and
is
that's
kind
a
of expensive,
lot.
right?
It's a lot to ask for, especially in a deck where he's going to be destroying so many of his own permanents
Yeah.
with Braids and Smokestack.
And just kind of keeping the board locked down very low. So that's interesting, but it could definitely work out for him, depending. Gruesome Encore for Paul. We are scraping, because apparently
we have gone all the
because
deepest.
apparently that is better than Dread Return.
Chris likes Vault. I like Vault also. I think it's actually fine, but I'm just not sure.
44th pick Memory Jar.
Yeah, that was
Welcome to Vintage Rotisserie.
So Vintage Rotisserie, the meta game, the mini game in Vintage Rotisserie is figuring out which cards everyone else has forgotten about.
Yep.
One draft it was Dark Ritual.
Yep.
This draft it was Karn Liberated, Memory Jar.
Yep.
Just cards that went criminally late. I mean, Peter must just be listening to us in here.
Yeah, at this
just
point.
sniping all of these really
There's
good
a card
ones.
we really should have added to the cards we were surprised weren't taken
Memory
earlier.
Jar. Oh, absolutely. So when the draft is over here, we've got another round and a half. We're gonna take a quick break again. We will work on switching the cameras over. We have a feature match area. Chris has gone all out. We have hand cameras as well as the top-down view. So we're gonna have Charles Dupont and Nate Heiss in there. We're gonna get Nate in here quick before that starts. We're gonna spend a couple minutes talking with him just about his plan and make fun of him for taking Surprise and Scary in the 22nd round. And then he took Juggernaut.
Yep. Because why not?
Because why not?
Sometimes you just need a 5/3.
If I'm not mistaken, he really likes Juggernaut as a card.
Yeah. It's
It's just funny because he's just taking all these cards that Jed should have.
Yep.
Recurring
That's
Nightmare
been the theme
for
of
Jesse is a
6
sweet
of the
one.
7 other people have been taking cards that Jed should have, and he just didn't.
You know, Recurring Nightmare is pretty interesting for Jesse because he has all of these looters.
He has
And-
all of these looters that draw Pitch and Gristlebrand Recurring Nightmare into play.
Also, he has things like Shallowgrave and Footsteps of the Goryo.
Yep.
Or sorry, Goryo's Vengeance.
Yeah.
Which let him get something into play really cheap, and then you can just recur it for value.
Yep.
Supreme Verdict, we
So we
finally
has the
see a Wrath
effect.
of God.
Yeah.
God.
And he picked the best one because Wrath would have been good. The fact that with how much counter magic there is running around here.
Right, and with Regeneration's not going to be relevant, so
Yeah.
him taking Verdict, it's in his colors, it's the best Wrath for him.
Yep. Agreed.
You like Suchi better than Juggernaut?
Well, that's why
mean, that's
over here
fine.
doing commentary and not in the draft.
I actually think Suchi's totally fine.
Yeah, Suchi is
I don't know if it's
reasonable.
quite good enough to really see play, but to be fair, I don't know if Juggernaut's that good outside of Jed's
I don't
deck.
think he's going to play it anyways.
No, I think
I think he just took it because it's a card that he likes.
Charles has taken an early plow under.
An early plow under. Yeah, okay.
It's pretty safe that Josh and Jesse aren't taking it. I don't think Charles is going to main deck it, and I don't see a world where he sideboards it in against anyone other than really Josh and maybe Nate. Probably not even Nate.
Yeah.
Maybe Peter. Peter's probably reasonable to bring it in against.
Sure.
But he's already going to be bringing a bunch of cards against Peter, like Oxidize, Naturalize, Seal of Primordium.
Yep.
Even if those aren't already in his main deck.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still one of the things I really like about this is because your card pool is so fast. There's still people could still make legitimate picks at 45th. Like in any regular draft, your last pick of the last pack is just completely irrelevant unless you get psychotically lucky. And here, Jesse could still take Demon Fire or Carifex Torch to go with his World Gorger Dragon plan, or he could.
I think he's just all in on the Ambassador Laquatus.
Yeah,
part,
absolutely, which is totally fine.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Josh takes Mana Ward. Perfectly reasonable card. That is a insanely powerful pick for 45th pick.
I think Josh is just going to have a hard time narrowing his deck down.
Yep.
I think he's taken a lot of cards that aren't necessarily good sideboard cards, they're just good main deck cards that he's not going to have room for. And that's that's a common rookie mistake, right?
It's 45 cards that could all reasonably go in a main deck, or almost reasonably.
Fastbond didn't get picked.
Fastbond did not get picked.
Fastbond is one of those cards that, in general, you kind of want some other things that will go with it.
I could have seen Jed's seat drafting Fastbond just because you can grab the most I really like the 8th seat for combo picks just because you're.
Oh,
able
you
to
mean
grab
like if
just
he
two
was
big-
on a whole different plan?
if he was on an actual plan rather than grab mana, do nothing with it plan.
Yeah.
Enclave Cryptologist, so just another looter for Jesse to round out his deck. Goblin Replica for Nate, so he's really hard.
So
Misdirection
Misdirection.
for Peter. Drowned Catacomb for Paul, so that's the other blue-black land that hadn't been taken.
That's a good pick for Paul. Misdirection is fantastic for Peter. Although,
So
does
good.
he have enough blue cards?
I would say so. He's got Opt, he's got Boomerang, he's got...
No, you're looking at the wrong...
Oh.
He doesn't have Opt. He does have Boomerang.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, he's got... he should. It wouldn't
Sure.
surprise me if he's
Okay.
got enough. It's also the kind of thing where like maybe he has to play it of like
Cards
oh,
that didn't get taken. Blightsteel Colossus.
yep, still not taken.
It's not going to get taken.
Yep.
Blightsteel Colossus didn't get taken. Karn Liberated went criminally late.
Yep. Dread Return still didn't get picked by either of
I don't
the,
think Dread Return was good enough to get picked in the first place.
We picked Doom Necromancer for Jesse.
What was the other one? Fastbond didn't get taken.
Yep.
Wormcoil Engine didn't get
Yeah.
taken. None of the reanimation decks took Grave Titan.
Yep.
Which is probably one of the like you can just slam Grave Titan. Frost Titan didn't get taken.
Yep. Only one of the 6 Titans got taken, which is at least
Inkwell Leviathan didn't get taken.
Yep. Stephen
Zealous Persecution
and
from
Purify
Steven.
the Grave. All right.
Purify the Grave. All right, so that is our draft, folks. Chris, real quick, if you can copy paste the link to the draft in chat, that way people can still view the draft if they need. Everyone should be able to view it and comment. You won't be able to edit, of course. And we're gonna hop off stream for a few minutes. We're going to work on adjusting the cameras around. I'm going to get Nate Heiss in here. We're going to talk about his draft deck and what his plan is for round 1. And then we're going to run in and watch. Our first match will be Charles DuPont
Against
Nate Heiss. So who do you like in that matchup?
I think I like Charles more.
I think I like Charles more. I think he has enough disruption that
Yeah, I
he
was
can
gonna say,
actually...
he's got enough disruption against the things that Nate is trying to do. Because, like, Nate's deck is really reliant, realistically, on hitting Splinter Twin or Kiki Jiki. Like, his deck kind of just doesn't get there without those. And
He has a lot of ways to get there. But the thing is like, his backup plan, his beatdown plan, is not as good as Charles'
right,
beatdown plan.
exactly. And, like, eventually the game's just going to get to the point where Charles will just resolve an upheaval and win the game off of that.
I also think that the flip side of this is that Nate is a very good Magic player.
That is
and
also-
not very many people have watched him play. He may be a little out of practice, but I think it'll be really interesting to see
I'm
the two of them
really
battle
looking forward
under
to getting
camera.
to see him to play. Because, like I said, the last time I got to watch Nate Heiss play, it was 2005.
So we will get more people in the booth later. I want to start with Nate since that's the first match, but we will definitely be rotating through drafters.
Yeah. We'll
as
try
we
and talk
go.
to everybody by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
So in any event, thanks you guys again for watching. We'll be back in a few minutes. We'll leave up some fun music or something, and then we'll be back in the booth with Nate Heiss in a few. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Let's let those guys know to go ahead.
Yeah, I was to say, so actually here, I will just do that since Chris is busy fixing
Yeah,
the
that's
stream
totally
stuff real
fine.
quick. So I'll
They're
just
already
go do
drawing
that.
their opening hand.
Okay,
I think they're on board.
All right, cool.
So it looks like on the
On the left is Nate, and on the right is Charles. He's off on the
so
windswept heath.
Chris, if you didn't notice, the hand cameras are reversed. They're on the wrong sides. No big deal, but just letting you
They
know.
look good, right?
Everything looks good. Yeah.
Everything
I move the
looks
cameras,
fine.
so-
Yeah.
All right, cool. They're good to go whenever.
They can go. They can start whenever.
It looks like they're already handling
Yeah,
mulligans.
they're working on some things. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Charles is showing the mulligan.
So we do have. So while we were getting ready for the stream and getting prepped, and everyone was getting their deck sleeved, we have one match result. Josh Ventura has defeated Peter Beckfield. So Josh is 1-0, Peter is 0-1.
Sometimes the
We'll
direct
get that
plan just beats
updated
the
soon
combo.
enough.
The turn that I watched when I wandered by the match was Peter had Goblin Welder and Painter's Servant out, but looked like he was kind of struggling to find the other half of something, and Josh just played Detention Sphere, took Painter's Servant, and had Glenelend or Archmage in play, Memory Lapse and Forbid in hand, and so Peter's just never going to resolve another spell.
Yeah, that's gonna close it out
So
real
that's
fast.
definitely gonna close that down.
Absolutely. So it looks like we're resolving a few mulligans here.
Yeah.
So
It seems like Charles is going to be on the play. At least I assume so because Nate rolled a 1.
Yep, Nate is on the left. Charles is on the right. Nate is playing the Splinter Twin-ish deck, and Charles is playing that Bant Tempo deck with Channel Emrakul, all sorts of good stuff. I had a chance to talk with Nate a little bit. I gave him a hard time. We talked about it earlier. He had drafted Arcane Denial. He completely admits that that's a punt. He's still playing it in his deck. It's still a reasonable counterspell for 2 mana, right?
Yeah, it's okay. And I mean, against all of the people in the room, Charles is probably the one who can do the least dangerous things with it early on. I mean, because
Yeah.
like if you Arcane Denial, their turn 2 or turn 3 play, like he's not going to untap and like make a Gristlebrand.
So the right side is Charles. The left side is Nate. And then
So it looks like
so it
he's
looks
on
like
6.
he's
That
on
looks
6.
like
He
a-
has So he has channel and essentially lands. Maybe he didn't actually
I'm
mulligan.
not
Maybe
sure what
he
that
was just.
Sharpie proxy is.
I think it's Temple Garden.
Yeah, that would probably make sense because I know he was looking for that.
So I think he has. Yeah, he has 2
Jesse's got
moxes, or he has a mox, channel, and just lands.
Yep, and then Jesse's got enough mana, it looks like, and then Cryptic Command.
It's not Jesse. It's Nate.
Or Nate, sorry.
Yeah, he has. Is it Charm, Kiki Jiki, Cryptic Command? I think that's it. I think he has that Surprising Scary in there. It looks like Charles is keeping this one. I think he's just hoping that he draws into something really good. He does have 2 fetch lands. He can thin out his deck a little bit.
Yep, his first two turns are just going to be spent thinning.
Yeah.
Nate draws a Gifts Ungiven on his first turn. I mean, not much to talk about there. Like, he might just play the Mox out on 1, I guess, but he's not going to... no, he drew 6. No, he must have drawn 7, I guess, because he's got 5 and played 2.
Maybe he didn't actually mulligan. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe.
No big deal.
Or maybe they both did and decided to keep 7 or whatever. It's...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Unsure.
Oh,
what's
Jesse's
going on.
saying he never mulled, so that just happened. That
They're
got
just
handled.
doing test draws or
Yeah,
whatever.
apparently,
Yeah,
it
that's
just got
fine.
handled before we got here.
Yeah, because I saw Charles show out a hand earlier.
Right.
And the hand looked absurd.
Yeah.
He had Wake, Hierarch, a couple other things. Either way, we do have a number of proxies, so if there's something on screen that you guys aren't sure what it is, please just type in chat.
Yep.
Is there any goblins that would just be fetched?
By the Recruiter that he could have had. Goblin Vandal could not be gotten by Imperial Recruiter, I think.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's more the Mog Catcher is the pick that bugged me more, but that's not, I don't even know if that made his deck.
It did.
It did,
It
okay.
did. Yeah, he's playing the Recruiter, the Matron, Kiki Jiki, of course.
Sure.
And he is playing the
Okay.
what was it? The Goblin, the one that you just mentioned?
Mog Catcher.
Mog Catcher, that's
Yeah.
right.
So he's got Noble Hierarch at least.
Yeah, so we've got Noble Hierarch out there. I mean,
Noble
Charles
Hierarch's
is still
hard
just
to get.
waiting to draw some business.
Just something to put channel into.
Charles is certainly the sort of person that will just keep a really speculative hand.
Sure. Well, I mean, and Channel's the most speculative card you can possibly get, because, I mean, if he draws Emrakul, he's obviously just got Emrakul. If
Yeah.
he draws, something else, he can just make it work. Like, he has enough
Yeah.
that, like, if he draws, like, Banefire, for example, like, he can just make that happen.
Oh, absolutely. Even if he draws, like, Upheaval, he can set up for a pretty good Upheaval turn.
Yeah, that's
That'll be a little bit more sculpting to do, but
Yeah.
any hand with channel is just so big of a threat to really just demolish the board, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Holding on to it's totally reasonable.
93. The answer to your question is that Recruiter does get Goblin Vandal. I keep mixing it up and thinking it only looks up legendary cards. So that answers that question.
Oh, 93 has a really good point. You
not
can recruit
sure.
Kiki Jiki and then copy the Recruiter, get
Yeah.
a Pestermite. The only problem with that is, there is no problem with that. Nope, that's really good.
So, alright, so Charles... Oh, there we go. So now Charles gets to take his next turn. Nate still he's just sitting, waiting for something to kind of happen. He does have Cryptic Command mana already with the Scary, so, like, he can't get channeled out right off the bat anymore.
Sorry, what was that? Oh,
Yeah, he's got Cryptic Mana because of the Surprise and Scary, so he can't get just channeled out with nothing to do right now.
The question is so if Charles just casts channel here, do you counter the channel, or you have to counter the channel, right? Because you can't.
You have to counter the channel because you have to assume that his next card's going to be Emrakul.
Yeah. It's one of those nice things where, having perfect information about your opponent's deck lets you make
Sure.
the best play at any given moment.
Yeah. And there is...
Charles drew a blue card. I can't quite tell what it is. Looks like he's playing some land. Just
Time Walk.
the good old Explorer.
Oh, yep.
He does get in for some points with
Noble Hierarch, or at least
although
one.
it's kind of scary to do because like Nate
Sure.
could flash something in here.
Yeah.
Also, Nate just has complete control right now because he's going to gifts at end of turn.
Yeah, whenever the next end of turn is, he's just going to gifts for something
Right.
absurd.
So Charles has like Temple Garden, a couple other proxies. I think that's a flooded something.
No, it's something else because he's got the Flooded Grove in play.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I mean, he still just hasn't drawn anything to make the channel worth playing.
Well, he took 2 from
So
Breeding Pool.
5 for...
Oh, for Precursor Golem.
Ah, there we go.
Nate has gifts in his hand.
I would probably just let this go.
I think I'd let it go. He has Kiki-Jiki in his hand. He can gifts for all of the other halves, and Precursor Golem by itself is not a fast enough clock.
Yeah.
The only thing that he has to worry about is he did counter.
All right.
It looks like it was mode counter draw. He drew Thada Adele.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he chose to do that. He only gets 2 uses out of Surprise and Scary.
Yeah. Those
One of
charge
which I
counters are-
felt like really had to be gifts. The problem is he can't cast Kiki-Jiki anytime soon.
I mean, he can next turn now because
he
he
just
drew
drew
Sandstone Needle.
Needle. Yeah.
So yeah, he could theoretically just gifts at the end of this turn, untap. I mean, like if he plays Sandstone Needle
still
this
has-
turn, he gifts, untaps, plays another land, plays Kiki-Jiki, and just goes off.
Yeah. The thing is I mean, we have perfect information, of course. We know Charles doesn't have a counterspell.
Right.
He does have them in his deck.
Yeah,
though,
I mean,
so
he's
Nate
got
has
Voice
to
Line,
respect
Mystic
that.
Snake, everything like that.
Exactly. I do think I like letting that resolve, then you gifts, and then you can always tap if you have to. Also, I think that Nate might have missed a really sweet line. He could have Cryptic Bounce Draw.
Yep.
And drawn 3 cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that's a pretty good line, and the clock that Precursor Golem has, I think that Nate can actually just outrace it, right?
Yeah, because I mean, he's just waiting until he can just go off with Kiki-Jiki. Like his life total is mostly irrelevant unless Charles kills him on the next turn.
Yeah.
And especially now, like now he has left himself open for a turn. Oh, and look, there's the Emrakul.
He just drew the Emrakul.
Yeah, he just hit the Emrakul.
And now Nate doesn't
does
have a
not
counterspell.
Yep. So I mean, if Charles makes the correct play, this game might just be over.
Yeah. I mean, I would suspect that Charles will try and go for it here. I think he has no reason not to.
He has every reason to go for it.
At the very least, by casting Channel, he will make Nate. If Nate had a counterspell, he would probably have to use his Surprise and Scary.
Yep.
And just getting off the board. So Channel's on the stack. Nate can gifts, but he doesn't have anything for free. He doesn't have the days. He doesn't have the Force of Will.
Yep.
So, and not that Charles will
Oh,
give them
is
to
it
him anyways.
charm?
Oh, he has Is It Charm.
Doesn't matter at all.
No, it
though.
doesn't matter whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just it's a miscount.
No, I mean he's gonna do it. I mean, he could actually just loot with it and look for a counterspell.
I guess, but
Yeah.
then that's all he's got. His loot and look for counterspell.
That's
and
all.
hope.
That's his only option. Making Charles pay 2 here is completely irrelevant.
Yeah. Yep.
Like
that
paying
is-
2 extra for Channel. The other flip side of this is Charles at 16.
Yep.
For him to cast Emrakul, he's gonna need to pay at least 12 life, even if he taps out to do it.
Yep.
Is there a world where Nate can race it somehow?
No, absolutely not.
No, he doesn't have enough permanents in play.
The
right?
only way that he can race it is Nope. He just
can't. No,
Yeah,
you're right. He can't.
has
He
to
does
draw a
have lightning.
counterspell.
He does have lightning bolt, but he showed me his deck earlier. His lightning bolt is in his sideboard.
Yeah, and I mean,
And it might actually be coming in against Charles. It's probably pretty good against Charles'
it
tempo.
kills all his mana dorks. It kills
Yeah.
Trigon Predator. I mean,
Yeah, and it
pretty much everything that isn't just Emrakul.
it might even kill Charles here had he played it right.
Yeah.
It looks like Nate's kind of backtracking and rethinking things.
Yeah. There's just not a
Nate
lot
Nate
that he
just
can
might
do.
be thinking that he has no outs to channel.
Yeah. I mean, even if Charles goes with the plan of, so yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's 4. So channel resolved.
Yep, he pays
4,
11.
pay 11.
Yeah, it goes to 5. Plays
Emrakul.
Emrakul. Take
And
an
that
extra
should be
turn.
game. I think the Precursor Golem, not that Charles had intended it to be bait because he didn't have the Emrakul in his hand.
Yep.
But it's just the perfect bait. I really think that Nate had to let that resolve.
Yep.
Available names. I did look at his deck beforehand. He also didn't main deck Pact of Negation.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So yeah, he's got very little that he can do at this point. I mean, channel Emrakul, it happens. I mean, you and I were talking about Charles is fine keeping a speculative hand, and this just happened to be the right hand. And now it's just going to be you have no permanence and you're at 3 life. And I
Yeah.
still have an Emrakul in play.
Yeah, it looks like we're picking them up going to game 2. Game 1 goes to Charles DuPont with Channel Emrakul.
Yep.
I mean, that's why you draft Channel, right? Like, it just gives you a win out of nowhere. Charles got very fortunate and just naturally drew into it there.
In case you were wondering, there was confusion about what Is It Charm did.
Yeah.
He thought it countered any non-creature spell.
Oh no, it's instead of paying 2. He thought it was just negate.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
that card would have been very good.
So I don't know if you guys were wondering.
No, we were wondering if he was trying to debate which mode to use.
like, loot,
Yeah,
find
loot
counterspell.
maybe. But okay, thank you. Just so you guys hear that, there was a little bit of confusion there. Nate had thought Is It Charm just straight up countered a non-creature spell, like a negate, when in fact it's actually counter non-creature spell unless they pay 2, which was considerably worse in that circumstance. So
Yeah, which is kind of unfortunate, but I mean that's what happens, and I mean.
yeah, I'm surprised that Nate at least didn't loot there. He does have a couple 2-mana counter spells, doesn't he?
It might be one of those situations where, like, you're thinking of a line, and the fact that your line doesn't work out the way you think it does,
You just
you
lock
completely
up.
just forget everything.
Yeah.
You're just like, you just scramble and completely forget that you have other options.
Exactly. Out of their sideboard, I mean, Charles is basically on the no sideboard plan, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
His main deck is really solid. Nate definitely has some cards he wants to bring in. I bet he wants to bring in
Pact
that
and
Lightning
Lightning
Bolt. Bringing in Pact seems totally reasonable. I'm sure there's a couple other cards in there. I don't have the deck list in front of me.
Yeah, Pact with the Masks lands of Scary and Needle works out totally fine too, because I mean that's just a turn earlier that he's
Yeah.
able to safely Pact.
Yeah, I mean, Nate's playing Arcanes now. I think he also has the counter spell. He also has Fire Ice. That wouldn't have helped. That wouldn't have helped anything. No. Like he could have drawn to a couple of different 2-mana things.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised he didn't try and loot there. I mean, seeing 2 extra cards is pretty relevant.
So we'll see if he can do better next game, at least once it's more on the draw. And I mean, yeah, Charles really.
I don't know if you saw that. Is It Charm came right out of his deck.
Yeah, Is It Charm went right out.
It's interesting because I think actually Is It Charm is actually fine against Charles because you get to deal with his Noble Hierarch, right?
Yeah. It
You get
kills
to-
a mana dork, or lets him loot, or it stops him from being able to just turn 2 run out channel.
Right, or when he goes like turn 3 Garrick off of an elf or
Right.
something.
Like there's plenty of targets in that deck.
Yeah, I think Is It Charm actually is totally reasonable to leave in against Charles. You need to use it early. You need to
Sure.
use it. You can't wait for the perfect moment.
Right.
But I think that it's actually pretty good against him. So I'm surprised that he's taking it out here. Maybe he's just so tilted that it doesn't just counter non-creatures.
Or maybe he feels that trading it for Pact is an upgrade, or any of the other things
Yeah,
that he boarded in.
that's
It
possible.
may just be like, this is the worst card still in my deck. That I can
When you
take
have
out.
40 cards, your list is so tight. You can only cut so many cards, and especially in Nate's sort of deck where you have a lot of redundancy.
You have a lot of redundancy, but they're all essential combo pieces. Like, You
Exactly.
can't board out any of those. You have to kind of board out what's left. And what's left is actually really Is It Charm, more or
Yeah.
less. Like, he has a few other options, but by and large, you just kind of have to cut, not necessarily the chaff or whatever, but you have to cut the things that don't, that are, I guess, the least relevant of what you have. Because everything's going to be relevant somehow.
All right. So, looks like Nate has a lot of lands. He has I think it's Splinter Twin 6 lands.
Mm-hmm.
Is that top card of land? No, that's a different card. I think that's Zealous Conscripts.
Yeah, Zealous
Splinter
Conscript,
Twin
not bad.
5 land.
Yep.
Or
And
Mox,
Mox,
but yeah,
yeah.
that's land. Can't quite see Charles's hand. He has Ulamog.
He has Regrowth in there as well.
Regrowth.
Yeah.
Can't quite
All
tell.
right, so we've got Island Mox
All right.
from him, just to start things off.
Charles drew Mystical Tutor, which lets him go get.
Channel.
He can try and turn 2 channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he'll probably try and go for it. I don't think there's a reason to, especially since he has Regrowth.
Yeah.
So he can set up like turn 2 channel. If it gets countered, then he can Regrowth.
Oh, Nature's
Oh yeah,
Claim.
Nature's Claim.
That's one of the other cards. That
One's pretty
quite
cute.
Good.
Did Charles have a mock? Oh, so he has the Rashad Port in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
So he's hoping that by Nature's Claiming he can keep Nate off of a lot of mana. So
Right.
Charles is going to go for a slightly longer game.
Yep.
He does know that Nate has a lot of counter spells, and
Absorb is one of the other cards in his hand. There
yeah,
we go.
he has Absorb, so he can actually just kind of stall for a little while.
Yep.
Now, interestingly enough, Nate drew Pestermite. So now Nate has Pestermite Splendor Twin in hand.
Yep.
He just has to get the mana to do it and make sure that Charles doesn't have Disruption.
Yeah.
Charles does have Absorb. I'm not sure if he has a white source in his hand, though.
I did not see one. All I saw,
I'm not sure.
I saw Treetop Village. Yeah, I don't see a white source. It's Treetop Breeding Pool, Rashad and Port, or his land, so I'm not seeing one. Charles apparently stepping away from the table for a second to get something.
Sure. So we have a couple updates here. Josh Ventura defeated Peter Beckfield 1-0. It looks like
Peter
Peter
beat
defeated
Jed.
Jed 1-0. So that puts Jet at 0-1, and we're gonna get some more updates here soon. Matches are being played, so just so you guys understand what we're doing, we can't stream every match, of course. We don't have enough hours in the day, right?
28 games to play.
We're also not like normal tournaments. We're not trying to do all of the rounds in sync. It's much more like a cube draft where people are going to pick up the matches as they can. That said, we're trying to get everyone under camera at least once as they come available through matches. So we'll be pretty much going match to match to match. There shouldn't be a ton of time in between rounds. There may be a little bit of downtime, but we'll keep you guys entertained. So,
well, I don't think he has a second red source in hand. I don't see. Oh no, he does. Okay.
He does.
So
yeah,
if
Charles
does not have something big here. He may just lose. Like he doesn't have a white source to cast absorb, and like he wouldn't have white blue anyways. So he may just lose the game at the end of this turn, just tapping. Getting Rashad imported.
Yeah. If Nate is smart here, so Nate might tap Breeding Pool. Just to try and protect on counter magic. But if Nate taps Rashad on port, he can't lose.
Yeah,
Not that he would
can't
know that,
possibly
but he can't lose.
Well, I mean, even with counter magic, Rashad and Port is the card that he had that Charles definitely has that stops him.
Correct.
Versus he might have counter magic.
Right.
And in fact, none of the counter magic that he knows Charles has costs a single blue. It's Absorb, Void Slime, and Mystic Snake. All of those are double blue.
I thought Charles had one blue X counterspell.
I don't think he got Condescend.
No, sorry, blue, like a single blue mana counterspell. It might be the case either way.
Yeah. But either way, I think the smarter play, regardless of what you think your opponent has in hand, you have to tap down the Rashad and Port because they might have a counterspell, but he definitely has a Rashad and Port that stops me from winning this.
Well, and you know that by Charles saying, 3 lands don't attack you with Treetop Village go, he's clearly saying that he's going to be port, and I think after you play Pestermite, he's clearly going to port down the mountain.
Yep.
So, yep.
Tap Sport.
Looks like this will be going to 3 here unless something surprising happens.
I love fair decks in Vintage Rotisserie.
This is why, the draft takes so long and the matches end up being really fast.
Yeah, because every deck is doing things
like this. Nate drew Kiki Jiki. There's no way he's not going to go for Twin here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's game. Yeah.
Yep. Looks like it's game, and they're going to game 3.
Yep. That's that. So, all right, going to game 3. Charles didn't have an answer in hand. Sometimes that's what happens. That's why you draft. Yeah.
I mean, and if he hadn't, natural ordered the Mox on turn 1, that game would have been over a turn sooner because he just would have had turn 2 Pestermite your blue source.
Oh, absolutely not. Then he would have natural ordered the Splinter Twin. Or not natural order. Sorry.
Yeah. I meant if he hadn't had Nature's Claim, that game just would have been over a turn sooner. It didn't really slow it down when he killed the Mox.
I think
he probably could have just held on to it to kill the Splinter.
Yeah, I think Charles looked at his hand and said, "I'm going to win this game through denying you out of your Mox, then Rashad importing you out of the game."
Yeah, at least that was the
problem. Is that I think Charles had to have played Rashad Import on turn 2 instead of Treetop Village.
Yep.
And just accept that he might be a little slower by doing that. But once you commit yourself to burning that Nature's Claim early, I think you have to all in on that plan. Or instead, you don't use your Nature's Claim, you use it on a Splinter Twin.
Yeah.
The thing is other than Splinter Twin, Nate's combo doesn't rely on things that Nature's Claim can get, right? Because he can Kiki Jiki it.
Both games, the losing player essentially piloted their play based on the odds, and both players that won the game just made them miss that. Nate piloted his game 1 assuming that, Charles wouldn't have Channel Emrakul on turn 4.
Absolutely.
And Charles had it. And, Charles predicated his whole line of play on Nate not having perfect mana to do end of turn 3 Pestermite you on tap Splinter Twin. And Nate had it. So that's just kind of how these games are going to go. I'm interested to see whether either player starts trying to play more predictively with the understanding that both of these games have essentially been decided by top decks so far.
So far, I think, I think that Charles just took a bad line there. It's also possible that hand should have just been a mulligan. With no counter magic and basically just a Nature's Claim, his hand didn't have very much business. He couldn't cast, he did draw Absorb, right? Yeah. So he couldn't cast it anyways. So he has Time Walk,
a bunch of lands, Eternal Witness. That looked like a keep.
Yeah, I think he's keeping.
Yeah.
Nate has Fire, Ice, Recruiter. Nate doesn't have enough lands. I think Nate's going to ship this back.
Yeah, he should. He's only got one.
He has Twister. He does have Twister, Mana Leak, Pestermite.
Yeah, but that's not enough
No,
to make me keep
I
it.
think you've got to ship it, even on the draw, right?
You have to. Like, you're
I can't
one
put
land
that
on the
card
draw
in-
against
oh,
a deck
that's yeah.
against a deck that has Shotgunlotus. Like, do
Yeah.
you want to mulligan to 6 and have a chance at a hand, or do you want to take a chance you just don't get to play Magic?
Yeah.
Like, those are kind of the two options that you have here. And I think you have to mulligan when you're in that spot. He's also got Nature's Claim and I can't see. Oh, Windfall. That's the last card.
Windfall is an interesting one for Charles to be playing against a combo deck with a ton of.
I guess the point, like, you play Windfall hoping that you're going to make them discard a combo piece that they would keep their hand from.
Yeah.
And just hope that they don't, instantly draw the rest of the combo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you try and make him discard, Kiki Jiki, and hope he just doesn't draw Pestermite
Exactly.
Splinter Twin off of it.
It
But
looks
he gets
like-
to draw a lot more cards out of this than Nate's ever going to. Because, he's always just going to be the tempo player with, like, 2 cards in his hand.
Exactly. I mean, that's a big reason why he drafted Windfall, because it's like a draw 7 with just upside, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Because a lot of times your opponents are not going to draw that many.
Yep. It's a Wheel of Fortune for him and just a very bad deal for his opponents.
Exactly, yeah. Not necessarily not draw that many, but you understand what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say. Yeah, I think Charles's hand here is actually really good. Let's see how he plays with Nature's Claim this game if he uses it as aggressively as it was before.
Yeah, and Charles is also playing the deck that wants to reload with gas, because, like, past turn 3, his cards are likely to be, if he's wanting to cast Windfall, just, like, lands or, like, things that are irrelevant. So
And
he's
against-
really just going to want to reload.
Against Nate's deck, it looks like
No lands.
no lands again.
I got 1.
It's a mountain. I mean, he does have 2 draw 7s in his hand. Volition Reigns is a blank card right here.
Yep.
Nate's got to go to 5. That's really unfortunate.
I feel like Volition Range should have come out. Like, I probably would have boarded that out.
I
over
would have
Izzet
boarded
Charm.
out Volition Reigns. I think Izzet Charm is actually much better in this matchup.
Yeah, because I don't ever want to spend 6 against the guy who's going to be making a turn 2 Trigon Predator.
Right.
And that's, both cards are equally, well, not equally. Izzet Charm's way better against the Channel Emrakul plan. So, you might as well just try and play around the
Yeah.
rest of the deck. And, without the Channel Emrakul, DuPont's deck is a tempo deck that will occasionally just upheaval you out of games. And Izzet Charm is way better against that than Volition Range is.
Absolutely. Volition Range in general, I just don't think is that great against Charles. None of his threats, the threats that are good enough to be a single threat that you would want to take, you can't take. You can't take Emrakul.
Yep.
And then his smaller threats, what are you going to take, an Eternal Witness?
Yeah.
What are you going to take? I mean, the best you could probably do is take Garrick. Or like a land or something.
Take a Garrick, not good enough. Like,
No, it's not.
It doesn't help Nate's deck.
I mean,
plan at all.
it helps him with mana and whatnot, but
Sure.
it's still just like by the time you're casting Volition Range, you have 6 mana anyways.
Yeah.
So it's just not that exciting. Nate's gonna have to go to 5 here, and he's gonna probably need a pretty good 5. Now that said, Nate's deck has a lot of
Oh, it's
redundancy
Goblin Recruiter, and he's got a Mountain Library.
in Breaching Hippocamp.
Yeah,
So this hand's keepable.
it's keepable.
I mean,
It's the most keepable hand he's had so far. It's
that's
not great,
correct.
but it's keepable.
That's correct.
Oh.
Oh, he drew Wheel of Fortune.
Okay, so that'll help.
Things get way different now because he can have Library in play when he casts Wheel of Fortune.
Yep, and immediately go up to 8, which
Yeah.
is real handy.
Yep.
Like, I think you just play the Mountain.
Yep.
If he has, you can, like, Bluff Bolt or something like that. Just see how you can make the deck work. Like, Goblin
mean-
Recruiter's a little awkward for him right now because he really doesn't want to stack his deck with spells.
No, Goblin Recruiter is going to get Wheel of Fortune away
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
I actually think all the cards in his hand are going to get Wheel of Fortune away. He's going to play Library next turn, hopefully draw a 3rd land in his next two draw steps. And then he's just going to immediately cast Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
And hope that Charles doesn't draw into something crazy.
Charles drew Ponder. So, Charles's play here is probably just make a Temple Garden tapped and play Ponder. I
think
can't
that's
imagine.
reasonable. I actually think
He really
with
can't do anything more
Nature's Claim
aggressive.
in his hand, I think he would actually just play it untapped.
Or play Misty
Or
Reinforce.
play Misty, yeah.
Sure.
I think keeping the Nature's Claim up against Nate is fine. I don't remember off the top of my head if Nate has enough threats for 2 mana that he would really need to Nature's Claim.
No, he doesn't. Like,
No.
He doesn't have enough acceleration that he's going to, like, surprise Splinter Twin combo you on turn 2.
Right.
The soonest he can go off is turn 3. And that's with the turn 2 Mox Pestermite. Oh, or just Time Walk.
Oh, he just Time Walks.
Okay,
that's
sure,
that's
that's
totally
totally
fine. Time Walk here, and then now he can Ponder
Yep.
if he needs to.
Mystical. No, yeah.
I actually like pondering before. Oh, you're just gonna E-Witness Time Walk.
Time Walk,
All
I
right.
guess, sure.
Let's get some value out of this, right?
Just try and put himself as ahead of Nate as he can.
Yep. Nate drew gifts.
Not
It's
great.
not great. I mean, he basically had 2 draw steps to draw land. Anything he draws here is almost assuredly getting Wheel of Fortune away.
Well, and that's the other thing is like, Wheel's not even going to resolve because the card that Charles drew was Mystic Snake. So now he's just not going to get to make anything.
I think Charles will ponder Time Walk.
Yeah,
here.
he's going to ponder Time Walk, attack for 2. You know, on his next turn, he'll probably just, you know, can't quite see what the 3 cards that he's pondering for. Looks like one of them is
Banefire.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't tell what the other 2 are.
It's just too far to the left.
Yeah, and they're upside down, which isn't
Yeah.
helping.
But at any rate, you know, he's just gonna it's Banefire,
Mystical Tutor,
Tutor's the other
and
one.
another one. Looks like he's leaving them on top.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to shuffle at that point because like he's
No, you just take Mystical Tutor, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You get the Mystical Time Walk. The question is what is he a Mystical Tutor for here?
I don't know. I mean, I
mean, Charles is in very firm control of this game.
absolutely. I mean, he's got Mystic Snake, so like his opponent mulliganed at 5. He
Yeah.
has to resolve a big spell. Oh, he's just gonna regrowth.
He's going to go get Regrowth and
Time Walk, I
Regrowth
guess?
Time Walk.
Yeah, because like getting channel doesn't do anything. He has nothing to channel into.
He doesn't have anything to channel to, yep.
Yeah, like at this point, he just needs to keep his opponent from casting spells.
Yeah.
And I feel like just regrowthing and taking as many extra turns as he possibly can seems reasonable. Oh, it's
Yeah.
Precursor Golem was the 3rd card in that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, tutoring for regrowth seems like the most reasonable thing on there.
Yeah, I mean, can't go wrong with that. Like, take another turn, because you already
You
have
just
one
get to take
lined up.
all of the turns. Like you're hitting for 2 to put your opponent to 18. You're time walking. Next turn you're just gonna regrowth time walk again. Hit them for another 2. Like your tempo and the number of extra cards you get to draw just puts your opponent really like you're so far out of their reach.
Yeah. Regrowth, Time Walk. Charles didn't draw another land, so...
Yeah, because I mean he drew the regrowth there,
You know, it's...
and now he draws Ulamog.
Ulamog.
So now I think he just hits for 2 and passes.
I think
Like,
he hits for 2 passes.
Yeah, you just put your opponent to 14.
Or he's going to cast Windfall.
Okay. I'm not sure I agree with that.
I'm not sure either.
Like, the last thing I want my opponent doing is drawing a whole bunch of extra cards and then getting to take the first turn.
Yeah,
Like,
when-
you want to do that... Like, doing that when he had Mystic... Like, if he could have left Mystic Snake up, would have been fine. And he
So-
got rid of his Nature's Claim, too. So now he's 1 out shorter if Nate just draws into the Splinter Twin combo. Like, he can't Nature's Claim a Twin anymore.
So when my opponent mulligans to 5 and then goes in their blue-red deck, goes Mountain, then their second land drop is Library of Alexandria, you have to assume that they're stretched a little bit on mana.
Sure.
Right? They probably had to keep a shaky 5.
Yep.
Like, you obviously... Charles obviously doesn't have the information that we have, but I still... That Windfall is just still really...
It's digging Nate 5 cards deeper in to get him out of the hole that Mulliganing put in there. I mean, like, he has no combo pieces in his hand.
That's true. Oh, no, he has Hippogriff. Or
Oh,
Hippocamp.
Hippocamp.
Breaching
Yeah, that's
Hippocamp.
fair.
But even still, it's actually still not that bad.
Immediately or no?
Huh?
Do you want records immediately or no?
I'll let him know. Yeah.
I beat Judd.
So, quick update. Jesse Wilkie has beaten Jed Dalbeer. 1-0. That puts Jed to 0-2.
Yep, and
Which is
Jesse to 1-0 so far.
kind of where we thought he would be.
Look, man, Ghostly Prison does not do a whole lot against a Gristlebrand attacking by itself.
I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. Charles is kind of flipping through his library. It looks
Not
like Charles...
His graveyard might have accidentally gotten shuffled up with
Yeah,
his deck.
I think that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
They didn't know the Ulamog.
Oh, the Ulamog trigger.
Ulamog to Windfall. Didn't know if he
Got it.
shuffled
No, you draw first, then it shuffles
Yeah,
in. Yeah, okay. There's a little bit of confusion. Charles,
The order of the Windfall with Ulamog.
Ulamog's
Yeah.
trigger.
Which is reasonable.
Yeah.
Yes, Mike, he shuffled his graveyard into his library because he discarded Ulamog. He just didn't draw before he discarded. So they got that figured out. I mean, and all of the cards in his graveyard are pretty easily replicable. I don't
Yeah.
think the Regrowth got pulled back out. I mean, and now Nate has to discard his 5 and draw 5 new ones, so we'll see what he gets. That's a land, Deceiver Exarch, 2 lands, Deceiver Exarch, Mana Leak.
Wow, he
3
drew
lands.
really well.
His hand just got a lot better.
Yeah, that would. I think Charles. I mean, the problem with Charles just sitting back on Mystic Snake, that he didn't realize like it would have been very good because the only play line that Nate Heiss had was to Wheel of Fortune, right?
Sure.
And Mystic Snake would have been great there. But from Charles's seat, he has to think that a two damage a turn clock is not going to be good enough, and I don't think that it was.
That's fair.
Like it
I
obviously
look
goes
at it
up
as
once
he
he
got rid
casts
of
Mystic
Mystic
Snake.
Snake and Nature's Claim that are both really, really good at stopping Nate from winning. I mean, you can even just take it as far as I'm just going to Mystic Snake the Kiki Jiki whenever he tries to do that.
Yeah.
So he drew Stomping Ground, Mox Pearl. Trying to see what else he drew. So I don't know. I think Nate might have gotten the better out of that turn.
I think so too.
I mean, just because he had no options when he started the turn, so
he has,
any number of
he
them
has
had to be better.
Banefire. He can't quite see what else he has.
Yeah. All right. So
He has
let's-
Wake. He has Mirari's Wake.
Okay, so that could definitely swing this game
He
back. into
he
his
can
favor.
cast it next turn.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that Nate just might be able to kill him if he draws Splinter Twin.
Well, I mean, and if nothing else, he's also has Mana Leak now. So
Right.
like Wake's not going to resolve.
No, Wake won't resolve if Charles goes to slam it this turn.
Yeah. Oh look, and he redrew the Time Walk. Okay.
Temporal Spring. This is interesting. So he's going to Temporal Spring one of Nate's lands, and then if Nate floats the mana, he can go to his attack step. If Nate counters this, that's fine. Then he gets a Time Walk and then slam Mirari's Wake.
Yep.
Temporal Spring was a fantastic card
That was a
for
really
Charles
good
to
play
have.
for
I
Charles.
didn't realize that he had
He's
it.
just winning this whole game solely on the back of taking extra turns and killing him with an Eternal
It's
Witness. So it's
really
not exactly going
insane.
badly for him.
I mean, the best part is now Charles gets to 100% resolve
Mirari's Wake. Yeah,
Mirari's
there's
Wake.
nothing that Nate can do about that.
And then Nate is getting perilously close to Banefire range.
Yep. I mean, like, if he redraws Mystical Tutor, he gets to just,
Yep.
tutor for channel and Banefire him out. Or...
And
like,
now
he's
his
getting
clock
close
is a
enough.
little bit bigger.
Yeah, sure, because, I mean, now Nate's at, 9.
No, Nate should be at 11, right?
Nope, the 14 did not take into account the last turn.
Got it, thank you.
So the 14,
So
he
he
put
was
him
at 12, then
yeah,
to 9.
took 3 and went to 9.
Got
And
it.
I mean, there's not much Nate can do right now. 'cause,
Like,
I mean,
Nate can pester the Stomping Ground if he knows.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to... Or, sorry, Deceiver Exarch. There's no way that he's going to see that line.
Yeah, and now he just gets Banefired out uncounterably.
Yeah.
And it's too late. So, this is some really, really solid play from the both of them. The Windfall worked out really well for Charles.
It's funny because I don't think the Windfall worked out well for Charles until he drew that Time Walk.
That's fair. The time
Because
walk,
the Temporal Spring didn't matter. I mean, like, it would have
yeah.
saved a little bit. It didn't matter until Charles cast Time Walk.
yeah, that's fair.
Then he got to resolve whatever. So I wonder if he's tapping something or if he's just blocking. If he taps something, that actually puts him just out of Banefire range unless Charles has another land. Charles does have a Mox Pearl off screen that you can't
Yep.
quite see, so he can actually get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which
He's one short.
right, assuming that
doesn't have a
Nate
land in hand.
blocks.
Yeah, he blocked because Charles had almost put the
All right, so
precursor golem. Okay.
Charles just slams Precursor Golem. He's not going to cast Banefire unless it's lethal.
So
Precursor Golem
unless-
makes 4/4s.
Yep.
Right now because of Mirari's
Mirari's
Wake.
Wake.
And then Charles still has mana up. I don't know if he has a counterspell in hand.
I did not see one. I don't believe.
Sure. It does let him bluff it, though.
Yep, it does. I mean, like he could have Mystic Snake. He could have,
Yeah.
he can't cast Absorb, but like he could have Mystic Snake or Void Slime. And it doesn't really matter because Nate did not draw the.
He had to windmill Splinter Twin here.
Yeah.
I think without Splinter Twin, Nate's just dead on board, never mind with Banefire.
Yep. Yep,
Yeah.
That's just the game.
Nate mulled the 5. He actually had a very good windfall.
Yeah.
Oh, Charles definitely still had all these. Banefire.
Or just
Very
showed
nice.
him the Banefire. It's like
Sure.
yeah. Okay. So well, that's the match. Charles
That's-
DuPont takes it over.
So it's Jesse Wilkie and Paul Waite coming up.
All right, cool. So Charles DuPont takes the match over Nate Heiss 2-1.
Yep. I'm not terribly surprised by that. I was wondering if Nate would be able to deal with Charles's tempo.
Yeah, I mean Charles' deck is really solid.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like it has a couple of flashy plans enough that you know it's actually a vintage rotisserie deck, and then it's just solid gameplay.
Yeah. Yeah, I really do think that That was gonna be a tough
casting
one for
4
Nate.
time walks in a game is not exactly a bad way to win.
It's a lot of value to get, that's for sure. Next up will be Jesse Wilkie, who is 1-0 against Paul Waite, who I don't believe has played a match yet.
I don't believe he has either.
So this is the Reanimator mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The grudge match between the Reanimator players.
I mean, my money's on Jesse, right?
Well, sure, because at this point it's like an 8-year-old fighting his dad. Like it's 2 decks that are trying to do the same thing, and Jesse got the much better end of the bargain.
Yeah, and Paul got the 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Paul did help shape up his draft a little bit towards the end.
Yeah. Paul has some options. Like, I mean, he does have the mana drain. He has a couple of things that, the match could go Paul's way, but I don't think it's very likely. I feel like Jesse just has the better deck through and through.
I do too.
But it'll be a game. It'll be a hell of a game.
So the funny thing is it may not. One of Paul's good reanimate spells is a blank, because there's no way he can cast Exhume. I mean, he can,
there's a very
of
narrow
course.
window where
It's
he
going to be
can,
very difficult for Exhume to be extraordinarily good.
Yeah.
He's going to have to make sure that
His
when
opponent has no way to put Gristlebrand into his yard in response.
If Wilkie just holds up a black mana all game,
Yeah.
he can just
In response,
show
Entomb,
right? Which blanks basically Paul's best or second best.
Plot twist, Entomb did not go into Jesse's main deck.
Oh, God, I don't believe that for a second.
I almost had you for a second. The look on your face was wonderful.
Also, Paul can't cast Show and Tell in this matchup.
No, he cannot.
He cannot. So
They're
it's
going to
be really hard for Paul to win. Paul does have Sadistic Sacrament in his board.
He has Liliana as well, which does help.
I mean,
so
Liliana helps both ways, right? Like, it's bad for him if he's making Jesse discard.
I was actually looking at the sacrifice.
The
So,
sacrifice is relevant.
if he exhumes and Jesse has Jin-Gitaxias instead of Gristlebrand, he can immediately just Liliana him and not immediately
Assume that's
get
in play.
wrecked.
Yeah.
Like, that is a situation that could realistically happen or semi-realistically happen. But I don't know. The only other way that I see this really working out for Paul is if he gets turn 1 Bazaar going and Jesse does not have Entomb. If he gets a Bazaar or a good Careful Study or something like that, and Jesse just can't keep up with him, either one of those decks could just run out of the gate way faster than the other one can catch it.
Yeah, both decks definitely have a way to be very explosive. Like I was saying, the concern that I have is the best draws for Paul involve cards that he can't cast.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Paul's going to have to rely on his other more subpar reanimate spells. Whereas Jesse just gets to straight up do whatever he wants.
Yep.
So I'm not sure if
That
Paul
is
is
a
actually
draw,
drawing. Yeah, he didn't let Jesse cut, so there's no way that that's really.
Yeah,
a
that's
hand.
not actually a draw. He's just testing it out.
Yeah,
But I mean, that draw's actually kind of terrible now that I see the card. That
Yeah,
was.
it
Like
wasn't
I saw Jet and Bazaar. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a draw. Oh, it's 6 lands mana drain.
Yeah. I still think if you have Bizarre, you keep that hand.
Oh, absolutely.
Bizarre is
Because you're
just
going to
too
start
good in this matchup.
Because then I've played Dredge before. If you have Bazaar in your hand in a Bazaar deck, you just keep it.
Yep. And that's the nice part about 40 card decks. You're just going to get to see it a lot.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
But yeah, I mean, this should be just an interesting match. It's definitely going to be a heck of a shift from the last match that we covered. Nobody's going to be putting more than one creature into play.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, do you think we'll see hard cast creatures in this matchup? Do you think
I very much doubt it.
I doubt it also.
I don't see those games going long enough.
I just don't know.
I see one of them resolving a reanimation effect on their thing of choice and just blowing the other one out of the water.
Sure.
Whether it's Jesse going turn 2, animate dead on, animate dead on, I don't know, Gristlebrand as the start, or Jin-Gitaxias or something.
Are we using vintage proxies? We did have quite a number of proxies made.
About 2/3 of the cards are proxied.
No, well, it's a little bit less. There's unfortunately a number of cards that are not proxied.
Yeah.
And that's hence the
Hence the
handmade
Shotgun ones.
proxied.
Yeah.
But we are going to make better proxies for next time. Basically, everything that was written as a proxy, we will make a good proxy for the future. So.
And that way we'll have fewer and fewer ones as things go on. Although Nate Heist totally screwed that up because he brought his own Surprising Scary, so nobody's going to have that proxied for next time.
I think that'll be fine. That'll be just fine. So far in the standings, Jed Dalbier 0-2, not really surprised.
Not very much.
We didn't think his deck was good.
He
He seemed very
blanked on his best victory condition. He just forgot that Karn existed until
Karn
someone else
liberated.
took it.
Yeah. Charles, very nice job. Thank you. You
You guys need some inspiration.
we've had a good one.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Charles, your windfall was interesting. We were surprised that you cast that.
Well, what else was I gonna do?
Sit on Mystic Snake and just beat him
Sit on
down.
Mystic Snake and Nature's Claim.
Of course, you didn't know that his hand was basically all in on Wheel of Fortune. Off camera, Charles DuPont gonna chat with us for a minute here.
All right. Well, I drafted Windfall not as a combo piece or anything like that,
Right.
but actually as kind of a card advantage engine.
Yeah.
And I was in a situation there to where I can't really know what he's behind. He moved
Yeah.
to 5. He would have kept whatever was going on. He didn't
Sure.
cast anything. Like I know that he's got a couple counters, some draw 7s, and things of that nature. And
So let me ask you this. So he started off mulling to 5, right?
Yep.
Then, in his blue-red twin deck, he goes Mountain, and then his second land drop is Library of Alexandria. At that point, do you just think he's cut off from blue mana?
yes,
So-
I think he would have played any other land before Library.
Before
Yeah,
Library,
absolutely.
right? That's why we thought it was an interesting line to Windfall there and let him draw a bunch of extra cards, when you clearly had a clock, even though it was a slow clock. And then B, you also had a counterspell backup, and you had Nature's Claim in your hand, right?
I suppose, yeah. Like I don't.
It was just an interesting line. Obviously, it still worked out just fine
So
for you.
yeah, like well, you can say that. Then again, I was dead to Splinter Twin, as it turned out. That was part on my fault due to I should have just not been greedy. Bane fired him when I had the mana
Oh, sure.
after post wake, but pre wake, which is the turn that we're talking about. My Nature's Claim is actually a dead card. He didn't play like a Mox or something like
Right.
that. My Nature's Claim is kind of sitting there, which makes my Windfall even better.
Okay.
A land at that point, I can play the land. There's a lot of things that I can draw into, Plow Under, things like that, that really kind of put me ahead. The same or different
Sure.
counter spells. I do have a couple.
Sure.
I don't know that he can untap and just kill me
Yeah.
under anything that he draws. And it's essentially draw 3 cards.
Yep. That's fair.
Plus, I'm cycling my Nature's Claim, which is a dead card and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
for all I know, he's actually got great cards. That's the thing that's really hard to judge in those kind of mole situations is he could have anything.
Yeah, obviously we're sitting here with perfect information, right? And we knew that his hand essentially was all in on Wheel of Fortune because he had no other lands.
Yep.
So he had to draw a third land and then resolve Wheel of Fortune, which we knew
he
you had a
would've.
miss.
Well,
you had a Mystic
I
Snake.
did have Snake,
You had
yeah,
Mystic
yeah.
Snake. Anyways, so we're gonna get back into the match here. Thanks for joining us for a couple minutes here, Charles. It looks like Paul waits on the play. Starts off with Underground Sea into Sleight of Hand.
All right. So he's just trying to filter through his deck and like get to the targets that he does have. And at this point, like we were talking about, his deck is just trying to out Jesse at this point.
Yeah, I mean, being on the play, I think, is going to help Paul a lot. I mean, we all agree, I think Paul's slightly handicapped in this matchup. Being on the play is going to help him, and having a little filtering early is going to help him. I'm trying to make out what Jesse has in his hand. He has some lands. I can't really quite make out his spells. Starting Underground Sea is obviously very important.
Enclave Cryptologist?
He has
Enclave
Cryptologist,
Crypto, there we
and
go.
he has Merfolk Looter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually get to see what he took off of the sleight of hand either, which is a little unfortunate. But I mean, he's got Drowned Catacombs at least. Like that is kind of the one thing going in favor of Paul is that his, it's not even really a thing, but his mana base is more solid because he's not playing Darkwater Catacombs. Oh look, but there Jesse drew Ancestral Recall. So this game's about to go
Yeah.
very heavily in one person's favor.
So, drawing Ancestral, I still think
He's just gonna level up the Enclave Cryptologist.
I
and just
think you
loot.
do.
Like,
Paul,
there's
Paul
no reason
has
to do
Show
anything
and
else.
Tell in his hand, and Paul, more importantly, has Mana Drain in his hand.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Paul is probably just going to sit on that mana drain for quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
Until I don't think he's going to be proactive. I think it's just going to wait on mana drain.
Yeah, that's probably true.
The problem with that is that it'll let Jesse really get on the cryptologist plan if that's what he wants.
Yeah, because
to
I mean,
do.
if you're just gonna play, Game of Chicken, he already has a leveler in play that doesn't require any spells. Yeah, there we go. He just levels up the Enclave Cryptologist.
Yep.
He's gonna get his looting started without opening himself up to mana drain, and he's just gonna do whatever he wants for the next few turns.
So we do need to get some level counters on Cryptologist just to show what's going on.
Yeah.
I think here Paul is not going to do very much. I think he's just going to sit and wait.
Yeah.
He has no pressure on him. Cryptologist by itself will get out of control if Jesse can get to the point where he's just drawing a card. That's what the third level,
No, it's
or the fourth
It's the
level.
I don't even see it
That's a
getting to
long.
that point.
No, I
though.
don't think so either.
Like, I think the game's just going to be way over before then, because he's just going to loot his way to a victory.
Yeah, that's very possible. Like Jesse's reanimations targets or reanimation spells are just much better than Paul's are in the mirror.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul does have a Sundering Titan in hand, it looks like. I didn't actually get to see what some of his other Sharpied Proxied cards are. But, I mean, he's trying to just sit back on this mana drain, and that's really just not going to work.
And he doesn't know that.
Well, I mean, he does, because it's not going to work based on what Jesse has in play. He doesn't even have to draw anything.
To be fair, I'm not entirely sure Paul has any better options. Right?
That's probably fair.
He can't cast Show and Tell here. I mean, he could. It just doesn't seem right. Plus, I can't even quite... Oh, he has Sundering Titan in his hand.
Yeah. And he Tidespout Tyrant. Okay.
Maybe casting Tidespout Tyrant is totally reasonable.
Yeah, maybe. I guess... I see that as being like his best option if he does manage to get off a mana drain for any amount of mana. Like it's the most castable one that they've got.
The Tidespout Tyrant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jesse decides he doesn't need multiple looters here. That's not where that goes.
All right. So let's see. We've also got. Oh yeah, he's already got the Animate Dead in his hand and everything.
And he has Woodfall Primus.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised he didn't just pitch that and kind of go for it, because I mean, when your backup plan is cast Recall, it's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're just passing. It's kind of just a game of who blinks first.
Well, and I mean,
I guess
if that's the game, Jesse's just way ahead with
sure,
the
'cause
looter in play,
he's got-
right?
well, and
he
he's
gets
got-
to sculpt a really good hand.
Well, and he's also got Necromancy, so like he can,
Yeah.
just kind of make it work, or just make multiple reanimation effects on the same turn.
Ooh, we're
Dark
gonna do
Ritual.
something here.
That
All right.
makes this much more interesting.
So other than Recall, does Jesse have any instants that are reasonable here? Does he have Counterspell? No, he doesn't have anything. He's casting Show and Tell.
All right, put on your big boy pants. This game just got manly.
So I'm not entirely. So he has a black and the Drowned Catacomb. He has a black floating with Drowned Catacombs.
That is correct.
So
So in response,
yeah, obviously he's going
recalls.
to recall.
Yep.
So I wonder what. I mean, Woodfall Primus can come into play. Obviously, if Jesse
If he
draws
draws
in the
4
Gristleburn,
cards in response.
yeah. This is obviously very risky from Paul. I think he thinks he can get Tidespout Tyrant in play and then cast another spell and exile whatever comes into play,
I think
which is
the
not
other-
wrong.
I think the other thing is that if Jesse doesn't have recall here, he needs to if he's ever going to cast Show and Tell, it needs to be now, before
right.
Jesse sees more cards. Because I mean, Cryptologist is just going to eventually just
The
bury him in
longer the
card.
game goes, the
Right,
worse that card is. Right?
Exactly, and the other thing is, the longer the game goes, the greater the odds that Jesse draws recall. He just kind of got a little unlucky in that Jesse already had it.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, I'm not sure what Paul's follow-up card will be. I don't think he can put Tidespout Tyrant in play without having a spell to cast.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
because he knows that Jesse's going to put something into
in my
play.
estimation, he just puts Sundering Titan into play and hopes that's big enough.
It very well might be, because if Jesse's best card is Woodfall Primus, then Sundering Titan will be good enough,
Yeah,
right?
because it's just bigger than Woodfall Primus. It puts him down to a blue as his land, which can't cast Entomb or Reanimate.
Yeah.
And it just, he just makes a bigger guy, and like I can understand that. I don't know. We'll have to see. It hasn't even necessarily. I'm not sure what he discarded there. I don't know.
Card? I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he discarded Animate Dead.
No, he's still got the Animate Dead in his hand.
does he?
Yeah, that was a full art one. You can still see it.
Sure.
Sorry.
So it looks like Show and Tell's resolving. They're choosing what it is. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's got to be. It's either got to be Sundering Titan if he
one of
doesn't
those.
have a spell. If it's
Oof,
so, it was
he
Tidespot
had it.
Tyrant. Unfortunately, Gristlebrand is out there.
What is he?
So he's gonna cast Serum
Serum
Visions.
Visions.
Exile Gristlebrand. Jesse does get to draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah. But this is, the best opportunity to do it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Like it
And
puts him down to
Tidespot
13.
Tyrant does exile, doesn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. It should be. So I mean, and
Yeah.
you know,
So I mean, not being able to rebuy Gristlebrand is pretty good. It means that.
Oh, it bounces
Oh no,
it?
it bounces. It bounces it.
that's
So
right. Okay.
I mean,
It's a little iffy, but I mean, it deals with it for
Yeah.
as much as Paul can deal with it. Right
yeah,
now.
and if
now he
Paul
gets the
can
Serum
keep
Visions.
Tidesprout Tyrant in play,
Yep.
and then can continue casting cards every turn.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what Jesse resolves. Tidespot Tyrant will just
Yeah.
keep bouncing it back to his hand. Also, Paul has mana drain for next turn.
Yeah.
I guess the risk that Paul has here is, can Tidespot Tyrant live it through this turn?
And we'll have to see. Yeah, we will have to see how that goes. It looks like both of the scry cards went to the bottom, I think.
Sure.
And yeah, I mean that's just his turn. He just went for it. And end of turn, he casts Entomb.
Entomb.
Going to,
What are the cards that are left in his deck?
I'm not even sure what the heck you go get at that point.
No, at this point, I just think you just bid
You're-
whatever you can.
You're already at the point where he can untap, tap Cryptologist, remove
Oh, he puts Angel or Ashen Rider.
Yeah. You can just discard Gristlebrand. Yeah, he just gets Ashen Rider and deals with Tidespout Tyrant with Animate Dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
yeah,
but
this is
Paul
gonna
kind of
go
had to go
very
for it, and
poorly
Jesse
for
just,
Paul.
in response was able to draw 4 new cards.
And then draw 7 more.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is just a case of Jesse's cards overall are a little bit better than Paul's.
Mm-hmm.
I do think you were right. I think Paul had to take his stab
It's
there.
the best of a bad
I
situation.
think Paul had to take a line. So we have Life, Death, Ludero Core. I mean, Paul is just showing that he really has nothing. If Tidespot Tyrant goes away here, which is going to happen, he's really not going to have much else to do.
Yeah. So that's just the Gataxian probe from Jesse. So he's just taking a look at this point, but it's just showing him that there's nothing Paul can do in response to this.
Yep. Yeah, the proxies were supposed to be printed out. Unfortunately, the person that was doing that didn't print.
Apparently, some of the proxies from the last Vintage draft did not come back somehow because there were
Yeah.
cards that were played last time that did not come back.
Mana Drain's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fixed going forward. We're not going to repeat that same mistake again. We realized once we hit that construction that a lot of proxies were MIA.
Yeah, I mean, and this was kind of, it wasn't thrown together last minute, but it wasn't, it was kind of planned out casually. But yeah, at any rate, yeah, so he's got Frantic Search, so this is how he just pitches Gristlebrand and, just digging to make sure that he's got the lock. All right.
And he drew 4 so well.
Yeah, and that's discarding Null Rod, and then he just discards Gristlebrand, probably. I would have to assume it's just Gristle. No, Island, okay.
It doesn't matter. He still has Cryptologist. Do whatever
Yeah,
he
that's
wants.
fair.
So. I mean, there's no chance that he doesn't see the line, right? Yeah, of course he does.
Yeah. Animate Dead for Ashen Rider to get that.
Now he just rides his Force of Will and
Yeah,
Ashen
pretty much.
Rider for the rest of
Just
the game.
kills him that way.
So.
He doesn't really have a need to play anything else at this point. He's
No.
going to, because eventually he needs to put, he might want to put a bigger threat on the board.
Who to play? Mages of the Bazaar.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, the Mana Drain through Sundering Titan on the board are actually in Paul's hand. He's playing them face up since he was Gataxian probed.
Yep.
Jesse's figuring out what to discard, and then I think this game will be over pretty quick. I mean, Paul certainly can draw out of it, but he's going to be a little short here.
Problem is, if he draws out of a way to deal with Ashen Rider, it exiles something when it leaves, and then he's just got the Gristlebrand follow-up.
Yeah.
And of course, we do need to make a note that Jesse is technically at 13 right now, since Gristlebrand drew 7 and never hit anything.
That's true. Or 11.
11. Because what else did he lose the 2 life to? I don't remember. I don't think he lost 2 life to anything. Anyways, the players are probably keeping track of it at any rate. So yeah, he discards some cards. He looks like he keeps Necromancy, Force of Will, you know, pitches. I assume he pitched Gristlebrand, and he can just go. Oh, Gitaxian Probe. That's right. That's what put him down to 11.
Yep.
So Paul draws for his turn. It is the Mox Emerald. Not really going to dig him out of this, unfortunately.
No. I think he can't even really cast Literal Core without and keep up mana drain mana.
Yeah. So I mean he casts Life Death or targeting Tidespout Tyrant. Which
doesn't Ashen Rider exile?
Yes, it does. It exiles it. So
Okay.
Life Death cannot target it.
Can we get that?
Yeah, we might-
corrected, Chris. You just double check Ashen Rider. We might need to go intervene quickly.
I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference in this game.
If Tidespout Tyrant stays in play, it might be relevant.
Yeah, that's fair.
It does exile, so
Yeah.
we need to go intervene in the game.
Yeah, here I can.
Can that be you, Chris? Do you mind? Because the Tidespout Tyrant shouldn't even be able to come into play. It should
Yeah.
have been exiled, not in his graveyard.
Yep.
God, we need like table judges.
Got to have Kyle Knudsen for the next one if he wasn't too busy being in Richmond judging a Grand Prix.
Yep. I think this is the scoop mode.
Yeah, it should
Now
be.
that things are getting
He's got no
corrected.
other options. Like
Yeah.
it's exiled, which means he has no targets for death.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's game one.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if he could have kept it around for a little bit longer, he might have.
He tried to make the
somehow
best of
gotten-
a bad spot, and it just did not work out for him at all. I mean, which is
Yeah.
kind of just what's going to happen. Like his opponent is playing a deck that is the same plan but with more consistency.
You can already tell. You can already see Paul already took Show and Tell out of his deck.
Yep.
I think he has to take Exhume out of his deck also.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were talking about that before the match. He can't ever cast either of those cards safely.
Yeah, Liliana I think is good enough still. He can still
Yeah, Liliana's fine.
sack a guy.
Yeah.
Activating the plus is going to be a little difficult.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, you can just keep it around as a threat, or use it, you know, when you know you're going to be returning something that turn. It's
Exactly.
okay.
I'm surprised he didn't main deck Dance of the Dead. It's one of his better reanimate spells, right?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, you have to pay a black one to untap it. Is that what it is? Or maybe it's a black one upkeep.
Yeah.
Either way, like it's still way better.
It's certainly better than I mean, it's better than Show and Tell in this matchup, at least. It's probably coming in instead of Exhume. In
He's
this
also
particular
bringing in
matchup.
Quicksilver Amulet. It looks like
Yeah, which is totally fine because
Maze
it's just
of
a
Ith,
strictly better Show and
also
Tell for
very
him.
good. Yep, absolutely. Oh wow. Yeah, I think that Jesse's certainly got an advantage still here.
Thanks, Peter.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, I think Jesse's still going to have the advantage, but he does get to board out Null Rod at least.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
that's not doing. I mean, it stops.
I mean,
Mox
he's
Emerald-
even
stops
just
Mox-
boarding it out face up. We know that's happening.
stops Mox Emerald and Mox Jet. Gotcha.
Yeah, did it. Yeah, so it's upkeep, pay one black, one untap. So it's not even an constant upkeep. It's just whenever you untap. Totally reasonable. I like how you can just see every card Paul's taking out. Like, as you read through the proxy.
Yeah, and I don't know. This is going to be a very weird matchup. I mean, it basically went like we predicted. Like, you know, one player's just got their draw, and in this case, that had just happened to be Jesse.
Hey, Chris, when you get 2 seconds, can you change it from round 1 standings to, like, current standings or something? Since we're not really doing rounds. Yes.
Gentle
the chat
Bear is 0-2
is
in
0-2
round 1.
In round 1, yeah. I mean, he lost pretty hard.
That's
that might be
just
reasonable.
how bad the deck is.
Yeah, he's pretty terrible. No, in all seriousness, those standings should be accurate.
Yeah, those
people are
standings
coming
are-
in and reporting as people are finishing.
Yeah, as correct as we can get them.
yeah,
we've
there
got
might be a
people trying to
match or
get through
two left.
7 rounds
Yeah.
as quickly as they can. So going into game 2, I mean, Paul's going to be on the play. Do you really think his ability to make plans changes?
No.
I mean, he was on the play last time. Like, this time, I guess he's just got a couple of the more useless cards filtered out of his deck. Like, he doesn't have to rely on a Show and Tell on turn 3 anymore.
I agree. I mean, Paul's draw last time one round was unfortunate. Jesse has Animated and Necromancy, so it's
Yeah.
really hard for Paul to aggressively put something into his graveyard if he can't reanimate it that exact turn.
Yeah, that's
which
true.
means he needs a lot of mana. So I think this game will hinge around if he can draw his Dark Ritual and his Mox early. And I mean, he has to draw very, very well to beat Jesse. I think Jesse has to not have Force of Will, and not have some of his hate cards. I think it's certainly very possible for Paul to win.
Yeah.
But I still think that even on the draw, Jesse's likely favored here.
Yeah, and I mean, and there's also just the plan that Paul can't deal with. Like, he literally cannot beat the World Gorger Dragon backup plan.
I mean,
that Jesse has.
I don't
He
even
just
know if
can't.
Jesse has it in his deck.
I mean, we were talking to him before. It sounded like he kept it in the deck. Why not keep it in? Like, your opponent has no instant speed edict effects. Like, unless he has mana drain, he's just dead.
Yeah, it's
Like, there's just nothing he can do against it. I mean, like, the other decks at the table got some form of instant speed removal, but Paul was so busy having to fight for his own cards, he never really got a chance to take any of them. He has Innocent Blood, but that's not going to stop it.
nope.
I mean, he didn't even have any time to draft Graveyard Removal or, like, Hate for the Mirror, whereas Jesse had time to grab a Ley Line, which is also definitely going to be in his deck for this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
And
Ley
that's
Line's
just
a
going to be the most
fantastic
awkward
card.
start. Like, if he just starts at the game with Ley Line in hand, Paul can't even play.
I mean, he has like Quicksilver Amulet and some other cards, but yeah, you're completely
He's going
right.
to be way too slow against that matchup, unfortunately.
I you know, even though he was hated on really hard with Jesse, I think Paul's deck is actually competitive enough. He could still do well with some of the other matchups. I just feel like in the mirror match, he's just
In the mirror
all
match.
of his cards are kind of just subpar versions.
Because
Because
he took the symmetrical ones in order to break the symmetry. Jesse just got I just get
the
a guy.
best ones. Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this plays out. I mean, you know, anything can happen. You know, Jesse could mull to 3 games in a row. Paul with his standard happy face draw.
Wait and
Jesse does have Force of Will in his hand.
Greg
I don't know if he can
Pelican
keep
are the
it.
only players I've ever seen do that.
Really?
Yeah, Greg does that too. And the face slowly turns to a frown as he
Oh,
mulligans. So, like, at 6, it's just a slightly smaller smile, and at 5, he just starts making a frown face.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's reasonable. Looks like Jesse mulligan. It looks like they're both mulliganing.
Yeah.
I didn't quite catch the opening hands. I saw Jesse had Force of Will, but it didn't look
Paul
like he
threw
had
his
enough
back
lands.
super quickly, so it had to just be terrible.
He had a Mox. He had Mox Jet, but he might not have had enough pieces, or I'm not sure. Either way, it looks like we're both going to 6 here.
And that is the closest thing to a point in Paul's favor, is that he mulligans better than Jesse does. Because a lot more of his ditch effects are draw. So, I mean, he's got
Sure.
Bazaar, he's got Careful Study, you know. Jesse's, you know, he's got Frantic Search, and I guess he's got the Looters, which
Looters.
definitely help. But, I mean, Paul can get a lot more of those going immediately.
He has 3 looters, right?
Cryptologist, Looter, and Thought Courier, so yeah, he's got 3.
I'm not
Paul
sure
Waite
he's
just
main
has,
decking all of them, but
I mean, we saw at least 2 of them last game. I doubt if any of them's not going to be main, it's going to be Thought Courier,
Courier.
because it's just the same as Morpholic Looter.
Yep.
I mean, Paul's got Looter, Core, Bazaar, and Careful Study. So I guess we'll just have to see. I don't know. He's just such a dog. It's in this format. It's hard, or in this match. It's hard to really talk about it because like every plan that Paul has, Jesse has with better cards.
yeah. So it looks like we have a Jace. We have Ancestral.
Jace is a card I'm almost surprised he kept in. It seems like
Really?
it's too slow for the Reanimator Mirror.
Maybe.
I guess brainstorming is kind of cool, but
I just think that you
okay.
just want to be able to. So if your opponent reanimates something on turn 3, you can untap, play your 4th land, bounce
unsummon
it.
it. Yeah, that's fair.
I think it's probably too good to take out. Plus, it looked like Jesse had a lot of cards that he could take out, like Mind Twist.
Yeah,
he
that's
doesn't necessarily want to keep that in. I
mean,
you can.
His
but,
mulligan to 6 this game is pretty spectacular.
his
turn one
mulligan is
either-
great. I'm not sure what Paul's doing here. He has Drowned Catacomb, Life Death. Looks like that Drowned Catacomb is his only land. He does have Power Sync.
Power Sync's very good, but he just gets
Paul
the
needs to
Ancestral
go
here.
runners some lands here.
Yeah. Whereas, you know, Jesse just gets to Island Ancestral myself.
Yeah.
We're not really playing a game anymore.
No, Paul
And, like,
does.
well, here's the question. As Jesse, do you play this and see Paul might have actually just gotten him there?
Oh, Paul drew land. That was really important for him. Mm-hmm. He still doesn't have any action. I'm not sure if I would have kept this 6. Having Power Sync is great, but the rest of his cards all cost 4, right? Life Death isn't good unless he can find a way to bin something.
Yeah.
Looks like Jesse's scrying one. Yeah, I mean, Factor Fiction's great. He does have Power Sync, Life Death.
And Remand.
Oh,
which
he
are
just-
both-
he
drew Remand.
He drew Remand. Okay.
Like I was thinking in Jesse's spot, do you Ancestral during your own turn, knowing you're going to have to discard something, which is normally fine in Reanimator, or do you wait, do it at instant speed when you want to, and run the risk of running into Power Sync or
I think you
Mana
wait
Drain?
until you need to.
Yeah.
I think Jesse's hand is good enough. He doesn't necessarily have to
Jesse's deck is good
Ancestral
enough.
right away. Yeah.
And he drew a second land, so that's actually really handy for Paul, because, I mean, now he's just able to keep up. End of turn,
Now
Ancestral,
we'll do it. Yeah.
Power Sync you.
Yep. I think he has to. The problem is Paul has to be concerned that if that resolves, that he's just going to untap and Paul's going to lose.
That's fair.
I think he has to save
He
his
drew
power
two
sync
things,
for business spells.
2 lands and something. But I don't know. I guess that's at least a trickier choice than I gave it credit for.
Yeah,
Oh, Woodfall Primus. That was the third card.
sure.
It looked like Grave Titan, but that didn't get taken.
That didn't get drafted. I did talk with Jed. He said that missing Karn Liberated was a complete punt on his part.
Yeah, he just blanked on the
He
card
just
existing.
blanked that the card existed. He immediately snatched up Karn Silver Golem.
Yep.
Which is okay as a kind of a sideboard hate card against the
It
artifact.
he didn't put it in the main.
No, it wouldn't make his main deck. But yeah, he punted real hard on that.
Yeah.
Other than that, he felt like his deck was really strong. Unfortunately, his
Matchup does not agree with that
yeah
assessment.
his current standings are
For
not in line. He's gonna
Jace.
cast Jace here.
And he's going to get
That's
power
gonna
synced.
get power synced.
Remanded.
Remand.
Paul
Remand's
really
fine.
wants the extra card. That's reasonable.
Paul does want another card here. Also, power sync is really good if you need to tap out your opponent.
Yeah.
'Cause you
When
can
they're
power
already
sync for
tapping out on
more.
their own, you don't really need to do anything.
Exactly, and Paul just wants to see more cards at this rate.
Yep. And I mean, the fact that that was basically a time walk helps a lot, because I mean, he just blanked Jesse's entire turn 4.
Paul also drew Mana Drain here. If he draws
No, he already
another-
had the Mana Drain.
did he?
Drew. What was the card that he drew? Oh, I didn't get to see it.
He has Life, Death, Factor, Fiction, Mana Drain, Power Sync.
Makeshift Mannequin. That was the card he
Makeshift
drew
Mannequin.
off the remand. Okay.
He really needs to hit another land here. He does still have Power Sync.
Which are both going to help quite a bit.
Yeah, but he's quickly getting to a point where Power Sync may not be as effective.
Yeah.
Because the spells his opponent's casting aren't going to be tapping him out. Well, it looks like here it might be relevant. Cast it, Power Sync. So he ended up having to blow 2 counter spells on the same Jace. I mean,
the remand was just there to draw a card and slow him
Yeah.
down by a turn, so it did its job.
yeah, it's reasonable.
So that I'm fine with. Well, I drew the Jet, so that's kind of like a land. He still can't cast Mana Drain, which
No, but he does
really
get the
sucks.
Factor Fiction here, which is going to be really
And
important.
yeah,
for
and
him.
Jesse's tapped out, so he actually gets to like do it or try to. Like if he's got Force of Will, he's just as screwed as he was before. But otherwise, he gets to Factor Fiction for a blue source.
Yep. And if he waits, he may just have it countered.
And Factor Fiction might actually be the most interesting card to cast in the mirror, because how do you split that? Do you because Jesse obviously knows that Paul needs a land because he hasn't made his land drop for the last 2 turns. Do you put the land in the same thing as like the cards he needs to be in his graveyard?
It's really funny because Jesse can totally set up a stack that tricks Paul into binning a creature, so Jesse can just cast like Reanimate on it.
Yeah.
And Paul has to be aware of that also.
I think that's why Paul's waiting on the Factor
To be
Fiction.
fair, if Paul is going to wait till end of turn, he's going to risk his Factor Fishing getting countered, probably to avoid exactly that scenario where
Yeah.
if his turn Factor Fictions, then he may just get remanded out, or sorry, reanimated out.
I think if I were ever going to do the Factor Fiction, it would have been in response to the Frantic Search there.
Really?
Last thing you want to do is give your opponent 2 more cards. He's going to end up with the exact same amount of mana. You're literally just giving your opponent access to more information.
I actually disagree.
Like if I was
think-
going to Factor Fiction during that turn, which is not necessarily his line.
Well, no, this is a main phase frantic
Frantic
search for Jesse Wilkie.
Right.
If he Factor Fictions now, he can still put himself in the exact same situation where he's going to get
That's fair.
something reanimated that he's discarding. That said, Wilkie's going to discard Woodfall Premise anyways.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's a lack of targets. Now, Jesse has to reanimate now.
Yep.
It looks like he has Footsteps of the Goryo, which interacts really cool with Persist because he's going to attack with Woodfall Primus.
In response to the Woodfall Primus coming back.
Right.
There's Bazaar, there's Pack Rat, which is definitely
I don't
not
know.
good enough here. Careful Study and Force Spike. So, I mean,
And it looks like Drowned Catacomb was getting binned.
yep,
None
it
of-
has to be.
Or
It's
none
his
of
only
those are
source.
blue sources, right?
Yep. Yep, it's all downside for Paul in this
Yeah.
game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it looks like Jed won against Nate Heiss in the meantime while we were covering this.
Okay. So artifacts beat out Splinter
Splinter
Twin.
Twin. Not terribly surprising if you think about it. I mean, Sphere of Resistance and Lodestone Golem slow him down. Ghostly Prison is really good against that deck. Moat beats 2 out of his 3 infinite victory conditions.
Oh, sure.
he has at least a reasonable number of solutions to that deck, especially after board.
Also, Geddons seem like they'd be totally reasonable against a deck that has to hit 4 and 5 mana.
Yep.
To win.
That too.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's still going to have all of his artifact mana. So, like,
I still think Jed's deck is pretty bad
Oh
overall.
yeah, I don't think he's going to have a positive record, but I can see that matchup.
That
being in his
matchup
favor.
seems reasonable. Yep, absolutely. So it looks like Jesse Wilkie is still tanking on this Factor Fiction, knowing that Paul will not have a blue source in play after the Woodfall Primus resolves. So it looks like we may have Iona Bazaar and then the other three.
Yep.
I think you have to take Iona Bazaar here.
Yeah,
right?
you absolutely do, because he needs the Bazaar to actually dig into things. He's got plenty of black sources to cast a reanimation spell.
Pack Rat's completely
Pack Rat's a
irrelevant.
blank. Force Spite's
Yeah.
irrelevant. Oh, 4 cards against Bazaar, and he still needs to take Bazaar. Because he doesn't...
Well, he doesn't want any of the other cards in his hand, really.
Yeah.
I mean, having Careful Study and Force Spike are great, but he doesn't have a blue source.
Mhm.
So, yep. He's got to... I mean, that's the correct split by Jesse
Yep.
to get maximum value.
Because you know he's going to take the Bazaar and whatever else you offer him, so you may as well deny him those
So
cards.
here's what's interesting. Paul has in his hand, he has Dance of the Dead.
He also has Life Death.
Right. So he can go pull that Iona out.
Mm-hmm.
Does Jesse have a counterspell right now? Cryptologist?
Yeah, I don't think he has a counterspell at the moment.
I don't think so either.
What actually is that?
That's Footsteps of the
Oh,
Goryo.
Footsteps of the Goryo, right.
So the great thing about Footsteps of the Goryo is he gets the persist trigger, so the
Yeah.
Woodfall Promise stays around.
Comes back as a 5/5.
Like it's one of the better things to be able to Footsteps, and he gets to vindicate two of Paul's lands. Now the Iona will buy him some time here, but I don't think
bigger than Woodfall Primus.
it is bigger than Woodfall Primus, and I think you name blue, and just hope
much
that it's going to be good.
bounce does Jesse have?
What's that?
I said, how much bounce does Jesse have? Because you could just name black.
I think he has Chain of Vapor.
Oh yeah, he's got Chain of Vapor. Okay.
yeah.
And he has the control magic as well.
So interestingly enough, he cast Life Death, which is going to deal him a bunch of damage, right? Instead of Dance of the Dead. I thought he had Dance of the Dead. He might not. But with Life Death, he's going to take, what, 9 here?
Yeah, it's
I don't know, cost
CMC
9?
of the card.
Yeah, so he takes 9, which means he really can't attack with Iona now.
Yep.
Because he's just going to get raced with Woodfall Primus. If he had cast Dance of the Dead, Iona would have actually... It gets +1/+1.
Yeah.
Dance of the Dead. He could have certainly raced. He would have had to use his mana every turn to untap Iona.
But you already have Iona in place, so you don't really care about that.
Right.
That much.
He does have Dance of the Dead in his hand. I'm really not sure why he did the Life Death route rather than the Dance of the Dead route.
Trying to keep his options open for the next few turns in case he draws a blue source. It's the only thing I can
guess.
think of.
Also, is there possibly a better target for...
All right, so Iona is on black.
It's on black, it
Yeah.
looks like. Is there a better target that he could have tried to reanimate? Like, would it have been better for him to activate Bazaar
Bazaar first?
before?
Iona's pretty much his best bet right now. Like, what's he gonna do? Get Sundering Titan?
Sundering Titan's probably
He's not
not.
gonna do anything.
I mean, it's not bad, but-
Terrastodon's not gonna do anything. Iona's his biggest creature
Yeah.
and blocks half of Jesse's spells.
Maybe Tide Spout Tyrant? No.
I don't even think that
can't
would have
be
been good
enough. No.
All right. Wow.
Oh, the
Josh
creature comes
Ventura.
into play tapped with Dance of the Dead.
Yeah. So Josh Ventura
I
is
still
actually
think it
going
would've
on
been
kind
okay.
of a tear right now. He has apparently beaten Jed, or so he's 2-1. So it looks like he lost to Berklid and beat Peter Beckfield, who was I believe 1-1.
Okay. And he had started off by beating Jed.
Or yeah, no, he'd started off by beating Peter. So
Oh,
apparently he beat Jed and lost to Berklid, I believe.
All right.
Yeah. So we've got this. I mean, he at least he's got another turn. So Paul's gotten what he was looking for, which is
Yeah.
the opportunity to find more options. And he finally drew another blue source, even if it is Underground River. So
I mean, it's better than nothing here.
yep.
Is there any creatures in the graveyard right now for Dance of the Dead?
I don't believe so.
No. I mean, Paul can quickly fix that with Bazaar.
Yep. I
I'm
mean,
sure.
that is exactly what it's there to do.
I wish we could kind of see the graveyards a little bit better. Paul looks like he's looking through deck lists.
Yeah, he's looking
Or he's
through Jesse's deck
playing
list.
some
to try and-
sweet games or something. I'm not sure what's going on.
Puzzles and Dragons break in the middle of the match, no big deal.
He's actually texting us right now. He's like, how do I win? What do I do?
He's got to Google his way out of the situation. Looks like he's looking up cards at the moment.
You know, I was just thinking about cards that were drafted. Did Creeping Tar Pit get drafted?
Nope. Did not get taken by anybody.
Really interesting.
One of the blue
I'm
black
surprised
lands.
neither of these guys ended up with it.
It's one of the blue black lands that did not get taken.
Wow.
All right, so he's activating Bazaar. So, I mean, he's got to just be digging for things to dump into his yard and hits 2 lands off of it. So, not the best. But they are both islands, at
He
least.
could also still use the
He can
lands.
pitch Tyrant, and I'm not sure.
He has to be careful that Jesse doesn't have instant speed necromancy against him. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Iono's on black. Never mind.
Yeah, Iona's on
My
black,
bad.
so he can't cast Necromancy.
Yep.
Oh, Mike Thompson saying he was reading Dance of the Dead.
Got it.
Makes sense. So it looks like he pitches what? Land. Yeah. Land, Quicksilver Amulet, I think? No, not sure. Anyways,
Yeah.
so he's
Quicksilver
got to
Amulet.
play a blue source here. You know, cast Dance of the Dead on Tidespout Tyrant.
I think he's trying to say I meant to discard this Tidespout Tyrant.
Instead of Makeshift
And
Mannequin.
Jesse Wilkie just doesn't care because he knows he's going to win this match anyways.
Chain of Vapor?
Yeah.
Would you like to sacrifice a land to
Yeah,
bounce one of
absolutely.
my guys? So cast
I'm going
Dance,
to Dance
of
the Dead.
Gets back
your
Tidespout Tyrant.
Does he have... He doesn't have anything that he can cast this turn, though, right?
Yeah.
Makeshift Mannequin.
Yeah, like he can't cast Makeshift Mannequin off of the mana that he has. He gets the Tidespout Tyrant, you know. He's in this game, which is a lot better than he was a turn ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or 2 turns ago, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse's going to have to find a way to deal with Iona.
Yep. That is.
I think at this point,
mean,
Paul can start swinging.
we were saying that's what Paul's opportunity to win was, is that, you know, if he can land Iona in play and just force Jesse to have to deal with that,
Yeah.
Jesse's going to have to spend a lot of his time just getting Iona off the field because it's still a beating in this format. Iona just
Hey,
comes in
Chris,
for
can you
7.
get a Oracle text for Dance of the Dead? Thank you, sir. I'm concerned that Tidespout Tyrant should really be tapped.
Yeah.
And I see Paul actually looking at Dance of the Dead right now.
Yeah, so he's probably fixing it too.
Looks like one of
there's
our folks in
Animate
chat.
Dead. There's Entomb. He's got a blue card that I couldn't quite make out.
Yeah, because
it
if
comes in
Tidespout
tapped.
Tyrant is supposed to be tapped, we should probably let them know because
Oh, and look, he drew the Chain of Vapor.
oh well, it just really doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah. So Tyrant needs to be tapped, but I mean that doesn't necessarily matter for this turn. I mean, okay, so Tyrant's tapped. Like, it's not going to mean Paul Waite's dead right now. The thing that's going to mean Paul Waite's dead is that Jesse just drew Chain of Vapor.
Chain of Vapor. Lets
and
him
now
bounce
gets
Iona.
to cast black spells again and has Entomb in his hand. So he can just go get Grizzlebrand this turn.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, Paul's at 11. Paul's just dangerously close to just Woodfall Primus killing him.
It is a 5/5.
So it looks like they're correcting the Tidespout Tyrant being tapped, which will likely mean that Paul didn't want to attack with Iona.
Yeah.
I don't think the board state changes much past that. Instead, we'll have a tapped Tidespout Tyrant and untapped Iona, and Jesse Wilkie still at 20.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how that works out.
Yeah.
But I mean, this just got real bad
I mean,
for Paul.
even all of that aside, the fact that Jesse drew
Chain.
Chain of Vapor, like...
I mean, Paul Waite's best
It's-
plan now is
do you
just gone.
do you Chain of Vapor Iona?
Yeah,
like-
absolutely. He's got Entomb in his hand and Animate Dead. I would 100% Chain of Vapor.
Are you going to let your opponent untap with Tidespout Tyrant in play?
Probably.
Like, even if Iona's back in his hand, if Paul can cast like 2 spells next turn, he's in great shape.
That's fair.
And it triggers on spell cast, right? So
Yeah, it's
even if they get
spellcast.
countered, it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like the infinite possibilities presented by Entomb give Jesse
Sure.
the leeway that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when Jesse can just draw 7 cards because
Yeah.
he's still at 20 now.
Yeah, okay. So they did back the game up. He's back up to 20.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just entombing for Grizzlebrand might be a little greedy, but not entirely sure I care when I'm in Jesse's position.
No.
It's
It's
like
funny.
you put your opponent to 6. okay, you get Tidesbow Tyrant. You know, he's still going to have ways to just bring things back next turn.
Yeah, I think that it's quickly the difference between the good decks in this draft and the bad decks in this
It's going
draft
to be
are,
apparent really quickly.
I think, Paul Waite, Nate Heiss, Jed, and I actually think that Josh's deck is probably a little bit worse than his record shows.
Yeah. I think Josh hasn't played against the decks that he's going to be weak against yet.
That's fair. Yeah, he's preyed on the decks that are already pretty bad. But like Nate's deck, I after watching it in action, seeing it in draft, I don't think it's very good. I think having redundant 2-card combo sounds great in theory, but you're never going to be able to resolve it and actually get it off
You have to
on
find
a consistent. Yeah. Jed's deck is just not. It doesn't have enough
It's
win
not gonna come together.
conditions. He punted during the draft pretty hard on a few different ways. He took a ton of acceleration, then took a ton of non-basic lands. Just none of that makes any sense. Yes.
Paul Waite's asking if he played a land this turn. I believe the answer is yes.
Yes, he did. Yes. And then Paul's deck is, I mean, he's literally taking scraps from Jesse, unfortunately.
They got into a fight and Jesse didn't blink, so...
Well, I mean, Jesse took the first stab by taking the best card for the deck in Tomb. And then Paul, instead of saying, okay, I should shift into something else,
tried to
fight back. But it felt like he was like 1 or 2 picks behind Jesse at every turn.
Yep.
I think that quickly we're going to see Steven Berklid's deck is still just as good as it was before.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily look like the most cohesive deck overall, but it attacks the format really well.
Yeah, I agree.
Charles is the same way, right? Like, it's just a tempo deck, but it's really well positioned against
It's a
the
tempo
rest
deck
of the field.
in a field full of combo decks that don't necessarily know how to deal with tempo decks.
Yeah. I'd really hoped one person would draft some sort of aggro deck. I mean, I guess like Charles is the Steven
most
or the
aggro,
closest,
yeah.
and they're not aggro
No,
whatsoever.
not at all. They have aggro draws. I mean, turn 2 Trigon Predator off a Noble Hierarch is big, or, Bitter Blossom into Zealous Persecution or something like that.
Sure.
But those aren't even really aggro. They're just the most aggro in the room.
Yeah. So it looks like all of that is resolved. Jesse's still at 20. Now he's Chain of Vaporing that Iona.
Yeah.
So he's going to let Paul have Tidespout Tyrant here, it looks like. But he must just think that he can get to a critical mass where Paul's going to have to cast 2 or 3 spells every turn to keep up.
I mean, that's what I'd be on if I were Jesse. Like, he's
Oh,
just got to
absolutely.
do everything that he can.
Yeah, so I think he just goes Entomb, Animate Dead here on Gristlebrand, and then pass. Even if Gristlebrand gets bounced, I mean, Jesse has 5 lands in play already, right?
Yeah.
He's almost to a point where he can just recast Gristlebrand. And with Enclave Cryptologist, he's going to be able to continue seeing more cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we need these guys to make a play.
The really unfortunate one would be if he decided to... Oh, well, no, he doesn't have anything to draw. Otherwise, he could just
He's just going to go get Ashen Rider here, right? Ashen Rider and then exile Tidespout Tyrant?
Yeah, probably. Ashen Rider, Gristlebrand.
I think he's entombing and deciding between the two.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. So
we
that's
need
what
to
that
tape off the bottom so we can see.
Because we can't, like, see
There's a
how
lot of
all
things
these,
that are
like,
down off the screen a little bit.
lands and moxes and everything.
You can come around and take
Yeah,
a look.
you can come around. Like, you can't see, like, 2/3 of
Because of the
Jesse's
bar
lands.
here. So like this stuff we can't see. It's okay. We just need people to squish it in a little bit.
Yeah. So if the lands are just a little more together. I mean... Okay, so he animated Dead on the Ashen Rider to get rid of Tidespout Tyrant.
Which
is totally
exiles
real.
it.
Yeah, which exiles
Attacks, puts Paul at 6.
Yep.
Paul's going to need some
He's going to need a miracle.
good tricks here.
Like, actual Terminus would be pretty good for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so he's got the Underground River, so, I mean, he does have double blue source, I guess.
And he has Drain, which is totally irrelevant. He has Iona in his hand, which he can't cast. I mean, he can clearly Bizarre.
Sure.
He passed here.
That's
I mean, he's
interesting.
dead on board. Does he have something in his hand that we can't quite see?
Not...
Oh, he has Makeshift Mannequin.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So
but he
he can
bizarres.
actually get Makeshift Mannequin back into play.
Yeah.
He can get Iona back
Sleight
since
of
he can
hand,
Bizarre.
Island, yeah.
So it's got to be Iona.
It's probably sleight of hand. Like, he just doesn't care about that. And Mazavith, okay.
Why would you discard Mazavith
I have no
here?
idea. Mazavith seems like the best next play for him.
I mean, like, obviously he has to cast Makeshift Mannequin,
Yep.
not
and
that it's
there's
resolving.
Muddle the Mixture to counter it, and that's the game.
And that's game. All
All
right.
right, so Jesse Wilkie takes a 2-0 over Paul Waite.
Unsurprising.
Not very surprising. They have the same deck. Jesse's card quality was just overall higher. Paul Waite was...
And I think
an
Paul
underdog
can
coming
actually
into it.
be competitive against other decks.
Against the rest of the decks here, he's definitely competitive.
Yeah. But in the mirror, it was very obvious that Jesse just had the better cards. So we're going to take a 2-second break here. We're going to get another match lined up. We're going to go check and see who that's going to be. We'll be back in 1 minute. It looks like we get a Josh Ventura sitting down. I'm not sure.
I think Josh and Jed are the next match to be played, since they're two people that haven't been on camera. And then that leaves, Berklid and Peter Beckfield.
Sweet.
As our last, 4-round match to make sure we get everybody on camera.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
All right.
And we're back. All right, so these players had already just gotten started. We had a little snafu updating match results real quick. So between Josh and Jed so far, Jed's already kind of had a rough start. We've got Jesse Wilkie in the booth this time around. Dwayne's taking a break for a little bit, and Jesse generously offered to quit crushing people with gristle brands for a
folks.
round.
Oh yes, we're getting the Footsteps combo today.
Yeah.
People have been getting Footsteps Ashen Riders and Footsteps Wolfell Primus directly out. So we have a pretty interesting match here. We have Josh, who took first turn Lotus and then kind of went a weird direction, I thought, in the draft into like a kind of like a Cobblade control deck with a lot of counter magic.
Yeah,
and
and
some
we've been
swords.
talking about this before. This is his first Vintage Rotisserie draft. Like, he's normally just kind of a legacy player, so he apparently basically just picked a plan and then just went for it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong. It's just, a lot of times you take Lotus and try and do some really degenerate stuff, but his is a very fair Lotus.
Yeah, it is. It is probably the most fair Lotus that I've seen in an event like this. I mean, it seems to be working out for him okay so far. I mean, he started out, just crushing Peter, apparently. Like, I looked over and the game was done in like 4 turns.
Yeah.
Chris, would you be able to go out and tell them that they can get started again? I think they'd still listen to Peter's
yeah.
pause.
Also, I'd love to know what the 4-mana spell is. That,
Yeah, what the spell
got Lotus.
on Josh's side is.
There's a little bit of glare. Judd's deck is also... This is an interesting matchup because Judd's deck is very heavy on cards like Sphere of Resistance and Thorn of Amethyst and Bloodstone that are traditionally really good against counter magic and control decks.
And very low on ways to win.
Yeah, and very low on ways to win. So we'll see if Judd's able to lock Josh out before... Josh kind of gets his counter magic online and is able to overwhelm, the very threat light deck of Judd.
And then, I mean, he's able to... Oh, Glenelender Archmage. Okay, so that's a Phyrexian Metamorph copying a Glenelender Archmage. He gets in for 2.
Yeah, interestingly, he's doing... he's pretty solid against the Glenelender with his hand. Glenelender can be a big problem when you're very threat light.
Yep. I mean, and then he's just got Geist to Saint Draft. Like, he's just gonna make it, just run it out.
Yeah, we're just YOLO on the Geist here, so he's basically just hoping nothing too ridiculous happens on Judd's turn.
It's what got him his other win. I mean, attacking for 8 a turn is pretty reasonable, and when they can't deal with aggro that well.
Yeah, looking at Judd's hand too, things are going pretty well because he only really has Metalworker. Although he did just draw a proxy card, so we're gonna see in a minute if it's a spicy one.
Yeah. I mean, I know, for example, there are a couple of things that I mean, actually, it's not that relevant against you. I mean, he's not going to be able to like play a moat this turn or anything that would be really like block the Geist to Saint Traff from being able to attack.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a definite opportunity for Josh to sneak in a really high amount of damage here. I mean, the Phyrexian Metamorph coming in, and with the way that Legend rules work now, you at least get to, Phyrexian Metamorph is no longer a solution for Geist.
Yeah, and if he untaps here, I mean, he pretty much the threat of the Geist accomplishes a lot. It probably forces Mutavault to stay back in defense, and then he's able to just kind of untap and develop with Glenelendra sort of protecting him.
Yeah.
So he really needs something to happen this
5.
turn. We've got a Steel Hellkite.
Oh, all right.
That is a problem.
That is a very
That is a
large
problem.
And Wasteland the Mystic Gate, so he's out of white sources.
So that was an excellent turn. A good rip by Jed. And
And it's on the kind of the one turn, because I mean Josh's deck has a lot of permission in it, and now he can't get to 4. Oh, no, I mean, Josh does at least have a solution for it, because this turn he can Mana War, bounce it. Next turn, he's got Sower Temptation in his hand, so he's able to just be able to take care of it that way. And just punches Jed in the face for 8.
Actually, yeah, I'm sorry, I just adjusting, so I actually didn't see his grip in the bottom right, but we're good now, so.
I mean, like, Jed's best turn is to kind of just, like, replay what he had last time.
So this is an interesting turn. Does he get Orb and Steel Hellkite this turn? Because that would be
quite
real good.
And I think he might. No, he didn't
he
have.
might be a little short because the
He's one
Coalition
short
Relic
because he
doesn't
didn't
have the counter.
Coalition Relic, yeah.
Yeah, don't tap that one yet.
So 1, 2. Why is Winter Orb only costing 1 here?
That's a good question.
Okay. Oh, he must have, I guess, added a counter to Relic? That's the only way that works out.
Well, even if not, I mean, he still had the Coalition Relic. He could have just tapped that for mana, and that's pretty much puts him in the same position. His last card is Metalworker, so it's not like he's doing anything ridiculous next turn.
Yep. And I mean...
Winter Orb Academy is a nice one, by the way.
The weird bit is, this is still nearly lethal. Like, Josh is just bashing in with 4 creatures, and Jed only has 2 blockers. Like, he has to block the Angel token, and then he goes to 2.
Oh, wow, yeah, the life total.
Yeah, like, he was at 6 when he started this turn.
Yeah, so he's forced to just...
He's forced to block the Angel token. You know, Glenelendra and, you know, Mana War get through and hit him for, you know, 4. Metamorph comes back as probably a clone of... It's got to be a clone of Hellkite, right?
Right. And I think the plan here basically is just to untap next turn, play a land into Sower, and go for lethal and hope that he doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he's able to do.
The Azorius Charm should have been untapped too.
Yeah.
Although, well, this is kind of.
Hope I was in the Slappy on stream. I feel like I probably was though.
You really weren't. Like, yeah, your match was a lot more lopsided. Anyways.
Oof, Pithing Needle.
Yeah, Pithing Needle on Glenelendra Archmage.
Yeah, that's not quite the one that he wants, but I mean, it definitely stops that avenue of just sitting back and being able to try and control the game.
Yep.
But the more pressing issue is, does he just die to Sower of Temptation? And we're about to find out, probably yes.
Like, he can't attack with... I mean, yeah, and next turn, Josh is going to have Sower Temptation.
Yeah, he has a land in his hand, right, as well.
He's got Caracas.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's pretty much the game.
Yep, probably.
Assuming he just goes for it. I mean,
Jed
doesn't actually have any counter magic.
Yeah, he doesn't have any counter magic. His deck is
He has basically no instance. So he was actually my first round opponent. Yeah.
Jed's plan, I guess, is to steal Hellkite for 3 and 4. Yeah, so he double steal Hellkites.
Got it.
With each of those triggers to kill off the Mana War and put Glenelendra Archmage to being at 1.
Okay, yeah, so he's actually fine.
Yeah, now he can deal with it.
Yeah.
Although Josh does get the Ancestral Visions next turn.
That is
so
true.
He at least has several more cards that he can look at to, you know, keep pushing the game and you know, maybe try and put through an extra point of damage. Because, I mean, he's got, like, Jite just... Or not Jite just wins him the game, doesn't win him the game right here. But, I mean, he's got options that could theoretically try and pump him out. Detention Sphere is certainly very nice when both things are named Steel Hellkite.
Detention Sphere would be the biggest game.
Detention Sphere, your board.
Yeah, I don't believe Phyrexian Metamorph copies the name as well. I think it retains its name, but I'm not positive on that.
I mean, it becomes a copy, same as Clone does, so...
So maybe...
yeah, you can only Hellkite once a turn, James, but the Phyrexian Metamorph is a copy of Steel Hellkite, which is why he was able to activate 2 abilities in the same turn.
That's true.
So, I mean, he just plays the island, and... I don't know. I mean, I guess you put the opponent to 1, and... just see where it goes.
So his draws were Detention Sphere. What was the other proxy?
Restoration Angel, and not sure what the proxy was.
Yeah, this is looking bleaker.
Yeah, Metamorph persisted as Hellkite, and I believe it does copy the name, because it is a full copy of the card. It's a full clone.
That's true.
At least when I played it on Moto, it takes the name.
Yeah, you're right. It does take the name. You're absolutely right.
So it's going to take both of them, and then he just puts you to 1.
And then, just in your face, what you got?
Kill you with a 1/1. Go!
Yeah, I mean, the Glenelendra doesn't actually have any abilities due to the Pithing Needle, but it can still fly, so he needs something specifically that kills a dude or flies.
Yep.
And,
see if he has it.
And the rip is...
does not. That is a Sculpting Steel, which does not block a flyer.
No, it would have been a huge game last turn, but...
Yep.
Actually,
well, that's Detention Sphere, that is. Like, there is just nothing that he can do to stop this 1/1 from killing him.
This is a very interesting game. I mean, it really illustrates the how swingy vintage rotisserie can be.
Everyone is playing a big game, and any top deck can change it. I mean, even your second game against Paul. I mean, you at least looked behind on the board, and then you just drew Chain of Vapor, and none of it mattered, and the game was right back to you.
Yeah, that was a very interesting game because I actually played extremely nitty around Reanimate, where I could have basically just gone off on turn 2 and put Gristlebrand into play. Like, but it would have involved Gristlebrand being in my graveyard during his turn.
Right. Which is always going to be risky. All right, so game 1 goes to Josh Ventura. We'll see how game 2 goes. It looks like Josh is only having to board out 1 card. I imagine Jed has to be trying to take some options in, but Josh's deck is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I would be...
Oh, I know what the proxy is. It's the blue-white Scryland.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what it has to be.
Yeah.
So I saw Temple on there, but you're the only other one who has a Temple in the draft.
Right. I'd be a little discouraged if I was Jed. That's about as
good
nutty
as
his draw is going to go. Aside from getting like an early Sphere along with the Academy or Lodestone, I mean, that was about as aggressive as a draw as Jed's going to have.
Yep.
So,
yeah, the draft, I mean, he admitted, like, he just completely forgot that Karn Liberated was a card.
Yeah.
And that really just hosed him. And, I mean, now Josh brings in Kataki and Hercule's Recall.
And that would be super huge, especially in this matchup, because Karn, especially in this matchup, is one of those cards that just sort of goes over the top of your opponent's strategy, and it's kind of what you want to do in Vintage Rotisserie.
Yeah, I mean, and he had 7 mana on turn 2.
Exactly.
Like, turn 2 Karn is real hard to come back from.
Yeah, you're not beating that. Doesn't matter what you use.
Yeah. So I don't know. So your first match was against...
It was against Jed.
Oh, that's right. It was against Jed. Okay.
Yeah.
How'd those games go for you?
The first game, he just got a turn 3. I footsteps to Woodfall Premise.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do it.
And then, yeah, he got stuck. He actually cast Sphere of Resistance, and then he was stuck on 3, so he wasn't actually able to cast Tangle Wire and lock me out. And then, so I had my turn. My turn 3 spell. And then the next game, it also wasn't. His draw was pretty. He mulliganed, and his draw just wasn't very good.
Okay. Well, we'll see if his draw is any better in game 2. I mean, I guess at that point you kind of hope that. I mean, if Josh hadn't top decked the Detention Sphere, or hadn't drawn the Detention Sphere off the Ancestral Visions, that game just would have been Jed's. So he's clearly at least able to be in this match. So we'll just have to see if it works out better for him in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely capable of drawing, Academy and a lot of disruptive spells. And another thing that's good to note, too, is if he ever gets ahead on the board, he has 2 Armageddons to seal the game away. And especially versus a deck that has a lot of permission like Paul's, like Josh's, that can be a very, very punishing spell.
So we actually had a question from the chat of, do you think that Read the Runes is good enough for the Reanimator strategy in these formats?
I know it's blue X, and then you have to sack permanents, but I don't remember exactly what it does.
It's blue X, draw X cards, then either discard X cards or sack X permanents, I believe. Onslaught rare.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I think that if you're going to take that card, you probably just want Breakthrough.
Yeah, Breakthrough just seems like a better version of it.
Yeah, I was going to take Breakthrough actually, but fairly late in the draft. But I was kind of shoring up the looter plan. I actually almost went backdoor into Victimize, which is a Saga card that nobody really knows about.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just happy with my deck anyway, and that card is pretty high variance. So.
This mic is not. That's not a mic. It's not on. You can just turn it off.
Oh, okay.
Spins up.
Excellent.
So we got Hollowed Fountain gets Wastelanded, and then Glacial Fortress, so Jed's clearly just trying to play his game more aggressively.
Yeah, that's definitely the start you want. I mean, Wasteland is one of those cards where, sometimes you just waste their land and that's the game.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's on Plains Caracas?
Glacial Fortress.
Glacial Fortress. Okay, so he does have blue mana.
So Jed at 4 is a turn 3 Lodestone Golem.
He does have Mana Leak and Memory Lapse in his deck, so he is definitely capable of having a reaction here.
Yeah, but it just looks like I'm pretty sure I saw the miscalc in his hand.
And that's a very good response.
Yeah, that is not a bad one. Why is he untapping Grim Monolith?
And I imagine,
There we go.
I imagine Jed's just going to get in with the Mutavault and the Lidstone here and then pass the
Yeah.
turn, given the contents of his deck.
Pretty much the best thing that he can do. You know, put you to 11, go get 2 for 1, but other than that, it's not really going to kill you know that much.
And even though we're at 9, we feel pretty happy about the way this game's going. If I was Josh,
Yeah.
yeah, let's see his grip. Okay, so
4 up and just passes. Okay. I see Glenalena Archmage. You can see Batterskull.
Miscalculation and Detention Sphere.
I'm assuming that's Detention Sphere. Not sure what the card next to the Detention Sphere is.
It might be a Vendilion Click. I can't tell what the one is to the left. Between Sphere and whatever now.
So you put him to 9. He has the Signet.
And this is definitely the game that Josh is fine. Attack for 2 all you want.
Yeah, it's just it gives him time to just draw out of it.
Yeah,
So
now he can
plays
safely
land.
play Glenalendra with mana up.
Yep. Nice Mutavault.
That'd be interesting if he gets in with Mutavault again, if Josh feels pressured enough to trade here and have Glenalendra come back with 1 counter or not.
Yeah, and there's Trinisphere to try and, you know, make him play a more fair game.
Okay.
Oh, it's Steel Sabotage. That's the card. To just counter the Trinisphere. So, okay, that's
Yeah,
reasonable.
I definitely like that over sacking because now we're definitely going to trade if
Sure.
he attacks.
And it looks like he, yeah. To answer the question in the chat, yes, if a creature dies while it has an aura on it, the aura's gone as well. So, I mean, Josh is in a really stable place. Jed does not seem to have a whole lot. Like, he doesn't have big mana, which is kind of what his deck relies on having. And he also kind of hasn't just drawn anything. Like, he can Chalice, but that's really not going to do anything against Josh's deck at this point.
Yeah, you really want
Like, Chalice...
you really want Chalice off the Grim Monolith for,
Yeah.
2 or whatever, but yeah, I'm a little surprised Chalice is actually still in. I don't really see what he's gonna. I mean, I guess Chalice for 3 is pretty good.
Chalice for
versus
3 is
that.
pretty good, but that's really it. I mean, and Josh is able to just keep poking through damage. Like, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
And he's just going to keep bashing. Like, he doesn't really have anything else that he can safely play from his hand. Oh, I guess he's going to Detention Sphere a Signet. It's a little aggressive, but I can kind of see it to just stop Jed from ever getting back into the
I
game.
think that's fine because it seems pretty clear like he's a little short on mana. And
Yeah, that's
he
fair.
just wants to control.
It also
from
cuts him
anything.
off from blue as far as he's seen from Jed, because Jed's just got nothing but planes in play now. I mean, like, we know he's got, you know, the Tundra and everything, but now he has Chalice for 2, so, okay, I guess he's trying to stop the, you know, days that Josh plays.
Yeah. Even though that got a miscalculation, I think that I probably still would have boarded out Chalice versus this deck. You really want Chalice versus unfair decks, but versus decks that have, like, a variety of counter magic and threats, I mean, it's just not really that impressive.
And now, like, Jed just gets beaten down. So now, like, he casts Ravages, hits Blunk, Glenalendra, and now he just added 3 power to Josh's board.
Yeah, this is not going well.
Yeah.
This is kind of the problem that I have with the archetype in general. I mean, it seems like it should always do super well, but I think it has problems with redundancy, really, where, like,
Right.
all of the cards individually are very good, but you never have, like, 3 workshops, so you can't rely on drawing the workshop part. You can't really rely on drawing the mana denial aspect. And I actually think Jed has one of the better versions of this deck that I've seen.
Yeah. I mean,
In
he's
that
got
he has the
Winter
Geddons
Orb
and Winter
Geddons, yeah.
Orbs and the Spheres, but it still just doesn't seem to come together well
And now
enough.
Josh has Stoneforge Mystic to go get, you know, or Jite, since he's already got the Batterskull, and just next turn, you know, Jed's got 1 turn, and then he just puts a Batterskull into play, and the game's basically going to be done.
Yeah.
So this is looking kind of rough.
I
but,
even think Jed's deck just has a hard time beating the Jite, much less the Batterskull.
Yeah.
A lot of decks in this format, Jite is just kind of an annoyance, but you can definitely go over the top of it. But
Sure.
Jed's deck is a little bit too fair for that.
Which is weird to say when you're looking at a deck with Workshop, Tolarian Academy, Trinisphere, and Winter Orb, but yeah, you're definitely right. Like, it's, okay, so he's got a Seal of Cleansing to take care of the enchantment, and that's about it. But, I mean, even that's just kind of not going to, like, okay.
Yeah, there's just too many threats. Josh just has a little too much gas right now.
Yeah. I mean, he's drawing enough lands that he's able to keep himself going. He's just going to keep bashing with everything. I mean, and it even has enough that, like, he can put the Batterskull in and then just bounce it if Jed, you know, seals. I mean, like, what's he going to do? Seal the Detention Sphere, I guess? Yeah, and he's just drawing nothing but
I mean,
mana
he
and
has
just
his
nothing to do
workshop,
with it.
but this is not the point where you want workshop, etc.
Put Batterskull in, get the Germ token, on tap. Jed Dalbeer, not a person I would assume needed to read Stoneforge Mystic.
I actually like lead. I thought maybe he was looking at the bounce cost on Batterskull.
Yeah, but he has enough. So like he bounces Batterskull, bounces it back to his hand for 3. So okay,
Yeah.
the seal bottom a turn.
I would actually put the Jedi into play now that the seal is gone before I put the unless he's just dead to Batterskull.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
All right, and then that's just the game. All right, so Josh Ventura takes a 2-0 over Jed Dalbeer. Jed falls to 1-3. Josh is up to 2-1. And yeah, that was pretty quick and direct. Basically, it was relatively.
Yeah, even though the life totals seemed close, game 2 it seemed very one-sided. Game 1 was a lot more back and forth, but
15. Yeah.
I just think Jed's deck in general, unless you get really, if you draw Workshop and do something really unfairly, is kind of the only real shot he has. After turn 2, he has memory lapse, miscalculation, mana leak, a bunch of.
Jed really needed to have an explosive start, and he just didn't have one game 2. And game 1, Josh just ripped the detention sphere.
Yep.
All right, so with that, I'm going to say we're going to take another little break after this round here. Probably rotate somebody else in the booth to cast with Dwayne again. Jesse, thanks for coming in, and good luck in your next matches.
Thanks for having me.
I'm Dwayne Snarl, back with guest commentator this round, Jed Dalbeer.
How's it going?
Jed got tired of losing so much, he decided to come on up into the booth.
Yeah.
Teddy's on break this round. So we're going to watch Peter Beckfield and his plethora of 2-card combos.
Yeah.
Against Stephen Berklid and his white-black stacks. This matchup's going to be kind of interesting, actually.
It feels that with Berklid, he has so much discard. I think he's going to be able to pick apart the combos, but
yeah,
I think it might depend on how quickly Peter can assemble something.
Yeah, it also, I mean, Peter can also just draw or have a half in his hand, play it, and then just rip.
Right.
He also has a lot of ways to go get his pieces, so it makes the discard it's good, but it's not necessarily like a deal breaker.
Exactly.
Also, Peter's deck doesn't require a ton of mana, so it can operate under stacks.
Exactly.
So. I think I actually like Peter in this matchup, surprisingly enough. I think Berklid's deck is actually probably really good against the field in general.
Right.
Peter might be one of his better matchups.
I think it's really dependent on...
Peter might have a better matchup.
Right. If Berklid can draw Stony Silence and it sticks, I don't know if Peter has many options to deal with it main deck.
Yeah, Stony Silence is pretty rough. Do you know Berklid is main decking Stony Silence?
I would assume.
I think so. I don't have lists.
It makes the most sense to be main deck because it's good against everybody except maybe Charles.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And even then, he still has 2 Moxes, so.
Yeah, it's not like it's a complete blank, but it's not very good against Charles, that's for sure.
So it's impossible to see what's in Steven's hand because they're all altars.
Yeah. Looks like some custom proxies.
I know the card on the far right is a Bitter Blossom. I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure, just based on him playing it before.
Okay. Looks like Peter has Grindstone, so.
And he's on the plan of just get it into play before it can be ripped out of his hand. Is that Inquisition?
Yeah, I think it's Inquisition.
Yeah, he's splitting. Oh, it's just. So I got 3 lands.
Bridge.
Ancient Grudge and Trinket Mage.
So that's Grove, Tendo Bridge, Ancient Den, Ancient Grudge, Trinket Mage. So. Yeah, I think he definitely just takes Trinket Mage here.
Grudge doesn't do much.
No, it stops Smokestack, but if Steven's on the Bitter Blossom plan, then he doesn't care at all about Grudge.
I don't even know if Berklid has any other artifacts in his deck other than Smokestack that I can think of.
Oh, sure. Just for anyone who's curious, the cards face up on Peter's side. That's just because they've been revealed. He's being nice and playing them face up.
So we don't have to write them down.
Exactly. This is an import match. It's Alaska versus Wisconsin. Steven, Alaska's finest export, and then Peter moved out here from Wisconsin quite a while ago.
So he's open on Mana Crypt. He might just start trying to mill Berklid out, which is possible.
I mean, you certainly just mill for value. There's no reason not to.
Right.
You name black. It's actually very possible that you catch him and get a couple extra cards out of it.
The only worry is the incremental damage. Of course, he didn't see that Bitter Blossom was coming, but
No, but I still think you cast it. He drew Silence there. It's kind of interesting. Without Isochron Scepter, Silence is just value, right? Like, it might be worth him just silencing here just for value and then not letting Berklid cast anything.
Maybe. Like, there's nothing that he's trying to protect
That's
from, like, discard.
So that was Dark Confidant. That's not
Oh.
Blossom.
Okay.
Because he just drew an extra card off of it.
Is that the same card? I think that's a different card, though. I think he still has Bitter Blossom. Bitter Blossom, I think, is a third from the left with the pink on it.
And that looks like it's Phyrexian Revoker in his hand also.
Yeah.
He
That's
could just
pretty
name Grindstone here.
Right. That just blanks an
And
entire
not
combo.
let Peter just Mize Painter Servant off the top, right?
Right. He's gonna,
Instead, he's going for...
Is that Mesmeric Fiend?
I can't really tell. The Glare plus the Proxy, it's just too hard to tell.
Yeah. And
I'm not sure what happened.
Peter's
there.
not doing anything to reveal his hand, so it must not be Mesmeric Fiend. What would it be?
Looks like we're going to get that Glare taken care of a little bit here, so
just
bear
figure
with
out-
us for a sec.
Oh,
it
it
was
is
Thoughtseize. It was Thoughtseize, it looks like.
He paid 2 mana. Yeah,
Oh.
it's Mesmeric Fiend.
It's Mesmeric Fiend.
Okay.
So he took
takes,
Grudge.
Yeah, takes Grudge, leaves Silence, Tender Bridge,
I
obviously.
mean, he clearly doesn't care at all about Silence.
Yeah.
So it looks like Peter's taking damage on Odd.
Yeah, he's rolled even once, odd once, taking a bunch. He draws another land. Great Furnace.
Great Furnace.
Yeah. This is...
His draws have not been very good.
no.
Did
not
he
at all.
forget to mill last turn?
No, he did. He got
did?
he got 2 cards. Didn't know what they were. He didn't hit though for the double. That's some giant card because Berkeley just took 1,000,000 damage.
Yeah.
No idea what it is. It's slightly difficult. Oh, he has
He has
Disenchant.
Disenchant.
Yeah.
Man. Berkeley needs a white source, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't have mana. It's kind of a race against himself at this point.
Yeah.
Revoker's
I mean,
on Grindstone, I'm sure.
I'm sure it's on Grindstone. Do that in response. Not that that's going to be terribly relevant, although if he's milling white sources, then it's working
He got
well for him.
Basilica and Oblivion Ring, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, without any sources for him to do anything, like, Berkeley's not advancing, but Beckfield has stone nothing.
Yeah, Beckfield has blanks. He has a Grindstone that has no text anymore. He's coin flipping to take damage off Mana Crypt and has 5 damage a turn coming at him at 12.
Yeah.
Like,
I think his best option, the best shot for him to win this game, would be to run Isochron Scepter into Orm's Chant here. I think that's the only way for him to win this game.
he just drew Enlightened Tutor, it looks like. So
Yeah.
that gives him a few different options. Enlightened Tutor, I still don't know if it's going to get him out of this game, though.
Not yet. He's taken 3 a turn here, or sorry, 5 a turn. So he's got 3 turns left. So depending on his next draw, what it is, I guess he's just
He's going to silence and buy a free turn.
Yeah, exactly. No reason to let him cast anything here.
No, and I mean, the silence is pretty dead anyways. Oh, Berkeley
There's a
finally
white
drew
source.
Plains.
The awkward thing is that he still has a disenchant.
Yeah.
So I
Silence
don't know.
is going to help him against that.
Yeah.
Doesn't Beckfield have Memory Jar?
He does.
So-
He could play Jar, cast it, and have Mana Crypt for something, but that still leaves him with...
Or you could just leave 2 colored
Yeah.
mana up, right?
Right.
But I still don't think 2 colored mana is going to be quite good enough.
Not really. He's probably going to
No.
tutor for Jar right here, though, I would assume, unless there's something else that we're missing in his deck.
Yeah.
Oh, Battlesphere.
Oh, you can
That's a
cast Mirror
card.
Battlesphere. Yeah.
And
That'll-
then
that'll leave him
Berkeley can't-
blockers.
It leaves him 4 blockers. It probably gets disenchanted, but then like all of Berkeley's guys have 1 toughness, so it's actually very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't really attack after that. So until Berkeley can deal with the 4 tokens, he's on a battle against Confidant. He might at some
I mean,
point.
he
run
just starts
Confidant.
running Confidant in anyways, right?
Right. And I see.
Oh.
That's even better. We missed that one.
So he waits till the trigger's on the stack. That way he still has to roll.
Yep.
If he misses his flip, he loses. He lost.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
He rolled odd, took damage, and then Berkeley just attacks
Yep.
and kills him.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a good play by Berkeley. I didn't see that line.
He just, I don't know.
Just got us.
Yeah.
That's pretty good stuff. So Stephen Berkeley takes a game off of Peter Beckfield. 1-0 off a mana light start,
Yeah.
but still just enough to. Peter just really didn't draw much of anything. He drew like half. He drew Grindstone, but by the time he drew the Enlightened Tutor to get Painter Servant, it was already.
So we're thinking his hand was like Grindstone. What else was in his opener? He didn't mulligan. I'm just trying to figure out what he kept.
Before the next game gets started, let me tag back in so you can go play Peter or Paul.
Sure.
Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah. So we're gonna tag back Teddy. Thanks again, Jed.
Yep.
Quick game of commentary.
I just need like 3 minutes to eat or whatever. And we're back. All right.
Yeah. So you missed Berkeley take a quick game off Peter. Peter drew like half of a couple of different pieces. He drew Grindstone. He had Enlightened Tutor. But Berkeley stuck Revoker on Grindstone.
Sure.
Berkeley was stuck on 2 lands, but he had Meseric Fiend, Dark Confidant, and Peter was taking damage from his Mana Crypt.
Okay.
And Peter just couldn't put anything together. The game ended with Peter Enlightening Tutoring for Mirror Battlesphere. But then during his upkeep, Berkeley disenchanted his Mana Crypt.
Yeah,
But he
I
couldn't
walked.
cast it.
I walked by the table just in time to see the disenchant on the Mana Crypt.
Yeah.
And then came. By the time I got into this room, the game was done. So I figured that was pretty much the end of that thing.
Well, Peter was at 7. Berkeley had 5 power in play.
Okay.
And then Peter lost his Mana Crypt flipped.
Okay. Yeah.
Because Berkeley obviously waited until that trigger was on the stack, then disenchant it.
Sure.
So he can't cast Mirror Battlesphere. He's drawing Mirror Battlesphere, so he can't draw into anything.
Right.
He's just dead on board.
So, I mean, what do you think Berkeley or Peter are having to board in for this? Because, like, Berkeley's deck seemed like it had a lot of things that we knew were going to kind of get shifted to the board just because it's it's the black-white denial.
I think Berkeley just wants to maximize his hand disruption. He's not going to be able to do a ton if Beckfield draws into his combos after the disruption.
Yeah.
But even then, he still has cards like Phyrexian Revoker.
He's still got Disenchant. He's still got...
Right. I had initially said when we sat down, I thought Peter might have the edge here. But watching this play out and thinking about the cards that are in Steven's deck, obviously hindsight's 20/20.
Sure.
But I do think that Peter's going to have an uphill battle if he's going to win. I do think it's certainly possible, but I think Peter has to draw really well.
Right.
Because I think Berkeley's likely going to shred his hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what his deck does. I mean, by Berkeley's turn 3, maybe turn 4, you just shouldn't have a hand of relevant cards left.
No, and I mean, Berkeley's deck is really good about putting a little bit of that early pressure down, even if it's just a Dark Confidant or a Phyrexian Revoker.
Or Bitter Blossom, just making sure that he's got the inevitability. His deck has enough pressure to back up and enough pressure that doesn't require him to spend additional resources, that he can just spend the next few turns just shredding everything that you've got.
Absolutely. And he has a backup plan. He has a little bit of depth in his deck. Like, if the game goes long, he can stick Smokestack. He can stick Braids. And even though it's not necessarily going to keep Peter off of drawing into a combo, it may reach critical mass where Peter may be able to draw into it and not be able to play it.
Right. I mean, and that's the same thing that we had heard about, Peter's other matches, is that, if you only draw half the combo, Steven doesn't even have to do anything to shred your hand to just keep him from being able to play the game at all.
Exactly.
I mean, and except unless he can cast, like Time Vault and Voltaic Key in the same turn or whatever, just being able to, unless he casts both of those on the same turn, there's going to be some amount of time where Steven can just react and deal with the other half of what the expected combo is.
Yeah.
Like if he plays Painter Servant, you just deal with it as though, you're stopping him from getting Grindstone. He plays, Isochron Scepter, you just have to deal with the Isochron Scepter. That's not that big of a deal.
So Grindstone, it looks like Goblin Welder, Spell Pierce,
Seated
Transmute,
Synod,
Artifact.
Chromatic Star.
So I think Peter's hand's definitely a keeper.
Sure.
He has enough lands. I didn't quite catch. I saw a Tide Hollow Sculler.
Saw Tide Hollow Sculler. Saw that's a Plains right there on the right. And yeah, we'll just see how this plays out. That is a proxy that, of course, we can't see because he wrote these with an ultra-fine pen instead of a Sharpie.
I think that it's Phyrexian Revoker.
That would make sense. I know he didn't have to proxy a ton of cards because he brought a lot of his own, because he knew what he was going to draft ahead of time.
Yeah, and he knew that he was going to get contested on some of the popular, tutors or discard spells or things like that. But for the most part, the core parts of his strategy, the Smokestack, you know, Braids, even Crucible. Like he drafted early, he had a lock on that early, and he knew that he was going to be able to be in this deck specifically.
Well, Peter's got turn two Grindstone and has Tinker in his hand.
He has Tinker. He drew Tinker.
Yep, and there's Verdant Catacombs getting cracked from Stephen Berklid. So this game could theoretically be over next turn.
So he has Tinker and Transmute Artifact in his hand.
With a Spell Pierce to back, you know, to try and push Stephen off from being able to disrupt his hand for the next couple of turns.
Yeah. The thing is if he does Tinker the Chromatic Star, or if he tinkers the Chromatic Star into Painter Servant, he still has to wait a turn.
Yeah, he has to wait one turn and make it through removal. So he may just hold back on that until he has a mana spare to be able to Spell Pierce whatever Stephen does in response. All right, so that's Godless Shrine, Scrubland, Tidehollow Sculler.
There's the Sculler.
Yep, and that is about as good as that could have gone.
Well, I mean, Peter still totally has a plan.
Yeah, I mean, and he's also got Welder. Like, he's gonna take the
Transmute Artifact and Spell Pierce are pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, it's not quite the same as Tinker, obviously.
Sure.
But I still think that Peter's in fine shape after this.
Yeah.
Also, if it ever becomes relevant, Sculler is an artifact, right?
Yep.
So he could, in theory, eventually Welder it away. Not that I don't know if Berkeley's going to have a lot of other artifacts that he's going to bid, though.
I don't think he actually has any
I wouldn't
that
be
I can think
surprised.
of.
He has at least Skull Clamp.
Yeah. So he's got Skull
I mean,
Clamp.
good luck getting that in his graveyard, unless it's through Grindstone.
All right. So we can't see what he's drawn. He's just playing with a hand face up. Clearly not another land. I mean, he would have just dropped that right away. I mean, at this point, if you're in that position, do you try and just make a Welder off of the Chromatic Star? Do you try and, you know, just hang tight and make Grindstone your opponent? Looks like he did draw land, actually.
If he makes Welder off Chromatic Star, he can start trading a Seat of the Synod for Chromatic Star.
Yep.
Which lets him get some cards and...
All right, so he drew an island for the turn. Plays the Welder, gets to start doing that, gets to save the Spell Pierce and whatever else he's got in his hand.
Yep.
And theoretically gets to... I mean, you could just try and long road Grindstone your opponent out. Berklid's one of the folks that's going to work, I mean, the best against, because, like, most of his cards are already black.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw Peter run a couple value Grindstones in the first game.
Okay.
But I really don't think that that's a real path to victory here.
Sure.
Like, Grindstone's great, but...
It's certainly safer here than it is against Paul or Jesse.
But Berkeley's going to put too much pressure on the board somehow. Even a 2/2 is going to outrace a just plain Grindstone.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so that is Phyrexian Revoker, and I mean, you can pretty safely assume that he's just going to cast that and name Grindstone to just shut that whole combo out.
You know, that might be possible. He might actually just name Welder.
Stop Peter from having options. That's fair.
Yeah, if he names Welder, then, you know, obviously Peter has to draw into or has to transmute for Painter Servant. And then I'm assuming Steven will have something to deal with it. It looks like that's an Oblivion Ring in his hand.
Yeah.
So Revoker... We'll see what Revoker names here in a hurry. Oh, so that's actually Reshape is the down card.
Reshape is the down card. Okay.
So Reshape is an interesting one, especially if he starts Weldering here.
Yeah. He's going to name Welder with the Revoker, though, so that gets put out real quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, and because it's an as it comes into play, he can't stop it, so that's just the end of the Goblin Welder story.
Well, you couldn't anyways. He has Summoning Sickness, right? So, you know, he's got a sweet 1/1 that's going to chump block that Tidehollow Sculler at some point. Or actually, he's going to keep it back. That way his Revoker can attack.
Yep, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, and now he's kind of just on the plan, and that is... you know, just playing something to get rid of Seat of the Synod. Now, I still can't see the cards in Peter's hand. This whole playing with down cards thing is really... All right, so Pentad Prism for 1, which that's definitely going to be a desperation play.
So did I missed something? What happened to Seat of the Synod?
It got destroyed by something. Chris believes it might have been Sinkhole. I don't remember Berkeley drafting that.
No, I don't either. It might have just been Strip Mine, actually.
Yeah, that's also possible. Yeah, with the Oblivion Ring in his hand, I mean... He can pretty safely just keep bashing for 2 with Tidehollow Sculler every turn. I mean, Peter's going to have to block eventually, and when his board can't really do anything, it's going to be in kind of rough shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that was Strip Mine. So yeah, the Revoker's stopping Welder. Tidehollow Sculler's just going to keep punching in, and it's just going to get there for 2 at a time. Oh, he is attacked. I guess he's making the call that, like, if the welder deals with the revoker, it's still stop the welder.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Peter has a lot of ways that he can get revoker off the board. I think you just snap block here, save yourself the damage. You're not using your welder anyways. Of course, we're
Apparently
wrong.
He's going to take the 4.
Take the 4.
Yep, and that's Marsh Flats gone to go get another land for Steven. So he's just thinning out his deck more. I wonder if he's going to follow this up with the Oblivion Ring.
Just Oblivion Ring Grindstone here.
I mean, I guess, because...
I guess you get Oblivion Ring Pentad Prism, but that seems awful.
Oblivion Ring Pentad Prism seems like a waste of the Oblivion Ring. Getting Grindstone stops him from being able to top deck Painter's Servant, I guess. Oh, Spell Pierce the Oblivion Ring.
Alright.
So, I guess...
Peter's just all in being able to get to that Grindstone combo.
Yep.
I mean, he does get to transmute artifact that Pentad Prism away.
Yeah, that is true.
So he gets a lot of value out of it, even though it's gone. Plus, he could transmute here, right?
Yep.
Because he just drew an island, so
He's
he
the
could
one-
transmute, pay the extra 1, get rid
He
of
could
Pentad Prism.
reshape Pentad Prism away for Mana Crypt for free. To just be able to get himself some more mana.
Yeah, I don't know if
that
that
seems kind of
enough.
loose.
I mean,
though.
can't he just play the island, transmute artifact away the Pentad Prism, pay the 1 extra, get Painter Servant for 3?
Yeah, that's probably
That's how that
fair.
works,
Yeah.
right?
And then he's just got Berkeley's
He's got
one turn
fade
to not
removal.
lose.
He's
Yeah.
got a fade removal.
But I mean, he has to fade removal anyways. Like, he's not. There's no way the game's going to go to the point taking 4 a turn where he's going to be able to have enough.
So
lands to do
what's
this
the other
safely.
option here? If he blue reshape Pentad Prism into Mana Crypt.
I guess he's going for it. He's transmuting the that for Pentad Prism. Is he just getting a 2? I guess.
He actually just might get Time Vault, right?
Yeah, I suppose
If he
that's
gets
fair.
Time Vault, the next turn he can reshape his Grindstone into Key and end the game.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Oh no, he just gets
No, he's
Painter's
just
Servant.
going. All right.
Fade removal for a turn. See if we get there.
It's interesting. He had a lot of different lines there that I think would win. I think this is the most fragile of the lines. I think if he's going for, unfortunately, chat's just asking about welding. Welding is Goblin Welder is named by Phyrexian Revoker, which is in play on Berkled's side. So he can't weld. Otherwise, he'd have a whole bunch of different options.
One card that Backfield could have gotten, I think, that might have been able to help him. Well, actually, I guess it wouldn't have mattered here because all of his fetching requires him to take it. But I was thinking like Aether Spellbomb or something like that, just on blue to be able to get rid of Revoker. But he doesn't even have that. Oh, and Bartlett just scoops, just faded removal.
Wow.
So now we're going to a game 3. I mean, it's just like that. That's how Peter's deck works.
You know, I think that was I mean, obviously it works.
Yeah.
But Steven had like 6 or 7 cards in his hand. Steven has ways to deal with creatures. I mean, maybe Peter's just assuming they're not in his deck. But I really think that the 1 turn slower go get Time Vault play might be a little bit better. Although, if
It seems like it's vulnerable to most of the same things.
it's vulnerable to different things, right? Because Steven can make Peter discard the reshape.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then Peter has to draw into something.
Right.
And to be fair, Steven did draw Duress to end that game.
Yeah, that's fair.
But Duress wasn't a good enough answer to what was in play, so we're going to 3.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, Duress would have stopped him if he'd gone for Time Vault. Painter's Servant loses, I guess, Doomblade. Diabolic Edict doesn't stop it. Vindicate still takes care of the same problems.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Peter just focused on a line, tried to make the best of it, and hoped to fade removal.
Yeah, and he managed to get there, so more power to him.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of Peter's deck and combos aren't necessarily revolving around creatures. It's only the Painter Servant Grindstone combo.
Yeah.
So he might just be banking that Berkeley is not boarding in edicts or removal. He has Doomblade also.
Yeah. I mean, if I were Berkeley, I'd at least take out Edict because it's going to be pretty terrible here. I might keep in Doomblade just because it kills Painter's Servant, but it wouldn't be that much of a stretch to board that out too because you just figure if he has Painter's Servant, I'm probably just dead.
Also, if he has Painter Servant, you just name black, and Doomblade's a blank now, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So, but to be fair, he might bring in Doomblade because of Welder as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it just really depends on what Peter's afraid of and what he decides is important in this matchup. I think that he just has to do exactly what he did that game. Stick one half of a combo, and then
Fade
just
removal
through
for
the
a turn.
disruption and try and find the other half of that combo.
And it worked out for him.
Also has to think creature removal. Yeah, so chat pointed out that
I think even if removal's involved, I still think Welder's the correct call, because at that point you're just trying to put him off of drawing more options.
absolutely.
He does not have Blightsteel.
No, Blightsteel was not drafted.
Was not drafted, yeah.
Really surprising, because Peter is playing the Tinker deck, but he's focused on the Tinker combo side of things.
Yep.
He's going to Tinker for Key or for Time Vault or whatever part, Painter Servant, Grindstone, whatever part to his 2-card combos he doesn't have, he's going to Tinker
Turn
for.
one duress for Steven to start the game off, so that's a
pretty
pretty
good.
good start for game 3.
So it looks like we have Trinket Mage,
Spell
Mana
Pierce,
Crypt.
Mana Crypt. Good lord, that is...
So you can't take Trinket Mage, right?
Yeah. You basically get Mana Crypt, Spell Pierce, or Pentad Prism.
I mean, I think you just take... I mean, it depends if Berkled's afraid of Spell Pierce at all. But,
I would probably just take Crypt.
You just take Mana Crypt, right?
Yeah. Just take the thing that's going to... Oh, he's going to take the Spell Pierce. I guess he's...
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it really depends on what else is in his hand. Like, if Berkele's going to follow this up with, like, Hymn to Turok or something...
Yeah, that's fair.
Then, obviously, you don't want to have your opponent having Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
Also, if Berkeley has a hand that's reasonably fast with a decent amount of pressure, he might not care about Mana Crypt that much. Mana Crypt might actually give his opponent a good clock. But I expect the turn 1 Trinket Mage here.
Yeah, turn 1 Trinket Mage to go fetch something. I mean, I guess we'll get to see, make a guess as to what's in his hand based on what he fetches. He's probably just getting Voltaic Key.
I think Voltaic Key's the better of the options here because it does let him get extra mana out of Mana Crypt. But
if he has Painter Servant in hand, he could just go get Grindstone.
Well, sure.
But I mean, he put the Voltaic Key forward. Like if he had Painter Servant in his hand, Grindstone would have just been Windmill Slam to the front, not even a call. So I mean, he drew another proxied card off the top, so we know it's not Painter Servant because that's non-proxied here. So yeah, he's probably going to get Voltaic Key and then looking for another Tinker effect to make Time Vault and just go infinite.
Yeah, and I mean, just being able to get an extra mana out of Voltaic Key with Mana Crypt.
Yeah, that seems totally reasonable.
So that's what he went for. His Pentad Prism isn't too hot right now.
I mean, he's got Battlefield Forge, so like next turn he can make it for 2.
Oh, sure.
So that is reasonable.
Looks like we have a Disenchant.
Stony Silence.
There's the stoniest of silences. Well,
so Pentad Prism and Voltaic Key just got a lot worse.
So I think I'm assuming Berkled's line was that he had Stony Silence, didn't want to
with Spell Pierce. Yeah, no, it makes complete sense now.
Unfortunately, Stony Silence doesn't take away the drawback from Mana Crypt.
No, it does not.
So Mana Crypt is kind of a blank card. It's pretty unfortunate for Peter. I mean, Berkeley knew that he wanted some of those Null Rod type effects in his deck.
And since Jesse took Null Rod, he took the next best thing, which was Stony Silence. So yeah, he got that there.
And now, I mean, Beckfield just has to really find something.
Yep. He takes one to make a Pentad Prism that he hopes he can use at some point.
Yeah, I think there's no reason not to do that. We have to assume that he has something in his deck to answer Stony Silence.
Sure.
And that he just has to get lucky and draw it.
Yep. I mean, and that's kind of his plan anyways. And there's, what is it, Confidant?
Dark
Confidant. So, we've got, now he's just, all right, he's faded 2 turns of Mana Crypt so far. So now Berkled's just trying to get card advantage. There's no way he's going to ever block the Trinket Mage for some time at least.
No, I don't think so.
I wouldn't make that trade.
He has a handful of cards right now.
Yeah.
Dark Confidant to refill.
Yeah, it's 15.
And you've essentially neutered your opponent with Stony Silence.
Yep.
Your opponent's playing an all artifact-centric deck, and you shut them all off. The pressure is now on Peter to draw out of this rather than for Steven. So I think he just takes some damage here.
14 for another fetch land. So, I mean, his deck's getting thinner by the minute. All he has to draw is just anything to follow up with the Dark Confidant on.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he hasn't gotten Godless Shrine yet. I was just thinking I might wait to to crack the fetch, but with Godless Shrine still in the deck, just for the minor chance with Confidant. But otherwise, it's not really going to matter.
No, I don't think it matters that much. And I think even with Berkeley at 14, with Peter really just having a 2/2 and a Mana Crypt that's essentially dealing him damage and a half every turn.
So that's Phyrexian Revokers. Oh no. What
was
that?
Something else, I'm not sure.
1 drop. And
Yeah,
then
I think
swamp
he
off
just
the
wants
top.
it to draw more cards, and I think his life total is not super relevant right now.
And
It's
that-
Weathered Wayfarer,
Weather Wayfarer, that makes sense.
which will probably just, I'm guessing, will
Eventually fetch lands for him.
yeah.
Fades it a
Jeez.
third time.
So backfield is City of Brass.
I think that was... Yeah.
Or City of Brass. Gamble. He has Gamble in his hand.
Ah.
So it's interesting. I'm wondering what he's gambling for. I'm assuming it's something that he has to cast with City of Brass.
Whew, he slammed that in
Yeah,
right
he
quick.
slams something really fast. It's got to be a way to deal with Stony Silence, right?
Has to be. It's the only thing that would make any sense here.
Yeah.
Like, you're just gambling for it. He's already at the point where he's got to gamble and hope anyways. Can't Ancient Grudge it, so yeah, he's got to get something to just get it off the board.
I'm assuming it also is something that he has to cast with City of Brass.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
probably.
he wouldn't have played the City of Brass first. He would have kept it in his hand.
Yep.
So he would have had less chance of discarding whatever he gambled
Right,
for.
exactly.
The funny thing is here, even if he successfully deals with the Stony Silence, he doesn't have much else going on.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Voltaic Key, but he, as far as we know, does not have, reshape or anything like that. So it is the rightmost card, which was an island, so he gets to keep whatever it was he tutored for.
I'm assuming it was not an island.
Yeah. And let's see. All right, so... Oh, Ray of Revelation. Yeah, that is
Okay.
the card that he has to have gone for. All right, so he puts Berkeley to 11 and passes. Just knowing that he can Ray at any time.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do it right now. He still has to draw something else. I'm not sure what the other card in Peter's hand is.
Yep.
If it's some way for him to find a combo piece... he could
The
end
other
this
card in
game.
his hand is Time Vault.
Is it really?
Yep. No, Time Spiral, sorry.
Time Spiral.
Yeah.
Which is still totally fine for him to cast here.
Yep.
So he takes 4 here, 3 with Weathered Wayfarer.
Yep, goes to 13. So that is the strip mine that he's able to pop. Ray of Revelation hits Stony Silence.
And he just gets value to rebuy it if he needs to for any reason.
Yep. I mean, Oblivion Ring is a card in Berkelid's deck, definitely. So,
Yep.
I mean, at this point, yeah, he's just on the plan to hope to hit there.
Yep.
And now Peter untaps with all the mana in the world. Let's see if he can fade. All right, finally gets hit. Goes to 9. Okay.
You know, if those coin flips go
That's
the
Island,
wrong
so he's
way,
got Island, Time Spiral right now. So, I mean, he can Time Spiral, putting himself to 8, just tapping Mana Crypt and, floating a little bit of mana off of it.
you got to think that if this Time Spiral is good and Berkeley doesn't have anything, Berkeley does have Disenchant in his hand
Yep,
still, though.
he does have Disenchant in his hand. So, I mean, Peter will get 1 extra card out of it. Because, I mean, you got to assume that in response to the Time Spiral, he's going to disenchant something, right?
The best part is he has 4 mana, so you can actually disenchant and then redraw it.
Yep. I mean, because that's what he's got to do, is he's got to disenchant, like, the Voltaic Key, probably.
I would think so.
I would think that's the target over the Mana Crypt, because, I mean, you're just trying to fade the combo.
Mana Crypt is helping you win the game at this point.
Exactly. And, like, he's got 3 power in play. So you figure he's got to be trying to disenchant the Voltaic Key, hope that Peter doesn't redraw it and Time Vault, because, I mean, that's the nightmare scenario, is he just draws Time Vault and Voltaic Key and just goes nuts anyways.
Yep.
With the 8 mana that he, or 6, 7,
Yeah,
8
I think
mana that
you
he's
have
gonna
you have to disenchant it here and just hope that your opponent doesn't redraw.
Yeah.
Although
I mean,
drawing 7 against Berkeley right now and having all of this mana available, I think is going to be really good for Peter.
Sure.
So he's going to have a mana floating
Looks like
after
he's even
Time
going to
Spiral
strip
resolves.
mine something, so he's probably strip mining City of Brass, I guess, since it just hits the most things, and there's nothing that, he doesn't lose anything going from 3 blue to 2 blue.
Yeah, it's probably City of Brass. I'm not sure what else he would cast here. Berkeley's tanking about this also.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting board state to Time Spiral into, because, I mean, this is at the point where there's a lot of things that both people could draw that could just completely destroy the other one, because, I mean, Beckfield could draw into a combo. Berkeley could redraw a disenchant and just shut him out of the game completely.
Well, and Berkeley's got to be doing math here, right? Because
Sure.
he's got three power of creatures in play. Peter's at 8, so that'll put him at 5. If he gets a good mana crypt flip, that'll put him to 2, and in theory he has 2 pain lands. So like he's got to be thinking like, should I be strip mining City of Brass here, or do I just want him to use it?
Yeah, he's just disenchanting the Voltaic Key, saying, all right, now you have to draw multiple things for it.
So he spent his last mana, untaps that mana crypt, get a little bit of extra mana out of it.
Which is reasonable.
Yep.
So now they just shuffle up and redraw 7. And we see where the game goes.
Yep. It's just very possible that Peter just draws into a win here. He has plenty of mana.
I love the fact that you and I were talking about how Peter couldn't really abuse Time Spiral since all of his lands tap for 1 mana. And here it is, being the best shot he's got at getting back into a game that started out with him getting turn 2 Stony silenced.
Yeah, and the funny thing is I mean, one thing we were probably a little short-sighted on is that Time Spiral is a great way for Peter just to get back in after a ton of disruption, right?
Yeah.
Because he can set himself up for one really, really good turn.
Yep.
Depending on how he draws.
Absolutely. And I mean, with everything with most of the things that he's trying to do being permanents, like he's not exactly gonna like lose a lot of his momentum. You know, like if you were like a Yogg-Will deck, Time Spiral gets really awkward because
so he has Enlightened Tutor, he drew Time Vault, he has Transmute and Tinker. Jeez. I think we're done, guys.
Unless Berkeley redrew Disenchant, this game might just be over here.
Yeah, I think you just play Time. He has Negate backup.
Yep.
Wow.
He's got 5, 7, 9 mana.
Yeah, this game has to be over unless Berkeley has something completely out of left field. I mean, you just tinker away that Penthead Prism. No, the Penthead Prism. Oh, it has to be the Mana Crypt.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. 1 floating. Tinker away the Penthead Prism. Go get Voltaic Key. Or the Mana Crypt.
The Mana Crypt. Yeah, you have
go
to
get Voltaic Key. And we got there.
And even if Berkeley has Disenchant, if he redrew it, Peter has Negate.
Yep.
I mean, Peter still has to, like, I don't know. I doubt Berkeley will make him play it out because Peter does have a 2/2 he just gets to beat with.
Yeah, he just gets to beat with for 7 turns.
Yep.
I mean.
But this might be match. I don't. He did draw the Disenchant and he had the Negate. Man. All right.
All right. So Peter Beckfield, by the hairs on his chinny chin,
through Stony Silence, through double Disenchant.
Yep.
Peter pulls out, takes infinite turns, and gets Stephen Berkeley 2-1.
So he goes to 3-2, and Stephen Berkeley falls to 1-2.
Yep.
That was a heck of a game.
That was a real game. You know, main deck Stony Silence against, you know, the artifact combo deck plus, you know, Peter just drafted really well. That Negate was really important.
6
having
combo
that Time
pieces and a million pieces to be resilient for it.
So it looks like we're going to be taking a quick break here, or so we're told. So we're going to let these guys shuffle. We'll have another match for you here shortly.
Since we finally covered everybody in the draft,
this is everybody. Yep. We've done it around. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through. We're going to make sure everyone has the right standings.
Yep.
And then we're going to try, if we can, to put some of the higher seeded matches on camera.
Yep.
Obviously, we can't stream everything, but we want to get the ones. Hopefully, you know, some
we can't get
semifinals / finals.
Already.
Did they play? Yeah. See, we need to update these standings. So.
Yeah.
In any event, thanks again for watching, guys. We'll be back in a few minutes. Chat just asked real quick. Alderlands, that was something that Steven did for himself. He had a plan. Going forward, we're going to have more uniformed proxies across the board. You know, we're really seeing if there was interest in watching this. We're going to be doing this quite a bit more, probably about monthly. It does take a whole day to do, but I think it is really interesting to do, and we'll be doing more of these down the road, so we'll be a little bit better prepared going forward.
And we also had those missing proxies from the last one. Like, there has to have been a Negate from the last draft, so we're going to probably try and get anything that was handwritten.
Box must have been gone missing of proxies or
just
something.
Like forgotten somewhere. But like next time we will have anything that was handwritten proxy on this tournament is going to be another one of the nice proxies next tournament. So we should have a much cleaner thing next time coming.
One more thing, you guys as viewers, you know, I mean, there's a lot of things we know we can be doing better. You know, we tried to bring, this really high quality AV equipment through Chris. Thank you again.
Yep.
But you know, we completely realized, the proxies need to be a little bit better. We need to talk to players about like how they're holding their hands, so we can see their cards, that sort of thing. But if you guys have any ideas of how we can improve this, we want to continue doing this. on a fairly regular basis and giving you guys kind of a really good presentation for this sort of thing. So anything you guys have, feel free to message me on Facebook, Dwayne St. Arnold, Teddy, anyone involved here. It'll get back around, or feel free to type it in chat. We'll pick up on it. There's already a lot of things we're going to do to improve. So thanks again for watching, guys. We'll be back in a few minutes, and hopefully see you in a few.
And we're back. All right, so the thing that you missed just last turn, Dwayne, was Peter boomeranging a Null Rod back to Jesse's hand, so that he's actually able to play again.
Yeah, I watched from the other room. That Thirst for Knowledge was pretty good for Peter.
Yeah, it was not bad.
Also, it looks like he's drawn into Negate.
Yeah, which is really going to help, because now he can just stop the Null Rod from coming back down. I would assume that's the Battlefield Forge, since it didn't look like the City of Brass that Peter just played. Not playing the Mana Crypt, which is interesting. At the end of his turn, he's casting...
Goryo's Vengeance on Bristlebrand.
Oh boy, that is not a small game.
No, that's got to use the Negate right there.
But then, you know, how do you win around the... I guess he has to go find Ancient Grudge, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Tendo Ice Bridge. That's what that is. Okay, so, I mean, Jesse's plan seems relatively direct. Keep Null Rod on the board. If he can do that, he's pretty well set, just because there's not a whole lot else he can do.
Yeah, I don't think he can lose if he can keep Null Rod in play. Also, if he can set up this turn where he can reanimate something and then replay Null Rod, he's going to be way ahead. Peter's going to have to just kind of mise into Ancient Grudge.
Worked out pretty well for him last round.
Yeah. We've seen some pretty crazy matches. Charles has had multiple games where he's cast Time Walk 4+ times.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Eternal Witness and Regrowth, so that's not, you know, hugely surprising. He's, I mean, Peter, we just watched Peter last round just make it through 2 games by top decks.
Absolutely.
Bare skin of his teeth.
Looks like Jesse has Jace in his hand.
Mm-hmm. Animate Dead to go get Gristlebrand.
Yep. This is basically what I was worried about for Peter. Like, Gristlebrand in play with Animate Dead plus Null Rod. I mean, Jesse's going to be able to draw into answers even if Peter randomly hits that Ancient Grudge to deal with Null Rod.
Yeah.
And Peter can't win through Null Rod. All of his combos involve artifacts.
Mm-hmm. Or he just
draws Ancient Grudge.
Sure, that'll work.
Wow, he's really good at this.
Peter Beckfield, a resident Luxac.
Yeah. So the question is does he try and make something happen this turn? I think he can't get 2 parts of a combo here, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
He has Reshape,
which, as painful as it is, I might just wait. Like, you have 2 turns until you have to try and go for it. He's got 2 more draw steps that he can try. I mean, Gristlebrand drawing Jesse a bunch of cards is great, but unless he puts a Jin Gitaxis into play, Peter doesn't care what he has on that side of the board.
Well, and the other question is there a way for Peter to reshape away an artifact into something that can help him with Gristlebrand here?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either, but...
I mean, because he doesn't have... I mean, I guess... Yeah, no, because he doesn't have the Orange Chant in his hand, so, like, he can't just go get Isochron Scepter or whatever.
Chat says, they don't call him Peter Unlucky Beckfield.
That's reasonable.
I don't know if they call him Peter Lucky Beckfield either, to be fair, but today I think it's going to be Peter Almost Beckfield.
I was to say, when you played this deck, so that is,
That's Fabricate.
Yep, so he's going to find something.
Something.
That looks like Time Vault to try and take an extra turn to just give himself an extra draw step.
I mean, he doesn't really get to do that, right? I mean, he just gets Time Vault in play.
Well, right, but like, with the Ancient Grudge in his hand.
Right, but he still has to find a way to untap Time Vault.
Yeah, no, I mean, he still has to find the Voltaic Key, but that was also true at the start of his turn.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, so... Okay, so they've got all of that. Oh, is Null Rod just your opponent's artifacts and creatures?
No, it's both, I believe.
Okay, so Jesse doesn't get to draw cards off of Gristlebrand then.
Gristlebrand isn't an artifact. It's only artifacts.
I thought it was artifacts and creatures for some reason.
No,
okay.
No.
Then yeah, alright, so...
No, just artifacts.
Well, I mean, I guess the Ancient Grudge in his hand, Jesse has to hit the counter magic that he's got, or, you know, he's just gonna be... I mean... I guess stalled out with a 6/7 on your side of the board is not the worst position to be in. But...
No, 6/7 lifelink that lets him draw
14
cards at any point in time. I
goes
find
up
it
to 21 cards next turn.
I find it really hard to find a world where Peter can push through this, but I mean he's done it already, so we'll see what happens. I mean, if Peter just randomly rips into Voltaic Key or a card that can get him Voltaic Key and still have mana to cast Ancient Grudge, It might help him, but I mean, Jesse's going to be able to draw 14 cards. He just drew 7, it looks like.
Yep, and Recall was one of them. So it looks like mostly blanks because there was like 4 lands in
There's
there.
a lot of lands in there, but
Yeah.
Jesse does have a lot of counter magic in his deck.
Yep.
He's going to be able to deal with. I mean, it's certainly possible that Peter fades it. You know, we saw that last match where he had to fade removal, and he did it.
He just did it. No problemo. That is Imperial Seal.
Okay.
To
Imperial
go
Seal.
shooter for something. I'm assuming just counter magic. He then draws another 7 cards, beats with Gristlebrand, goes back up to 10, and just tries to stop Peter from being able to do, being able to get rid of Null Rod.
Yeah. The funny thing is, Jesse's deck is getting a little thin, drawing all these extra cards through Gristlebrand and whatnot, but I don't think that that's ever going to be relevant.
I don't think it's going to be relevant at all.
No.
I mean, the interesting thing is, with only 1 counter spell, could Peter potentially just push through Ancient Grudge, untap Time Vault manually, let Jesse hit him? No, I guess no. He's just shy of being able to do that because they give him 2 hits in, and then he'd get 3.
As soon as you give Jesse a second extra turn, he's going to spend 1 turn creating another giant monster and kill him on the second turn.
That's fair.
If that's not already what his plan is here, he has
Which
Necromancy in
has
his
to be
hand.
what his plan is. I mean, it's his best chance because otherwise, he's got 4 hits for Peter to find another card or find the other half of the combo. So that's gonna be Necromancy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's in his yard here.
Oh,
it's actually
Footsteps Gregorio. Wonder what he's
So
bringing
what do
back.
we have?
Woodfall Primus. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah,
This just kills Time Vault.
Yep. Unless Jesse punts and Peter's like, which of these
Would
lands
you
do
like to
want?
take the island?
Do you want any of these lands?
Yeah.
How about the Pentad Prison? That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a Warlord Jesse doesn't take Time Vault.
Yeah.
Now it's getting much harder for Peter to win, right?
Yeah, because I mean now he has to kill Null Rod and find Painter's Servant Grindstone within 1 more turn.
Yep.
I mean he has. Yeah, he actually just. Well, no, I guess technically he has 2 draw steps because he gets hit for 11 next turn.
Yep. And so then that persists because of Footsteps, right?
Yep. Footsteps is sacrifice instead of exile, which is real sweet.
Pretty relevant with persist.
Yeah.
He's probably just picking which of the lands he wants. I mean, he can't really shut Peter out of anything.
Yeah, but he's already shut him out of things. Oh, Academy Ruins. Okay, so yeah, Peter's got 1 draw step to somehow hit 2 halves of a combo and kill, and push through Null Rod. And I don't see it happening. Yep, and that's game 1.
Yeah, that's game 1. He could have spent that turn pushing out Null Rod.
Yeah.
And then seeing what he draws, but I don't think he has any way to draw into enough pieces.
Yeah.
I mean, he was still short on mana because of that Woodfall Primus.
Yep. Jesse was saying before the match started, when they were just talking to each other as they were shuffling, that Peter's was the deck he was the most afraid of at the table. Because he was talking about that Time Vault is the most fair of the degenerate combos, and it's still so good that it's fine to not pick a piece of power first, to just take Time Vault and play the Time Vault deck.
Yeah.
So he definitely has a high amount of respect for the amount of just power that top decking Time Vault or Voltaic Key can have in this matchup.
And and Peter has a lot of ways to just go, oops, I've won.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely does. And having the resilience to be able to get, Ancient Grudge or something like that to just be able to deal with Null Rod if he has it definitely makes things easier. Yeah, see, the problem, Langlair, is that the Grindstone would not have done anything because Null Rod was in play. So Peter, I mean, he could have Ancient Grudged it, but, he can't get both halves of the combo and Ancient Grudge it all in the 1 turn that he would have had before Jesse just pushes through enough damage and just forces himself to draw a counterspell. Because, he can just draw another 14 cards, leave himself with 1 card left in his deck. As long as he has counter magic in hand, he can't possibly lose.
It's interesting. I thought that Jesse would have main decked Mind Twist, but it looks like he didn't. I think that even against Peter's deck, even if you can't strip his entire hand with Mind Twist,
I think you'd want to do it.
Yeah, I think doing it for 2 or 3,
right,
just to randomly hope that you catch counter piece or combo pieces
is
totally reasonable.
Really good.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And I mean the rest of this outside of this match is playing out relatively like you and I thought it would. I mean, we've got Charles' deck you know, really performing well. He's got that just playing tempo. Josh Ventura's deck is doing, you know, pretty well for it being his first rotisserie draft.
The surprises to me so far are that Berklet is doing not so hot,
Yeah.
and that Josh is doing well.
Yeah.
You know, I watched a match where you know, Josh Ventura just went, you know, Lotus into Glenelenge Archmage on turn 1.
Yeah, that was the match he played on stream when it was Jesse and I.
And that was that was good enough.
Yeah.
You know, you don't necessarily have to Lotus into something completely busted.
Yeah.
Sometimes just playing Glenelenge Archmage on turn 1, good
One of
enough.
his matches earlier today was Plains, Lotus, Geist of Saint Traft, Mana Tithe your first turn.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's
Wait,
just like
can you do that?
Yeah, you. Oh no.
You can't do that.
What was it? I guess it was turn 2, and then he just had like miscalc or something like that.
Oh, okay.
No, it was Mana Tithe. Yeah, so he burned Lotus to just give himself some extra mana, played Geist with the land, left himself Mana Tithe, and his opponent just couldn't keep up. Like his opponent just played a land, he got Geisted, and just his turn 2 play just got Mana Tithe.
Yeah, it's his draft was pretty interesting. He skipped a lot of those power cards early to just really solidify all of the exact cards that he wanted for his deck, and it's been working out okay for him.
He's been playing the most fair deck at the table, and it's still been going pretty well.
You know, this format, Vintage Rotisserie, is really interesting because no one's broken it, right? No one knows for sure, like, this is 100% the way you should draft, or this is 100% the right way to do. You know, we see people that are taking all the power cards early and then slowly sliding into their plans.
Sure.
Whereas, you know, obviously he took Lotus first. You're not going to pass up on Lotus. But then he just skipped all those other cards and said, you know what, I want to have the Stoneforge engine in my deck.
Yeah.
I want to have all these counter spells. He snatched up a lot of really good counter spells early. You know,
he took a lot of his picks, grabbing things, you know, miscalc, all of those.
And then he picked and chose which things he wanted to have for pressure. He wanted Glenelenge Archmage. He wanted Geist of Saint Traft. He wanted Batterskull. And they're matching up really well. You know, how many of these decks can block a Geist of Saint Traft? Not a ton of them, you know? Or at least not consistently.
Sure.
And so that thing, you know, it's just dealing a lot of damage for him.
And I mean, and he's got some really good solutions too. Like against, you know, Jesse's deck, Josh has Rest in Peace. Like, I mean, you look at like Steven's playing like Grafdigger's Cage. Like Grafdigger's Cage, you know, stops things, and then as soon as Jesse gets rid of it, he can reanimate again. Rest in Peace, you're just gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're going to start game 2. I'm assuming Peter will be on the draw here.
Play?
Or
He
sorry,
lost
on the
game one.
play.
Yeah.
On the play. It's been a long day.
Yeah, that's fair.
We even lost an hour out of all this.
Yeah.
Always, it never happens that daylight savings hits the right weekend.
Never. Never once.
Never once.
Yeah, wow. We have been going for 9 hours basically.
Yeah, it's been a really good ride though.
I agree. It's been a lot of fun.
Every time I watch or play or commentate or whatever for one of these rotisserie drafts, I learn way more about the format.
Oh, sure, because you're able to see a ton of matches get played with a huge variety of decks and game plans.
Yep. So I asked Jed about not picking Wormcoil Engine because I thought that was just a complete. He consciously avoided it. He didn't think. He said he didn't think it matched up well against the other decks. He'd rather have Steel Hellkite. I'm
the
not
other
sure
7 people in the pod disagreed with him,
Yeah.
and I think the results agree with the people disagreeing with him.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, you know, if he slammed a Wormcoil Engine in his deck, he'd be 4-0 or anything.
No.
But I don't think that he's in a point where
Gitaxian
you know,
Probe.
he was correct. Surgical,
Ancient Grudge,
Thirst,
and Fabricate, I think?
No.
Oh, Time Spiral.
Time Spiral.
Yeah, that's what the other card is.
Fortunately, that's not a discard spell. That's just a quick peek.
It's almost a hoser against Jesse. Like, you just don't have a graveyard anymore. Have fun.
Also, like, he just has that random surgical that he's just gonna.
Yeah.
Unless Jesse can deal with it, he can just get that reanimate target right out.
And all the other copies.
Peter does need to draw a land, otherwise he's not gonna be able to do too much. I think if he gets to a land, he can cast Thirst for Knowledge.
Well, no, he's got the second island in his hand, so he had one in play, and he showed 2 islands when Jesse Gitaxian Probe.
No, he showed the. Oh, is there another?
Yeah,
island?
there's another island as the bottom
Got it.
card that you can't
Okay.
quite see because of the hand cams.
I think he just hit Taiga.
Yep, he did. So yeah, I mean now he's totally fine because he can cast Ancient Grudge for Null
Oh,
Rod.
absolutely.
He can cast Thirst for Knowledge. You know, he has options now, which has got to be really nice for him.
You know, Jesse has some options here too. He has Chain of Vapor in his hand,
Right.
which is going to be really useful if Peter actually tries to combo off.
Yep. 3.
Looks like we are on.
Oh, Ancestral. Oh, no, not Ancestral. Can't be Ancestral. What on earth did he just cast?
Maybe cast Brainstorm and
Has
he's
a black
floating some
floating?
mana.
Yeah, because it is Darkwater Catacombs, I suppose.
Looks like that was
Oh,
end,
yes.
end of turn.
Yeah, okay.
You never know. He might draw into like something. I don't
Yeah.
think he even has anything to cast.
I don't
one
think he
black,
does either.
but not that he could cast.
Stephen
it instant
Berklet
speed.
has Vampiric Tutor, so.
Yep. No booster tutor in this format.
Oh, he could have drawn Entomb.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, that's the one card he could have hit.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's free value, so you might as well. Oh, look, Painter's Servant. So he hit Painter's Servant off of the Thirst, so I'll have to see if he...
Discard Chromatic Star.
discarding
That card's
Chromatic
not
Star.
real. So that card doesn't actually matter right now, right?
Nope, it does not. He just tries to... I'm pretty sure you just try and get there off of Painter's Servant at this point, since he's now drawn one of the combo pieces that he needed. Oh, he's discarding Ancient Grudge and the Island.
Interesting.
So he really wants to keep the Chromatic Star. Maybe if his down card is... no, it's not a Reshape or a Transmute Artifact. So now he's got Frantic Search after that all resolves to try and dig a couple of cards deeper and just hits a pair of islands. So not a whole lot happening there. Discarding Woodfall Primus and I think Ashen Rider was the other card. Yeah, it was Ashen Rider. Okay, and yeah, the other card was the Brainstorm that he cast. So Peter draws for his turn. He hits Transmute Artifact, so, I mean, that's a thing.
Peter has a lot of ways to get things done, but he's going to have to fight through some significant hate from Jesse.
I mean, Jesse's got Shane in his hand, but I don't actually see a whole lot else that he can necessarily do. I mean, there's the Chromatic Star to just kind of start things off on a small note, but, you know, he's still got the Surgical Extraction. If he resolves Transmute, he's going to kind of go big.
I mean, he can just transmute for Grindstone here, get a free card out of it.
Yeah.
And then he can't untap Painter's Servant unless he has another land. Does he have another land in his hand?
I don't believe so. Yeah, it's... So I think he just transmutes. Like, I hope so, anyways. Like, he could just transmute it straight up for Grindstone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, so there's City of Brass was his other land, so he's tapping for 3 to cast Transmute to get rid of Chromatic Star. I have to assume he's going for Grindstone here.
And clearly his plan by bidding Ancient Grudge is that he gets to use it this turn if he has to.
Yep.
It's available to him for the green mana as opposed to having the 2 mana up, which he
Oh,
wouldn't
Fairy
have been able to
Macabre,
do.
that's the other card in his hand. So yeah,
Oh.
he's... Even if he doesn't go off this turn, he's very well set to keep Jesse from going off, which is at least as important to him.
Did he actually draft Fairy Macabre? I didn't even see him
he took
draft
Fairy
that.
Macabre.
Okay.
He took it relatively late. It was
Sweet.
like late 20s, early 30s. Okay, so the Transmute gets muddled. He still draws a card off a Chromatic Star at least.
Yep.
Which looked like Great Furnace. So, you know, he doesn't go off this turn, but Jesse's also not doing anything for quite
Yeah.
some time.
He's going to keep Jesse off of anything relevant, but Jesse does still have Chain of Vapor. Jesse's hit a string of lands between his Frantic Search and his draw steps.
Yep.
He does have both of his colors. He can cast his spells. He just doesn't have anything to cast.
Yeah, I mean, and there's no point to him casting. Like, he can't cast Chain because there's no non-land permanents
No,
even in
and
play.
I think you need to save it for when
that's
Peter
Mere Battle
goes
Sphere.
to go off.
Yeah.
You don't want to try and just
I agree.
squeeze it in whenever, right?
Yeah. I mean, and Peter can't... Can he just? I can't imagine that he can just run Painter's Servant. Well, I guess he can.
That's an interesting option.
I mean,
I like saving it, although he does know that Jesse has some discard.
yeah, that's fair.
Jesse does have Mind Twist. Like, he may just not want to get caught and get half his hand twisted away.
Yeah, that's reasonable. So, I mean, Jesse at this point has got to just be looking to find more spells. He just needs something to do. The game's just not going anywhere. And he casts Recurring Nightmare. There we go.
That's not really going to do much. He's going to have to draw into a looter or something for that to be relevant.
Well, I mean, it's already not going to do much because he's got the Surgical Extraction. Like, it's just not
Sure.
going to do anything.
Yep.
To answer a question in the chat, the way it goes, Van Gogh, is essentially first pick takes a card, goes down to 8th pick. 8th pick takes 2 cards, and then 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, and back and forth and back and forth. So it kind of wheels its way around. So, all right, well, there's the Null Rod. He can't really... Actually, you know what he could do? He can play Null Rod. When it gets Ancient Grudged, he Chain of Vapors it back to his own hand. It gets rid of the flashback Ancient Grudge, so that
I don't think that Peter uses Ancient Grudge until
he needs to
ready
go off.
Go.
Yeah, that's fair.
He has Time Spiral in his hand. You know, he could Ancient Grudge then Time Spiral and try and draw into a pretty good hand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's at a point where he can do that right now.
Yeah. Is he going for it? He's going for it.
I think he is. And the great part is he does have a lot of hate in his hand.
To his own hand.
Yep. It's exactly the line that you said.
Yeah, it gets rid of the Ancient Grudge.
Yeah.
I think Peter would have been better off taking the line you were talking about, just waiting. Like, he doesn't have to cast Ancient Grudge now. Oh, and he sacks a land to re-Chain of Vapor and hit Painter's Servant. That was a very not bad end of turn. I mean, now there is an opening, though, so, like, if he hits a Tinker, the game's just done, but...
Also, he can just cast Mere Battlesphere here.
Yep.
Which is not a bad option to have.
It's not a bad option at all.
He can also just cast Time Spiral for value, although I don't think that's necessary.
I would rather cast Battlesphere. Like,
I
he
would
has
rather cast
so
Battlesphere.
many cards in his hand. Oh,
6.
he's tapping 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. He might just be casting Time Spiral.
Huh.
That'd be...
He must not have enough confidence in Mere Battlesphere being able to win the game, which is really surprising to me because Mere Battlesphere doesn't care about Null Rod.
Nope.
He has 2 different ways in his hand to deal with reanimate spells.
Yep. I can't imagine... he's casting the Battlesphere. I cannot imagine casting Time Spiral when I have the 2 best solutions to my opponent's deck in my hand.
Plus, like, he can always resolve his Painter Servant next turn and have Boomerang mana up for the Null Rod.
Battle Ball, go!
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and now he's just got this massive board that Jesse has to deal with. Like, that's a very, very big beating if Jesse does not have a solution very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to start taking, what, 12 a turn?
Yep, 12 a turn, and does not actually have a solution in hand to it. So, like, I mean, you recast Null Rod, 12 you're at 5.
Yep.
Fairy Macabre.
Yeah, between Fairy Macabre, Surgical Extraction, it's going to be really hard for Jesse to do anything here.
Peter just wins this game off of the beatdown plan now. I mean, it's not the usual way to get there, but his deck, when your fallback plan is Mere Battlesphere my opponent out, it's not exactly a bad way to play the game.
Yeah, I'm glad he reconsidered that Time Spiral. It looked like he was going to Time Spiral.
It looked like he was tanking really hard.
And it was just like, well, I mean, don't get me wrong, if he draws perfect and draws into both halves of a combo, that's great and all, but it's not going to be good enough. Whereas Battlesphere will close out the game. He still gets to keep all the good cards in his hand.
Yep.
Get some real mirror tokens in there.
I mean, and what's Jesse going to do at this point? Like, he can't, like, Jace doesn't do anything. He has to try and reanimate. Yeah, okay, so he casts, what, Footsteps of the Goryo.
Yep.
Gets Surgical Extraction.
Yep.
And that's pretty much going to be that, I think.
I mean, Jesse has a draw step, I suppose. He doesn't know that Peter has Fairy Macabre in his hand.
Yeah. So Peter goes to 16.
His life total is entirely irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, he hits for 12.
Yep.
Jesse goes to 5, and he's got 1 draw step, and that draw step really doesn't matter.
I mean, it might matter. He, for example, if he hits, like, Gristlebrand...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's short on mana to be able to cast it by 1.
I mean...
Yep, so that's the game. He just scoops him up.
That's it.
Going to game 3, yeah. All right, so Peter Beckfield takes game 2 with the old Battle Rattle plan.
You know, it's not like it's even really a backup plan. His deck's great at attacking from a bunch of different angles.
Yep.
Sometimes he's just going to slam, the Battlesphere in place. Sometimes he's going to Time Vault you. Jesse has some cards that are effective in general, like that Chain of Vapor. It was cute that he Chain of Vapored and did the...
It was a cute
entirely
play.
Irrelevant.
I mean, it was irrelevant, but at the same time, Chain of Vapor's not really going to do a whole lot. It's best option because, like, he plays the Null Rod, knows it's going to get Ancient Grudge. At that point, looking at the valuation of the cards in his hand, I can see Chain of Vapor's its best use is...
Oh, absolutely.
I get this, I sack a land, and then get his Painter Servant to set him back on a combo another turn,
Yep.
because he just needed to stall for turns at that point.
Well, the point I guess I'm trying to make is that they fought over this null rod
Yeah.
that was not impacting the game in the end, because
Yeah, that's fair.
That's actually not true. That
It
null rod
stopped
not
the
being
Pentad
played
Prism.
stopped the Pentad Prism.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I mean, sacrificing the land that he did to do the second Chain of Vapor stopped Jesse from being able to draw Gristlebrand, because he would be able to play 8th land Gristlebrand and at least keep himself alive.
I mean, that's the thing. Gristlebrand only keeps him alive for a turn there. I mean, I
it
was saying
kills-
that's one of his outs.
it kills Battlesphere
It does
and puts
kill
him
the
back at
Battlesphere,
8.
but Peter will still have 4 1/1s in
Yeah,
play.
no, that's entirely reasonable.
And still have Fairy Macabre, so it's not like Jesse could just reanimate something.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's still not the best shape for him to be in.
Did Jesse have the Echoing Truth, or did that go to Josh?
I think Jesse has both Echoing Truth and
I mean,
Chain
because
of Vapor.
that was like the only thing I was thinking of is if he drawing Gristlebrand, he puts himself up to 8.
Echoing Truth the tokens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still think even if that line happens, Peter's still in pretty good control. Or not Peter.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Peter's still in
Peter's
really
still
good
in
control.
very good shape.
Yep.
Yeah. Chat very clearly rooting for Peter Beckfield here.
Absolutely. Why not? He's in the lead, 3-1.
Yeah, Charles was playing Stephen Berklid when I walked out of the room, and Paul and Jed Dalbeer were fighting to not be in last place.
It's a noble fight.
It's a very noble fight to not be the 8th. I mean, the nice thing is Jesse is going to be on... Well, I guess being on the play doesn't really matter, because Peter's solutions to the graveyard don't require mana anyways. He's got
mana.
Surgical Extraction and Fairy Macabres.
And Jesse, I mean, his deck is pretty consistent. I don't think he's going to turn 1 too much. I mean, he can entomb into a turn 2. It looks like Peter has Pentad Prism,
he has
Painter Servant, and Mana
Crypt.
Crypt.
Yeah, okay,
Yep.
so his hand's not bad.
Well, I mean, it's not bad. He has some acceleration. He has Enlightened Tutor, so he can win. He has no way to beat Disruption, though.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. I mean, he's got Boomerang in his hand.
Oh, does he? I
Yeah.
missed the Boomerang.
Yeah, he's got the Boomerang in his hand, so that's a thing. And he just draws, or he just draws
raw
Grindstone.
dog Grindstone.
Yeah, turn 2, get you. Mana Crypt. Painter Servant.
Yep.
Grindstone.
Yep.
I gotcha.
Yep. Now, does Jesse have Null Rod?
No,
it
he does
doesn't
not
look
have
like
it in his
it.
hand. That is not
That's
Null
not
Rod.
it. So that's
That's
well,
the
that's a fast one.
Peter Beckfield takes game 3 and advances to 4-1. Jesse Wilkie
literal
falls to 2-2.
2 turns. Peter wraps that one up.
I mean, that's exactly what Peter's deck is there to do, and that was his second combo that he drafted.
Absolutely. That's what happens in Vintage. Sometimes you have these long, grindy games where you fight over a card and you go back and forth, and sometimes you just lose before you draw your second card.
Like, he just draws Grindstone on turn 2. Guess I'll go for it. Do you have the Force of Will? No? All right.
Yep. Pretty impressive.
You have Force of Will or Chain of Vapor.
So with that, Peter moves to 4-1, and for now, in sole possession of first place. I feel pretty good. He was my dark horse.
Yeah, he was.
And he's doing all right out there.
He's not
really
doing
is.
badly. We were both real big fans of his deck coming out of the draft. I
Yeah.
mean, we have so far correctly predicted things like Peter and Charles.
Yeah. Drawing that Grindstone with Mana Crypt and Painter Servant, you could actually...
And especially off that turn 1, too. Like, Island go.
Yeah.
You dead.
You're dead. and you could even see in just Wilkie's hand movements how just kind of let down he was.
All right,
I
well,
guess.
you got it.
Yeah, I guess you got me. So we should have another match coming up here pretty soon.
See if we can get Josh Ventura's next match, maybe?
Yeah, Josh or even Charles's match. Some of the folks that are in the lead here. See if we can shuffle them over, or maybe even in between games move them over.
Yeah.
We're slowly getting to a point where we're getting towards the end of this. In theory, everyone plays 7 rounds.
Yep.
It's round robin.
About half the players are at round 5, half of them are at round 4.
4 to 5. Yep.
I assume most of them are actually at round 5 and just haven't bothered to come in and tell us standings, so we'll have to see how that goes.
Yep. So with that, Peter Beckfield moves to 4-1. Yeah, and he is
Peter Beckfield
making
with the
some
professional
motions.
celebrations.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess
closest thing to an end zone dance you can have in a vintage rotisserie draft.
That is the closest thing to a touchdown you could have.
Yeah,
in a vintage rotisserie
that's pretty
draft.
reasonable.
Yep, absolutely. So Given how this draft went, what do you think? Do you think that Reanimator will be a popular pick? Do you think that?
I think it's still going to be, but I mean, it's just sometimes you're just going to lose to this because like Jesse's clearly got a very, very good deck. He has a Reanimator deck that is able to back it up with Force of Will. He's got Chain of Vapor. Like he has Null Rod in a Reanimator deck with a Force of Will backup. He's got these things that work very well, but Peter's deck can just kill you.
You know, we talked about Jesse having the better of the two Reanimator decks.
He still did have to fight for some cards.
He did have to fight for some cards, and I think it cost both of them. Like right now, between the two of them, they're 2-4. One of those wins from Wilkie is beating Paul.
Yeah.
So I think the inbreeding between the two decks during the draft, I think it really just spoiled both of their plans. It's one of those like, if you're not going to win, neither of us are going to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think hopefully that's kind of a lesson. Like maybe you shouldn't be fighting over these cards, but.
Peter Beckfield lost to Josh Ventura to answer a question in the chat. So Josh, when I walked over to the game, Peter had just landed Welder and Painter Servant and was going to win on the next turn, and Josh just had Detention Sphere to get rid of Painter Servant and then just killed him with Geist of Saint Draft.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just lose to the fair deck. Like every game. I mean, we've seen two matches of Peter so far that have been decided by Game 3 high variance. I mean, against Berkeley, it was Game 3. Top deck what I need to win. Against Jesse, Game 3, just get you on turn 1.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we looked at his hand this game and we said, he's really set up to have a great game with the Enlightened Tutor, and he just didn't even need it. Just draw that Grindstone. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
What is it, a 1 in 33 off?
Yeah.
Sure. That's decent odds. Also Mana Crypt, just the actual perfect.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be pretty interesting to see how things play out from here. Really, the three that are in the running here are Peter, Charles, and Josh. Yep.
I mean, that's kind of impressive. Like Peter got the Time Vault combo deck. Charles is the last champion drafting the same deck that let him win last time. Same green blue tempo idea. Josh Ventura is his first vintage rotisserie draft. Just shows up, drafts a straight blue white deck, and still just punches people in the face for 5 rounds.
And I thought he took a good look at like how the last rotisserie draft went. Mm-hmm. And said, I think that a good blue-white control shell with some amount of pressure is actually a great way to break this format. And admittedly, we gave him a hard time during the draft for skipping all those power cards and just
second and third
taking...
pick were Stoneforge Batterskull. That it's just they just weren't on the power level that everyone else was taking. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it's still working for him.
And I still think that he could probably have had some better choices of cards in his deck.
Sure.
Had he, he even said he could probably got those like 5th and 6th round or something.
Yeah.
But still, he's, he really figured out a good way to attack the decks. Also, he's drawing well. I've seen him play Lotus quite a bit.
Yeah.
Lotus into turn 1. Anything in this format is going to be really good against most of these decks.
Yep.
Like I said, Lotus into Glen Eldritch Archmage, Lotus into Geist of Saint Draft. Even just Lotus, even just the threat of Lotus makes your opponent play a little bit differently.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. Because, you never know. Like, Island Go, he's got 4 mana.
Absolutely.
Like, they're just going to beat those games.
Absolutely. So we should probably get another match on the stream here. I'm not sure where people are at. We're going to take a brief break, arrange for another match to get on stream, make sure our standings are up to date. Hopefully we'll get one of the leaders up there, hopefully Josh, Charles, or Peter again. So thanks again for watching. We'll be back in 1 second while we just arrange for our next match, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks.
See you in a bit.
All right, who's playing? It is Josh Ventura on the right versus Charles on the left. It's 1-1 also. Yeah, it's 1-1.
All right, we are back. So we actually pulled over a game. This is Charles Dupont and Josh Ventura. They're actually in Game 3. So these are 2 of our leaders, 2 people that are positioned to actually wrap up in the lead. So this match is actually pretty important. One of these guys is going to take their second loss after this.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are no intentional draws.
Yeah, and I mean,
in
and
rotisserie draft.
we're on game 3 too, so it's not even like this is the start of the match. This is the point where one of them figures out that they are definitely in first, or whether we have a bunch of games still to play.
Yeah, I mean, if Josh wins, he moves to 4-1, ties with Peter, and Charles DuPont takes his second loss. Charles will only have one more match to play.
Yep.
He can still actually come in tied for first if that's the case. If Charles wins, he holds on to first. He actually takes single first place, but Peter can obviously catch back up.
And in the case of a head-to-head between the two of them, Peter, Charles' one loss is to Peter.
Yeah, that's
far.
right.
So I mean, even if he wins, if he and Peter both end up at 6-1 right now, if we're forcing a final match, it's already gone that way once before.
Absolutely. So just as a reminder, Charles is playing that Bant tempo deck. He's got Absorb. He has Channel Emrakul. He has Channel Banefire.
Channel Ulamog.
Channel Ulamog. He centers around Channel, which he has in his hand this game.
Yep.
He has
Mental Misstep on the Mystical Tutor.
Trying to get something to go with that channel.
So 2.
I missed what spell he cast.
It was Mystical Tutor that got Mental Misstepped.
No, I saw that, but what is he casting here? Oh, he didn't actually put anything to play.
Yeah, he's not actually trying to cast anything. Days. Oh, trying to cast something else?
It looks like maybe they were fighting over that Mystical Tutor.
Oh, yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah. Josh is playing that blue-white control deck that we were talking about earlier. He has Lotus, so he has... And Lotus is actually gone
3,
out
4,
through
5.
play.
And
And that is a bribery.
Oh, boy.
Charles
And
has Emrakul.
in his deck.
Is it in his hand?
No, it is
I
not.
don't think it is.
His hand has Ulamog in it
So
and
does
Primeval Titan, so
Charles
he just
have
gets...
a way to deal with this?
No, he does not. There's very few ways to deal with an in-play Emrakul.
I mean, Charles
sure...
has Hevel, but there's no way he can get to 6.
He
Oh no,
can't-
there is. He
Channel.
could channel into Hevel.
Yeah. He has.
He has to have a green source. He has channel. I don't know if he has Hevel.
If he hits he does not have Hevel in his hand. He has Plow Under. That's
Well, that's not
game.
gonna do it.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
just everything.
I'm glad we took all the time to get this on. He can't actually cast channel because he doesn't have
Yeah.
a green source. I think.
Windfall. It's just seeing if he can draw anything, I guess.
That's reasonable. I mean, you got to try and draw to your outs, but I don't think he has outs.
Yep,
to
and
draw
that's
to.
the game. All right. So for all that build-up, Josh Ventura takes the game 2-1 and moves to 4-1. Charles DuPont falls to 4-2.
You know, so right now it's Josh and Peter that are in solid first place at tied at 4-1.
Yep.
Peter has. Have Peter and Josh played heads up yet?
They have. Oh yes, they have. Josh is Peter's one loss.
So Josh
is-
has the tiebreak on the
Yep.
two of them. That'll be pretty interesting to see how that plays out.
They both have 2 games left to play. I believe Josh mentioned he's not played Jesse and Paul. Those 2 Reanimator decks, they both have to be pretty good matchups for him.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's
For Josh,
Yeah.
he's got a lot of counter magic. He has some decent hate.
Yeah.
He even has cards like Mana War.
Yeah.
That are going to serve him pretty well.
Somebody in
I'm
chat
not-
pointed out there was a direct out in that game that we were missing for Charles. If he'd drawn a green source, he can just channel Ulamog in his hand and kill Emrakul.
Oh, sure.
I mean, because that's not a colored spell. So yeah, it is. That was impressive. So all right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and step away from the desk then
Sure.
and go try and find us another match to go cast. So
Cool.
I will be back here in
Let's
just a
get
second.
one lined up and see if possible, if we can get one of Peter, Josh, Charles,
Yeah.
or even Jesse.
Sure.
You know,
Josh has to play Jesse, so I can just see if I can get Jesse to stick around and play against Josh,
or Josh to stick
or
around
Josh
play.
to stick around and play against
Yeah,
Jesse.
we can give that a shot.
Okay.
What's that? Charles. That's totally fine.
Okay,
That
Charles
one works.
next. Okay, sure.
So we'll actually get
Okay, so Charles
Jed
is
and
staying.
Charles. Can you just hop in right now?
Are you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Sweet.
All right,
so we're
never
gonna have Charles versus Jed Dalbier.
I got it.
All right, and Jed's gonna be on the play, which not sure how relevant that is here.
It might be kind of relevant. I mean, Jed has some explosive starts.
He's just gotta hit him.
He's got to hit him. He has to find ways to close out the game. You know, Jed's 1-4 right now. He's really not doing too hot. His deck in general hasn't been working out too well for him. That said, he has a lot of explosive draws that he can hit. If Charles stumbles at all along the way,
Yeah.
it's definitely easy to see a world where Jed wins.
The workshop starts work just as well for him
Yeah.
as well.
That said, I think if it's a fair fight,
Yeah.
I think that Charles is going to have the advantage. I mean, Jed has no real way of interacting with Charles.
Yeah.
He can play things like Sphere of Resistance and Lodestone Column. I don't think Charles is going to care that much.
Not really, no. He can just generate the mana to make it happen. Like Trinisphere, oh, no. Well, I guess my channel costs 3.
Yeah, all of the lines that Charles is going to take are probably going to be really similar.
Agreed.
And after taking that loss, I'm pretty sure Charles is going to be pushing hard to close out strong. This will be Charles's last match. If he finishes at 5-2, he's still very well within
Still
reach.
in good reach of second, at least.
Unfortunately, I think Charles's both losses are to the people above him.
Yep, his 2 losses are to Peter and Josh. Then
That's going to make it really hard for him to repeat.
Yep.
Although at 4-1, they both have 2 matches left to play. There's a world where Charles wins this match and Peter and Josh lose out.
Yep, that is. I mean, it's possible. That said, considering Josh, not to bag on the guy, but one of Josh's remaining matches is Paul, who's not been having the best day so far.
That's true.
Like we were talking about both of his remaining matches.
Well, we were talking
that's
about
a start that Jed wanted to see. Alrighty.
That's a pretty interesting start. You have to assume that if he took that line, he probably at least has 1 or 2 artifacts
Charles
left
has
in his
drawn
hand.
the world's most useless balance. This is the worst deck in the room to have drawn that against, because Jed does not care about the artifacts at all.
No, but he can turn to balance away the Metal Worker.
The Metal Worker, I guess, but he'd be pitching a whole bunch of cards in his own hand
Yeah,
to do it.
he'd be like 4 for 1-ing
yeah, because
himself.
Jed's
somehow
gonna
to
like
do
empty his hand on his next turn.
it. Charles does have Channel in his hand, but no real good way to cast it yet.
Yep.
He did draw Ulamog, but he pondered and didn't hit lands.
And Jed has hit Armageddon too, so yeah, we will. So reveal 1.
Reveal
yeah.
and play Coalition Relic.
Yep. We'll attack you for 1, and then play Coalition Relic.
Nature's Claim is not a land for Charles,
That is correct.
so we're probably going to see him discard.
Oh, he kept a 1-lander, and it's not even green.
He kept a 1-lander with a Ponder.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
assuming he shuffled with Ponder. I don't like
He did
keeping a
shuffle with
1-lander
Ponder. That's still just the roughest possible thing that could have happened to him. I mean, because now Jed gets a chance to really hit everything that he's looking for. Like, just having a couple of turns where his opponent can't do anything to give him time. I mean, to draw something
Does
to
he
follow
even
it up.
have anything in his hand? He has, I think,
No,
Azorius Signet.
he's got Azorius Signet.
Is that Seal of Cleansing?
Yeah, it's Seal of Cleansing, Ravages of War, and then something. I can't see the third card because he's
can't
flicking
either.
it by too quickly.
I mean, did you just get in here for 1?
I doubt it. Oh, yeah.
I actually think it might be fine. Is it Metamorph?
Yeah.
I mean, I think especially if Charles draws a second land, I think you just snap.
Oh, yeah,
Geddon.
absolutely. If he draws a second land, you snap Geddon.
Although Charles did draw a Time Walk.
Just discarded the balance. He's just still not hitting lands. This Metalworker's eventually going to find something big to cast.
I mean, it's been just attacking for 1 for a couple of turns.
Sure, but eventually he's going to draw more than one other
Terrible.
artifact to have in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he drew Workshop. I think that's what the card is. Just gets in there for 1 again. 2, 4, 5. Casts Ravages with a mana floating.
You might as well here. You want to play your Mishra's Workshop. Or not
Factory.
Workshop, Factory, sorry.
Yeah.
And, it's just sitting in your hand. Your opponent already has shown that he can't do anything with a single land.
Charles just doesn't get to play Magic this game.
No,
which,
and it's unfortunate, but I mean, this is kind of what we were talking
Freya.
about with Jed. If Charles stumbles,
Yep.
he's got a real shot at it, and this is about as stumbly as you can get.
Yeah,
Charles
absolutely.
has no permanence in play, has been drawing and discarding, but Jed doesn't really have a big clock.
Yep. I
You
mean,
know,
he's
he's attacking
hitting
for
for
3.
3. It's like he's at 11, but Jed's not really taking anything else. And Charles just gets destroyed by his own 1-land hand, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The Ponder did not, find him the cards that he needed. And
Well, this is why you play best 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
If you have to punt 1 like this, it's really unfortunate. Charles kept a pretty speculative hand, and it bit him back. So
yep.
yeah, Jed is 1 and 4.
I mean, and Jed also just drew a Karn, so like this game is pretty over.
Oh, he has Karn.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Um.
it's gonna be really hard for Yeah, I'm going to reveal all of these.
Yeah, reveal for
I'm pretty
6.
sure it's just reveal these, make you scoop, right?
Yeah,
and
he
that's
just-
exactly
he just
what it is. Okay.
Um,
Jed Dalbeer takes game
Game
1
one.
against a no permanent Charles DuPont.
DuPont. Yep. So we'll have to see how games 2 and 3 go. I feel like Charles is probably going to have at least a much better odds. I mean, because like if he just hit a second land, his hand would have been fine.
The big problem there was he kept the shaky keep, and
Yep.
it caught him. It's going to happen, especially that is Charles's style.
Yep.
He will keep shaky hands.
Second only to Charles Wong.
He will keep hands that have like that one land ponder, and his argument will always be, well, I have all these other pieces in my hand. All I have to draw is lands.
Yeah.
And he's actually done that in general to great success throughout his Magic play career. So
I mean, that was actually a question that Gavin Verhey asked on Twitter recently. He asked, would you rather be mana flooded or mana screwed? And a whole bunch of the pros replied that they'd rather be mana screwed, because then as soon as you start drawing lands, you have action. You have spells that you can do. So if Charles is just taking the same tack, he just played the odds and said, well, I have a draw step plus ponder plus a draw step to hit a land, with
Also,
16 other in the deck, and he's got he's got a Mox in there.
if you're mana screwed, once you start drawing into lands, you can plan what you want to do. When you're mana flooded, you're at the mercy of the real cards that you draw.
Right.
I think in Charles's case, like, he was in good shape. If he drew 2 to 3 lands over the course of his first 5 or 6 turns.
I agree.
I mean, Jed did not have a big clock, and Charles knows that Jed is not going to put a lot of pressure on him.
Yep.
So that's probably why he kept a shaky hand like that. Also, Charles just loves to gamble. So
Yeah,
let's be
that is-
real. He's probably just spinning the dice there. It doesn't catch him, all the time. So
Yep, that'll do it. And I mean, it's got to be frustrating going straight from the loss that he had to Josh of that game 3 last game to, going straight into a game where you don't get to draw a second land ever.
yeah, it was an unfortunate string, but I think that I think he can rebound here. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's got another game to pull it
I
together.
think the
His deck
records
is
already
very
show.
solid.
Yeah, the records show that Charles's deck is considerably better than Jed's deck, and I think actually Charles's deck matches up against Jed's deck pretty well.
Yeah.
He just has to be able to cast his spells. Who do you have left to play, Josh?
Wilkie and
Paul Waite.
Wilkie and I are going to take camera next.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so Jed's got a Grim Monolith and Winter Orb in his hand, so he's relatively happy with his start.
Winter Orb is probably pretty subpar against Charles in general.
Yep, because he's got a lot of creature, and I mean,
Yeah,
he's
creatures,
got the Sapphire in his
Garrick,
hand. He's
yeah,
got
Sapphire.
Chromox.
Yep. It's still not terrible, but I probably would have boarded it
And
out.
he started with Oxidize, too. So this game is definitely starting off on a better note. He
I mean,
can
he can
actually
cast
his
spells,
spells,
yeah.
yeah. And Jed takes a mulligan. Alrighty. So yeah, this is definitely at least looking to be more of a game. We'll have to see how Jed... I'm not sure how well Jed's deck mulligans, because he doesn't draw a ton of extra cards every turn.
No, I mean, he can still draw really explosive 6-card hands, just based on all the acceleration he has. But I don't think his deck mulligans
Having
very
one less
well.
card to go for an explosive start means it's going to be really rough.
Yep.
Because, I mean, he needs every card he can get to draw both the mana to be able to play big things and big things to cast with all the mana that he makes. So, with 6 cards, you raise your chances of only drawing half of that, or not even.
I think Jed in general just has a lot of subpar cards against Charles's deck. Geddon's not going to be very exciting. Like, obviously, even in that match, it was just a, raise.
Yeah, pretty much.
He did draw Workshop in this draw.
And Metal
He has
Worker.
a few different lands. Metal Worker.
Yeah.
It's certainly a keep.
Yeah, it's definitely a keep. Charles just gonna reinforce Sapphire and pass.
Yeah, he has no reason
Workshop,
to do really
Metal
anything.
Worker, go, get oxidized.
Yeah. I think he oxidizes here. Even with Jed mulliganing, like
and he's got Eternal Witness to bring back the oxidize. So yeah, he absolutely oxidizes here. This is going to be a very sweet start to just slow Jed down and just let Charles get into the game.
The thing is Charles really doesn't have anything to follow up.
Yeah.
Like, he'll have Eternal Witness in play, Oxidize in hand, which is fantastic, of course, against Jed. but he's not going to have that much of a clock.
Yep, Stomping Ground coming into play untapped, so he's going to 17, easily worth it to be able to just oxidize the play. And yeah, and that's pretty much just stopped the early run out of the gates from Jed. I mean, he's got the workshop, but now he needs to have something else to follow it up.
Yep.
And there's the Eternal Witness bringing back Oxidize, just like we were talking about.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he already knows his next play is probably getting Oxidized, too.
He has Tezzeret the Seeker in his hand also.
That's,
Not that
like,
he's a long way from
Tezzeret's, as I say,
casting it.
Tezzeret's useless when it's like that, though,
Yeah.
because, like, you can't use the mana for... You know, you can't use 3 of his mana for that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why he just used it to cast a Signet here, just so he can have, you know, like, what else is he going to do with that 3 mana? Nothing.
Yeah, a lot of people have ragged on the workshop deck a little bit, just because, like, you end
Oh,
up
he's got
having
Sphere
this.
of Resistance in his hand.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, that's 2 Sphere go.
Oh, he actually didn't have to.
Yeah,
tap
he didn't.
his
He did not
island.
have to tap his island. There's not much he can do.
I don't
with
think
it,
it's going to
but,
matter.
I mean,
but
Charles is just going to pay 2 to oxidize it.
he might not. Yeah, Charles has a lot of land in play.
Yeah, that's fair. It's almost hurting. They've got basically, I don't know.
If Jed wants to cast any non-artifact spells, it's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, that's fair.
for him to do that through Sphere of Resistance. Whereas Charles has 4 land in play. He has access to a lot of other mana, or he has 4 mana sources in play.
Yeah.
One's a Mox. Like he has things like Birds of
Birds.
Paradise.
Yep.
I don't think he cares about that at all.
I mean, and he can
just
still
play
cast
around
the
it.
oxidize right
Yep.
now.
Tap the island.
What's
You
that?
can't filter mana through, is it Signet?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you have to tap the island there.
All right, and
That's
there's Thorn of Amethyst.
How about
so-
this? He didn't have to tap the Is It Signet though. That's the one.
Yeah.
I have a sweet story
Yeah.
from the Paul Peter Beckfield match.
Yeah.
Paul turned 2 on the play Ionis. Peter, name's Blue.
Yep.
So Peter just casts Time Vault. Says go. Plays his 3rd land, says go. Enlightened Tutors at the end of Paul's turn for
Multi-key.
Voltea Key. Puts it on top. Untaps. He's got 3 lands. He silences Paul. Paul looks at his hand, and he's got Power Sink in his hand, but doesn't know what it does, and is like, Power Sink you for 2?
Oh, God.
Not realizing what it... Like, he thought he was just countering the silence. And then maybe Peter would pay or
Wow.
what have you, but just Stone Cold gets him with a card that he didn't know what it did.
That's pretty good.
All right, so in the meantime, Jed had cast an Ensnaring Bridge that just immediately got oxidized from Charles. Like he can't let that go through.
That's a card Charles will have a very hard time beating.
Yeah.
Charles's deck wins in general by attacking.
That does not work, Jed.
Yep, you can't activate Is It Signet with.
All right, we're
Mishra's
gonna send
Workshop.
somebody out there. Cannot actually turn on Signet with.
He
Workshop.
actually can't cast that spell, can he?
No, he can.
Can he?
Yeah, he can just tap the Tundra for it and untap the Signet and tap 4 to pay for it.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So okay, yeah. So he untaps the Workshop on his turn. Plays mana Vault.
Okay. So he has Tezzeret the Seeker. What's the other card in Jed's hand?
I actually haven't been able to see. He keeps flicking his cards back and forth faster than I can read them. So I can see Tezzeret, and I can't see what the other card is. All right, so he untaps the island this turn. He has Ravages.
Yep, he drew Geddon. Do you think he casts Geddon here with Winter Orb in play?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think he needs to get Tezzeret in play first.
Yep, and that is
Mages of the Tabernacle.
Alrighty.
Well, that's a pretty good one. It makes Birds of Paradise just bad.
Yep. Void Slimed.
Or it just doesn't really resolve.
Yeah.
That's a 5-mana Void Slime for
Yep.
those of you counting at home.
For a 3-mana spell.
Absolutely.
Gets to untap a land, his birds, and his Mox Sapphire, so he's definitely not really unhappy right now.
So he has Regrowth.
Taps for, 2 to play the Noble Hierarch, you think, and then just bashes for 3?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So he just plays the Noble Hierarch, gets to keep a land untapped, bashes for 3 with the Eternal Witness, puts Jed to, 7, I think? Yeah.
Yeah, he's down to 7 now.
Yeah. Or he's going to be on his upkeep because Mana Vault.
Yep.
So he's got Tez, Ravages of War, and Metamorph in hand. I mean, 1, 2, 3. He can't really do a whole lot here. He's kind of managed to sphere himself out of this game.
Yeah.
Which is more than a little unfortunate.
Yeah, chat Jesse Hampton is saying that the Geddons are horrible. I agree. I don't know how you can leave them in against Charles. There are certainly matches in this draft that they're very good in. Like casting them against Josh Ventura sounds fantastic.
Sure.
But against Charles, like, I'm just Jed's deck just doesn't have a strategy. Like, he's going to play things like Thorn of Amethyst, then he's going to play things like Geddon, but he's not winning the game. He has no pressure. He has no, one of the things that I said to Jed,
Jed
when
falls
we're offline,
to 1, and
and that's going to be
that's
that.
a Plains, and that's about it for that. Like, I guess at this point he has to pay full price for a Metamorph to copy Eternal Witness just to have something to block.
It doesn't matter. He can attack with Exalted Birds of Paradise here and kill him.
Oh, yeah, that's very true.
Also, the Mana Vault will kill him.
Yeah, that's also true.
He might have even missed Mana Vault damage.
No, he's taken 2 Mana Vault damage so far, so he's gotten that every turn. But yeah, that's he gets back in Snaring Bridge and then just dies.
Yeah.
Or gets oxidized. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
All right, so Charles DuPont takes game 2.
Well, that kind of played out the way we thought it would when they were playing Fair Magic.
Yeah, when Charles DuPont gets to draw more than 1 land.
Yeah.
Kind of goes the way the rest of Jed's day has been going.
Yeah, the Geddons have not been that exciting when we've seen them in play. I did hear, Jed did get in a couple people out. But in general, I just don't think that it's going to be good enough against Charles's deck. I'm not sure if Jed has better board cards. I would hope that he does, because this isn't just not going to cut it.
It's not going to work out for him. To answer the question in chat, this is the second one that's been streamed. However, this is the first one that's actually being recorded and saved for posterity. We also tried to do it a little bit bigger than last time. Last time was a camera set up on a couple of cinder blocks and then people talking into a microphone in the other room. We've got a whole bunch of new equipment, well, not new equipment, but new to us, provided by Chris Cowan, Tacoma local, to be able to do this a little bit, well, a lot better than we had last time. It's been pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've actually done it with commentary, like real commentary.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've done it with, real AV equipment. And it's something, we're looking to do more of in the future if there's an interest. We've had a pretty good number of viewers all day, so I think, there is interest, and we're going to do this on a somewhat regular basis. So we'll see what happens from here. I think... I think overall interest has been really high, both from people that want to play, people that want to participate, people that want to do commentary, as well as just viewers. We really appreciate you guys watching. We don't really get anything out of this other than just having a good time. And I think everyone here has had a great day.
I don't know what
minus
you're
a couple
about.
People in.
I don't know what you're talking about. I got free fried chicken out of this. This is the best day I've had in a long, long time.
Wasn't terrible.
I get to hang out around degenerate Magic players, get to eat for free, and get to just hang out with people.
So we've done them. Chat's asking how often we do these. We've done them about monthly now.
Yeah, and I know that's the plan from Paul is to keep doing these about monthly or something
roughly
like that.
Once a month.
Yeah.
We should probably create some sort of like Facebook group so people can see when these are happening.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, the plan is to hopefully stream these going forward and, really have a good time with these.
So Jed might be back for the next one. I mean, the players tend to rotate in and out because there's obviously more than 8 people that want to do these drafts.
Yeah.
So, like, I know even this time there are a couple of new faces, like Nate and Josh were not in the last one. Jesse is only here because a previous player, Mike Thompson, was not able to show since he had a root canal today. It is also kind of a semi-casual event just among a bunch of people that are psychotically competitive from the get-go, so it ends up being a competitive event. When your buy-in, as Mike Thompson was mentioning in the chat, is medium to nice quality bottle of alcohol to get in, and the prizes are the bottles of alcohol that were used as buy-in.
Yep.
That's kind of the level of event that we're getting for.
Yeah, whoever goes home, the winner gets a modest little self-bar startup kit.
Modest?
Okay, it's a good 7 bottles of stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, I think they split 4-2-1-1. I don't know why they did that, but
did they decide on that?
I'm
Because as
not
far as
100%
I knew,
sure.
we were
I
still
thought it
in
was
the...
7-1.
Yeah, I thought we were doing 7-1. Second place gets first pick because that's what
Yeah.
we had talked about a couple of weeks ago. That may have changed.
Yeah.
These are held at the house of one of the Seattle locals around here. Paul Waite. This is his house that we're doing this at. He's got a place big enough that we're able to do the play in one room and the spectators in another. It's just been a whole lot of fun. Like, I watched the last one and it seemed pretty sweet. I don't know enough about the format to want to jump in, get both my feet wet, and set $40 worth of alcohol on fire, so I didn't play, but I volunteered to do commentary, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, back when I worked at Wizards, I did a few of these there. One we did, it was incredible. It was in one of the giant conference rooms at Wizards with all of the real cards laid out on the table.
Jeez.
And then if we drafted something that wasn't on the table, we went and got the real card.
Wow.
That was a lot of fun. That was my first one. I've done a couple of these since, and then there was so much interest in this one. I said, fine, I'll do the commentary, and it's been really interesting to see what happens so far. This game so far, like back to try and transition into what's really happening here. Charles starts with a quick noble hierarch.
Sphere
Foiled
resistance
a little bit.
isn't going to really bother him that much because it just means he's back on even footing. It just means he's back on even footing with Jed.
Yeah, and who knew Time Walk at 3 mana is still just totally fine.
Yeah, it's still really nice. Who knew?
Charles kind of built his deck to be able to really abuse Time Walk. He has Eternal Witness. He has Regrowth. He has Time Spiral.
Even being able to like Windfall away the Eldrazi to shuffle his graveyard back
Windfall.
in.
Yep.
Like he cast the same
Windfall.
Time Walk 5 times in a game earlier today. And just took a near infinite amount of turns.
Yep.
So, I mean, he's just going to ponder here. We saw he drew the Seal of Primordium, so, like, he's definitely not worried about anything that Jed's putting out.
No.
He's ahead on board because even if the Time Walk is just an Explore when your opponent has a Sphere of Resistance in play is insanely good.
Yep. Plus, he gets to actually.
Oh, look, and now he's got
now.
Rashadan Port, so Jed has 1 mana or 2 mana to play the turn with a Sphere of Resistance out.
He does have Thorn of Amethyst that he drew also. I think he was trying to go Sphere into Thorn. Unfortunately, Rashadan Port shuts that down.
Yeah, and now, Charles just has all of the mana in the world. The Sphere is now definitely hurting Jed more than it's helping him.
Yeah, and I mean, if he plays Thorn of Amethyst here, I'm not sure how Jed is going to really resolve any of his spells, and it looks like he declined. He just passed. That Thorn of Amethyst is actually... or Sphere of Resistance, sorry. That's actually been much worse for Jed. He
playing
didn't
Sphere of
see...
Resistance against the green mana deck, like, just playing it against Noble Hierarch is bad enough. He knows Charles has Time Walk. I think it was honestly just, like, it's the same thing that's been happening with his deck the rest of the time. Sphere of Resistance relies on your opponent playing fair normally in order to be really good, or to you being ahead. Jed was in neither of those positions.
Also, this matchup is just atrociously bad for Jed. The only reason he even took a game in the first place...
atrociously bad?
I mean, he won one in there somewhere, but, like... the way Jed is trying to attack decks, Charles just completely ignores and can play around. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Charles went right away for the make a beast with Garrick. Have Seal of Primordium in play. Still can use your Rashadan Port. Just doesn't care even a little bit about Sphere of Resistance.
Kill him 4 life at a time with a beast token.
Jed doesn't even have any more lands.
This is just payback for Charles not getting to play Magic in Game 1. Jed doesn't get to play Magic in Game 3.
To be fair, Jed did draw 4 lands and played his own Sphere of Resistance.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not Jed's fault. I'm just saying... I mean, and Charles has been, doing exactly what he needs to do. I mean, he's just going to keep making beasts and just start pounding Jed's face in. Or he just goes beast in Treetop Village.
Yep.
I mean, he's just going to chunk Jed for 6 at a time.
Yep. If he ups here, if he ups Garrick to untap lands...
I don't think he needs to. He can still port.
If he ups Garrick to untap lands, he actually has Jed dead next turn with the Overrun.
That's fair. So yeah, okay, so he untaps lands.
And Charles, in the last draft, when he won, he also had Garrick Treetop. It was very, very, very similar deck. And he won many games just through Garrick
Jed draws
Overrun.
a Signet, and, I mean, he's going to be cracking Flooded Strand, but he's got to get really lucky here.
Yeah,
I don't even know if there's anything he can do.
No, I'm not sure that he has any outs. I mean, all Charles has to do is animate Treetop Village.
Overrun and just hit him for,
Noble
6,
Hierarchs is
12, 15?
Yep.
Yeah, he just 15s him next turn.
Yep. Has Sphere of Resistance backup. There's very,
yeah, okay,
very
you just
little.
Paid 3 mana for an Izzet Signet, and Jed's just dead on board.
Exactly.
So, alrighty then. Yeah, this is the first time Charles has cast Garrick all day. At least the first time I've seen it.
On camera, for sure. I definitely have seen him with it in play before.
Yeah.
It's funny how many people forget that Garrick's Ultimate only requires 1+ activation.
Oh, trust me, I remember. I used to play that guy a lot.
And people just forget how like lethal it actually is. I don't think that he has any way. Yep.
Yep,
that's
he just
it.
ultimates, and that's the game. All right, so Charles DuPont takes it 2-1 over Jed Dahlbeer. Charles goes up to 5-2, and Jed falls to 1-5.
And Charles is done for the day. So he's actually locked up a top 4 slot no matter what. He's in the running for top 2.
Yep.
Unfortunately, both of his losses are Peter and Josh, who are ahead of him. He needs Peter and Josh to lose.
Yep.
Charles still at 5-2 had a fantastic draft. He stood with the same strategy that won him last time. How many copies of the Power 9? I have no idea.
Peter's
I
two
couldn't even
matches
tell you.
left
Sorry, I have no idea.
are Nate and let's see. It's Nate and Paul. Okay, are his 2 matches left. So Nate's deck doesn't seem like it's been working out very well for him all day. I mean, he's 1-3 last time I checked.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and disagree with you there, Langlier. Jace Bellerin was printed in the same set that Garrick was.
It wasn't good, Jed. I'm sorry.
None of those games were good.
No, I
Game
mean,
one wasn't good.
game 1 wasn't good. It just happened, and then game 2, your servers has hurt you way more than it hurt Charles.
Game 3?
Yeah, sorry, game 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I guess so you went. Yeah, sure.
about it?
Go ahead and
Sure.
break. We've
I'll
got
actually
Jed
hop
in
out
the
if
room.
you want to chat with
Yeah,
Jed
sure.
for a little bit.
Yeah, we can just do that.
Cool.
Talk about it, I guess.
I was rooting for you, Jeff.
So let me sneak out.
Yeah, sure.
I like the weird Mondays.
Oop.
Everybody wants you back.
Yeah,
They want you to play Stacks again.
people are saying like, I want Jed to come back and redeem himself.
And it's not just
Stacks is sweet.
it's not just Max and Jesse Hampton saying that to try and mess with you either. So not the best day for you.
That didn't go as well as I wanted to. Yeah, that's for sure.
All right, so it looks like we've got what, Josh and who else is on camera now? Peter.
tell.
Who else is at the feature match table?
I think Josh is playing.
Corbett, no?
No, Josh is
not Corbett.
playing Paul.
Paul.
Yeah, his last 2 matches are Paul and Jesse.
Okay.
So, I mean, on the day, I mean, you already talked about the fact that, like, Karn just blanked as far as the draft
Yeah,
was
Card
going.
Limited was just not a card that
There
hit
were a
my
couple
mind
other
for some
picks
dumb
that I
reason.
thought was kind of weird. Like, why the pithing needle as early as you took it? Was there something specific you were looking for to try and blank out? Or did that just kind of work out the way it did?
I wanted a card that could be a catch-all, like just a cheap thing. Given Peter's deck,
That's fair.
like I can just blank Grindstone and probably beat him off of that.
Yeah, that's fair.
It just seemed like a card that was good against most of the people in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been something else, I guess. I don't know.
reasonable.
Going through the draft, I thought that I got almost all the cards that I wanted. I really wanted the smokestack from Steven.
Yep.
But I didn't take it early enough, obviously.
Yeah.
And the Oblivion Ring I really wanted. So there were a couple cards that I missed, just based on like draft positioning.
Okay.
And Karn was a card that I blanked on. But I think for that archetype, it was as close to perfect as you can really get in Rotisserie. Like, granted, you're gonna miss a couple cards because somebody's gonna take something.
Sure.
Like I can't get Strip Mine, Mana Crypt, like all the cards that are available ever, unless it's 7.
How good did the sphere package end up being for you? Because I mean, I hate to rub salt in the recent loss, but I mean, like in your last
Yeah.
game against Charles, for example, like it really just seemed like it just screwed you far more than it
Right.
could
I
possibly
think
have helped
that
you.
even if I don't cast Sphere there and I pass on 2 mana, he probably still time walks. Then I untap and play. I can't even play Coloration Relic because he still has Port.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then I kind of am stuck anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. To answer the question in chat, yeah, balance was taken by Charles DuPont pretty early on while you were still grabbing like power mana cards, right?
Right, yeah.
Like that happened in the same pick that you took Tolarian Academy Mishra's Workshop, I think.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, going to the match here, I mean, you've played both Paul and Josh. I mean,
Right.
Josh's deck is, I mean, kind of doing surprisingly well for being as fair as it is. Like, he's playing this, like, blue-white control thing and just doesn't lose.
Right.
Like, his only loss has been to Peter all day.
He didn't really have anybody fighting him for a lot of the cards. He has like all of the very cheap counter spells.
Yeah.
He has the target removal in both swords and path.
Yep.
He also has Detention Sphere, which allows him to deal with onboard permanents that aren't creatures. He has Glenelg Archmage, Miscalc, like a bunch of
He's
very,
got
very cheap.
Dismiss, yeah.
Right.
He's got a bunch of different things. Mental Misstep.
Mental
always
Misstep,
huge.
Mana Tithe. Like, he has the very, very, very cheap counter spells.
Yeah.
Which allows him to not have to do things in the first couple turns.
Yeah.
'Cause he's just stopping what they're doing. And he's going to reload here in a couple of turns off of Visions and just be way up on Paul. It seems like Paul is stuck on one. He
Yeah.
really
And I
needed
mean,
that
and
loser.
Paul's draft was just kind of unfortunate here because I mean he just got in the fight with Jesse for cards early on and just end up leaving.
I don't think you can have 2 reanimator drafts in one draft.
Question from the chat of why did you leave the Geddons in against Charles? Because it seems like he's like definitely the person at the table who has almost as many non-land mana sources as you. I mean, he had like hierarchs and birds and everything like that.
Like I kept he has 3 moxes and 2 birds and a bird is in a hierarch. But I feel like if I have a sphere or 2 or like a Trinisphere, Geddon is still really good against him because he can't cast anything.
Yeah, that's fair.
And there wasn't much for me to bring in. Really, that would have been really effective against them, other than the rabbit, like the Geddons.
Okay, so Josh gets the ancestral visions off. I mean, he's definitely, I mean, especially with Paul stalling out like this. I mean, mental misstepping the sleight of hand when he's clearly looking for a second land.
Right.
Josh is passing on, turn 4 with 7 cards in hand. Like, what are you gonna do against that?
So Paul has Show and Tell, Mana Drain, Emrakul, I think. No, Emrakul is in Charles' deck, right?
Nope. Yeah, Mana Drain is in Paul's. Oh. It was his second pick.
I'm trying to figure out what he has some proxy that I thought was Emrakul, but it isn't. It's like his 4th or 5th card. We'll see. It's
Force Spike. No. He's got Show and Tell with 2 mana up.
There's a card that's at the back of his hand. It starts with an E, and I don't know what it is.
Oh, okay. Gilded Drake for Iona.
Oh boy. So, they should have named it color.
Yeah, they should have named a color, but I mean, it just means it's on white, and Josh has
right. I assume he didn't say blue. I assume he said white.
He would have had to say
right.
Yeah.
I guess they're trying. Yeah,
they're figuring that out. Of like, since Iona's an as, it does go off before the Gilded Drake comes into play, or before the Gilded Drake exchange happens.
To answer Mike, I was really surprised to get Soul Ring that late. More so that I kind of didn't think enough about what I should have taken. I didn't realize that Time Vault was still available, and I should have just snapped up Time Vault with the Soul Ring.
I thought Peter first picked Time Vault.
He first picked Mana Crypt, got Time Vault.
Oh boy, yeah, all right.
I could have easily had a lot of what Peter has. I just assumed it was gone and didn't actually look.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, this seems to be working out reasonably well for Josh.
Yeah. Okay, the card that he has in his hand is Exhume.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. 7, yeah?
Yeah. Depending on what is it. Oh, man.
Mana War the Gilded Drake back.
Yeah, okay. Paul's out was Liliana and try and kill both creatures, but now that's just going to kill Mana War.
Yep.
Josh is sitting on Gilded Drake and some cards I can't read.
Yep. I mean, he's got this game pretty well locked up at this point. I mean, he's just going to be bashing for 9 and just making sure that Paul can't do anything. And that's game 1. Josh Ventura up 1-0. Oh, that was the blue-white temple was the land that Josh had, the scry land.
Yeah.
So they're on to game 2, I think. I assume that was just game 1.
Yeah, I believe that was just game 1. They started...
Paul's like getting up and walking away from the table. I'd be very confused if the game was already done.
He might be trying to find his sideboard. I don't know if he has it with him or not.
Yeah, probably. Good day for Josh Ventura. I mean, and this is his first vintage rotisserie draft, too.
Yeah. I was hoping to get something similar to this the last time I drafted, and my deck was pretty close, but there was another drafter at the table that was taking a lot of the cards that I wanted. Also, it was my first vintage rotisserie, so
I assumed you'd done one of these before.
I hadn't, and I also knew that I was doing it the night before.
Got it.
So my prep was not nearly as much as Josh's, who had like lists and lists of stuff. So I had to kind of on the fly pick a draft deck. I was in the 2 slot, so it made it a little easier. But
yeah,
the first 8 rounds or first 8 picks went very differently than last time. It started off obviously with Black
Lotus Recall.
Yeah, but then
Charles taking Mox Sapphire 3rd.
Right. Leaving Soul Ring. Soul Ring went 8th.
Yep.
Time Vault went like 13th.
13th or something like that. Yeah.
Tinker went in the 3rd round.
Yep.
Like it was. There were cards.
Yep. Peter's deck was very well set up from the start. He's just like, I'm gonna take Mana Crypt. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, that's fine. I mean, I can understand. I can at least understand taking Crypt over Soul Ring. And then he's just like, I'm just gonna wheel Time Vault and draft the Tinker deck.
Yeah, Jesse, I could have taken... There were a couple, like... It's just hard because there were so many cards I want to jam into a 40-card deck that I think you need to have in your deck to make a stacks deck
like,
work. But maybe I could have shaved a few cards. I don't, like... looking back, I'm trying to figure out what those cards could
That was
have
the
been.
problem that a couple of people had. I mean, we were talking earlier with Nate about essentially having the same problem. If he drafted a lot of things that he all wanted to shove into his main deck, and there's just not enough room for them all.
Right. I feel like Nate could have had a ton of sideboard cards, like Rack and Ruin and just more of that effect. Shatterstorm,
Shattering Spree,
yeah,
Shatterstorm, any of it.
exactly.
I mean, heck, Granulate would have done okay in this.
Meltdown.
Yeah.
That card is very good.
Yeah, Meltdown seems reasonable.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that he could have drafted to make it a bit different.
Yeah.
But I liked his deck and what it could do, but like you said, it just seemed too slow. You have these 5-mana combo cards that are 5
Yeah,
mana
playing
combo cards.
Splinter Twin, I mean, without unfair mana to get there faster, you're just playing a fair deck in an unfair room.
Right. He needed a lot of the counter spells that are in Josh's deck to make his deck relevant, I believe.
Yep. All right, so Paul's going to be on the play for game 2. Looks like he's got Power Sync, Iona, Life Death, Emerald, Show and Tell, and can't see what the last card is.
No lands, though. This
Yeah,
is probably
Mana
getting
Drain.
shipped back.
Yeah.
I don't see how he can keep a
I don't see
Mox
how he can
hand.
keep it either. I mean,
Okay. Oh, he had no Grassy.
oh, that's Underground Sea. Okay, yeah, that's reasonable. But it doesn't matter.
Why does he not play the Mox there so he can power sync? I'm very confused at that.
Yeah, because he plays a land, plays Mox Diamond, discards Mystigate, plays Lotus,
Right.
makes a turn 1 something big. I mean, worst case, he plays a land and has a turn 1 Bribery against a Reanimator deck.
It's 4 mana for Geist, with 1 floating, so I guess
Yeah.
the power sync wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah, so Scry. Yep, just turn 1 Geist. I mean, it's like the 3rd time today that Josh has done that.
Yeah.
Scry to keep it on top, so you know whatever's coming next is great.
The old turn 1 play 4 cards in the blue-white control
Memory
deck.
lapse off the top. All right, yeah. So yeah, this is gonna be kind of rough for him.
Paul really needed... He doesn't have anything...
He has to hit Careful Study or
Yeah.
Bazaar next
Yeah.
turn. Like that's his best shot. And I mean, with Memory Lapse, it's not gonna matter because Life Death is just gonna
Right.
get.
This looks to be a pretty quick game from Josh Ventura.
And I mean, his one match left is against Jesse, so he's on his way to potentially beating one Reanimator deck and just having the other one there. Yeah,
Right.
Geist has been just really, really good for Josh all day. Just nobody's had a solution for it.
It is the card that I passed over when I was drafting this deck.
Yeah,
last
I mean,
week.
and it doesn't hurt that he's been casting it on turn 1 or 2,
Right.
at least one game every match. Sure.
He's just
pay.
trying to get mana tapped so that he
Yeah.
can show and tell in. Which may matter because he cannot cast Memory Lapse now.
Yep.
Oh, he has a land.
Yeah, he has the land.
So it's
And it's his 3rd land, too, so he can play the Sea Chrome Coast, and it comes into play untapped.
perfect.
Yeah. It must be nice just having perfect mana and turn 1 Geist of Saint Traft.
Right.
Mox Jet off the top for the show and tell. Get Memory Lapsed. And that's Paul scooping it up. Alrighty. Yeah, Snapcaster Mage for Memory Lapse. There's
Right.
all right. So Josh Ventura advances to 5-1, taking out Paul Waite. Paul drops to 1-5 or 1-4 at this point. 1-5, something like that.
I'm not sure if these are 100%.
They're not 100% accurate. We have you at 1-5 instead of 2-5. I haven't gone out and updated standings in a little bit because Dwayne and I have been sitting back here.
Yeah.
All right, so Josh Ventura knocks another one out of the park really quickly. Yeah, 6 power hexproof with 6 power of
Right.
hexproof power in this format seems not bad.
So if Beckfield wins his match against, I don't know who he's playing right
Well, but
now.
that's the thing. If they're tied, Beckfield's one loss is to Josh.
So are they going to just leave that tiebreak, or
I'm
are they
not
gonna
sure
do a
how we
playoff?
decided to do that.
I think there was going to be a playoff.
Basically, the decision before we got started was playoff if we have time,
time,
otherwise
correct, yeah.
tiebreaker. But I
Yeah.
mean, at the moment, it's 9:30. If we can get through the next match, we technically have an hour until all of our audio-visual equipment gets
Right,
packed up
gets
and leaves.
taken, yeah.
So yeah, we've
Josh, who was your one loss?
Berkeley, according to my notes.
Yeah, his one loss was to Steve Merkley.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a pretty mad matchup for him.
because it's just black-white. You don't get to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I almost beat him. Went to game 3. He had Stony Silence because I had GTA and Batterskull.
Oh, okay. So Stony Silence just beat the equipment. That'll work.
I had 10 counters on my GTA.
Paul, what is your total record right now?
2-4.
2-4. Okay. 2-4?
2-4.
Didn't you just? Who do you have left to play against?
Berkelid's deck.
You know what's
Okay,
beautiful
so-
about the fact that you put this together, you're in the next one no matter what.
I think me and Berkelid are actually going to commentate the next one.
Berkeley. Oh yeah. I mean, and Berkeley left, so you just get a win for round 7, I guess.
So do we have a next matchup coming? Do we know who's gonna be on the
I don't
stream?
know. I can go find out.
We can
Things got
go.
really comfortable.
We can just watch Josh against Jesse. I mean, that's Josh's last match for the day
Right.
to see whether he's solidly at 6-1 or has to
Right.
actually care about something at 5-2.
We have to figure out if Jesse is still in a match, though.
Yep.
He may not be.
Paul, would you be able to go check?
I suppose.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't do the worst. That's good.
Nope.
No, I'm 2-5. So if you lose your next match, we're tied.
You're 1-5.
That's not
Stephen
correct.
Berklid went 1-4 drop, so
Yeah.
he's going to end up 1-6. So neither
Yeah.
one of you has done the worst as long as you can win one more
Is
match.
there a way for me to
Oh, we have to play
squeeze
Corbett.
into?
Huh?
We have to play Corbett.
Oh, instead of Berklid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Corbett is battling both Berklid and Nate Heiss's decks because they
okay.
both left.
Oh, I didn't realize Nate had left too. All right.
I wonder if, since I lost to Paul, so I can't squeak into fourth because Paul will have
Yeah.
the tiebreak on me.
Did you guys decide to do 4-2-1-1 for the
Yes,
prizes?
so fourth,
Okay.
Fourth gets a bottle as well.
Yeah, as far as we had been told back here, it was just the same. Second place gets first pick. First place gets the other 7.
Oh yeah, we had changed
So,
it up.
yeah, apparently Berklid had dropped Jesse, but I guess Corbett has taken over playing his deck, which is just like he decided to scoop the rest of his rounds, but now we might get to see cards on
Yeah,
camera.
I don't know if.
It's not eggs. How's that?
Yes, well, that's true. I'm sure everybody that watched that had a fun time watching eggs on camera.
No, not by the number of
not at
people
all,
that
no.
wanted him off stream.
I think they wanted him off by game 1.
Yeah, it was the end of game 1. There was just like, please don't bring Corbett back for a second
Get
game.
him off.
Just go.
Do you have any clue at like what's going on out there as far as like next match?
Wilkie is finishing his match against Steven's deck.
Okay.
And then during game 3, it looks to be almost over.
Okay.
And then they're going to transition into Wilkie versus
Josh.
Josh. on
Perfect.
camera.
Okay,
Perfect. That's
cool.
So
exactly
it'll
what
be
we're
like
thinking.
maybe 5 minutes at most.
Yep. No worries.
Okay, so I think we're going to take a short little break since we don't have a match to show at the camera. As soon as Josh and Jesse are both ready to play, we will be back. But other than that, we will be back in a few minutes. Hang tight, guys.
I'm Dwayne Centerald. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Waite. Paul, you're the original organizer of the. I mean, you're not the originator. We've done some in the past. You know, they were kind of sporadic here and there. We did some at Wizards, and then you're really the one that said, you know, let's start doing these kind of consistently. We did one a little while back. Kind of had this kind of cinder block stream set up.
The one we did last time. I doubt this many people saw it, but the last time we did, we literally had cinder blocks on the table with a board over the top and a webcam duct taped to the board. This time, we raised the bar a little bit, thanks to Chris.
Yeah.
You would set up that original one that I did. It was the first one I ever did. You set up.
Yep.
And then I was like, that's really cool. And people have talked about wanting to do it forever. And I was like, everyone wants to do it. If it just takes one person to like, hey, let's get these people together. Let's do it. You know.
Unfortunately, it didn't pan out too well for you today.
It did not. My Jesse sniped me a little bit. I should have probably abandoned it, but I was just like the last one I did. I just have a hard time getting away from my plan. Like,
it's so hard when you do all of this prep. You know, I had some insight to your preparation. You know, you and Charles were talking a lot. You and Peter were talking a lot.
Yeah.
You know, you really knew what you wanted to do, and you spend all these weeks like leading up, formulating this plan, and then when someone starts to derail that, you know, Jesse takes Entomb.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, what do I do?
Yeah, I felt, especially in that spot too, because right there I was like, oh man, I'm looking so good. I've got these awesome blue cards. I'm gonna eventually just snipe the Entomb, and no one's gonna see it coming.
Yeah.
And then he took it, and I was like, well, I think if I take the reanimate here, I forget what I wheeled, but another reanimator card. I'm like, maybe I can just chase him out of it.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. And at that point, I was kind of locked in. I couldn't see where to go. I thought about going sneak attack with it.
Yeah.
But that's just not enough. There's just not enough redundancy there. I felt like, and then unfortunately my matches didn't pan out. Obviously.
No. I mean, it's gonna happen, you know. You can't win everyone. That's how this thing goes. Right?
Yeah, something like. I mean, unless you're Peter Beckfield or Josh Ventura, you can just about.
They
win everyone.
could. I mean, Charles Dupont is also. I mean, he's 5'2". You know, he could tie for first if Josh and Peter lose out.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Have we figured out how that's all going to shake out?
Yeah, I mean, likely Josh has to play Jesse Wilkie next. And then Peter has to play Nate.
Who left? So Corbett's manning his deck.
Corbett,
sorry. Fill in for anyone
Filler,
that can't. It's like a 10-hour day. It's a little grueling.
It's
so
a long day.
I understand people have to drop out when things aren't going well. So.
Yeah, and I think that you know, there's some things we can do to try and optimize picks and to try and save an hour or so.
Yeah.
Having proxies available and sorted.
Yeah, our
huge.
proxies didn't quite work out the way we had hoped. We had hoped to have some more printed. It just didn't work out. So we spent quite a bit of time writing these hand proxies you guys are all seeing. Which hopefully, next time we'll get that fixed and sorted out. We'll have, more readable cards.
So I think what we're going to do is we're going to make a public Facebook group. And that'll be available for anyone to like, however Facebook works.
Or follow, whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
follow.
Join.
And then that's where we'll just kind of announce when things are happening, when it's going to be streaming, when the next one will be, who's participating. And that way people that want to play, they can, throw their name in the ring. People that want to view can actually schedule and plan for it.
Yeah.
Because, these are always going to be on a weekend day because they do really take all day.
They do really. And my plan is to try to get these going about once a month.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of people interested in it. A bunch of people want to get their hands on it. And, just want to cycle new people in. And keep the ringers, too, because it's a difficult format.
Jesse brings up a really good point. How good was Gruesome Encore for you today? I feel like
I didn't even proxy it.
Every match that you played today felt like a Gruesome Encore.
Hey, I won a couple there.
I won
a couple.
2 is a specific number.
2, and I never played Berkeley yet, so I could have won 3.
Or you could have won 2.
That's...
No, in all seriousness, it was really cool to see all the different decks. Reanimator was a deck that's cropped up in Vintage Rotisserie before. Berkeley obviously drafted basically the same deck
almost
as last
card
time.
for card.
Yeah, really close. Charles did the exact same thing almost. He has Channel Emrakul, which I don't think he had last time, but he still has that tempo deck, and now he has an Oops I Win.
Yeah.
There's a Tinker Time Vault deck that's always floating around. There's a Mono Brown, Mishra's Workshop deck.
Which I don't know. Have you talked about that deck very much on stream yet?
A little bit, yeah.
I don't know.
We're talking about Jed's deck to be specific.
Yeah, Jed's deck, not necessarily Jed's deck, but the archetype that Jed played in particular. People always draft that deck and they think, I've got all of this sick mana or artifact mana, and whenever we've done polls with these before, because we've done these in the past, that's always been the deck everyone thought was going to win.
Yeah.
I've never seen it have a winning record.
It's interesting. I think with with Jed's deck specifically, we were talking a little bit. He made a bunch of misplays in his draft. He didn't draft things like Karn Liberated. He didn't draft Wormcoil Engine. He spent a ton of picks drafting red duels that he never played.
Yeah.
He wasted a lot of valuable picks in the draft, and I think that that was a huge part of him coming down to a 2-5 record, as opposed to I think the optimal version of that deck. The problem is too many of the cards that you quote need to have overlap with other cards that other people want.
That's my problem with it too. I feel like you're so busy taking cards like Workshop and Ancient Tomb and all these cards that you have to have.
Yep.
Or the deck doesn't do anything, and you're just missing out on all the powerful cards everyone else is getting. You don't get any of the powerful blue cards. You can't really move in there. I think there might be like a red build,
we were speculating because he was taking blue-white duels. He took Tundra and some fetch lands, and then he took like Steam Vents. We were speculating that he was going to go and like draft some Wildfire or something, but then he ended up snapping 2 on
Wildfire would have been
Geddons.
pretty sweet.
Well,
but the Geddons were nice.
The Geddons were nice. Wildfire would have been fine. I mean, I feel like you got to do one or the other, and that's okay. But he tried to dabble into both. He just wasted a bunch of picks. So. I think that was a good deck. I think Nate Heiss had a really interesting take on the format. He tried to really draft a redundant 2-card combo where you can interchange a bunch of different pieces. It didn't work out so well for him.
Yeah.
I think he learned a lot about the format, though. He had a good time.
Yeah, he had a great time. When I was playing with him, he said that he thought he had a really good handle on what the format was like. And then when it came time to play everything, like I don't know if you saw the game where Charles is just time walk. And those other games, I turn 2, I own it against him, and he's just like, oh, this is a much faster format than I thought it was. He thought he could get around to turn 5 before he really start doing things, and that's just not how the format works.
And some games do go that way. Some turn into this like really interesting grind fest back and forth, where each it's like Vintage really, where each opponent has answers for each other, things like that, but. Some games, your opponent. I mean, I don't know if you saw what Peter did on camera a little while ago. He opens up and he essentially has Painter Servant, Mana Crypt, and Enlightened Tutor. So he's just ready to turn 2, and then he draws the Grindstone. Oof. And so he goes, land, Grindstone, Servant, go. and his opponent just had no answer at all,
Yeah.
and the game was just over.
Yeah, so you can play those those long grindy decks, but you have to be able to interact in the first couple turns.
Exactly. Otherwise, you're going to fall too far behind.
And that's why you see cards like Thoughtseize, which a lot of people probably wouldn't think is a super high pick card, but you see it go in the first 3 rounds a lot of the time is because it's just the best at what it does. And
Yeah.
things like Duress and Inquisition are all just really powerful cards, obviously counter spells.
Like, you can attack the decks proactively, like with cards like Thoughtseize, Inquisition, those discards, even Strip Mine.
Yeah.
Those are all proactive disruption. Or you can have, something like what Josh Ventura did, where he has all these counter spells. He has ways to be explosive because he did, land that first seed. He got Black Lotus. We've seen him multiple times just turn 1 Lotus, Geist of St. Traft, go.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you have a 4-turn clock, less if I play something else, and I have something you can't target and you can't really interact with.
Yeah.
No one in this draft took an aggro strategy.
Right.
No one is playing a ton of creatures. I mean, Charles and maybe Berklid were the closest.
And I think creature decks can be done.
I do as well.
The first one of these that we did, Charles DuPont had a black-red aggro deck, kind of like a Haterade deck. I think it had some white cards in there too.
It was black, red, white.
But it was definitely more of an aggro type deck, and he got second place with it. And I think last time I drafted mono black, and I had a winning record with it, but it was okay. But creatures are viable.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus, to Jesse Hampton's point in chat, Lotus lets you do some things in this format that other decks can't do at all. And I think people always think that they have to do something incredibly flashy with Lotus, like, turn 1 Lotus, Jace the Mind Sculptor, or something like that. That's great and all. But, I mean, we saw Josh Ventura turn 1 Lotus, Glenelender Archmage.
Yeah.
That was good enough. That rode him to victory that game, just by having that in play on turn 1, and then he backed it up with some other spells throughout the game. Lotus just enables you into these crazy degenerate hands. The flip side of it is that it often turns into a pretty bad top deck late game. So, it's usually assumed that Lotus will be your first pick in the draft, but sometimes it goes differently.
Yeah, and I, for one, I'll be first one to admit, I was a bit of a naysayer with Josh's deck. I thought he wasn't doing the right things with Lotus. I thought you need to do these big flashy things, and obviously he was right and I was wrong. His deck's very powerful. I think having a lot of 2-mana counter spells, a few 1-mana counter spells, you can really fight against every deck.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. When you do those really degenerate things with Lotus, it's obviously very powerful and it feels really good. But Josh, we were bagging a bit on him in stream when obviously he took Lotus. No one questioned that. His next wheel was Stoneforge Mystic Batterskull,
Yeah.
and we all said, he's leaving all these other powerful cards on the table. And to an extent, he did, but he did a lot of preparation. He knew exactly what he wanted to be doing. He wanted to have Stoneforge Batterskull in his deck. He didn't want to risk losing those. He wanted to take that stance, take that blue-white control deck, and really ride it. And it's worked out pretty well so far.
I would argue he probably could have taken that wheel later.
I agree.
And been rewarded, but I mean, it's obviously paid off for him.
Something we talked about earlier, Nate, this is the first draft for Nate and for Josh. Both of them showed through the draft that they didn't quite get when you had to take cards as opposed to other cards, like those generic really powerful cards that go usually in the first 4 to 5 rounds. You really have to snatch those up, and then after that people start to fit into their various strategies. So I think we're going to get another feature matchup here pretty soon.
Yeah.
It's going to be Josh against Jesse Wilkie.
Should be a good one. Well, I think that Josh has a pretty good matchup here. I didn't think I could possibly beat him. Jesse's deck is obviously better than mine. I will fully admit that.
Oh, we all admit that.
Yeah, sure. It's hard to disagree with 100 people or whatever, but we'll see. Josh has a ton of counter magic, and Jesse only has Force of Will, and so he's going to have a hard time really battling through. He might be able to set up a turn or something, but...
Yeah, I mean, Jesse's deck is definitely a little bit more consistent and more powerful than yours. But he's going to face a lot of the same resistance that Josh puts up. Jesse's going to have to try and race cards like Geist of St. Traft.
Yeah.
And hopefully he can stick something like Gristlebrand or Jin-Gitax. Jin-Gitaxis might actually be very good against Josh with all the counter spells that he has.
Very much.
It'll be pretty interesting to see how this plays out. I think, Jesse definitely has a chance of actually getting there.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
Can we update the names on the stream? What? It's the names on the stream on top. So Jesse Wilkie's on the right side and Josh Ventura's on, or Jesse Wilkie's on
Other
the
way,
left
yeah.
side, and Josh Venturo's on the right.
Just switch Paul Waite's name for Jesse Wilkie.
Now, if you
So if Josh wins this one, I guess it comes down to Peter's last game.
Yeah, Peter has to play against Nate Heiss, who already left, so Corwin will be taking over Nate's deck.
I think it's a good matchup for Peter.
I think it is too. I mean, it's really. I mean, Nate's deck is one 2-card combo with a bunch of redundancy.
Yeah.
Peter's deck is a bunch of different 2-card combos with a ton of ways of finding missing pieces. And I don't think Nate has quite enough disruption to really interrupt what Peter's doing, but we'll see how it plays out. You know, Peter was my pick at the beginning, kind of as a dark horse. I thought that Peter, Charles, and Steven would do well. I was 2 out of 3, not too bad.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't see Josh doing as well as he did. You know, kudos to him for drafting really well. You know, Josh is a legacy player. He does play these older formats. And don't get me wrong, he's a legacy player. He's a cube player. He plays a lot. He has a gorgeous cube.
One of the nicest.
It's really nice. And so he you know, he may not have done vintage rotisseries, but he does understand similar formats.
Yeah, he knows all the card interactions, which is a big deal.
Yeah, and I think that might have actually given him a big advantage during gameplay.
Yeah.
Because we've seen him play very well all throughout the event. You know, he's been doing totally fine. So looks like we're about to get started here. I'm not sure who's on the play. We'll find out really soon here.
These proxies are a problem.
Yeah.
We'll get those fixed.
It's a little tough to see what's happening here. So it looks like we start off with a blue-black Scryland for Jesse. Both players seem to have kept their opening 7.
Wow, this is hard to see. I think Josh has a Geist in his hand, it looked like.
Yep, Josh definitely has Geist. He has some lands, Seachrome Coast, and Island of Plains.
It's Magus of the Bazaar?
Magus of the Bazaar. That was one of the ones we weren't sure if that was going to make Jesse's main deck or not. It's obviously insanely powerful, but it's very fragile. I think against Josh, he has nothing to worry about. Josh does have Path and Swords, but he's certainly not going to waste it on Mages of the Bazaar. He's going to wait to try and target something that Jesse reanimates into play.
Yeah.
Ashen Rider. That's
Although
that's a pretty good one.
a lot of Jesse's guys are you know, once they come into play, they've already kind of done their damage. He's got Ashen Rider, Grizzlebrand to draw 7. Jin-Gitaxias is the only one that's really very good against, unless I'm missing one.
No, I think that's the majority of them. I mean, he's really relied on Ashen Rider and Grizzlebrand the most. I haven't actually seen him get Jin-Gitaxias into play. It's always seemed kind of redundant.
Yeah, I don't think it's the best reanimation target.
I think if there was another control deck similar to Josh's, Jin-Gitaxias might have been slightly better. As it stands, I think Jesse probably could have had it in his board and had a better target main.
Is that Memory Lapse in Josh's hand?
It does look like Memory Lapse, yeah. So Unclave Cryptologist off here for Jesse with a level on it. He's going to start drawing some cards here. I haven't seen him actually get that to its ultimate form, right?
I don't know if he plans to. I think he likes the discard side of it.
He does.
But it would be sweet.
Yeah.
Maybe if he gets another couple looters in there. I think he's got all 3. He's got 3 looters in there.
He has 3. I don't think he started all 3. I think he... I thought he told me he didn't start Thought Courier. You know, there's only so many of a certain type of card that you really need to start. So... interesting here from Josh. He decided to decline playing his Geist of Saint Traft. I can't quite make out his whole hand, but
almost certainly has a Memory Lapse.
I think he actually has Supreme.
Gilded Drake. It looks like
he might have Gilded Drake. He might have Supreme Verdict as well.
Yeah. So his hand, he's looking real good here. This is, like I said, this is going to be a tough one for Jesse to win.
I think so too. If I'm Josh and I have Supreme Verdict, I think I pull the trigger here. Oh, he has Detention Sphere as well.
Yeah, he's got so much in his hand. Like, I can't really think of what could go wrong.
So he ends up Geisting here. Does he have he must have a 1-mana counterspell? He declined doing it last turn. Maybe he saw Jesse do nothing and decided that he wanted to slam it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I like the Supreme Verdict there. If he has it, maybe he doesn't.
He must not actually.
It looks like no. I think he does. We've got other hands a little bit. Oh, he has a Sower and a Gilded Drake.
Wow.
Okay, so probably doesn't mind if Jesse resolves a guy here.
No, I mean Gristlebrand is the worst one he could get into play because even if he Sowers that, I mean I guess if he Sowers that he gets to draw all those cards also. which brings it back to parity. But it looks like if anything comes into play, it'll be Ashen Rider, which at best is going to... I believe Ashen Rider exiles lands, correct? It's a Vindicate, but it's exile.
Exiles,
So he could the best he can do here is pop a land. It does block Geist of St. Traff, though. Is that a discarded Mind Twist? No, that has to be a cast Mind Twist.
For... No, he's casting Vincer, so I don't know where the Mind Twist...
Oh, he discarded
to
Enclave
the
Cryptologist.
looter, okay.
Interesting.
Return the land to his hand.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm kind of unsure what Jesse's angle here is. Return the tapped land to Ventura's hand. I mean, that just lets Ventura scry again.
Well, Ventura can't really profitably attack now either with his Geist. I'm not sure what Jesse's trying to do.
I mean, if it were me, I would have waited till Jesse attacked. Although I guess Jesse wasn't attacking anyways.
Oh, did he bounce it? He bounces untapped
He bounced
land.
Untapped land, end of turn. So he must be trying to make a big play here. Loots away a land.
I think
plays
that's
Watery
just
Grave.
get run into...
So he's going to play Recurring Nightmare here.
Okay.
Recurring Nightmare with
Recurring
Ashen
Nightmare's,
Rider gives him a lot of value.
Pretty good here.
So he's actually on the land destruction plan, if that's the case,
This is
right?
pretty nice here, yeah.
Yeah, it makes it so, I mean, Josh will never be able to attack with his Geist of St. Traff because Jesse will just have a 5/5 in play. Yeah. Exiling his lands. Yep.
Gets the Sea Chrome Coast out there. Passes the turn.
So now, if he can keep recurring back and forth, Ashen Rider triggers on enters and leaves the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I got to imagine Josh is going to hold up a counterspell here if Jesse tries to go for it again.
Yeah.
Although Jesse is holding Force of Will, so if he has a blue card, it might be worth saving it.
Yeah, I think Josh might run into Force of Will here if that's the case. I'm surprised that he bounced the Temple of Enlightenment. I guess he's just trying to keep him off of mana in general. He does give Josh that extra scry, but it's probably not very relevant to the match. Josh could Gilded Drake here.
Jesse's pretty great.
I think if he Gilded Drake's hand cam, it's the sleeve cam on Jesse.
I don't know. You guys responding to the chat or all?
Yeah, we generally respond to chat.
So I don't know who Langlear is. I didn't really have any need for Stinkweed Imp. It's really slow. You have to have it die. There's not a lot of creatures out there to block. I had quite a few ways to get cards in my graveyard actually. It's just not really what you want to be doing in a vintage rotisserie draft. It's way too slow.
Yeah, you have to get Stinkweed up into your graveyard, right? Then you have to spend draw steps randomly dredging 5 cards. Now, don't get me wrong, you'll probably hit something good, but I would rather just get a spell, a creature that I want to reanimate into my yard first.
Yeah, so if you have if you don't have a lot of ways to get your cards in your yard, Stinkweed isn't going to help in this format because it's just never going to hit the yard.
Yeah. So there's that Recurring Nightmare again. Now it's interesting because if he recurs away the Gilded Drake, that goes back to Josh's graveyard, and I don't think Jesse has anything else in his yard that's worth getting, does he? Gilded Drake trades for... Oh, he has Venser. Venser bounces. Yep. Okay. I mean, all Josh really did was buy a turn, but to be fair, that may be all he needs to do, because if he gets to 4 mana and can actually Day of Judgment, Supreme Verdict, he can gain some of that ground back from Recurring Nightmare. Turn off Banges of the Bazaar. Turn off Enclave Cryptologist. Jesse doesn't have any other guys in his yard yet. I mean, Ashen Rider's going in there now, obviously. But Recurring Nightmare does need creatures in play, right? So, and most of Jesse's low drops are actually in play right now. He has one more looter in his deck. He has 1 or 2 other cards.
We don't know if he's playing it as main, right? You don't think he's playing Thought Courier?
Yeah, but he is playing Merfolk Looter.
Oh, actual looter.
Yeah, and that's it right there.
And there it is. So now if Josh can untap play a land here, he's in a pretty good spot. And he drew planes.
And the question is, does he have Day of Judgment here? Or, sorry, a Supreme Verdict.
I'm fairly certain he has it in the back of his hand there. Oh, that's Detention Sphere. So he doesn't have Supreme Verdict.
So on Jesse's side, just to recap, he has Enclave Cryptologist with 1 counter. Next to that is Mage's Bazaar, and then the proxy on the far end is Merfolk Looter. He also has Dark Catacombs in play.
So I think that is actually Thought Courier, for the record. There's a T there.
Okay, that's Stalker. I mean, either
So
way...
maybe he's not playing Looter, but...
I mean, maybe he's playing all 3.
Yeah.
You know, it's the sort of card that it's not the worst if you have multiples, because you can keep filtering
Yeah,
through
yeah.
more cards, right?
What did we just get in play there?
Can't quite see what it was. But it looks like it's attempted to be counterspelled, so...
It's got to be a good one. Is it the Recurring Nightmare, I assume?
It's probably the Recurring Nightmare. You know, that's really important for Josh to not let resolve. The current board state isn't really a threat to him. The potential of just having Ashen Rider over and over and over is going to basically lock him out of the game. So if Josh doesn't have another counterspell for Jesse's Force of Will here, which it looks like he does.
Josh has got all the counterspells.
No, he just had Miscalc, which... Miscalc...
Oh, gets paid. Okay.
It got paid, but what it did was prevent Wilkie from doing it twice.
Yeah, which is huge.
He would get both the enter and the exit battlefield. Like, he would actually destroy 3 of Josh's lands this turn.
That would be the game.
He couldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to come back from that. This way, he only gets 1 land with the enter battlefield trigger, and then we'll see what happens.
Is he going to get in there? Is it time? Could get traded off.
Also, one card that's in Josh's 40 cards that's going to be really good against Jesse if he can draw it is Caracas. Caracas is I mean, with Vents, I mean, you don't necessarily want to always Caracas Venter, but he has Gristlebrand, he has Jin Gataxias. Ashen Rider isn't a legend, unfortunately. But even if Josh has to, you know, be bouncing Gristlebrand, it's going to make Jesse have to try and replay it multiple times, right?
You know, one reanimation target that I drafted that I was really impressed with, which I wasn't sure about. I saw, you know, it's been played in Legacy Reanimator. Is Tidespout Tyrant or whatever?
You know, it's funny. We kind of gave you a hard time for drafting Tidespout Tyrant, just because it just seemed very underwhelming for the position that you drafted it in compared to all of the other things that you could have drafted. But
well, when I took it, Jesse actually said that he was thinking about taking it right around the same spot, and you know, it gets around a lot of the cards. That, like, it can't get Caracas. It you know, you can bounce. You know, if you play Show and Tell, you can bounce their spell, which I tried to do against Jesse, which didn't quite work out for me.
Not at all.
But I thought it was probably one of my better cards that I just didn't expect to be very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, it's coming up in chat. It feels like Cube, but the matches really do play out considerably different than Cube Draft, specifically just with card choices, right? Yeah. You know, Cube, you have it tends to have, like, grindier matches because you end up 1-for-1ing a lot, and, you know, decks tend to be at the same power level, where in this format, you can have decks that just run away with the game because the other deck just has no way to interact with them at all. They weren't prepared for that specific strategy.
Yeah, if you can't beat a channel into Emrakul, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, and even for decks that have ways to do it, you know, it's still, do they have that issue in their hand, right?
Everything's just a lot more streamlined than Cube, you know. You get any cards you want.
Here's a Gataxian Probe revealing Sower, Forbid, Detention Sphere, and I think that's Spell Snare?
Spell Snare was in my deck.
Okay, so it's probably not Spell
Snare. Is that
a
Thirst for Knowledge?
He doesn't have Thirst for Knowledge. That last card under Detention Sphere, I can't quite tell what that is. Judnick also brings something up. You also had no idea what Tidespout Tyrant did.
Yeah, I did.
Well, he says you didn't.
I don't know what Judnick's talking about. He's trolling me as usual. I didn't know how much it cost or quite what its power and toughness was, but I did know what its ability was.
But you didn't know that it exiled. Oh, that last card is Snapcaster.
What do you mean exiled? It bounces cards.
Or bounces cards. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
bounces.
I knew that it did that.
God, I keep thinking that exiles cards.
No.
Awful.
All right, so there's a Jin Gataxias in the yard now, and that's...
No, sorry, Judnick. Yeah, I thought it exiled cards. That was a complete mistake on my part. 100%.
So let's see here.
So what do you think he does here? Do you think he sowers Ashen Rider? Do you think he detentions for his Ashen Rider? If he sowers it, he doesn't have to lose a land. He doesn't have any more. I'm not sure what he drew this turn.
Ashen Rider only triggers when it dies too, so he could Detention Spirit and it survive.
Okay.
I think, let's see, Jink attacks triggers at end of turn, right? You have to discard. If you at the end of Jesse's turn, you have to discard your hand.
Yes.
So he's got to hold up for bid. I think.
Yeah. And that repeal is RFG'd for Force of Will, correct? I think that repeal is just sitting up there doing.
Yep. Josh, I think Jesse's going to come away with this one, though.
There goes Gristlebrand.
That was definitely the card I missed the most. Obviously, Entomb and Grizzlebrand. Every other card he took from me, I would have been totally fine with. But Entomb Grizzlebrand was just that was hard to come back from.
It was interesting when you and Jesse were playing each other. A lot of your ways to get your creatures into play were not the ones that you wanted to be paired up against Jesse with, like Show and Tell, Exhume.
Yeah.
These are cards like.
I cited those cards out.
No, of course. Yeah. But what I'm saying is you still had a limited number of ways to cheat your guys in play, and 2 of those at minimum were just ineffective against Jesse. You still ended up having to cast that Show and Tell, and it didn't work out that well.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have Entomb.
What's he got left in his deck to put in there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he might just be value entombing here. No one drafted.
Got the World Gorger combo.
There we go. Woodfall Primus.
Woodfall Primus. It looks like Jesse is just going to be aggressively attacking Josh's lands. I mean, Josh is in just bad shape in general here.
So let's see. If Josh was having to lose this one, it's going to come down to if Peter Beck wins, he's the champion.
Yeah, and I think we were discussing that Peter we think has a good matchup against Nate's deck.
I believe so.
It was going to game 3 when I came back here.
It was going to 3.
It's going
They're playing right now.
Game 3, all right.
Okay. He got Thada Adele out of game 2.
Peter did?
Yep.
Ooh.
Peter had Painter Servant. Thada Adele finally got a hit in. Stole Grindstone. Milled Peter's entire deck out.
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
So I don't know if people caught that. It looks like the match between Peter Beckfield and Nate Heiss's deck, who's being played by Corbett, is currently going to game 3. So things are getting real tight here towards the end.
Yeah, and I feel like the people that had the really good grasp on the format, Peter, Charles, and Josh, and to an extent, you and Jesse, just unfortunately, you guys fought for each other's cards.
Yeah.
But I feel like they really separated themselves from the pack. Berklid drafted essentially the same deck they did last time. Variance caught him. He went 1-4 before basically just dropping out.
Yeah.
Almost the same 40 cards took him to 5-2 last time.
Yeah.
So it's.
I mean, he was saying what he was saying was his deck was much better this time, but the field was much worse for him.
That's fair.
Yeah, they're a lot more dedicated, powerful decks this time around. They could just go off a lot faster. I feel like before he could set up all his smokestack shenanigans and all that.
So let's see what's happening here.
We're going through graveyard.
Yep.
Looks like a Snapcaster Mage. And
there's a Miscalc in his yard that he could cast off Snapcaster.
What is that gold card? Or that's Geist. Geist, Miscalculation, and I believe a Memory Lapse.
Well, he has Lotus. So it
That
gives
is a
him
cool Lotus, by the way.
It's a nice
It's from his
Lotus.
cube, right?
Of course.
He's got cool stuff.
Yep. Nice things. So Lotus gives him a few different options. He can do multiple things in one turn now. But I'm not sure. I just
don't think he has.
I mean, he has to Sower Ashen Rider and keep up Forbid Mana, I suppose.
It's not the worst.
No, it's not the worst, but
I really want to know what that card is. It looks like a Thirst for Knowledge, but it's not his deck. Is it Snapcaster? No, this card?
Yep.
That's Snapcaster?
No, the down card is Snapcaster Mage, I think. Yeah, I think it's Memory Lapse.
Well, Memory Lapse is here. Memory Lapse, Miscalculation. And
right,
this is the card.
Is that just Counterspell?
Counterspell is in Nate's deck.
No, that's right, yeah.
I think Chris is getting it sorted out.
Yeah.
It's a bribery.
It's a bribery.
But I think literally all of Jesse's guys are in his yard.
Yeah, he aggressively milled himself. I'm not sure if bribery will be good enough. I mean, you would think normally it would be good.
He just drew a Phantasmal Image. So he's got Snapcaster Phantasmal Image in his hand, which, is not the worst to heavy holding right now, I guess.
No, I mean, copying Ashen Rider here is pretty sweet.
Can also,
Goryo's Vengeance.
It looks like this is going to have to get back Grizzlebrand, I believe.
think
Or it
it's
could also
gonna
hit
be
Jinga
Grizzlebrand.
Taxis, but that's not going to do what he wants.
No. I think it'll be Grizzlebrand, and I think it'll likely get forbidden. Forbidden?
Forbidden? Forbidden.
Forbade? Forbidden.
Nah, it's forbidden. I gotta say, I love the picture that Chris got here with the little vintage rotisserie draft.
With the
it's
a nice rotisserie, isn't it? It's very good.
So let's see here.
Yeah, I think this is a forbid. The question is he going to try and buy it back? I think the card's in his hand. Yeah, I think Bribery's a blank. I'm surprised Detention's here.
Well,
I mean, it's one of his best answers against just any random reanimation target, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he can always just copy Grizzlebrand, or he can even copy his Sower and take Grizzlebrand. Recurring Nightmare resolving here is going to be pretty tough for Josh.
Yeah, that was another part of Jesse's deck that was much better. We both knew Recurring Nightmare was super live going late, but I just didn't have a way to utilize it in my deck. And
he had the looters.
Yeah, he had all the looters. Like, I had like a Pack Rat and my own looter at the end.
How was Pack Rat?
Pack Rat was insane. That card is so good. There's a game. There was a game against Jed where he locked me out with Trinisphere and some other of his shenanigan type cards, and I just resolved Pack Rat and just started making Pack Rats, and next thing I knew, the game was over.
Why not?
It's also a good way, like sometimes if games 2 and 3, your opponents side in a bunch of hate for your graveyard, you can just kill them with Pack Rat. Not a lot of people are playing just hard removal, especially stuff that can deal with Pack Rat before he goes off. I think it's a really powerful card.
So it looks like Jesse used Recurring Nightmare to get back Venser, bounce his own Ashen Rider, loot it away, Recurring Nightmare it back into play. It's a Stone Rain, one of Josh's duels. But Josh quickly came back, copied Ashen Rider, exiling Ashen Rider. Exiling it is going to be really relevant.
These guys are
now
it
can't come back.
Here.
Yeah, this one's pretty deep. I mean, Jesse still has Recurring Nightmare and a creature, so he can get back Grizzlebrand here. And I'm not sure if Josh is going to have a good enough answer. He's going to need to get rid of his own Phantasmal Image that is an Ashen Rider to get rid of Grizzlebrand. Is that Snapcaster Mage?
I believe so. He's had Snapcaster Mage in his hand for quite some time.
Yeah, but Snapcaster Mage Forbid is not going to be good enough to beat a Grizzlebrand.
And it's not Memory Lapse might get him. I mean, they're both at 8, so
yeah. I mean, also like actually Jesse's at 6. I don't think it's updated.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the dice are correct.
Yeah, I mean, even if he gets if even Jesse puts in Grizzlebrand, he can't really attack with it into Ashen Rider because Ashen
Rider can't draw 7.
He can't draw 7. It's just a big body that's going to get in the way. He has to be able to deal with Ashen Rider before he can put Grizzlebrand in play.
He's got the Woodfall Primus in there too, but that's not going to do a whole lot right here.
Correct. He did draw Ancestral.
Ancestral, which is never bad.
Can't complain about Ancestral.
So, we're probably going to get Ancestral cast here. People are asking about the proxies again, for those of you guys that missed it. There's a bit of a mishap. We were supposed to have more of the proxies printed. We do apologize. We will have them printed next time. And hopefully, eventually, we'll have a really sick vintage rotisserie cube all proxied up.
Yep.
That's kind of the goal.
So bring back that Woodfall Primus. Continue assaulting Josh's lands. Now the problem is he can recast Recurring Nightmare, sack that Woodfall Primus, get the Persist trigger, and still get a creature out of the yard.
Recurring Nightmare is really sick in Jesse's deck.
Yeah. That Woodfall Primus, we've seen that like get Footstep to the Goriode, and
yeah,
then
he did it to
afterwards.
me. He did it to me.
Yeah. He's it's one of those premier reanimation targets.
Yeah, I kind of chuckled when he took Footsteps. I was like, oh, I think he misread that one or whatever. But
nope.
Nope. Ended up working.
Even if he puts in Grizzlebrand,
draws 7.
He draws 7 or
so
14 or 14.
Or 14.
14 if it's Woodfall Primus, it actually just upgrades it, right? He gets more value out of the card because he gets that free sacrifice at end of turn.
So here comes Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, so it's the
Is
same
he just
line.
back on defense here,
or? No, he can't attack quite yet. That Ashen Rider's still in play, but I mean, he's on defense for now. I think he can start actually attacking with his Woodfall Primus soon. if he attacks with Wolfhall Primus, Ashen Rider blocks. Josh Hunter trying to fetch a Caracas. That's not
that
gonna
wouldn't.
fly.
Yeah, I don't think that works.
But Caracas would be awfully good here for Josh, being able to bounce Gristlebrand and continue attacking with. Actually, if he draws Caracas, he can end the game. Bounce Gristlebrand, attack for 7 in the air.
Yeah, that would do it.
So really, if he had that Detention Sphere still in his hand, he could deal with Gristlebrand. You know, right now we know he has Snapcaster and Forbid. But I don't think he has anything in his yard that's worth Snapcaster.
He's trying to get something here.
Oh, he has a few different live draws.
Here it is.
Let's see what he's got.
We don't see it.
It's an island.
It's an island.
It's still not a bad draw. He's not dead, but he's going to need to find something here. Jesse's sitting on Ancestral. You know, Jesse's obviously going to have a lot of options.
There's the scoop.
That's the scoop.
So,
the scoop is interesting. Was Jesse dead on board? Did I miss something? Or sorry, was Josh dead on board?
I don't think he could have possibly came back from there.
I mean, he can. If Jesse attacks with both creatures, did I miss something? Are you out of here?
Yeah.
Okay. Just trying to figure out what happened at the end of that game. It didn't seem like it was over, and then players scooped up their cards. Either way, Jesse takes the game. He wasn't literally dead. He could block, and then the thing is when the Phantasmal Image Ashen Rider leaves play, he should get to exile something, right?
As long as it dies, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, which is what he would have to block Gristlebrand with it, and then he could remove Gristlebrand, and then his opponent would have Woodfall Primus to his Sower. Like, I mean, it's not great, but the game isn't quite over, so interesting.
So we have some people in the stream asking about how they can get involved in this event next time.
Sure.
So I run the event. I kind of do all of the planning for it or whatever, with a lot of help from other people, like Dwayne and Chris and all these people, of course. But essentially what you want to do is we're in a couple minutes here, we're going to set up a Facebook group, and we'll put the link in the chat, and you'll be able to follow along there. We're going to try to start doing this about once every month. If you want to put your name in the hat, I'll have a thing on there to let you people can do that. Obviously, a lot of people want to do it. It's only 8 per draft. There's not really a way to do it other than that.
Yeah.
So people will get cycled in. It's going to take a while, though, and obviously we want to make sure we've got a good crew of ringers, too, so we'll have to have people back.
Yeah, and we need to come up with a pretty good way of how we rotate in people, I think. It goes unsaid that whoever wins a draft should be able to come back for the next one.
The champion has to come back. Yeah.
You have to defend your title, right?
Absolutely.
But we can rotate in people. It's one of those, if you want to get involved in some way, there's a lot of different ways that you can contribute, even if it's just pitching in and helping out on helping out with even just being in the stream and chatting and things like that are actually really helpful for us. So
absolutely.
In any event, we're sideboarding here.
I'm going to answer a couple more questions here.
Sure, go nuts.
People asking how long does it set up the draft? It takes a while. We generally have about a month of planning. A lot of these guys are all super busy getting everyone together. The actual setting up of the draft, Chris was here got here about 10 o'clock today, so it took about 2.5 hours prep, get all the cameras set up, everything like that. And then it's a grueling day. It's about 11 hours of Magic and drafting and commentating and all that kind of stuff. Yep. So people put their name in the hat, but you got to finish out your matches. So if you got to be willing to do 10 straight hours. It's like going to a PTQ, but you can't scrub out.
Yeah, it's like a PTQ or a GP that you've got to stick through it, even if you're not doing so hot.
Yeah.
It's really easy to flake out, and so looks like Josh is stretching a little bit, getting ready. And Paul's setting up the Facebook group here, so
it's a big screen.
It is a big screen. Looks like Josh is trying to phone a friend. Central East Coast events for the future. As of right now, no, but I mean, if you want to set up your own, you're welcome to get a hold of us. We can give you some advice and whatnot. All of the players here are in the greater Seattle, Tacoma area, but we're not really in a position to do any traveling. You're obviously welcome to come out here if you want to participate, but it's a lot of effort to set up, but it's a lot of fun. If you want to set one up on your end, but we can We can give you some advice for that. I've been through a bunch, Paul.
Yeah, I'm Paul Wade on Facebook. You can shoot me a message. I'll tell you what what it kind of takes to get it set up. It's quite a bit of logistics.
Yeah.
But it's not that tough. I mean, get your 8 best friends or your 8 best ringers or whatever, and
your 8 worst friends.
Yeah, your worst friends. You don't even need the cards. You can. Well, I don't know.
You don't even really need friends.
Yeah, I don't even really need friends. So that all works out. I'm setting up the Facebook group now, so we'll get that going here in a second.
Okay.
What should we name it? I guess it's subject to change.
Yeah, we'll figure it out after.
Whoa, that was not correct. This trackpad is weird. Game match hasn't started yet.
No, they're still sideboarding. Jesse Wilkie leads 1-0 over Josh Ventura. If it looks like Peter Beckfield actually just knocked Charles out of contention. Peter went 6-1 with his 2-card combo deck with a bunch of different combos. He had Time Vault Key, he had Painter Servant Grindstone, he had Orm's Chant and Isochron Scepter. He had a lot of different ways. He had Tinker, which let him abuse a lot of those cards. He wanted that liquor. Peter's the type that will put that liquor to good use.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if people saw the prize for this, but the actual prize is everyone had to buy in with a bottle of about $30 to $50 liquor.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, first place wins a bar, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of liquor.
It's kind of fun to play for something different. A lot of times, we'll play for cash or card. Not quite as much cards these days, but
once we degenerately decided that the buy-in was $20 in scratch-off lottery tickets. Yeah, that's the one that you won, right?
That's the one that I won, and the way we did it was I think it was $10 or $20. $20 worth of scratch tickets. First place gets all but $20 worth. Second place gets $20 worth. But if second place scratches off more than first place, they get all of it.
Yeah.
I won $24.
Yeah,
but it was kind of fun because it was like this might just be $1 million draft. You never know. It's fun to do things a little different sometimes. I just can't type on this computer. This is just like tripping me out.
So I'm not quite sure what the holdup here is. I think Jesse's shuffling some things around. Josh seems to be ready to play. But this will essentially be our final match of the day. Peter Beckfield is in the lead right now at 6-1, and if Josh wins, then we'll have a tie at 6-1. But I do believe that Josh has the heads-up breaker.
Yes, Josh does have the heads-up breaker.
Let me see. I think it's here. Yeah, I think Josh has the heads-up breaker. So. We'll find out here in a second for sure. So essentially, Josh is playing a win this game, win this match, win the whole thing, but he is in a hole.
So do we decide how this is going to play out? It's comes down to records. Or,
well, we're at the point where
breaker, right?
This needs to be our last match. We're kind of running short on time, so it'll be by breakers after this. So essentially, if Josh loses, Beckfield will hold on and win. If Josh wins, he should be taking the whole thing down.
How do I turn this down?
I don't know.
Dude, I don't know, man. I'm just trying to use this computer.
Click on the sound.
Smart man. They started yet? Not quite yet.
Available names in chat. This is actually our second stream. This is considerably better than the first stream. The first stream was on cinder blocks. And
literal cinder blocks.
Yeah, and taped up cameras and things like that. Luckily, Chris Cowan from the Tacoma area reached out to us when he heard we were doing this and offered just this wealth of AV equipment. I mean, this is very professionally done. And again, I said it a couple times during the stream, hats off to all the effort that Chris has put in, volunteering and coming up here. It's made this much more enjoyable for you guys and for us. We get to actually feel like we're actually putting on a really good show for you guys. So.
Oh, it's 10:30. Wow.
Yeah, it's 10:30 now. So.
All right. They are going to try and play as quickly as they can because they know they're playing on borrowed time with you.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
All right, I am trying desperately. I have the group made. I'm trying desperately to get this computer to work, but the right click is just not. Oh, right click. I'm so used to Max.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quick afternoon.
Can you just find out these three people's records?
Jesse's 3 and 2. Bartlett is 1 and 5, I believe, with 1 match to go.
All right, I just linked the Facebook group in there. Literal cinder blocks have been called. It literally is. I didn't play my last match. I'm currently 2 and 4. Not gonna play it because I refuse to have a worse record than Chad Dilbeer.
Who's your last match against?
Against Stephen Berkley, who retired. So I posted the group in the chat there. I think that link should work. So go ahead and go to that link, the Facebook page there. Join the group, and you can follow along at home. We'll tell you when the next one's going to be, when to tune in. If you live in the Seattle area and want to get in the next one, drop your name in a hat, and should be good to go.
Yeah, and I mean, even especially if you're not from the Seattle area, but you're interested in starting one of these up in your area, and you just want to kind of pick our brains how we've set this up. You know, what we've learned a lot of lessons along the way too,
sure.
and we're very happy to share all of that. You know,
or
this
if you
is
want
a
to know
fantastic format.
Set up a Magic stream with cinder blocks and a wooden board and some duct tape.
Yeah,
I can tell you how to do that too.
If you like shitty presentation, Paul's your guy.
Yeah, and if you like good presentation, Chris is your guy.
Yeah, Chris.
Chris
will be in there also. I'm sure he's happy to give some stream advice and whatnot. Yeah, absolutely.
Chris, he's awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Chris just reached out to me and said, you know, hey, I've got a bunch of stuff, and I kind of knew I've seen some of his stuff before, and I was like, oh, yeah, totally. And then he showed up. I was at 10 o'clock today with just like crates of camera equipment and. Oh man, it was really cool.
So it looks like we kicked off here. Right. Seachrome Coast in the pre-ordering for Josh. It looks like both players kept their 7. So let's see how quickly this is going to start off.
I believe that is an Imperial Seal from Jesse Wilkie. See if we can see what he gets here.
Yep.
Looks like we're not going to get to see it here.
Mox Diamond from Josh.
Discards the island.
Lets him hop up to 3 mana quickly here.
Are we going to see a Geist here, possibly? He's got Days, Island. It looked like Hollowed Fountain, and what's that last card there?
I don't think he has Geist. I think he would have just slammed it.
So he wants to have Forbid up.
That makes sense.
Oh, jeez. Kyle Bodie is going to have another kid.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. We have a tapped Hollow Mountain.
Yeah, at this point, you know, he has no reason to play untapped. Especially
Jesse
if he has
has Ancestral, Jin Cataxis, Magus of the Bazaar, which gets Forbid. Surprised he's pitching a Forbid to that. Maybe he just doesn't want Recurring Nightmare to get online.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best ways to shut Jesse down is to not let him fuel his graveyard, right?
Sure. Yeah.
He has a lot of looters and whatnot, but Magus of the Bazaar does it so fast. I mean, you had Bazaar Baghdad in your deck.
Yeah.
You understand how it works.
Bazaar is just irreplaceable.
Especially when you have a card like Ancestral Recall that lets you get more and more turns out of it.
Right.
Wow.
Days Ancestral.
Ancestral got Days.
Wow, the dirty from Josh. Josh doesn't have a lot to follow. Oh, he has the Restoration Angel in his hand, so he does have a way to apply some pressure now. If he's happened to get all of Jesse's threats out of his hand, but I don't think...
Did he buy back Forbid?
He did. He did buy back
He
Forbid.
pitched 2 lands, right?
He pitched Island Plains to it, I believe.
So a Gataxian Probe comes out.
So just going to see exactly what he's dealing with here.
Yeah. Forbid and Restoration Angel. So
no secrets here.
Nope, not at all. It lets Josh just kind of sit back and wait and see what Jesse does. If Jesse doesn't make a move here, he has to start applying pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Restoration is going to apply some pressure. I don't think it's pressure that Jesse really cares about at this point. I mean, I think he's going to do something before it's very relevant.
Yeah. Looks like that is... Oh, that's Ambassador Laquatus. That is half of Jesse Wilkie's World Gorger Dragon.
I didn't see
combo.
him draft the Laquatus.
You didn't see? He drafted it right after he drafted World Gorger Dragon. That's an instant win if he gets World Gorger Dragon with Animate Dead on it.
So how does that combo work? For our viewers who may not know.
We'll see it if it actually happens here. It specifically has to be Animate Dead on World Gorger Dragon.
Okay.
It's not too hard for Jesse to set that combo up, but I think that this turn Jesse just had nothing better to do other than cast Ambassador Loquatus.
It's a 2/2, right?
Yeah,
It looks like. In there?
Yeah. It looks like he has Woodfall Primus in his hand. He also has it looked like Jin-Gitaxias. So he has a lot of things that he wants to get into play, but it doesn't seem like he has the best way to get them into his yard.
Yep, there goes.
But
Asher
Loquatus
Rider
lets
is,
him mill himself for 3 mana. It's 3 mana to mill 3 cards, I believe. 4 mana. I'm not 100% sure, but it does let him mill himself.
3 mana mills himself.
Qualis is a 1/3 apparently.
It's a 1/3.
Yeah. 1/3 for 3 mills himself. Mills any player for 3. For 3 mana.
Yep. So with World Gorger, he loops World Gorger because Animate Dead blinks in and out and keeps World
But
Gorger
does it
Dragon
actually
coming
end in a
back into
win?
play. Yeah, because it creates an infinite loop where his lands keep blinking in and out of play, and they come back untapped. So he keeps getting more and more mana, so he can keep fueling Ambassador Loquatus.
Okay.
Some decks with World Gorger Dragon, they kill you with like a Demon Fire or Banefire or something, because they just get infinite mana.
So while we've been talking about that, it looks like Stoneforge Mystic has resolved on Josh's side of the board, and now he's memory lapsing.
Is that memory lapse or counterspell?
That is a memory lapse,
Okay.
I believe.
Nate's deck has counterspell.
Right, thank you.
I'm not sure what got put back on there, but it looks like he fetched out that Batter Skull.
It was Footsteps of the Goryo.
Footsteps, okay. So this game is going to end real quick if Jesse can't get any of these big guys into play here.
Yeah, he's in a position where, Batter Skull's in play next turn with Forbid backup. I mean, he can hold Forbid if Jesse doesn't do anything, get Batter Skull in play, and that's a real clock. Jesse's already at 10.
Yep.
Josh is in good position to even up this game. I don't think Jesse has too many options right now.
Jesse's thinking here. Jesse is a tanker.
He is.
Jesse likes to go deep in the tank. Rifling through.
There's the Animate Dead, and that's going to go on Ashen Rider.
Let's see, is he going to get rid of that?
It's definitely going to resolve. The question is does he want to get rid of Resto Angel? Probably. It's exiled if that's relevant. Oh, he got it.
All right. Past. Did we see what Josh drew there?
No, he put it face down pretty quick. It wasn't a land, otherwise he just would have played it because that would have let him go activate Stoneforge and have Forbid.
Forbid, yeah. It looks like Jesse redraws Footsteps, if I remember correctly.
Right, that had got memory lapsed.
He has the Jin-Gitaxias, and what is that last card in his hand? Is it a Woodfall Primus?
It's a Woodfall Primus. So kind of a blank here.
Yeah, Jesse's not in a great spot.
No, but he's actually got it, so Josh really can't do anything
It's true.
unless...
They're kind of at a standstill here.
Yeah, Josh is in a place where like his Batter Skull's not going to be quite good enough. He's going to need to equip it to something to get through Ashen Rider, and even then, Ashen Rider can just exile the Batter Skull. Unless obviously he keeps mana up. So a Scry Temple.
Scry, I didn't quite see what it was, but it looks like it's good enough to stay on top. Mental Misstep in hand. Thank you, Chris. See an Archmage. Oh. Archmage gets banned along with a Detention Sphere and a Sower of Temptation, it looks like.
So it looks like Jesse's moved from the kill you with damage plan to the start to mill you out plan. Josh, I don't think has any sort of... He doesn't have an Eldrazi or anything like that.
He doesn't.
So
no.
he is... the mill plan is real against him, and
I wonder,
we're playing 40-card decks, so between draw effects and things like that, it's a real clock.
Josh doesn't have a ton of ways to deal with that Loquatus once it's in play. I think he has Swords and Path, possibly.
He also has Supreme Verdict if he has it in his deck. I would think that he would have that in his deck against Jesse.
It's hard to say.
So like I said, yeah, he's got to equip that Batter Skull. He's going to pass here.
Interesting.
It's the only way that he can get a clock on. It makes it so he can't play Forbid. He still does have Mental Misstep. Yeah. But it lets him attack, and then if Ashen Rider dies with the trigger on, he can bounce that Batter Skull back to his hand.
Right.
What? How did he? Oh, he must have attacked with Batterskull. That's an interesting choice because
I don't like that attack.
it binned both. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how that was.
Now he's just dead.
Now he just has no cards at all. Yeah, this Loquatus is going to do some damage. He's got to hit a removal spell here to deal with that at some point. Looks like they're counting libraries. Not sure what the count is, but I've got to imagine it's probably got to be within like, I don't know, 18 to 20 cards total left.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Loquatus here, by the way. This card's really doing some work.
I mean, he drafted it obviously to go best with the World Gorge Dragon combo, but as you've seen here, like, you just mill yourself for 3. Yeah. That's fine.
Or your opponent.
Or if you have all the pieces you need, right, start aggressively milling your opponent. If you happen to hit World Gorge Dragon with Animate Dead, then you've won.
Mm-hmm. Josh doesn't have a ton more pressure. There goes the path. So the path's down.
Geist of St. Traft is down as well.
There goes, yeah, I think that's one of his last remaining really ways to kill Jesse.
Yeah, and unfortunately Josh didn't come up with like Celestial Colonnade. So it's
Charles
not like he can.
Colonnade.
Yeah, it's not like he can just apply pressure out of nowhere. He's got to draw into something here. He does have Mental Misstep, but that's probably not going to be super relevant.
Might cover it in Tomb.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Forbid's not going to get him out of this Ambassador Loquatus play.
Not. And one of his answers is down.
Yep.
And Jesse still has the Footsteps in his hand, I believe, and Jinga Taxis and Woodfall Primus.
So it looks like he drew Black Lotus. So this is actually something that we talked about a little bit earlier when Teddy was in here commenting with me. Obviously, Black Lotus is insane, but it's an awful top deck when you're in this situation.
Yeah. So then that means it's looking like Peter Beckfield is going to be the winner of our draft, Vintage Rotisserie draft here.
That's what things are looking like. I think that Loquatus is going to go the
distance.
distance.
I'm never one to catch up. This looks like that does it. I was about to say I'm never one to count Josh out.
There's the hand.
There it is.
You got it.
All right.
So Peter Beckfield, it looks like he takes down the Vintage Rotisserie draft.
Yeah, no ties, just nice and clean. 6-1.
Charles DuPont was itching for that match, but it looks like it's not going to come. So.
Not going to come.
You've got the tie for second between Charles and Josh. They're both at 5 and 2 as well.
Oh.
Yeah, I think heads up. I think Josh had that tiebreaker.
Yeah. I believe we do need to get going here. I do remind people, so up in the chat there, not too far up.
You can paste it again.
From
actually,
Team
right?
Choi. It was from a different computer.
Oh.
But go ahead and join that group there if you want to follow these in the future. If you want to know when we're doing the next one, or if you want to try to get into the next one, go ahead and click the link, join the group, and keep in touch.
Yeah, thanks again, everyone, for coming. I just want to say, a quick shout out to Paul Waite for hosting and kind of arranging all of this. Teddy Vitro helping me comment earlier. Chris Cowan for all of the actually insane.
Yeah, Chris. Can't say enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And then all the drafters for coming out. We had a really good time.
And thanks for the viewers.
Yeah,
I'm pretty surprised with how much.
We were really happy with the number of viewers, and we really hope we put on a good show for you guys. And again, if you guys have any feedback or anything we can do better, feel free to comment on this chat.
Yeah,
or
always suggestions are always welcome.
Yeah, put it in the Facebook group. But anyways, I think that'll wrap up for
congrats
us.
Congrats to Peter Beckfield. And,
yeah, our champion.
Yeah.
So
everybody have a great
night.
All right,
thanks everyone. Peter Beckfield.
Well, Wilkie's supposed to play Nate.
What's that?
Wait,
what's that?
Wilkie's supposed to play Nate. He never played Nate.
So Corwin can play Nate's deck. Oh, people want to see the prize.
Oh, people want to see the prize?
Are we still live at all?
Yeah.
Can we just put the prize on that camera there? We can do
put
that.
It right here.
Yeah.
Well, we can put it here.
Put it on the feature match area. Yeah.
Lay it face down. Lay it flat on the
16 bottles of bullet.
16 bottles of bullet on the wall.
Oh man, dude! Again, this was fantastic. We gotta give you the. That's fine.
Yeah. We have a 3-way tie for second. Wilkie, I, and...
Oh, yeah, okay.
Everybody's like, there's so much bullet.
It was a nice one.
This is all laying there.
He's playing awesome soundbite.
That's awesome.
I guess we could have done it left to right so it wasn't sideways, but whatever. Sinfire a little weak.
What?
Somebody's like Sinfire a little weak, but they don't know it's like a